gone down as the clock has clicked onward. Hex Mambo, this is very reminiscent of Game 1. I think essentially exactly where we were in Game 1. That said, Niflheim Wargs slightly ahead, whereas Hex Mambo were about dead even at this point, 11 minutes in the first match of this set. But pacing seems to be the exact same.
Yeah, being able to find a couple of kills, the Warriors did that, like you said, in game number 1. Then it took a little while, about 10 more minutes afterward, and we saw a kill. It was over here in duo lane. Atalanta's just now finished for Spudio. Maybe could be a pretty big power spike. It's a good stat stick when it comes down to it and what it can provide you. But it doesn't seem to be maybe the difference maker here. Echrome, you had mentioned it, the Ichabal now into the Aussie. Feels very standard for what we've been seeing. It is 2 Charon's coin in mid lane. Or maybe an aggression on the solo lane. Johnny trying to stay alive. There's going to be the Regurgitate, eats one of the minions to get a little bit of healing. Has the damage. Does not have the people to try and find that fight. Meanwhile, Spudio, the darkness, not able to help confirm them the kill they would have thought.
Blink for beads trade. Sarpe blinks, Johnny beads. Both junglers dead even in farm, which is surprising, considering one of those junglers is a Bakasura, but Johnny's been trying his hardest to get active on the map. Stone Cutting Sword in that first slot, or second slot rather. I might as well call it first, because every jungler is building Golden Blade regardless by rote. So we'll give him over a little bit of protections, allow him to stick around in these team fights a little bit longer, strip away from your opposition as well. So Johnny's doing a whole lot of damage right now, even against tanks, which might be why we're seeing him try so hard to get active, but Hex Mambo has not quite hit pay dirt just yet. The Niflheim Wargs, similarly, have stagnated over the last couple of moments. Neither team incredibly comfortable to look towards these objectives. A pick could open the door specifically for Hex Mambo, as long as Trixtank has got that ultimate available, but the Niflheim Wargs might need to do a little bit more if they want to consider a Pyro or even a Gold Fury.
Johnny and Sarpe, I thought was going to be the jungle match of the ages. They just toss a couple autos at each other and then back away. Falls apart pretty quickly. Aggression from the Mambo, though. They're hanging out around the blue buff, looking to maybe repay some of the invades from earlier on. Kha'Zix is getting zoned by Trixtank. Deathwalker looking for Sarpe. They're going to start up the buff. Sarpe is going to leap out of there under the tower. There's going to be the darkness. With the lights turned off, it looking like a collapse, but no, Sap, who's in trouble. Johnny chasing him down. The auto's going to be good, and he's able to find the one. Retreats to his mid laner. There's the apple, just barely misses Kha'Zix. And now it is 1 kill for Hex Mambo. A stun, just shy of maybe making it a second.
30 seconds on Sap 7's respawn could be the potential for Hex Mambo to look towards this Pyromancer. Sarpe still has ultimate, and we'll have Blink shortly, but Hex Mambo should make short work of the objective itself. Niflheim Wargs won't give it up for free, though. They're showing some presence, and just some. It's going to be a steal attempt from Ollie, and that's it. And that is it. Hex Mambo take the objective for themselves, as well as the fight beforehand. Now pushing the lead into their favor, and showing that the pace has maintained. The common thread in all these games so far is as long as the clock is going onward and not much is happening on the map, Hex Mambo are going to start pulling ahead.
But this time around, it hits a little bit more of what you had asked for, right? You get a kill, you're getting involved in these fights a little faster, and then you are getting things. Granted, it was just a Pyromancer. Maybe it's not the biggest deal, but it's something.
It's big for Hex Mambo.
I was going to say, been able to pick up prior to the 20 to 22 minute mark, which is where we've been seeing a lot of these neutral objectives have to wait until. So Gold Fury is still available on the other side of the map. You have to imagine sometime soon the Mambo could easily look over there. If they get maybe a pick and find themselves a way into not the lead, into control on that side of the map. That's the phrase I want to use.
Yeah, but we have seen legitimately zero jungle presence in the duo lane so far this game, and minimal jungle presence in the duo lane the entire set. So likelihood of a Gold Fury going down in the next couple of minutes, I think, is low. We might legitimately be looking at a game where Fire Giant dies first, because we're starting to approach that time, that portion of the match where every single death is going to get upwards of 40 to 50 seconds, meaning that larger objectives are likely. Deathwalker finds himself in an unsavorable situation. Will be able to walk himself out of there, though, and with Soul Eater, with Glad Shield, should be able to resustain pretty quickly in that lane. It's been serving him well. I mean, an eclectic build to be sure, but Soul Eater not one that we normally see on Osiris, but He's just using it to deal with Kha'Zix very, very well. And even in trading out, he's taken a lot more damage than his opposition, but he's got way more healing.
Yeah, being able to keep yourself alive a little bit more. Lights shut out. Splitio maybe looking for something. Ollie maybe thinking they had a little more. 4 people on the wargs on the left. And that's just going to be an ult that goes down, not quite resulting in maybe the assault that they thought they were ready for. So wargs. Oh, now maybe in trouble. Splitio's getting sniffed out by Johnny. Yeah, simple dash. And it turns out that's all that was needed there. Trying to charge up the obelisk, though. I think one more offering, it looks like, for Mambo. They'll get themselves another trebuchet. Should be pretty easy. I think I see Deathwalker going for it.
He got it.
That's going to be a nice, easy push for them wherever they end up getting that one in their lane. It's over there on right as well. So maybe a good distraction for getting a Gold Fury.
I don't think so, man.
No.
You can't keep willing these Gold Furies in existence. If Ollie dies, maybe a Gold Fury through the realms connects. He's going to travel through Niflheim, but Sarpe is here.
Sarpe's here. Stun is good. Axe is not. Dharmic Pillars. Oh, it creates the
TKO.
space needed. Yeah, has to fall back.
Gold
and
pulled.
You just transformed if you're Trix Tank. Pull it. And
You
get
willed
the
it.
damage. And so it's going to happen there. Trebuchet's not even moving. It's just off the TKO. Johnny getting the zone. But Hex Mambo get themselves the Gold Fury and push themselves up to 3,500 gold.
I'm going to fully credit that Gold Fury to you, Gore.
Yeah.
You willed that into existence every single time. Maybe a Gold Fury here, maybe. And it happens. 1 TKO onto Ollie is all it takes. Dharmic Pillar expended. Sarpe
If you ask
can't
hard enough,
re-engage.
eventually they just have to listen, right?
Yeah, it's going to go down. But what can they do now? Maybe it's Tier 1 tower on the left-hand side as well. Hex Mambo just getting the better end of all of these trades. It's the Niflheim Wargs who were establishing the pace earlier in this match, who were the proactive element, who were dictating where these fights were happening and what could happen immediately afterward. And they let off the gas. After those first 2 kills, Niflheim Wargs said, yo, we're in a good spot. We got the gold lead. We don't really need to do anything anymore. Let's just coast on this. And when we get to that late game team fight, we're going to go the Hex Mambo route of just playing the late game team fight from even. The difference is that Hex Mambo farms the map a little bit better. So as the game went on, Hex Mambo closed it up, looked at the first Pyromancer, established a lead for themselves, get Gold Fury, even further extending their lead. And since then, the Niflheim Wargs said, oh man, maybe we should have done something while we were ahead. Have fallen behind now.
Unfortunate for them. They are now in this position where chase down, locked away. Most of the time they can't take the fights that they want to. Sap getting some decent damage out there, but not really doing too much to dent Trix Tank's health bar. The Baba Yaga was a really important factor, I would say, in game number 1. Or
I'd
sorry,
agree.
game number 2.
I'll echo that.
But so
Plus
far,
1.
relatively quiet this game.
I mean, it hasn't
Not
had...
for lack of trying.
He's thrown out some of those ultimates.
Yeah.
He's gotten active at points, a part of 100% of the kills as well. It's just not a whole lot of kills. 19 minutes in, 3 total in this match, 2 belonging to the Niflheim Wargs. But unsurprisingly, I suppose, Hex Mambo find themselves with a pretty significant lead. Pyromancer seems mighty appetizing at this portion of the game, especially considering how good the burn potential is from Hex Mambo. On the right-hand side of the map included Deathwalker, an auto-attacker, Johnny, an auto-attacker, and Trix Tank playing Fafnir. Means you could expedite that process pretty well. But continued presence from the Niflheim Wargs in these team fights, and Sap7 showing how much damage he can do at a moment's notice might be enough to dissuade Hex Mambo as Trix Tank jumps over the wall. Nothing happens to him. No leap, no problem.
Is more than fine. Just existing, and again, neutral camps at this point going the way of Hex Mambo. To the point where I'm talking about the mid-game, Smithville, and that's the
Sap7.
control they're able to get. Sap's fine.
Lost his beads.
Lost his beads, though, so that is going to be maybe the opening necessary to find some kills relatively soon. Didn't have to use any ults or invest heavily if they're Mambo. Pyromancer is here, started up, and should be taken down pretty easily, but maybe not without answer. Sarpe, Sap, they spotted out, and that's enough for Mambo to have to drop the objective.
You know, looking at the Niflheim Wargs, and we are splitting hairs here, I'm not even sure they saw the Pyromancer get pulled. Like, where their eyes were.
They were looking at Solo.
They were looking at, like, Deathwalker's engaging. Like, we got to go help Kha'Zix. Nobody had looked at the Pyromancer itself. But Hex Mambo, realizing, like, that's probably not going to remain true, decided to drop it. They don't.
They're already over here.
Yeah, we might as well not coin toss it. So dead even yet again. We're rapidly approaching level 20 for the majority of the carries in this game. Echrome already there. Spudio just behind them. Both junglers level 18 and 19. So farm is getting as far as it's going to get. We're finishing up 5th items, moving into 6, so we're only 1 item away from the game being a dead even state where gold loses all value yet again. So the only thing that can separate these two teams is play on field, composition, and map state. And the only way to get an advantage in 2 of the 3 categories is to either start grouping up and taking some towers or looking towards the Fire Giant and forcing a fight, force an interaction. If neither one of these teams wants to get active, the game will not progress. So Hex Mambo decides to get active, pull out the Pyromancer, reset it. Not even looking for the fight afterward. Hex Mambo are just saying, hey, we're going to pull Pyro, and if no one shows up, we're going to get Pyro. If anyone shows up, we're going to leave. That's the difference. Normally in North America and at the SPL level, we'll see, hey, we pulled Pyro because we like our odds in the fight, which seems to be the case now.
Yeah, now getting aggressive, finally moving forward. Johnny, though, takes a little more damage than bargained for. Sarpe has been able to turn things for this team. Last game on Kali. Oh, and it all builds up to nothing. No fight, no kill. A couple of ults thrown out on either side. No Pyromancer just yet either.
Both relics lost to Johnny, just for the blink from Sarpe, so relic exchange favoring the Niflheim Wargs. HP favoring Hex Mambo, as is the objective. It will go their way as Echrome dashes in for the 1v1 up against Sap7, and he's winning that.
Oh yeah, he is. Look at those autos, and look how hard they are hitting. Sap has to back off. Kha'Zix maybe learning the hard way that you also have to play this carefully, King Arthur. It's looking like they're going to get out of here for now. Pyromancer gets scooped up by Mambo in the process. Sap, you got to be a little more careful. That cauldron can only get you so far. What a great strife! And then the follow-up from Echrome finds what they need. They get the kill, and that opens the door. Deathwalker zoning out to under the tower for the tier 2. Maybe getting a little too deep. That damage, not negligible, but is enough that they still get out of there. 4 alive for the Wargs. Pretty healthy as well. 2 members at least need to back on Mambo. You have to be careful around here. Letting them have too much wiggle room. Fire Giant burns pretty quickly.
It does with this auto attacker composition. They are grouped up. Sarpe dropped to 50%. Ollie, similarly low HP, should not be able to put up much of a defense here, but Hex Mambo are taking a slower pace to it. Fire Giant is pulled, but not burning. Nobody looking at it. And Ollie, with a wishful ultimate, just throws out the Dharmic Pillars at max range, finds 1 tick. Doesn't really get a whole lot of value from it, but Hex Mambo decide to disengage regardless. So even in finding the pick on the Sap7, even in taking down the tier 1 tower, that's all we're going to see from that exchange. And speaking of that pick on a Sap7, again, splitting hairs, but I'm going to talk about the action because we don't get a whole lot of it. I'm pretty sure Sap7 was out of range of Echrome's auto attack. Ollie walked in to block an auto, but was grouped up so closely to Sap7, I believe it was the splash damage, Heimdall's autos all cleave, that finishes off Sap. So small interaction, does cost a life. 25% of the lives that have been taken this entire game. So in the grand scheme of things, in the tapestry that is this set of Hex Mambo versus Niflheim Wargs, that one micro interaction could amount to something.
Little things like that. Never before would you be more upset if your support play body blocking for you.
Bro, just leave me alone.
Than if that happens, yeah. Oh, upsetting for him. 0-2-2 for the Baba Yaga. Finished off the Warlock staff a while ago. Soul Gem already. And a tier 2 book. We'll see where this one ends up going. Soul Reaver feels like a pretty common pickup for them. And now it's the question, 25 minutes in, can you finally get the FG done? They're burning it pretty quickly. And Mambo are going to be able to secure that one. The lights get shut off, but they have 5 people with FG, and the Wargs don't want to fight into it.
Nearly 10,000 in the gold for Hex Mambo. This is the epitome of their style. We're not going to team fight until we've got enough of a lead that the team fight is guaranteed, and even then, not going to look for the team fight. We're going to look for the objective. Fire Giant goes down to 5 members now of Hex Mambo, with plenty of towers still standing on the side of the Niflheim Wargs. The Wargs can at least try and slow down Hex Mambo's siege. They've got what I would consider the closest thing to a non-standard mage while remaining standard. Baba Yaga at times very good at clearing these waves, very good at keeping the minion waves at bay, so should make it a little bit more difficult for Hex Mambo to push into these tier 2s. I think best case scenario for the Niflheim Wargs is put up a soft defense around the tier 2s and just take away as much time with this Fire Giant power play that Hex Mambo have got. You don't want a hard defend.
Yeah.
You don't love your odds in a tier 2 fight. You'd rather really dig in your heels on Phoenix, but I think that the game is close enough, despite gold being as largely separated as it is, that the Niflheim Wargs should be able to show some presence around these towers. Again, as the game goes on, these builds are starting to show some parity. We're all approaching 6 item now in the game. You're all approaching level 20 if you haven't already hit it, except for these supports, which Trix Tank hits a pretty significant spike, taking over to level 18, can start to upgrade his starter item if he so chooses, whereas Ollie is resting comfortably at 16. Otherwise, everybody else in the lobby at level 20. Gold's a little bit deceptive. I think the Niflheim Wargs are not so far down as you might be led to believe, just looking at the top of the screen.
Yeah, something you have to be a little more worried about. Although, and this Mifflin, I'm going to try to describe. I think the Mambo's playstyle, I would describe as psychological warfare.
A war of attrition.
Yeah, well, they're not fighting you, but they're out farming you. And they're going to drag you to 30 minutes. Whether you've got a lead or not, they're going to farm better than you, and by the time you hit it, they're going to be ahead. And that's where they're at right now. About 12,000 gold thanks to the towers in mid, or tower in mid that fell down. Tier 2 and right, now getting sieged not just by the Mambo, but by the Trebuchet as well. Should fall down pretty quickly. Now the Phoenix is the target. Even more gold in their pockets. They're going to let that Phoenix go ahead and try itself. The Trebuchet all on its own is going to get destroyed pretty easily. It's now the Pyromancer taken away, taken down. We've got a minute and a half left on this FG power play. One tower still standing on left lane. And not much else to do on the map.
I think we're going to be looking at one more Fire Giant before these Phoenixes get approached. Unless Hex Mambo can regroup in about a minute and get towards that tier 2 on left, potentially find a pick and look for a little bit more. 4 stacked are Hex Mambo. The Niflheim Wargs are scattered all the way across the map. Not an ideal situation. Spudio might need to get out of here.
Yeah, if you can lock down the jungler here, oh, that would have been such a big play. That's the leap forward from Deathwalker. They're looking for the moment, trying to find the carry, and that's going to be the lockdown. No, their health is good, but not good enough. Now, with Sarpei jumping into the fray,
God, Osiris
is it going to be enough to be able to get anything done? The answer's just straight up no. Too much damage from Deathwalker, and the only reason Sarpei lives is destruction going through. The apple with the bounce onto Sap. Forces them back. Trix Tank finds a little bit of damage. Seems like Mambo almost forgot the tier 2 existed here. Trix is taking a little bit of damage in the D-transformation.
Where's
Does
Sarpei?
not seem to be dead. Sarpei's over there in mid trying to contend with Johnny.
Yeah, maybe just go hit the guy who jumped into your base alone. Trix Tank able to D-transform, regroup with his team, and now approach the Phoenix, and it's burning quick.
Yeah, the damage seems to be good on the bird. Stops, though, as they turn to kill off Sap. Turn to look at Kha'Zix. Get the kill onto the solo laner, but it costs him 1, and it looks like it might cost him 2. Sarpei is able to pick up a couple back in their favor. But can you fight 3 more in the 2v3? It's not enough for Mambo to feel confident. They back away. And with the death timers being as long as they do, you called it right, and we're going to be waiting for the next FG.
Yeah, Fire Giant, but this time map state a little bit different than what I would have expected. That tier 2 tower remains standing for the Niflheim Wargs, but the mid Phoenix will fall down. The Niflheim Wargs just get separated in that team fight, thanks due in large part, rather, to Deathwalker just doing whatever he wants on this Osiris. Yeah. Just rotates in, utilizes all that damage mitigation from his passive, as well as the tether to win a 1v1 up against Spudio, as well as tank up the Phoenix for his team for nearly an entire minute before Hex Mambo realized that tier 2 tower was still standing on the left-hand side, resustaining all the way with this Bumba's Hammer. I mean, I called it mid-fight, and I mean it. Osiris is just gross right now when he's allowed to get to this portion of the game. Worth noting that Deathwalker's going to keep getting stronger. He's stacking. I know we're 30 minutes in, but he's only got 3 stacks on this Urchin, so he's got a little bit more defense coming his way, as long as he's able to get active in some of these team fights, and I'm not sure who's stopping him. Look at Spudio's build. He's gone crit. Spectral is picked up for Deathwalker. So Spectral buff, crit nerf, means that as long as Deathwalker's got Tether applied, I'm pretty sure this X-Balls may be critting for like 90 damage.
It's a very frightening day when Deathwalker can look at them and just tell them that this isn't even his final form. Like, he's still got more growing to do. He's on, like, Form 3, though, right? Like, if you're looking at Frieza now, we'll see whether or not this makes the big difference. Dives in. Look how tanky he
doesn't
is.
care.
The damage is good. The
He's
apple
winning.
has spread. Sarpei uses the destruction, does get the
goes.
kill. And it's 1-for-1 Spudio for Deathwalker. Kha'Zix gets burned down. E-Chrome and Johnny doing the damage necessary. Ollie trying to stay alive. Maybe Peel, but does not have a leg to stand on. Sap chased down. Sap killed off. Guess what? Sarpei, you're next on the chopping block. Johnny will not stop. The stun is there, but he is full health, and you have 1 HP. Is Johnny going to be able to find it? Look at the speed buff putting in the work. And while he gets the triple, gets the deicide, the team runs down mid with their minions to the Titan room, Mifflin, and Mambo are going to close us out.
Hex Mambo in a war of attrition just brought more snacks. They were ready and prepared for these longer games, and Niflheim Wargs, as a newer team, were not quite able to line up and finish out this set. But still worth noting that this new 3-man core of the Niflheim Wargs were able to push Hex Mambo, a squad comprised of previous SPL talent and world champions, to a Game 3 situation. Now, I think my takeaway for this set is you should be excited to watch the Niflheim Wargs play and continually iterate and refine their style, because very clearly this team is a looming threat.
I think that what we got to see, and you know, there's something to be said. Mambo this year didn't start out great for them, but up to Masters started looking a lot better, right? A lot stronger. What we got to see today was very typical of what I expect out of this team. It's surprising to see the Wargs do so well. Again, with all the roster swaps, that was an impressive set from them, and even being able to eke out a win. A lot of that one, though, it feels very similar to game number 1. Granted, maybe the first 5-6 minutes are still very much the inverse, right? We've gotten used to seeing Mambo win the early game. In game 2, it was that Gold Fury that turns things around. Here, Mambo just started farming better. They were down by 1,000 gold. They were down by 2 kills. Then they just ended up 1,000 gold up. They just ended up 2,000 gold up. Then they started winning fights.
Yeah, I believe it was 800 gold down where Hex Mambo by the time they pulled out their first objective, and the Niflheim Wargs were a little bit slower on the uptake. A TKO onto Ollie allows Hex Mambo to pick up the objective, reset, and then go over towards the Gold Fury immediately afterward. Double objective play at around the 17-minute mark is where we started to see that lead established in favor of Hex Mambo. And once they got it, the Niflheim Wargs weren't quite able to do much. But you're right to bring up that the early game was essentially completely inverse from the rest of this set, in that the Niflheim Wargs get first blood, second blood, and about a 2,000 gold lead. But they fall into the trapping of, hey, we got a lead. Let's just rotate into the late game with it. Let's maintain this lead until we get there. Experience gap, I think, is what it was. They haven't got as many games under their belt as a team as Hex Mambo. So Hex Mambo, from a 2K deficit, just play the map better, get back to that even state, and establish the lead for themselves. Had the Wargs pushed the envelope, had they played with the lead while they had it, I mean, we might be singing their praises right now.
Yeah, talking about them getting Gold Furies, oh man, the pentakill that Sarpei ended up getting at some point in this alternate timeline led to their victory. Unfortunately, there is a 4-1-0. Sarpei looks really good. That is all they were able to get. 4-1-5. Johnny had chased them down at the very end just to make sure. The one death for the deicide, for the victory, happening down towards the bottom end. Very, very solid play, though, from the Mambo. Good farming. You can see that in the GPM. Of course, they now find themselves up 1-0. 392.
63,000 mitigated. Did you see that?
I did not see that part.
Deathwalker's crazy.
I was looking at the 392 GPM, which is like obnoxiously low. Like most losing teams we see, like 425 is like the lowest that you'll maybe in there. Anything below 400 has actually been foreign to me. That might be the first number with a 3 at the beginning. So poor Ollie did not get the farming. We can look, though, at the European schedule. Again, you watched a couple of sets of the SEC on Thursday. You watched one yesterday, closed out North America. You watched the first European set here this morning. You might be wondering, well, where can I catch the rest? Well, one's going to be later today after the SPL, which we're going to be getting to relatively shortly here. The Gladiators will take on the Ravens. And then tomorrow, after SPL, you'll be able to watch the Scorpions take on the Ferrymen. So again, today, the Bolts, the Scarabs, however that set goes for set number 2, whenever that closes out, you'll be able to watch some SEC. And And then tomorrow you'll be able to close that one out after the Scarabs and the Warriors. So the Scarabs closing us out 2 days in a row for the SPL. And speaking of which, as much as I want to give congratulations to Hex Mambo, we've got an SPL to get to. And that's what I'm looking forward to right now, Mifflin. Dragons, the Valkyries are going to be coming up first. Bolts and Scarabs as well. I think you actually have this next set off. So you just get to relax
I'll be
and
watching.
watch the Benny Q versus Pagon, something that was very,
They take me
very
off the big
prized.
ones.
Yeah, we just didn't want you there. Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a fun one to watch. SPL is going to be coming up shortly, though, guys, so stick with us. We'll be right back.
It's been some damn heavy years, a flood of endless tears, been laying on the ground for too long. Search for love everywhere, and sometimes I didn't care, just wanted someone around. Oh no, I got up on my knees, tried to make a change. Suddenly I began to feel alive, slowly open my heart, trust somebody again. This time I don't feel lonely. I don't need you, so you better treat me good or I will leave you. 'Cause I want you, but not to the cost of everything. No, I won't haunt you. Nowadays I attract people who act nice to me. I don't waste my time. Nowadays I observe, look for things I deserve. 'Cause I don't need my mountains to climb. But I got up on my knees, tried to make a change. Suddenly I began to feel alive, slowly open my heart, trust somebody again. me a call. Bye. I'd be stuck in my head, think I need to escape. Feels like I'm waiting, do you feel the same? My mom used to say that no matter how famous, at the end of the day, you only wanna feel safe. But I'd rather walk into a space to see if you're still awake. If it's ever gonna be right, if we ever had the time, hope you know that I try.
Here are your free games with Prime in June.
Battleman and Beast for survival set in the Himalayas in the open-world action-adventure shooter Far Cry 4. Then, adventure to the high seas as Pirate Guybrush Threepwood in the point-and-click adventure Escape from Monkey Island. Join the WRC Championship to win the most challenging motor racing competition in the world. Build yourself a cat cafe of your dreams in the sim game Calico. Journey with the astrologaster who uses the stars to cure the sick in 1592 London. Then follow Alice on a musical adventure in Across the Grooves. With Amazon Prime, you also get free shipping, videos, music, groceries, and more. Play your favorite games straight from the cloud on Amazon Luna. Go to gaming.amazon.com for all these free games and more. Go where the games take you.
What's up, Smite fans? Happy Saturday and welcome into day number 2 of week number 2 of season number 9 of the Smite Pro League. I'm on the mic. Gore's on the xylophone or something. No,
That was supposed to be a synthesizer.
That was the word I was looking for.
Oh, good.
Season
I was
9
like,
of
that
SPL,
sounded like a xylophone.
powered
I
by
have
our
failed.
friends over at Prime. Remember, with your Prime membership, you get free games, groceries, delivery, all that sort of stuff, as well as some awesome games this month. I have my eyes on Far Cry 4 and the Astrologaster, I think, purely by name alone. Maybe he's going to have me checking that one out. So thanks again to Prime for sponsoring us here in Season 9 of the Smite Pro League. My name is Dolson, the man on the keyboard, Goremizer, with me to start off our day.
I don't actually know how to play a keyboard, actually. I play a ton of
You play
instruments.
a lot of instruments.
But I haven't learned keyboard.
Keyboard's not one of them.
I need the extra money to purchase a keyboard and the knowledge that my wife won't yell at me.
Well, it's the last one that really
Yeah,
that really
that's
bites
the one.
you, right?
That's the coin flip.
Because you could probably earn money playing your other instruments, right, and build that
then
up, and
you
then
use that to fuel.
But
getting
then
more
Katie still
instruments,
yells at you for stuff. Anyway, welcome in to
Stop
day
spending
number
money.
2 of week number 1 of phase number 2 here in Season 9. Let's take a look at the games that we already had yesterday. A couple matchups that I was really excited to watch. One goes all 3. One is just the 2-0, and it is the Camelot Kings that go 3 against the Jade Dragons. Leviathans 2-0 the Oni Warriors after that. Bit of a resurgence, maybe, Gore, of the Leviathans and Oni Warriors. Let's see how they'll look here in this phase. Bounce back opportunity. Today, the 2 matches we've got Dragons versus Valks, Bolts versus Scarabs, and then a triple header of SPL matches to round out the week on Sunday. Some good ones there as well. So Dragons versus Valks here, Gore. Bolts versus Scarabs. should be, I think, some unique matchups, and this will really tell us how have the Valkyries grown, how have the Scarabs grown, can the Dragons bounce back? I think some pretty important storylines moving forward here in day 2.
Yeah, and honestly, I think there's a lot of conversation to be had, Valks versus Scarabs, things like that. Like, that's not the set we're watching, but watching how these two progress. Because I would argue the last few times that we've seen the Valkyries were more impressive to me than the last few times we've seen the Scarabs play. So I think that we're in this world where, depending on how this set goes, how the Valkyries look while they're going up against a team like the Dragons, how the Scarabs look a little bit later on, all of those things to me are really going to be kind of fueling this first half of Phase 2 and maybe changing what is the I guess, bottom team, who's going to be the strongest. I think there's a lot of shakeup potential.
Well, remember, Gore, in Phase 1, there were 6 teams that were all in within a win or 2 of one another, really
for
close
a long time.
And the Valkyries and the Scarabs fell a bit further behind. The Valhalla Valkyries, of course, the quote newcomer team here to the SPL, qualified through in the SPL qualifier tournament earlier on this year alongside the Oni Warriors, but a team that played all throughout the SEC last year with one another. And I would agree with the statement you just made, Gore. I think though Phase 1 was a struggle for this team, there has been growth, and I've been more impressed with the growth of this squad than some of the other bottom teams here.
I think that this team, what we have seen week 1 to like week 4 of Phase 1, a ton of growth, right? And then the break to Masters, I think they showed up and played incredibly well during it. Again, maybe not the way they would have wanted to go out. They end up losing, I believe, both times to the Bolts as they get eliminated. But they got a good few wins in them while they were there. They showcased, I think, again, a lot of flexibility. To the point where I think Sharks had even tweeted out that they played that Vamana jungle without having it in scrims, things like that. And I think having that willingness to kind of go out on a limb, recognize that they're still growing, and like that's the fun part of going from, I think, the SCC to into the SPL is like there's so much that you can learn about the little nuances, the farm game, things like that, that watching this team week to week, it's almost just exponential growth each time. You're seeing the curve and how powerful it is. And so I'm excited to watch what they have today. I think this is going to be a difficult matchup for them, but I think that they gave the Dragons a fun run for their money last time around. I think being able to watch, like we memed it last time, but like Benny Q versus Pagon's actually a fun lane just to see go up against each other.
That's right.
So I'm excited to see what these two teams are going to have to offer. If the Dragons are still going for, you know, the fast-paced game we saw like in Game 1 yesterday versus the Kings, and if the Valks have spent the last couple of weeks since Masters ended for them kind of in a hibernating chamber, figuring out what's going to work out well.
That's a good point, Gore, because with so many teams we talk about, you know, whether it was teams coming to land for the first time, you know, we give some room for growth. We say we expect this team to get better over time. Valkyrie's still well within that window, and they have grown. And Gamma, one of the players in the duo lane for this squad, has grown as well with the team. Gamma, first and foremost, thanks for taking the time. Welcome back for Phase 2 of the SPL.
Happy to be here.
A decent look for you guys during that Masters tournament. Overall, zoom way out for me. What's the team's focus? What are the areas of improvement that you guys are looking towards here in Phase 2?
Yeah, so there's still a lot of team play that we want to figure out. The way SPL teams play the map is drastically different than in SCC, so we're playing a lot of catch-up there. But I think we're all just working on improving individually as well. We're just kind of all facets we're working in, you know, just trying to get the edge.
Getting used to the pace of the SPL and working through it that way. The meta has changed a little bit, right? I mean, we saw what it was at Masters. I think we're in bonus balance after that. Has your team showed you, do you feel like your team is good at adapting to meta, making those changes pretty quickly, you figuring it out, would you say, at a similar pace to the rest of the teams?
Yeah, I think we do a pretty good job of finding answers to what other teams like to do.
Right.
We generally favor some early game aggression, so maybe we'll be seeing some of that.
Yeah, a little bit. Maybe up against the J Dragons, that'll help you out. Best of luck, Gamma. Thanks for taking the time, and have some fun.
It's my pleasure. Thanks.
And so the Valhalla Valkyries looking to make some waves here, Gore, against the Dragons.
Two things that immediately stood out to me. One, I almost forgot, but like the duo lane gap that changed from like week 4 of Phase 1 to what we saw at Masters was nuts. And I think Gamma and Wowie are actually a lot more important now. Again, a few weeks ago, to the point where we were talking about like where the detriment was, where exactly things were maybe faltering for them.
Hindrance or an asset.
Yeah, a hindrance or an asset. And at the time, it was a hindrance. Now, maybe being the asset. But also being able to adapt to the meta, because one of the things that interests me about this Valks team, and it interested me the most when they were the SEC as the Winter Dogs, this was a team that loved to change meta and play things that were just a little off, right? Like you'd be playing Benny Q's locking in Anubis. Everybody else is playing something standard, but you've got something weird in mid, or somebody in the left lane or the right lane, wherever they happen to be, is changing things up. And so I'm interested in not only how well have they gripped this meta, but how well have they maybe changed up and brought the weirdness to.
Yeah, Valkyries have grown as a squad. The dual lane killless for a little while, that has changed. The Jade Dragons, a team that yesterday lost to the Kings in 3 games, won game number 1, dropped games 2 and 3 to the Camelot Kings. A team that tends to be in front of the meta, have the meta figured out, but yesterday, maybe not so much the case. Seems like the Kings were able to adapt a bit better moving into that set yesterday. Still threw rather some unique picks out there, the Jade Dragons did. Just didn't quite have that oomph behind it. You know, every once in a while when you watch these Jade Dragon sets, you can tell it's an off day for the squad, and it really felt like that yesterday.
Yeah.
And so I think that it's doubly important, for lack of a better word, that this team has a good showing against what has been a beatable opponent in the Valkyries in the past.
Well, I think, you know, you go back and you look at some of the things that caused them trouble. And when the Ho Yi started getting banned, you know, game 1, it was a really big pickup specifically for Panda Cat, but you had that plus a Chernobog plus Pagon there on the Scotty. And in this game, you had 2 sources of crit, 1 source of ability damage, and then 1 source of just straight up auto attack damage going in for more just AAs, that health kind of build, or health penetrator tank killer build that we're used to seeing. Then that started getting chipped away. You go to the Chernobog, the Scotty, the On Her, and they had a Poseidon in the jungle. Both times we saw the mages yesterday. I don't even know if it's the mages I want to blame, because it's something that we started to see a little bit more often. The Nemesis was widely successful to the point where it needed to be banned. And I think that's something that we're maybe going to see the adjustment. If Sam gets Nemesis, or if we see that on the Valkyries, I think that is going to be a very strong performance, because she feels incredible in this patch. I mean, you're talking about people being tankier, people having a little extra health because of what 9-5 did. Nemesis strips that back and kills them faster. So in a way, you have to think that this Nemesis pick could really help balance the scales for the Valkyries if they're able to get it. Or if you're the Dragons, maybe get you back onto the road that you needed to be on yesterday. I think the Mercury game didn't quite go the way they wanted. We ended up, with 1 rage stack, 2 rage stacks total? Yeah. And so things like that.
Maybe across the day we had 2 rage stacks,
yeah, total. And so it's like this small pickup of okay, we need to start figuring out what junglers outside of just that one blatantly obvious pick are you going to go to. The Leviathans, when they won, they had a Nemesis 1 game, so that doesn't really give us too much. And the next game, they did the Mercury, and it was able to find success. So I think those picks are still on the board. The Kings just played really strong against the Dragons yesterday. What they go to today is maybe going to be eye-opening of what they think is strong.
Now, Gore, as we move into picks and bans for game number 1 between the Valkyries and the Dragons, I do want to back up what you were talking about previously with the dual lane of the Valkyries and their improvement. Remember, during phase 1, there was a period of 6 or 7 games where WoWie had no kills, like killless, or had 1 kill over the last 6 or 7 games, something like that. Clearly just had not hit their stride. Not the case. In the last 6 games, WoWie has gotten a ton, and a lot of those over Masters. 1 game where WoWie didn't have any kills during Masters, it was 0, 1, and 5, so not horrific in a loss up against the Olympus Bolts, but had kills in all of the other 5 games, so I say that as some data to back up the fact that maybe this Valkyries dual lane is starting to hit their stride. And one thing that Gamma pointed out in that pregame interview was, hey, maybe a little bit more early game aggression, and that's something the Dragons like to play with themselves. So could see some sparks flying early on here in this game. To catch back up, though, with the bans, a couple jungle bans, Daji and Kleedna, the Jing Wei also off the board. Then you got to take away the Mercury. Sanford Soccer loves that pick. Also nowadays, when it's a part of the meta, extra important to ban that one out. And that's going to leave the Nemesis open, Core, one of the most dynamic picks from day number 1 here in phase 2.
Honestly, I think the draft right now from the Valkyries, and I'm going to give shout outs to Sharks here, because the Chernobog hits 2 people. It hits Fine OK, and I guess maybe 3, because technically you could probably throw him in mid as well. So Pagon in there as well as with Panda Cat. The Uller hits guaranteed 2 people, but also 3. Fine OK, Pagon, Panda Cat. The Mercury is going to be more specifically targeted, but like you just said, I don't want Sam playing it on a good day. and I don't want Sam playing it when it's in meta. So I think that is a very good ban. It's a hyper carry, does a lot of damage with the current builds. Everything on the other side, you know, based on what we've seen, like Daji, the Kleena, and the Jingwei, some of these are really good specifically for the Valks. Some of these are just good in the meta right now. So really, really solid. But then you go to the Nemesis first. We've seen a lot of Nemesis dubs and maybe some necessary Nemesis bans. So I think that the Valks have started with their best foot forward. Downside, Mike just got Yamoja, and that hurts a little bit. And presumably Fine OK is going to be on the Baron here. So a lot of control already at the very beginning for your CC. You're going to have good front lines, good damage, good healing that is going to be available to your team immediately. In any of these 5-on fights, Baron, Samadi, and Yamoja are going to be able to keep the team mostly topped off and help deal with a lot of the incoming damage.
Yeah, great sustain for the Jade Dragon. So anti-heal and applicators of applicators of anti-heal gonna maybe be important for the Valkyries at the end of their draft, as Nem Kepri followed up by a Poseidon. Poseidon had been seen out of the jungle just a bit, Goremizer, but absolutely something that we could see over in the mid lane for Benny Q.
The weird world we live in, because of I can't believe I'm saying this. I'm not trying to will it into existence, and I sincerely doubt it's going to happen. But I feel like it has to be. Well, because we've seen, like, what, Sot played Nim solo.
Is that what you were going to say?
Well, Nim solo, and then Poseidon in the jungle, if they wanted to swap them where they were from regular places. But I don't think this is a meta where that works anymore. I don't know that you can play this and be as successful.
There's maybe, we have an absolutely stacked roster of solo laners in the SPL.
I don't think I've seen Aquarius play Nem solo.
Sot might be like one of the only guys who I'm trusting playing Nem solo, just because the sort of weird, unique style of picks. That's really what Sot has in his wheelhouse. So I
think you're right. It is going to be the mid in the jungle.
Poseidon mid, Nem jungle. Hey, maybe we see some flexibility.
I just got to play devil's advocate sometimes.
You have to, and there is a world where that happens. We've seen crazier things happen, like Hades suddenly being back in the meta, and the Jade Dragons maybe sensing that solo lane pick still needs to be there. We'll take the Hades away. Oleron also off the board. So Artemis, Hunter number 1 for the Jade Dragons. Is it 1 of 1, or is there more Hunter flexibility? You've opened up that door, Gord, to diversifying your damage a bit here. You've gotten Baron, you've gotten Yamoja, and an Artemis. So if you're the Dragons and you're wanting another ADC, you're feeling all right because you got some magical damage in solo.
I'm partially wondering if they want something, and with the Scotty ban, it feels like the Valks, especially with Oleron, like Oleron I'm going to throw under the Hunter umbrella because of the auto attacks and things like that. Although ult-bot conversation, things like that have to be had around him. With Scotty there, they feel like this is not going to be this, a mage mid laner, right? They think Pagon's going to go for something. But this is where things get interesting to me because Pagon has been very flexible. I wouldn't mind, like with Baron on the team, you've already got a mage, you can go for a hunter, you could go for an assassin maybe, even if you wanted over there in mid, which we've seen a few times, Pagon playing the Set, Pagon playing the Susano, Pagon being very willing to be flexible, but that also gives you a really good counter pick that you could potentially wait on. So maybe grab something for Sam here, or grab your second hunter. And either way, I think this team's off at a good start because you're not necessarily too fizz heavy. One of the problems I had with their drafts yesterday is there was a lot of like, hey, if you just buy Sovereignty, then like that gets 10 times more value because we've got 4 physical carries. And so I think that they're in a good spot now, already diversified a little bit more. And I think that they're in a good place to close this out with, they could do literally any class, maybe Sans Guardian.
Yeah.
And I think I'd be okay with wherever they go. Maybe Sans Warrior as well, probably just the 3 damage dealers. And I think no matter what they grab from mid is going to feel good.
Now, worth mentioning again, you alluded to it earlier, but the first time these two teams played over in Phase 1, all the talk was about the brother matchup in the mid lane. Of course, Pagon for the Jade Dragons.
Brother versus brother. Who will win in a battle of blood?
Well, it's been the
Saturday.
It's been the Dragons more often than not. And Pagon's been playing some really good Smite. But as far as eclectic, unique God Pool picks as in mid, this matchup might just be at the peak of that. So King Arthur locked in, so I think that pretty much solidifies score here. King Arthur solo, Nem jungle, Poseidon, then over in the mid lane. And saving the Hunter pick for so late, that has taken away the Scotty, the Oleron, the Ullr, the Chernobog, the Anhur, the Jingwei, the Artemis. All of that is gone. Izanami still around, though. Plenty of pressure, plenty of late game scaling in that pit.
And realistically, like, you have to think with the way the builds have been going, I think Izanami fits in relatively well. You're pretty flexible in terms of wherever you want to go. You can go for crit, you can go for a 10 killer. You know, you've got a lot of bounce potential. But not only that, I think with an Izanami and a Khepri, you give yourself a lot of potential for push power. Khepri isn't necessarily like the best clearing Guardian, but Izanami's real damn good at it. So you've got, I think, a lot to balance out. Yamoja, who's really good at clear, and Artemis, who's around average, right? Maybe a little below average. So I think that the Valks can find some pressure over there in the duo lane, something I think that Wowie and Gamma need. And then they can maybe turn that into pressure elsewhere, right? Try to find some things in mid. I'm always worried about Poseidon. That's just history. It's like touching a hot stove, right? Like, you get burned too many times by this Poseidon, and suddenly you don't necessarily know how well you feel about it. I think that as a god, really, really good clear. Kraken's amazing.
Yep.
But Poseidon gets bullied a lot. Gilgamesh is going to be able to close that gap. Amuzen Cobb hits really hard and has been one of like the mainstay hunters in mid for a while. I think that this is a draft for the Valks that has a lot of potential to work, but a lot of it's going to be execution on field.
Goremaster AMC has been banned out 100% of the games so far here. Now there's only 2 sets and 5 total games played, but AMC has been banned out in every single one of those games. Left open to last pick here, the Jade Dragons will snag the AMC, presumably over in mid, more ability-based style hunter going up against the Valkyries draft. AMC, I think that changes the dynamic in a good way here for the Jade Dragons.
Yes, that might even be an understatement. I think that AMC has been a massive pickup. Again, the Stinger being able to shred some prots, being able to make it easier to kill somebody. I mean, you just get to choose a target, this guy, kill him dead. And that's what the Dragons are great at right now. They are really good at pick compositions, at finding it. Khepri, on the other hand, does alleviate a little bit of that, but luckily they're not so heavy-handed in individual picks that just the Khepri is enough. Again, that's why I think like the Poseidon's going to be necessary, the Izanami necessary, and then this Nemesis has to go big to make sure that, you know, you're not just losing one person every fight, 2 people every fight. I think that the Dragons, though, are off to a great start. They've got a lot of hard hitters. Artemis might not be great for the first few levels, but Tusky comes online and she's got her own safety. Then a little bit later, she's really good in crit metas. So I think that she is someone that is going to be powerful. Panda Cat has a lot of experience playing this pick as well. So outside of just getting out pressured early on, I think that this is going to be a very fun one to watch the Dragons as they scale into late game.
Agree, and I think Gore with like Nem plus AMC compositions seem super popular to me because you Stinger, you Nem ult, and then that target is just done for.
Yep.
So I think getting the AMC helps the Dragons smooth over that a little bit, right? Because whoever Nem ults is going to be getting shredded, so now you got the Stinger on your side, you get some physical prot reduction. I think that dynamic should be pretty interesting as the game goes on.
Well, I think another big thing to look at here, and it's the 5-on-5. These two have a way better initiation than anybody on that side of the screen. And that's the thing that I think is going to be more interesting. Like, Khepri pull is really good, but you have to displace yourself a little bit. Poseidon can kind of kick things off, but, like, I don't want my mage being the guy initiating. So it's Nim ult, maybe King Arthur, maybe the Khepri, but both of the 2 front lines there on the Valkyries have to invest a lot of their presence just to get into the front line.
You know who else can kick things off is Gilgamesh. He can kick things off, Gore. And
we
can kick things off. Day number 2 of phase number 2 of season 9 starts right now.
You know, I'll give Dave props. That was a good one there. Gilgamesh can kick things off, and it's going to be Shrelly and I kicking off at least the cast for game 1 of our second set in phase number 2. Dragons and the Valkyries, the former number 1 seed with the Jade Dragons in phase 1 against the former 8th seed of the Valhalla Valkyries, opposite ends of the spectrum, but maybe starting to close itself up just a little bit in that gap. We were seeing the Gilgamesh and the Hobble was hovered there for a moment. We're like, maybe this is going back to Pagon for Gilgamesh at least, but no. Will be Sam for Soccer taking that one into the jungle. Charlie, you got to sit down with a lot of the junglers talking about this Golden Blade meta. And how do you feel with Gilgamesh at this point?
Yeah, we did sit down and we did chat about anyone that can use Golden Blade is going to be pretty strong. Gilgamesh does use Golden Blade pretty well, but the main highlight here has got to be Bumba's Hammer late game. Gilgamesh, arguably the best, one of the best, if not the best, Bumba's Hammer user in the late game, and just spamming those cooldowns, the kicks, that sort of thing. So I think that Sam for Soccer should be able to get off to a great start here up against Kirmi, who did start Blink. Anyone that doesn't have any sort of CC immunity, Beads is going to be pretty key into a pick like Gilgamesh. I imagine to see Sam get very aggressive in the early.
Well, we do see a little bit of early aggression from Kirmi and Benny in mid, trying to get those minions stacked up to hit that level 2 before Sam is able to in that mid lane with a Pagon. Sam, you can already see half HP in that Whirlpool, keeping him just a little bit further behind more than anything else. So because of that pressure, it allows Kirmi to go over and steal himself a back harpy camp and strip some farm away from Sam for Soccer.
Man, looking at this draft, the Jade Dragons are so, their picks are so interchangeable as Sam is wrapping around here on Benny Q. Might be able to get some beads down.
Well, jump in, but there isn't going to be a drop kick, so it's going to be at least until level 3 before we see Sam start to get some of that big CC online.
Yeah, but looking at these picks, the Baron, obviously Mike loves that Baron Salmoni, but this time it's going to be on Final K in the solo. Again, Pagon's played that Gilgamesh mid, but this time it's going to be Sam piloting that. It's so difficult to just pick and ban against the Jade Dragons because you never know what you're dealing with. And in this lane, Poseidon and AMC have pretty similar clear. Usually when you see a Poseidon or an Amuzin Cobb, you're like, okay, this person is going to have this outright clear advantage. But both of them are going to have a pretty solid time clearing this wave quickly, especially the way that they both decide to itemize here. Sands of Time instead of that Eye of the Jungle, going to give you more cooldowns, more mana sustain for Poseidon. And on the other side, obviously, the Bluestone and probably a Transcendent start from Pagon.
Now, I'll kind of pose this question to you. You know, in the past, Gilgameshes have been going this more bruiser style of build. You get things like Berserkers, you get things like Shogun's Kasari to make sure that you and the rest of your team can attack a little bit more often. So it's kind of this hybrid style of build. Do you think that now with the way that the jungle has changed, with how much damage is needed, that maybe we see Sam go towards more of just a DPS route?
I think full damage Gilgamesh is never the play just because of how much benefit you get from HP on his first ability. I imagine a little bit of hybrid. Pagon probably going to need a little bit of damage, but I don't think Kirmi's ever able to kill this AMC this early on in a 1v1 unless you get some itemization or Benny Q comes over to help. The red buff, though, definitely should be able to kill, but PPM's wrapping around here.
PPM does spot out Kirmi, and Kirmi now recognizing that there were a few people around him, one of those being Yamoja. Probably doesn't want to stick around for too long, so red buff will safely go over to Pagon. A purple buff invade, however, does go to the Valkyries. Kirmi putting that pressure and forcing Gamma out of lane allowed Wowie to be able to grab that buff.
Yeah, but as we were saying, I think Sam probably goes for the stone cutting sword, golden blade, that sort of thing, and then you got to go for a spectral armor if you're worried about trying to fight this ADC. You got to go for a Shogun if you're worried about getting one shot. I just don't think that you're going to be going full damage Gilgamesh ever, but with Bumba's Hammer, you really want to try to abuse those procs. Mike did not just steal that away. That is so unfortunate. I don't think Wowie's going to be able to get his purple buff now, so that one's going to run out here shortly. The Yamoja, man, those bubbles, they'll get you.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, a Pyromancer steal with a bubble in the first SCC set of the day, so yeah, everybody may be underestimating, and maybe even the players themselves just forgetting how little, but also how much damage some of those abilities can do.
Yeah, that is going to be the case here. Looking at this lane, though, King Arthur never really cares about the Baron damage. You know, like, you have so many different abilities to get away from the coffin. The life of the party should never be pulling Aqua in, and that's why we see him going for this teleport. He doesn't need beads. He's not going to really care. Anytime he gets rooted as well, the Wrap It Up is going to root him in place, but he has even his auto attacks can get him out of that root and just move him. So this is going to be a really annoying matchup for Final K. I imagine to see him pretty far back in this lane for quite some time because Aqua just should be able to bully him unless Sam for Soccer comes over and makes those rotations. He does finish the Golden Blade, so his clear and movement speed is going to be a bit faster. Not too much kill potential, though, in solo lane specifically.
Yeah, solo lane, it might be a while before we see something go down. Probably require a rotation from Kirmi to be able to go over there and help deal with Final K. Same can maybe be said over here in the duo lane. I mean, Artemis Yamoja has decent kill pressure, but Izanami, Kepri is a lot of kill denial more than anything else.
No, looking at the builds as well, I don't think that Panda Cat has a great fight at all into Wowie. I mean, with the Cow and Transcendent start, Panda's going to have quite some time before he can come online, whereas Wowie definitely just going for that Death's Toll into Ichival, probably that bow build we saw Zapman going yesterday. You just outright win the boxing match for quite some time. Of course, late game, Artemis is going to be able to fight and trade with Tusky, get some beads down, but Iza with the Ichival early on, just you're winning those auto attack trades 10 out of 10 times. You're clearing the wave faster. I imagine Wowie should get some pressure here.
Well, we do see at least early pressure going the way of the Valkyries in the dual lane. And up into the past, you know, the first couple of weeks of the first phase, the dual lane was always kind of the question of the Valkyries. Now, how are Gamma and Wowie going to step up? How are these two going to perform and kind of bring with the rest of the team? But as highlighted by the desk and what we got to see in Masters, Gamma and Wowie, with that time finally being here with the rest of the team in studio, with these guys finally being able to all play with each other, and even maybe some of those newer picks kind of popping their way in and out, we have been seeing an uprising in the duo lane for the Valkyries.
It's the matching flannels, man. That's what it is.
That's true. That now that they have them together in studio with the matching flannel, it's the real power. Everybody on your teams, make sure that you get some matching flannel to keep that one going.
Yeah, it reminds me of in high school when you were like, you'd coordinate your outfits with your boys. You'd be like, hey man, I'm gonna wear this shirt today. You want to rock it too? Then you'd show up looking really cool. And Wowie and Gamma, they do that every week. Every time there's an SPL,
every game.
Yeah, every time they're playing some Smite, they have the matching flannels on, and I think that's improved their team play greatly.
In fact, I think they even had it when we had them in for their Pro Media Day, if I'm not mistaken. I could be mistaken. That's been a while. It's been like over a month. Aquarius does pick up Fine OK, but Sam for Soccer waiting for him. Just missed the time on the drop kick. A leap in by Sam, but not much more. Aquarius will be able to walk just out freely.
Yeah, even if that kick hit and the stun was there just wasn't enough DPS. And again, King Arthur with a Genji's guard. Anytime Fine OK hits ability, his many abilities go off cooldown a little bit quicker. It has so many dashes. It looks like PBM's trying to find Wowie here. Does get the stun, but the rivers are available.
Second stun gonna miss. Wowie actually going up above and wrapping around the top side to avoid that one. Now that Gamma and Kirmi are joining the fray, Panic Cat has to be careful. Aquarius doesn't get pulled into the coffin, as mentioned earlier, but PBM has to use the River's Rebuke and walks the opposite side of the wall to get his way out. Panic Cat drops Tusky to give them a little bit of extra safety. Kirmi diving the tower, needs one more hit against Mike, but he won't find it. Luckily, he's got a Kepri to back him up to get him out.
Yeah, great dive by Kirmi. Needed that second dash, and it's not going to be enough as Sam for Soccer went for the gank, the re-gank, and maybe a third gank onto Aqua. It's not going to work, though. Maybe a blue buff steal is all you really net here. Aquarius is trying to keep this alive. I imagine wants to try and fight this. Look at Fine OK's HP. He might miss the wave for trying to fight this, but he could definitely get a kill on a Sam if he has his ult charge ready.
Well, drop kick will steal away the blue buff, so no further engage by Aquarius on the right side. So losing out the blue buff, not going to be fun for a King Arthur, but Aquarius will be able to conserve some of his abilities. Does have teleport in case he ever does need to come back just a little bit quicker there. And Fine OK, at least keeping things going out. As far as experience is concerned, largely even across the board early on. In fact, just now PBM ticking over to level 6 to at least keep only about a half level disparity over in that duo lane.
I'm curious to see what Benny Q is deciding to do with this build here, because he didn't finish the full Doom Orb. He only got the tier 2 Doom Orb, gets a little bit of movement speed, a little bit of power, but now wants to quickly go for that Charon's coin. The Doom Orb can always be finished later. You still get a little bit of benefit from that tier 2. Charon's coin as quickly as possible. If you do get those kills, those assists, start stacking that up even earlier. I like this. He went upgrading that item so that he could get the maximum benefit of it. I imagine Benny Q is going to be building a lot of movement speed this game, trying to run away from his brother in that mid lane. Pagon has the slows with the honey, but if you just pop your trident, you should be able to zoom away from all that.
Looking at the player damage chart, early on, player damage, 8 minutes in, no kills, doesn't typically matter all that much, but the fact that Panda Cat is topping the charts even over the Soul Lane, or even over King Arthur, rather impressive at least to say in the duo lane. Just mostly means that there's been a lot of fighting in that duo lane that Panda Cat has been willing to take.
Yeah, a lot of those suppress the insolence are landing. You can usually clear the wave and get a fair bit of poke onto your opposition. As Kirmi once again rotating over this lane. We've seen a lot of Sam for Soccer in the right lane and a lot of Kirmi in the left lane. Hasn't netted much if you're taking a look at the gold. The Valhalla Valkyries actually have a pretty sizable gold lead, I think, just because of the way that you're able to last hit all these minions, invade the camps when you need to. Vastly because Kirmi has been getting so active on this left side of the map.
He's still hunting on this left side. Sam and Mike sitting around this red buff at the moment. We did see that the first obelisk of the game went over to the Valkyries at the very least. They've got some pressure over in dual lane whenever they need it, but a four-man grouping of the Valkyries will spot somebody out. It's going to be Sam, a root onto Pagon, immuned out by the beads, but River's rebuked by Mike. Will catch two in place. Sam goes in with the winds of Shamaja. The Kraken is good to delay for a little while longer. Benny gets revived, but not going to go very far. Stinger down by Pagon, but everybody on the Valkyries will make it out.
That's a great trade of ultimates there. Remember, PPM did not hold that thought, though. Pagon could be getting dope by Kirmi.
Pagon does have the honey to slow down. A Riptide by Mike will at least get some extra zone, and that's the power that this Yamoja brings to a team, just being able to bail them out.
Wow, both of these teams playing extremely cleanly. I was trying to highlight, PPM did not have the beads. One pull into a Kraken could have been disastrous, but beautiful River's Rebuke by Mike, trapping in Benny Q, but he's almost turned it onto Sam for Soccer. Now Kirmi once again being the target of aggression. It doesn't look like Pagon was able to pick back up that Stinger, so it will be on cooldown. If it was up, Kirmi could have been in some trouble there.
We did see a trade out at the mid camps as well. And over in the Soul Lane, we're just going to see this time and time again. As soon as Aquarius has enough energy to use that max charge ultimate, and he's probably just going to keep firing those off one at a time at Fine OK. But Fine OK doesn't really care about it. He's got a ton of HP to his name with this Warlock staff, nearly completing itself up to that 50 stacks. And now that Fine OK is building into physical defense, don't imagine we'll see a kill over there anytime soon.
Yeah, Baron's just not the lane bully in this matchup. He just wants to sit back, farm as much of those Warlock stacks as possible, get to Bumba's Hammer as quickly as possible as well. Never getting ganked. I mean, you want to sit at that tower line, never accept yourself to a gank. If Kirmi says, hey, I'm going to dive you as far as possible, sure, we might see some action there. Finally, we might actually see a pull in onto Aqua, but given the amount of HP he has, I don't think a kill will net. And if you look at Aqua's build, he has teleport. That's why he's eating all this damage. He doesn't care. He's got a second health bar coming very shortly once he teleports in. If he does upgrade it, he'll be able to make these rotations very quickly. Right now, they're not going to be the option. He's just going to build that Gladiator shield, go right back to lane, and continue trying to farm up.
Sam misses another drop kick minion up against the opposition, but won't be deterred too much there. It seems that at least one of those two items that he got at second out, I don't know, I wasn't sure if he got the Morning Star or if he got the Mace for his quest item, but both of those going to be beneficial to this Gilgamesh. The Pyromancer started by the Valkyries. A very early Kraken. Mike has an opportunity to steal. We've seen it earlier today, but not going to happen this time around. The Valkyries secure the Pyro.
Yeah, that was a very early Kraken, but just trying to DPS as quickly as possible. I'm seeing, again, Sam for Soccer. Not on the right side of the map, this time on the left, but just trying to help with that trebuchet. I was thinking maybe, wow, he could be in some trouble, but he's so far back. Sam's just like, I'll come over, help you with that thing, and could get a little bit of tower push. We don't want that. And now just going back to the farm game. So still, we're looking at a 0-0 game in 12 minutes, not for a lack of trying. We've seen a few attempted ganks, just a lot of tanky targets and a lot of not even misplays, just great defensive and peeling plays by both teams. Really, the Scarab's blessings have been on point, and Mike has been pretty solid with those Riptides, making sure that no one's in real danger at the moment.
But so far, the macro play has gone in favor of the Valkyries. They grabbed that Pyromancer just a moment ago, and even before then, they were already nursing themselves a 1,500 or so gold lead for the majority of this game. So the Valkyries are getting the better end of the farm on map. So far, as you highlight, team fights have been going largely even. The Valkyries haven't been able to get too much further in this gold lead, but again, we're still somewhat early in the game. We're starting to approach that mid-game as players are starting to hit level 12.
Benny Q, though, goes back and picks up his second relic. Not an Aegis, not a Shell. It's going to be the Sprint this time around. There is a fair bit of things you want to run away from, but Baron has a lot of lockdown CC, and Artemis as well. It's going to be pretty difficult to deal with this. Gamma gets pulled under tower here, but he's a Capri with 2 aura items. He's going to be just fine.
Stinger does get expended by Pagon, and because Kirmi and Benny are both standing there, Pagon can't pick that one up for the cooldown reset. Good Riptides by Mike once again to keep Gamma at bay under that tower, but you can see the XP difference starting to come up between those two supports. Gamma getting close to that level 12 point, where Mike is just only now hitting himself to level 10.
Yeah, the Valks are trying to get aggressive here around this red buff. They know that Pagon's ult is down, and that's the only ultimate on the map that is not up, but with a 3-man grouping, trying to get very aggressive on the enemy side without any sort of avenue to get in, I don't think it's going to be the best option. Kirmi will jump away, but he gets caught.
It's a fight at the exact same point as last time, but Kirmi's on the wrong side of the wall. This should be first blood. Going to the Dragons, waiting out that Scarab's blessing, and finally it will fade away. Now they just need to close out the hits on it, and finally the first blood goes through. It's over to PBM, while Pagon picks up one. Gamma falling low, rooted out, slowed down, and dropped down as Final K made his rotation over, and it's a 3-0 swing for the Dragons to start it out.
Yeah, Aquarius was not able to match that rotation. Final K making a huge rotation in, and Aqua's just going to head back over to right lane. Wow, he doesn't want to step up to that either, so the Gold Fury will go the way of the Jade Dragons. Not only did they close that gold lead, they're now in head. Not too much, about 500 at the moment, so they've got a sizable bit of gold that they were able to close up there.
Well,
Hall of Valkyries were farming the map so well. I think overstepping a fair bit there. You know, you're going for this red buff invade. You don't really know where everyone is on the map. And then, of course, just a great wall by PBM, able to get the rivers up. Kirmi gets caught out. The Scarab's blessing comes a little early. Couldn't find any way to kill himself, get that death in the reset. So Kirmi, unfortunately, will fall. And then everyone else after the fact as well.
Yeah, because that Scarab's blessing got used early on, Gamma doesn't have it for the remainder of the fight. That maybe could have saved one of his other teammates there, namely Benny Q, who fell first during all of that alongside Kirmi. So the 3v3 of the mid of the Valkyries finally takes a spill this game. Took us about 13 and a half or so minutes of play before we actually got to see our first blood go through. But the fact that it got spread out evenly amongst the Dragons means that there's a nice little bit of experience that's going their way too. Mike, who was down 2 levels almost before going into that fight, now has a 1-level lead. Pagon, who is going even for the most part, now has a slight lead over BennyQ as well. Same to Final K in the solo lane.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Pagon backs and gets the Odysseus bow in that slot. Gonna help out a ton just for AoE damage already. Gonna be spreading the bees throughout everyone, proccing Bluestone to everyone as well. But you also just have this Odysseus bow, so a lot of AoE. It's gonna be punishing the Valkyries for grouping up around Pagon, around this AMC. Just so much annoying damage. And also, as you witnessed, you can just clear the wave with your auto attacks. You don't only have to use too many abilities on that wave. It's gonna be even more annoying. The AMC is already pretty difficult to deal with when you group up like that. You don't want to be spreading all these abilities to each other, but now the lightning is just going to be bouncing back and forth between your whole team.
Look what Final K has gone for a 3rd item in his slot. Typically, we've been seeing the Warlock's Breastplate into Ethereal Staff, but Final K is going to still get some of that HP, but in a different way. Wingblade, the 3rd item for him.
Yeah, if Kirmi comes over and tries to ult Final K, he'll just be able to zoom away. Usually, this was one of the big counters to Nemesis back in the days. We see a huge Riptide for Mike.
It's going to be an ultimate as well. Gamma trying to find a way out, but the Riptide is locking him down. He'll take a little bit of CC and damage, but Gamma will be just fine. That's 2 ults expended out of the Jade Dragons. Once again, Pagon won't be able to pick up that Stinger.
I'm waiting to see when Wowie is going to be able to join these fights, because right now hasn't been able to get too active. He's just been clearing the wave as efficiently as possible. Obviously, PandaCat was able to get a clutch trap on that last fight and help out a ton, but Wowie was never able to really get into the thick of it. He's got a pretty solid build here with the Silver Branches Kama, once again getting Riptide in by this Yamoja. I just think that right now this Izanami has a ton of DPS, but hasn't been able to really show and help the team.
Pyromancers respawn, but this time it's the Jade Dragons on it, and that will be a Frenzy pop as well. Pyromancer will go down before Gamma even realizes how fast it was going away. So Jade Dragons, who were down 2,000, almost 2,500 gold earlier, now have a 2,000 gold lead of their own. Same with the Experience that's dipped over to their side.
Yeah, still no real neutral objective to fight over for a little bit longer. You got about 1:50 on this Primal Fury. That's got to be the next time we see anyone try to get aggressive. Usually going for ganks at a time like this could either net you a massive win or a massive loss, and given the fact that the Valkyries are down right now, unless a massive opportunity presents itself, I don't think we'll see Kirmi try to force anything. Losing a life right before the Primal Fury spawns and you're already down a fair bit of gold could just mean you're forfeiting the Fire Giant next time around, and that's really not a play you want to go for. Again, unless we see something get forced, unless we see, Wowie force out PandaCat's beads or ult or something like that.
We do see 5 sets of beads on the Jade Dragons. No Aegises going up against a Poseidon, so BennyQ should have somewhat free reign for landing those Krakens out onto some priority targets. There is a shell picked up by PandaCat, though, and that's something we've been seeing a lot more often, has been these carries grabbing this defensive relic.
Yeah, just to be able to help your team with these auto attacks. 2 sprints picked up as well. Pagon is going to match the sprint that BennyQ got. Just so much movement. If you're able to just run out of the Kraken, or respectively run out of any sort of damage that the Jade Dragons have, I think it's going to be pretty beneficial. I think Pagon's is going to be worth a little bit more, though. Running away from the Kraken is pretty easy. Running away from Tusky, running away from Life of the Party, you're still getting sucked back in and completely stunned in one place. You got to make sure you're getting the most value out of your beads that you can if you are going to go a second relic like Sprint.
Invade, at least by Mike, though probably a half-hearted invade just to set up for a fight. PandaCat uses Tusky and finds Gamma, but Gamma should be fine. Riptide will hold him in place for a little while, but PBM ran out of Omi during the fight. Now he's left Wowie all by himself. Beads are gone from the Izanami, and Wowie has nothing left to fight back. He does get the Scarab's Blessing. Riptide from Mike just off the mark, but Sam gonna go right back in. Misses the bounce back off immediately, so Gamma maybe the sacrificial lamb instead. PBM, credit to the kill.
BennyQ is trying to wrap around here. Does have the Kraken available, but never mind. Just goes for the red buff, and Pagon's actually going to try to invade this, and Final K teleports in as well.
Final K right behind. Beads are up for Benny. He's got to use them. The Kraken not going to get him very far. Final K gets him with just the tick of the coffin to put a 5th kill up for the Dragons. And now the Primal Fury back up and alive. Jade Dragons grouping up around the objective.
Yeah, that might have looked like some mindless aggression. PandaCat just ulting for a purple buff, but it was all to get some numbers advantage for this spawning in Primal Fury. The Jade Dragons position themselves perfectly, force the duo lane a little bit out of position there. Wowie gets out, but Gamma unfortunately pays for it, and BennyQ just tries to go for his own red buff, but didn't expect that teleport in. Wowie, the gank, re-gank, this time could be in some trouble.
The beads are not available to Wowie this time, and as soon as he's revealed, he's chopped right down. Sam for Soccer getting the credit for the kill. 6-1 up for the Dragons. And while they were taking that Fury the whole time, that Trebuchet pushing up left lane managed to take a tier 1 tower and add even more gold to deposit the Jade Dragons. They've now been able to get themselves about a 5K lead up over the Valks.
Yeah, remember when I said needless fighting right before the Fury could turn into losing the Fire Giant later on? That's what we're looking at the moment. Aquarius, the only one that's been able to stay net even, gold-wise or XP-wise, on the side of the Valhalla Valkyries. You're asking for a lot right now. It's not looking like there's many avenues for the Valhalla Valkyries to try and fight back in, barring a huge an explosion off of Kirmi's ult. But it looks like the Jade Dragons are still trying to get aggressive here.
The Whirlpool at least buys the Valkyries a little bit of time. Aquarius, once again, the target of the Snake Toss by Fine OK. So for now, the Valhalla Valkyries will be okay. Fire Giant still standing. No real push from the Jade Dragons to grab that one just yet. And instead, he's trying to keep these lanes pushed up and really just kind of divide the attention of the Valkyries, it seems.
Yeah, keep your eyes on the ADCs, though. Wherever they are is usually what the team wants to follow. Panda Cat is not pushing left lane. He is going for the right tier 1 tower. Just anyone stepping a little bit too far out without any beads. BennyQ does not have him for about a minute. That's got to be the go button. You got to be looking to try and force a pick for this FG, but it looks like the Jade Dragons are just going to back off. Pyromancer still a little bit of ways out, and that's got to be the next objective that's being looked at. But the Valhalla Valkyries notice everyone's gone. Maybe they try to go for this Fire Giant. They'd rather go for a pick, though.
They can find maybe a ward inside the Fire Giant pit, see that there's no vision there from the Dragons, maybe some deep ward coverage. They could see that it's only 3 of the Dragons on this side of the map. Both of the Hunters on the Dragons are on the left end of the map. Even right now, Pagon taking himself back to base. He did just hit level 20, which means that he can grab himself the first starter item upgrade for his team and the first one in the game.
Yeah, that is going to be some great farming you see again. BennyQ and Pagon were matching each other's farm pretty well until Benny found those 2 deaths. Now 3 levels behind in that lane is Kirmi getting poked out a ton. I don't think Gamba's anywhere near, but now we'll be able to rotate in just in case the Scarab's Blessing was needed. Pyromancer is about to spawn in, and all 5 members of the Jade Dragons are here.
Secure does go in favor of the Valkyries. Having a crack into BennyQ's name could make for a decent steal, maybe some decent damage, but nobody was there in time. That Pyromancer just melted.
Yeah, I would say saving the Kraken for the possible Fire Giant is definitely going to be your best option there. And I don't imagine the Jade Dragons ever want to try and 50-50 against the Kraken. Sure, Pagon's got some pretty decent burst as well with the way he's itemized on this AMC. It's more so just, hey, can we CC this Poseidon so he's not able to burst? Or just kill him. Once again, has the sprint and the beads, but they've been able to force the beads pretty easily and then find the kill after the fact. Right now, all real relics are available except for Final Case Teleport. That's really the only thing off the map, and it looks like Fire Giant will be pulled. Where's the Valks?
Started up by the Dragons. No response from the Valks. The Frenzy is popped, and well, it seems that Gamma at least knows that they're there. You see him turn around
to just wanted to watch it go.
Maybe he just kind of heard an animation go through at some point, but that's going to be Fire Giant over to the Jade Dragons. No contest by the Valks. Instead, Wowie and Kirmi going to push up the left side of the map. BennyQ pushing up mid, but all 5 of the Dragons are in the right lane, barreling down.
Yeah, given the positioning of the Valks, they had to know that was happening, and they said, we're going to get a tower, we're going to get as much gold as possible. We'll group up on this right side. Phoenix and the Jade Dragons, they're going to go for this. PBM has ult.
Panda Cat, though, uses his ultimate. Aquarius is low, needs one more hit up against him, but they won't find it. The Coffin will only pull in Gamma. He uses the beads, and he's going to use the shell. That'll get him out just for now, but River's Rebuke out by a PBM is going to at least zone Kirmi away. The right side, Phoenix goes down, and Wowie, the first casualty of war on the right Phoenix.
But there is still a tier 2 tower available,
This game
so
is
that
devastating
Phoenix
now.
is not going to be the target of aggression. The Jade Dragons will retreat after getting a ton of relics. Look at the left side of the map. Pretty much all of them are down except for Kirmi's beads and Aqua's teleport, which isn't going to give you too much trouble. What are you going to do, teleport to the Phoenix? I think right now the Jade Dragons are pretty much taking whatever they want. All their ults are down as well, but just raw damage and auto attack should be enough to make sure this Phoenix falls too.
Started up. Slice and dice is good by Kirmi. Panda Cat taking a lot of damage. Stunned by Mike, not going to find Kirmi, but the Coffin is back up for Final K. That'll get the last set of beads off the board. BennyQ gets pulled into the grave as Pagon picks up the kill. And now it's 2 down on the Valkyries. Might be 3. But there were no bees on side that honey, so Aquarius will be able to dash his way out.
Yeah, Final K built the Bumbus Hammer and was able to get 2 coffins off in that fight. If they go for this left 2 tower, might get 3 if they stick around. I think the Valhalla Valkyries are probably wanting to sit as far back and Titan as possible. One more pick probably means game over at this point, but there is going to be a Gold Fury spawning here, so the Jade Dragons aren't gonna bite off more than they can chew. They're gonna say, hey, we all have about 3,000 gold to our name. We're gonna back up, spend that, and then go for that left side Phoenix if we so choose. We have a little bit of time left on this Fire Giant push, but trying to go for 3 Phoenixes on 1 life could be a little risky.
With that, 2 Phoenixes down, a Gold Fury to the Jade Dragons, and a massive swing for themselves. 13,500 gold up over the Valkyries. 8 kills to none, looking at another potential blank of a game. We saw it yesterday
Oh, no.
with the Warriors and the Leviathans. We got to the end game. Luckily, at least for the Warriors, Nika was able to find a kill to not make it an entire shutout. So far, the
In the
Valkyries
last
have not
second.
been able to get
Dude,
close
stop doing
enough
that.
to get a kill. The closest they've gotten in that last fight was when Panda Cat almost died, but then Mike and the rest of the team rallied around and kept Panda Cat alive.
They can't end until Panda Cat gets a kill, though. Because right now he's 0-0-6. Mike's got a much better stat line than him, and you can't be having that.
What if he just gets one more assist, then he's James Bond?
That's true. He would be 007, but I think he'd rather be,
7-0-0.
I think he'd rather have 7 kills at this point. So I don't imagine the Jade Dragons will end until we see a kill on this Artemis. If Panda Cat does not slay an enemy, this game will still be going. That's my guess. Anyways, they're going to go for that tier 2 tower. And finally, this left
We got
side
6
Phoenix will be
assists.
going down. But check out Fine. Okay, he's just pushing up some fire
Tusky's
waves right
putting in
now.
the work.
Will be doing so. He does have the Emperor's armor, which would help out his team under these Phoenix sieges, but he's just keeping the attention on the other side. Aquarius and Sam in a 1v1. Mike very low. The Kraken will finally secure a kill to help out. So the Valkyries are on the board, but they've lost Aquarius, so it's a tank for a tank. Shredded out here, but Final K still wrapping himself on a round, able to find some good damage up against Kirmi. Coffin is available. The Emperor's armor starting to put in its work. The Coffin will pull in too, but nobody going to be stunned by it. Wow, he finds the dash out. Sam for Soccer in the back finds the drop kick, but it's not enough damage. Kirmi goes down, Gamma goes down, and now Wowie being chased out. One more hit will be it, and it's Sam for Soccer finding the double at the end of the day.
probably
Benny
gonna
Q,
be it.
the last defense, but with no Kraken available, the Jade Dragons can walk right in, take the Titan, and take game 1.
And Panda Cat finishes 0-0-10. The perfect support stat
0-0
line.
and
Obviously,
10.
PBM was the ADC in that game.
That's
Beautiful
crazy.
Riptides, beautiful Rivers Rebuke. Did fall down because they essentially said, hey, we got to put all of our ultimates onto this Yamoja, try and blow her up if we can. They get the kill, but lose the game after the fact. Just great play. The Valkyries
Good timing.
they were farming the map quite well. They were trying to force a little bit 2 fights. They bit off a little bit more than they could chew towards that red buff, and ever since then, just commanding team fight presence and objective play by the Jade Dragons.
Yeah, you got to give credit over at least to the Valkyries there for being able to maintain those first 12 to 13 minutes of the game. But once I guess technically the second big team fight comes through, the Dragons able to separate the Valkyries, keep them split up amongst that fight. And that was enough for the Dragons to finally not just get the first blood, but get 3 kills after that, set up for a Gold Fury, a tier 1. Dragons really just felt like after every team fight that they were able to win, they were able to get something else more with it.
Yeah, and they were timing their fights perfectly. They knew Primal Fury was about to spawn in. They said, hey, let's just throw some ults out at this purple buff, see what sticks. You got a lot of damage out, and then Final K is like, I can teleport in behind. I'm going to set up everything. You get the kills, you get the Primal Fury, then you just keep rolling that snowball.
And with that, the Jade Dragons are able to take game number 1 over the Valkyries. We'll see if the Valkyries can bounce back in game number 2 right after this.
Please give me a call. Bye. I'd be stuck in my head. Think I need to escape. Feels like I'm waiting. Do you feel the same? My mom used to say that no matter how famous, at the end of the day, you only wanna feel safe. But I'd rather walk into the space to see if you're still awake. time, but I'm starting to love it. We might fall apart, but we always do. If it's ever gonna be right, if we ever had the time, hope you know that I try. If we'll ever make it feel
Jay Dragons on top of game number 1 over the Valhalla Valkyries here in Season 9 of the Smite Pro League, powered by our friends over at Alienware. The Jay Dragons, of course, playing on some top-of-the-line gear here. Alienware, of course, our sponsor here in Season 9. You yourself can get your hands on some Alienware gear as well. Go to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code SMITE, or AWSMITE09 to get some discounts on select Alienware gear as well. My name is Dolson. Gormizer's with me to break down game number 1. And Gore, the Valhalla Valkyries stabilized the early game here. Didn't get too out of control. Eventually the consistency, though, the Jay Dragons caught up. Some mid-game team fighting. Sanford Soccer started to step up, and we saw the good old Dragons.
A lot of what I was thinking was going to end up happening, again, like, you've got consistent healing, much better engage, a lot more like, hey, we can just choose what fights we want. And then the Dragons also just kind of played like the Dragons. And you had highlighted it as we went into the game. I don't know if you had intended it as heavily as you did, but like the Gilgamesh is just a good pick.
Purely a joke.
I think when you have, when you have so many picks on this other side that I think are as susceptible to the walls here, as susceptible to drop kicks that can get stuck by this Gilgamesh as much as they did. I mean, the Dragons just played around the Khepri pick really well. You got to see that there. But I think the entire selection of the setup, their front line, and their jungler really just made it easier. Like, you know, we could probably talk a ton about Pagon and Panda Cat and kills and blah, 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 damage that they did.
Yep.
Realistically, they might have had one of the easier jobs because it's like, hey, we're going to get these targets for you. We're going to set them up. We're going to lock them around for you. You just have to get the kills. I think that Yamoja did a lot of good setup for him. Sam admittedly got quite a few on his own, but I think the dropkick setup and the potential that this Gilgamesh had just made the game feel even easier overall for the Dragons.
And Gore, it's a pick that we haven't seen
not too often.
If at all here in Phase 2. And Sanford Soccer brings it out. Still has, you know, the utility in the kit. There might be better options, higher on the tier list options nowadays. But Gilgamesh still has a dropkick. Winds of Shamash is still great at providing some lockdown. That paired with the River's Rebuke is always going to be a good combo. And Sanford Soccer goes 5-0-5. Panda Cat with a support KDA at 0-0-10. He's my fantasy team hunter, so I don't know how many
top damage.
I don't know how many points I
Am I
get
gonna
for
have
an
to do
assist.
this again?
No, sorry.
I
You don't
can
have
look
to.
it up for you.
You don't have to look it up for me. I don't know how many points you get for an
He did
assist.
20k damage.
Do you get points for damage too?
Yeah, I think top damage in the game, yeah.
No, I don't know if he was top
All right,
damage.
well, he was higher than everyone on
The
his
Jay
team.
Dragons won, and Panda Cat went 0-0-10 along the way. You know, I think there's some good in games like this that the Valkyries can hang their hat on. The fact that you kind of stabilize. There was actually a period of time where just passively, the Valks had a couple thousand gold lead early on in this game, just through farm and things like that. And the team fighting looked clean. This one just kind of goes the way of the Jade Dragon. So maybe in P's and B's for Game 2, the Valks have some adjustments to make.
I think that one starts out really well. Again, like the Chernobog, the Uller, the Mercury, the Nemesis, the 3 bands and the pick they had, I think were really solid. As a second pick team, you're probably changing one of those to try and stop a first pick from the Dragons. But the problem came in the immediate lock-ins. The Baron and the Yamoja, you had a Khepri and a King Arthur, both that are pretty adept at what they do. But as far as like full-on engage, jump in, start fights, Yamoja walls, a good Riptide, Baron ult, you've got a Gilgamesh kick. Like the Dragons had so many varieties to get to a fight start, to just say, cool, we're gonna pick you, we're gonna lock you up. Like, you know, you mentioned it, like there might be quote-unquote better junglers right now than what a Gilgamesh can provide. Dropkick is nuts. Ignore the rest of his kick. It's a massive displacement that will stun if you hit a wall. Like, that feels so good.
Yeah.
And just that alone is enough, I think, that he has to have like a presence in the back of your mind even when he's not fully meta. And so I like that the Dragons are willing to pull it out and play him, because I think it looked really good knowing that they were able to make a pick like that, even though it's been kind of missing for a month or so.
Wow.
Come in and be strong.
Baron Samdi core 100% pick ban rate, 83% of
ban
the
the
time
AMC.
banned, 17% of the time picked. Now through a few games, that's just the one pick so far, but 100% win rate through that for Baron. Bans remain the same, just flip-flopped. Dragons ban the same 3, so do the Valhalla Valkyries. Baron Samdi selected for the Dragons. There could be a NEM pick for the Valks if they want to continue to prioritize that pick as highly as they did in game number 1. But instead, a Fafnir lock-in and an Achilles hover. This one would be interesting, Gore, because while we have seen some warriors here and there out of the solo lane, hasn't been the dominating force, much less Achilles.
Yeah, Achilles, and he's in a weird spot too. He's technically flexible. Like, I mean, you want to talk about the most flexible. Baron can theoretically play 3 roles this game. So I think he's a good first pick. But Achilles, like, you can throw him in the jungle. You can throw him into solo. I think more recently we've seen him in solo than we've seen him in jungle, but it feels like it was 50-50 over the last couple of months. And when you look at his kit, he's got a lot of interesting things that are helpful for team fights. He's got good stun, good engage, a great execute that is available to you, and we've seen change the pace of games. But I'm going to be honest. I don't know that anybody else is going for him. So, like, as a top 2, this to me means like you are now valuing him more than you value this Nemesis. You're valuing him more than you value whatever the Dragons pick here, and then more than whatever you third pick. Which means that whatever you are looking for the rest of your squad, this Achilles to me has to be a huge portion of it, because you know you probably could have made it through all 5 bans, all 10 bans of the game, and not had to worry about this. So he has to have a very pivotal performance for me to get behind it.
I agree, especially when you're giving up a NEM, as you mentioned, and the Yemoja, which is so strong for the Jade Dragons. All right, so Achilles, I mean, maybe some flex potential there, but likely over in the solo lane. Poseidon yet again for Benny Q out of the mid lane. So 33% win rate for Poseidon so far, but has been prioritized throughout the first couple of matches that we've seen in this phase of the SPL. As AMC now off the board from the Valhalla Valkyries, the Jade Dragons had an opportunity to run back a very similar composition. Remember, the Artemis was so strong in providing some lockdown with Tusky then, of course, and an AMC plus NEM. That was something I hinted at on the first desk. Probably would have been just a bit too much to give over to the Jade Dragons. And then Hades as well, Gore, takes a back seat. No surprises in these first 2 bans of the second wave.
I will say, the Dragon, like, it's a weird balancing, right? They lose some engage and setup in Nemesis, gain shred and kill potential, right? Like Gilgamesh, although granted Sam was 5-0-5, so kill potential maybe isn't the right way to word it. Sam played nuts on Gilgamesh. I think that this Nemesis is going to be able to do something similar in terms of kill count, but maybe not in terms of how exactly we watch it unfold. But realistically, you're losing the dropkick, and that's about it. But you're gaining Nem ult, so you feel pretty solid about that. Slice and Dice does a lot of damage, good slows, but you've still got Yemoja heal and Baron heal. You still got Baron ult and Yemoja ult and Riptide. Like, a lot of good setup, and that's just 3 people. Yep. I mean, at this point, you're coasting. Yeah, you lose the 2 carries that you had in the backline, but I don't think this really hurts Pagon or PandaCat that much. Both of them are so flexible and have such wide god pools that I think this top 3 for the Dragons is a very, very deadly core. And I need this strength, like the Poseidon, this Rom, this Achilles for sure, have to show off a lot here in order to try and balance out the 3 that the Dragons have.
The Valkyries try to funnel one more really auto attack based pick into their draft. I mean, that would require some moving and shaking of where these picks go. Could be Poseidon jungle, still remember Achilles solo.
That's crazy.
Someone still for mid, so you could still pick a hunter style pick from mid. Give the team wide coercive Fafnir a little bit more value there. But how about this hover? The Robin, not a pick that I was expecting to see today, and maybe I should have expected it. Sam for soccer, we think playing the Robin could be Nem solo for fine, okay, and then Baron for mid. We're all tipsy-turvy here, Gore. It seems like only Yemoja and what could be a Danza have a clear landing spot.
Pagon likes to play assassins. I'm going to be
right.
honest with you. I'm leaving that sentence at that because I was hoping my brain would catch up to figure out which one of them works better in mid.
So it's
and that it
Yemoja
would tell
Cupid
me.
duo.
Yeah, we've got that probably guaranteed.
Yes,
that feels right.
That's it.
Mike is definitely playing Yemoja, and Panda Cat, I have a feeling, wouldn't want to play
Mike
a
has played
non-Hunt.
Baron before.
Mike, yeah, but
That's
that one's
true.
less that Mike has played other things and more that Yemoja sucks butts everywhere else.
Yeah, right.
She's not good if she's not in the duo
right.
lane. Like you said, Cupid should go over there. I feel like Baron as a frontliner makes a lot of sense to me, but again, can be played in mid. I'm trying to figure out the benefits of like a Nim mid versus like a Raven mid, if that could happen, and if Pagon could make it work. And it's one of those things like if you're going up against Poseidon, Raven's got immunity in his kit. He's kind of like a Chang'e too. He's got a line ability that heals him and can clear a wave. He's got a leap that can get him away. I'm maybe selling myself. Charlie's nodding, so I'm feeling like I'm on a good track here. And he plays mid sometimes in high-ranked games. It's better than what I'm going to experience, so I'll take that praise.
High rank like gold or plat, right?
I have no idea what
That's
he
super
is.
high rank.
That's for me.
Yeah, gold and
high for
plat,
me
that's
too.
super high rank.
Me clawing my way out of wherever I can as a support player.
Gore, I've
alone.
played 0 ranked games.
Same, high five.
So I have beats me. I'm 1500 MMR. Whatever you start at is where I'm at. Baron Samdi, Nem, Yemoja, Raven, Cupid. So some flexibility here for the Jade Dragons.
I like what I said.
Let's talk about the benefits, though, the Valhalla Valkyrie's composition here. Fafnir, of course, good for some utility. Achilles, Poseidon, Ramen, Erlang Shen. We have stabilized some of the setup issues that we were facing in
I
Cable.
actually really like it. Like, Fafnir Hammer is a little more awkward to try and hit because it's just single target, but you've got the Hammer, you had just mentioned it, but like the Achilles stun plus the Execute being available, I think is going to be helpful. And Execute, you hit that Kraken, you don't have to focus on it being like the last hit thing. Kraken does a lot of damage. You can catch a Nim, a Baron, a Raven, a Cupid out with it if Raven's 2 is down. And all of a sudden, there's the Execute threshold, so you can have the Achilles come in. But like you said, the Erlang Shin, that taunt and the pin being available, that's what gives me a little more hope overall for the Valkyries. I think that they have a lot more engage. Still probably wanting to wait a little bit. I think this Raven and this Nemesis are going to be a threatening combo. I think that they could absolutely run if that's mid and jungle, they can run that lane as a twosome. If it's not, if one of them's getting thrown over there into the solo lane or whatever, then maybe it's a little slower, but I think this Poseidon has to play very cautiously and very similar to last game. Keep it slow for a while, just hope that the dragons don't pull away.
Well, think about Nemo plus like Raven route into Mystic Rut. You know what? You're right. The 1-2 punch of those two could easily, delete a Poseidon at some point throughout the laning phase here. I was going to ask about at what rate you expect to see these junglers get active. Again, we assume Erlang Shen in the jungle. I don't know.
I'm assuming Erlang Nemesis are the jungle matchup.
Could be some flexibility in the jungle. No room for error, though, for the Valhalla Valkyries. Jade Dragons take a 1-0 lead into game number 2.
And can the Jade Dragons make that a 2-0 win? We'll have to see with the rather eclectic god pool that we consistently see out of Pagon, and it will be the Raven mid this time around.
This is one of the rudest things I've ever seen. Pagon counterpicked his brother and is just going to try to put him in the dirt. I mean, blink on a Poseidon, you to the Kraken, or you to the Tidal Surge and ult the Kraken. Either way, you're not picking this to win lane. You're picking this to kill the Poseidon and never have to worry about his damage. Not to say that Raven doesn't bring other things to the table. It's just he's a solid counter pick in the jungle to Poseidon, but this is Pagon we're talking about, and he's like, I just don't want to deal with Kraken, and I want to get blink and get very aggressive onto this Poseidon, and that's what I'm expecting to see.
I mean, Pagon is one of the most first-blooding players in the league right now, typically able to find quite a few of those 1v1 matchups in the mid lane more than anything. So I expect sparks to fly whenever these two actually kind of get left alone in this lane together, Trelly. I mean, you're talking about the counter matchups just between a couple of abilities that the Raven has, and the fact that he went the blink as opposed to Aegis or beads of any kind really does show that Pagon wants to flex a bit here.
Yeah, I mean, whenever I'm the Morgan up against a Poseidon, there's a Raven on the team, that's who you transform into, right? You're like, I will simply transform into Raven, and then we take that 1v1 every time. Pagon doesn't have to be the Morgan. He just simply is Raven. One thing that he needs, though, is lane clear, and I think that's why we see this Katana start. That's got to be a Golden Blade. He's not going to be able to clear a full wave with his abilities. The wave is just simply too tanky, and with his build thus far, it's just not going to do much. So once he gets Golden Blade, we'll have an easier time. I am worried about the late game team fight of the Jade Dragons. They have some solid team fight like ultimates, but a lot of single target damage as well. Panda Cat is going to have to do the full brunt of the AoE damage with Fields of Love.
You can see that. Well, for at least the early portion, Pagon was left alone in that mid lane while Kirmi focused on his farm in the right. So that did give Pagon a little bit of extra solo XP up against BennyQ for now. Oracle Harpies will go the way of the Valkyries, and a Heart Bomb by Gamma will get him away from the majority of the wave. So not much clear the way of PBM and Panda Cat over in this lane.
Yeah, you love the Heart Bomb where your teammates are like, hey, group, get away from me, I've got the Heart Bomb. But Gamma says, I'm not even going to let you get the wave. I'm going to jump in so that none of this Heart Bomb is able to clear. There is a lot of reasons Cupid isn't played right now. I think it's a great comp for it. Rama, Poseidon, Erlong, all aren't going to appreciate getting hit with the Fields of Love, as well as Fafnir. Once he transforms, you can usually cripple him after the fact. But you can also just pop Sprint and run out of the ult, and that's never fun. You love getting a relic down, but when it's just one relic and it's going to be a sprint, that doesn't hurt. That doesn't feel too good. Gamma obviously started Shell, so it will be a little bit of time before we see that. BennyQ was building sprint last game though on that second slot, so maybe that's the relic of choice for the mid laner at level 12.
Maybe so. Pagon will at least be able to try and keep up similar clear to BennyQ, though it takes him obviously a little while longer. He's got to be right on top of the wave to do so. And Robin's abilities aren't known to be that large. I mean, between the 1 and the 3, those aren't going to full hit entire waves necessarily. So it'll be a bit of a slow burn in the mid lane, at least for now. So if you're Sam, you're going up against BennyQ and Kirmi as your opposition, at least in the mid 2v2. But is there somewhere that maybe Sam puts his attention to otherwise and maybe leave Pagon alone?
Yeah, I will say that the Nemesis versus Erlong matchup used to be much worse. When Erlong had a knock-up, you could simply ult in anytime the shield came through, you knock that up, and you almost always are winning that 1v1 trade. No longer the case. Now I imagine Sam doesn't hate doesn't hate fighting around where Kirmi's going to be as much. Still though, if you are Nemesis, you're trying to avoid Kirmi as much as possible. You want to find your gank. You don't have Blink, you have Beads, so you want to try to find whatever you can. Maybe in the solo lane if you can force out Aqua's ult. FineOK once again reprising his role on this Baron, and Kirmi is trying to find a gank onto the Baron as well. Remember, Sam doesn't have his ult here. This could be trouble.
FineOK does have ult, does get rooted out, immediately goes up into the coffin, finds just Kirmi. Stun will get the beads from the Baron. FineOK gets good heal, a taunt back in, plus the snake, and a lot of damage back. It's now Sam for Soccer has shown up. The heal comes through for Kirmi. It's enough to delay his life bar just a little bit longer, but not enough. Sam for Soccer with a perfect reinitiation gets the Dragon's first blood.
You could tell Kirmi was just waiting for the fatal strike, waiting for the execute from Aquarius, and if you look, he just cleared the wave and just ticked over to level 5. FineOK already had that ultimate and beads, was just in such a better spot. Kirmi, I saw in the face cam, was just like so unfortunate. That was definitely threshold, and FineOK probably should have died, but not enough clear. Aquarius was not able to clear that wave, hit 5, get the ultimate, so that gank falls flat, and now first blood goes the way of Sam for Soccer.
It's a lot of what we've been seeing from Sam in the jungle this game more than anything is he's leaving Pagon by himself in mid, he's leaving FineOK by himself in solo. It's just exclusively working on his own farm. BennyQ does find a hole out of the River's Rebuke, drops the Kraken, but two of them go right past it, and Sam is the one to pick up the kill.
And he dies 10 out of 10 times in that situation. He uses the beats early, beautiful River's Rebuke by Mike, even though BennyQ is able to run out, there's just no self-peel for a Robin. You have so many abilities to just immune that as Panda Cat, being very aggressive up against WoW. He doesn't have enough damage to follow up, even if that Heart Bomb was to stun. This is still a Cupid that hasn't backed yet. Great damage in getting the ult down. Could open up another gank, because Sam for Soccer has 2 kills right now. He's got the Golden Blade. He's ready to run all across this map, just finding free kills.
Yeah, we do see at least similar builds for the two Hunters from game number 1 into game number 2. We see the Cal into Transcendent start for Panda Cat, get those abilities to hit, and then Wowie going once again in towards the bow tree. So still finding that similar mentality of getting more so of the early boxing versus the early ability damage. We do see an invade of the Greater Scorpion. Gamma is here to try and stop this, but it is a lone Fafnir. Not going to be easy to steal away a Scorpion. Maybe with some backup by Kirmi and BennyQ. Riptide from Mike doesn't get him very far. The stun was good. Good ult from Sam on towards Kirmi, but these Riptides by Mike are getting him so far out of these fights. He's now left BennyQ alone in the backline. Massive heal coming from FineOK. Sam for Soccer and Fine will team up to take down the mid laner, but now it's a 4 versus 3. Low on HP is PBM. The execute can be used, but there's too many bodies there. Finally will go down. Aquarius credited, but Aquarius finds a triple stun, not before he goes down to Pagon. And Kirmi on the run in the turtle form. Sam gonna try and close the gap, but not gonna be enough.
Yeah, FineOK was just hitting so many of those heals, making sure that his team was able to live there. Obviously, Mike falls down, but I think that could have been much worse. If Aquarius is able to get that execute off and FineOK's not hitting all of those heals, keeping his team sustained, That could have been more worse than a 4-for-1. Obviously, that's total. I'm just saying that, you know, it's good that just Mike fell, and there was so much sustain there. I think anti-heal should be in the future of a few members of the Valhalla Valkyries. As long as Final K is grouping up and hitting as efficiently as he is, you still have to worry about the Yemoja heals, but Final K alone was able to make sure that
And
only
then
Mike falls in that
Panda
fight.
Cat has hearts.
The only
so-
casualty in that engagement towards the right side of the
Practice
mid
healing.
camps. We do, I think you're right to bring up the idea of anti-heal. I'm not quite sure if we even saw it any last game around when they had the same two gods going through. Now you have a Cupid who's going to bring even more team sustain, and you have Pagon who's going to have his own self there. So I think you're right, Charlie. Anti-heal could be a massive factor for the Valkyries.
Yeah, PBM, though, is lurking on the left side of the map. There's no purple buff to be had. Obviously, Wowie was forced up into the sky, so the ultimate's not available. PBM was spotted out by Gamma. Now just will throw some bubbles as he tries to waddle away. Too much damage, and no real kill potential without any ultimates available.
Panda Cat does still have Harp on. That's not the best clear. Gamma is just trying to bully Panda Cat as much as he can. Instead, he'll just throw a hammer over at PBM, but there won't be anything more beyond there. Panda Cat will allow PBM to get some of their healing through. Pagon going for at least the smalls on the invade of the red buff. Not going to be able to steal that one by himself. He's met by Gamma in the jungle, but Gamma will be able to walk his way out.
Yeah, I like the way that BennyQ is itemized here. He foregoed a starter item. He was foregoing a starter item. Went for the Warlock Sash as soon as possible. Now going into the Bombas. PBM is forced to ult and use the beats here.
River's Rebuke is a massive advantage for the Dragons, and you can see it up against Kirmi, who didn't have a path out. Gamma going to be able to transform to keep himself alive during all of that, but once again, Jungler going down on the side of the Valks.
Yeah, Gamma's still in the Dragon form here. Probably going to have to jump out and de-transform. No real looking, not trying to fight anything at this point. You already lost Kirmi. You got some relics down. Maybe try to regroup and look for a pick after the fact because, I mean, you really only got Mike speeds and Panda Cat speeds. And this Cupid is pretty safe in lane right now unless Kirmi can find a beautiful blink ult, something like that. But 2 levels down in the jungle, your opposition is 3-0. Sam for Soccer has been getting so active on the map on this Nemesis, and I don't see any signs of him slowing down.
If you're the Valkyries, especially if you're Gamma right now, though, Trill, I mean, how fast are you trying to convert this shell that's been picked up over to that Phantom shell? I mean, that was only the second time that we've really seen the River's Rebuke come out, but catches 2 people who weren't able to get out. I mean, if you're Gamma, how quick are you converting that over?
I've seen these supports usually build all the same way, right? It's the first aura item or spirit robe into some form of like a Witchblade, and then at level 12 you spend all of your gold upgrading both relics. So I imagine at level 12, whenever Gamma gets a second opportunity, he's taking a lot of damage here. Still has the overhead kick though, so Kraken is going to net absolutely nothing. There's a good hammer from Gamma, but a little bit late. Even if you pre-Kraken that, I mean, there's always a way out. Pagon still had ultimate available as well, and that's why this matchup is so annoying to deal with. That's why, I mean, BennyQ's not going to be getting too much value out of these Krakens in the mid lane. You got to find a new target because Pagon is not a lonely mid laner. He is a Robin that has way too many immunities to try and deal with that.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of coordination for them to be able to get a Kraken on towards that mid laner. Pagon very safe on that Robin, as we've been talking about here. As the desk mentioned, 2 different ways to really get away from that Kraken to kind of nullify that matchup entirely. A brief pause in the action. We'll be sure to get you guys right back in there as soon as possible. But looking at the pacing of the game, completely different from game number 1. In game 1, it was a slow farm game. We saw a couple of little team fights break out pre-10 minutes, but nothing really came from that. This time around, Dragons hit the gas pedal. They've already netted themselves nearly 3,000 gold, and we're just now getting around to that 10-minute mark, Charlie.
I would say the Valkyries hit the gas pedal, right? It all started because Kirmi walked over to solo lane, said, hey, we've got a free kill on Define. Okay, he uses the beads, uses the coffin perfectly. And then I know Kirmi turned around and was like, you got the execute? And Aqua's like, I'm level 4. So Sam for Soccer comes in, gets the first blood, runs on the other side of the map, gets another kill. He's got 3 to his name at this point, and everyone is reaping the benefits. They're all sitting pretty with so much gold in hand. I mean, they're up 3,000 gold at 9 minutes with no real objective done thus far. That's exactly what you want from your jungler. And again, I think it was more so by the Valkyries getting a little bit too aggressive without Aqua's ult there.
You do see it's a full 1-level lead for Pagon as he took those mid camps up over BennyQ. Final K will walk into enemy territory yet again, and the Dragons have just been fighting in the Valkyries jungle this entire game. We saw the one fight on the solo lane tier 1 tower at the start of the game, but ever since then, the Jade Dragons have been at the enemy red buff, at the enemy purple buff, in this case, even at the enemy blue buff. So Jade Dragons are not letting up on this offense.
Yeah, I keep seeing Panda Cat's ult diamond go down, and then immediately Wowie's ult diamond go down, and then both of their HP about full, and that's the end of the engagement. It's just ult for ult, and then, you know, they back off, trying to set up some sort of gank opportunity as we see the Jade Dragons immediately pull that Pyromancer. And the Valhalla Valkyries are trying to set up something here onto Panic Hat. Just a purple buff invade. Not going to turn to anything else unless Mike comes over.
Well, Mike does get a River out, but not going to really catch anybody inside. WoW and Kirmi able to get away just in time to make sure they don't have to worry about that ult from the support. But like to see the aggression from the Valkyries. You know, we see too many times when teams start losing these early fights, they kind of give up. They just say, well, we'll just make sure to farm our side of the map. We'll just make sure that we get as much neutral farm as we can, farm up our lanes. But the Valkyries playing still fairly proactively, making sure to even go for enemy invades.
Yeah, I think they're playing very smartly. I think Kirmi probably said, hey, they're on Pyromancer, at least showing face on the right side of the map. We can get farm on the left side of the map. That's your best option, because taking contested farm right now, this much gold down, is never going to net you that much as Wowie dashes in here. Okay. Panic Cat is just going to dash away as well, and the double stun will get him out of trouble. Again, so much sustain in this duo lane. Mike's just going to auto a bit just in case Panic Cat wanted to stick around, and he probably will just keep the wave for his ADC like a good support does.
And the important part, keeping his relics online too. Even eating through that hammer, through all those auto attacks, Panic Cat making sure to keep his beads up in case there was maybe a transform to come out of Gamma later on that would have been able to reinitiate or whatnot. So really you see some relic patience across the board. We saw yesterday some very strong relic patience across the league and whatnot, but this time around, once again, all 5 sets of beads up for the Jade Dragons, a couple of blinks. But this time it's FineOK who's the one to pick up the Frenzy.
I'm really hoping that Wowie's paying attention to Panic Cat's build path, because we've seen time and time again where we see the Fields of Love, and then Wowie goes right up into the sky. Fail Not has been built. Panic Cat's going to have way more cooldown than he has for these past couple ults. There's going to be a time pretty soon here where Wowie tries to ult the ult, and it's not going to be quite up yet. We'll have to force those beads, and then he'll get caught out, maybe forcing a rotation from Sam for Soccer. We'll be on the left side of the map right now as Panic Cat's just sitting here, and there's the Fields of Love. This time, though, not too far. Wowie just walks out of that for free.
Yeah, not quite in the center this time around, so Wowie holds on to both Relic and ult, but as highlighted, Panic Cat has quite a bit of CDR in the build. A Trebuchet has shown up into the lane, which means that there could be some easy pressure on this left side of the map. We see PBM making a rotation over, and it's going to make it a 3v2 in this left lane. Could put some good damage, could put some good pressure up on the tier 1 tower. Gamma used his hammer, his only form of that hard CC right away, to slow down Sam, but this Trebuchet is about to get a lot of free poke on that tier 1 while some damage in mid lane. Pagon is low, has the overhead kick to get out of the whirlpool, and the ult to get away from Kirmi.
Yeah, Pagon was never really in any danger there. Did have to use everything just to escape, but unless the Gold Fury is getting looked at after the fact, really no worries. You've got a fair bit of cooldown already with that tier 1 Erendite and the Transcendence fully stacked, so Pagon will be just fine in that regard. And it looks like they will just back off. So the Valhalla Valkyries, they've got some time to try and force something. Pagon still has beads, and the overhead kick, it's already back up. It's on, like, if you're maxing it, it's got like a solid 10-second cooldown at this point. You really don't have much wiggle room to try and force something. We did get a look at Panic Cat, though. He's sitting around the corner, maybe waiting for Wowie to walk up. Got a little bit impatient and just decided to clear the wave here. This is essentially what you have to do, because more often than not, these ADCs are just left on an island, and they're left to fight each other. And unless, of course, Wowie wastes beads or Panic Cat dashes in and overcommits, neither one of them have too much kill potential unless someone rotates, like PBM, for example, trying to find Wowie. That
River is back up. The Riptide is good. The bubble to slow down Wowie, and that gets the ultimate out. But on landing, Panic Cat and Mike should be able to drop a couple of ults in the midst of the fight. Wowie going to take a lot because FineOK's Coffin is going to pull him back in. Not enough distance to get away from the Dragons. FineOK finds yet another pick. And once again, we see the Dragons solo rotate over to a left side fight and now set up for the Gold Fury.
This time it wasn't a teleport, though. He still has the girdle, and I think they're going to be able to use this and just burn through the Gold Fury. Mike is trying to play zone duty here. The Valks aren't even getting close to this.
EBM down to a quarter HP. Execute is available, but not going to be used. The Gold Fury does go to the Dragons, and every single one of the Dragons will be able to just walk right out of it. The zoning from just FineOK and PBM is enough.
Yeah, PBM did have to use the beads there. Was just standing as essentially a moving ward and rip-tiding people away. The Frenzy gets popped, and that's all it really took. That's all they wanted. They didn't look for the pick after the fact. The Jade Dragons wanted to force that Gold Fury with their numbers advantage and then just back up and continue farming. Take a look at the gold lead. About 5,000, give or take, 4,600 already. Pyromancer's about to be spawning in once again, and I imagine the Jade Dragons should be on top of that as long as they have some vision to their name. They didn't use too much for that fight. Pagon still has ultimate. FineOK still has ultimate now. It's already back up, so they're ready to fight this one right away or just get it for free in case the Valks are not going to show any face at this objective.
FineOK going for a very similar build that he did last time around, so once that Bumpus Hammer comes online, you can expect the full cooldown from this Baron Somni. And we saw in 2 different fights at 2 different Phoenixes within the same push. Final K was able to get that ultimate back online to use it, and then even used it one more time, or got it back right after they had taken the Gold Fury immediately after. So we're seeing the value of this full cooldown build. A Pyromancer started up, PBM, and Final K the only ones here to slow this one out. Mike will be able to use the Riptides to find a way out. Pagon dives in the backline with the ultimate. The Valkyries will get the Pyromancer. Gamma gets pulled into the coffin, but not much further up follow-up beyond there. Pagon already used his ultimate and doesn't have many other tools left.
Yeah, did use the ultimate for an engage there. Trying to chase down Benny Q is 3 of the Jade Dragons. And looks like Saber Soccer had the wraparound. He's got Deathbringer, 1 lucky crit, and he could be falling.
Kraken just off the market. It's PVM to pick up the kill. Also low is Kirmi. Pagon not quite enough dive to take down the Erlong Shin, and the heal comes through from his ultimate. Now it's Pagon all by himself. Half HP on the Robin in the sky is Wowie, and Wowie will be the one to take the kill away from Aquarius. The execute not even necessary. Finally, the Valkyries find themselves another pick.
Yeah, they are able to answer back. They got that Pyromancer. The Valhalla Valkyries were just ready to pull it right when it spawned in, and then superior team play, a little bit too far diving for that kill onto Benny Q. So you get that return kill onto Pagon. Now you got some time to try and catch back up and play the farm game. It does go the way of Wowie. That execute could have went to Aquarius, but the snipes were pretty crisp there. And now Wowie's got a kill to his name as well. Does have a level lead in the duo lane. Pandacat just gets stuffed by that hammer.
Sam doing a lot of damage. The Fields of Love gonna catch just Gamma out. Enough to set up for a heart bomb, but good CC by Kirmi is shredding through Sam. Kirmi picks himself up a kill now in this game. And a reinitiation by the Dragons, 3 versus 4, but 2 of those 4 are quite low. Wowie gets stunned out alongside Kirmi. It's good damage, but Kirmi finds the double amidst the team fight, trying to find another, but PVM able to pull that one out and find a pick for his team. Now with the Riptide to get an escape path out, both the frontliners of the Dragons will run.
Yeah, I got my eye on that Benny Q Kraken. It's not going to be quite up yet, and it looks like all the Jade Dragons will be backing off here. You know, they had a lot of damage. I think Sanford Soccer went for the Deathbringer right away, right? Usually you get more sort of crit chance first, but with Pandacat's fail not, he thought, you know, we've got some extra crit chance here. If I get any lucky crits, we'll be able to just blow through someone with a Hydra's proc. I didn't see enough damage. Sanford Soccer got a little bit overzealous and now gives the shutdown gold away. Kirmi got a lot of credit for those kills there, and unfortunately for the Jade Dragons, a lot of those kills went the way of Polar Bear Mike. So now, instead of building into another, he went Pridwin, and now he's going into Staff of Mirrodin. PPM is going for damage on this Shimoji. He got credit for 2 kills. He's saying, you know what, I am frying with these bubbles. My River's Rebukes are on point. I'm trying to do just a little bit more damage on this Umoja.
I don't recall. Well, first off, I don't ever recall seeing Staff of Mirrodin on a Umoja, but I'll be honest, I've never actually seen how it works with all of his cooldowns. Wow, he needs more cooldowns by the time he lands. Pagon is waiting for him with open arms on the floor, but now with Kirmi rotating over, Wow will be able to make his way out.
I think Pagon's able to dive that tower relatively free here, but Benny Q's rotating over to find Fine. Okay, has the Kraken available, gonna wait out this coffin for the mitigations.
Now it's a 3 versus 1. Fine, okay, should not make it out of this one. Benny Q's Kraken gonna be enough to secure that kill. The Valkyries now with 5 on the board. It took them a while to get 1 in game number 1. Now, 18.5 minutes in, they've been able to find their 5th, but all the while, Pandacat has been pushing up this left side of the map. Gold lead still in favor of the Jade Dragons, still sitting at that 4,500 gold mark, so really all of this fighting that's been going through has kind of been for nothing.
Yeah, I was got to say, as we see Benny Q just get soloed down by Sanford Soccer, there was no world in which he ever lives that, and we see Benny Q immediately build into a breastplate the second he died there. I imagine that's going to be a spectral armor given how much crit is coming his way. Or a breastplate, either one. But given what we've seen, right, the Valkyries have been fighting back pretty well. You know, they've answered back, but the gold, it still has not really moved. 4,000, almost 5,000, still in favor of the Jade Dragons. The Valks are able to find these kills, these picks here and there, but Oni Fury's about to be spawning back in. They got the Blast Pyromancer. Will the Valks be able to make a play towards this Oni Fury? Right now it's here, and Benny Q's still dead for about 10 seconds. I don't imagine they're able to form a defense, and it looks like they're just trying to farm elsewhere.
Yeah, Oni Fury picked up and down to half HP. They're not even going to keep Mike there to make sure they can secure it, because they've got more than enough DPS on the side of the Jade Dragons to drop that one down. Yet another Fury, a little bit more gold up for the Dragons, and continue to push these leads. There is a Trebuchet on the left side of the map for the Valkyries to at least give a little bit of alleviation of pressure over on that side. Could force at least one member over there to try and deal with it.
I've got my eyes on Mike's build. I got to see where this goes. Obviously, Final K is trying to find a gank onto Aquarius. PBM also going to be around here. This is a very tanky Achilles, and no real DPS has joined the fight. It's just, unless you count Mike as DPS, because, again, he did build that Staff of Mirrodin.
Panicat drops the Fields of Love onto Wowie, who's going to use the ultimate to go up into the sky. So 2 snipes are good. Third one, not even used. Panicat sitting around 60% HP. Gets some backup by Pagon, who's rotated in. Wowie does have both of his relics and has this roll to get away, but Sam has shown up to the back line, and it's not going to be enough damage. Pagon able to hold out with the last leg, and Panicat finds the double kill off the initial 2v1. It's Panda who lives and gets them both.
I would not be surprised if the Valks immediately try to force something on the right side of the map. There was so much aggression on the left, and Final K getting looked at.
Kirmi is going to get his heal back, but Final K gets a big heal of his own. Riptides from Mike will make sure to get the team out. Kraken only going to hit Mike there for the brunt of the damage, but it's not going to be enough. And now, with Sam and Pagon rotating back in, Benny probably doesn't want to back there. Kirmi blinks for blinks to get away from Sam for Soccer. The route is good, but Sam can dash away, get some damage back onto Benny Q. The shield is reflecting a lot back, but Kirmi is winning the boxing match and needs some assistance.
Aquarius still has that execute, and look at all these possible targets. They don't have enough anti-heal to try and find one here, and it looks like they will just have to back off. The Toxic Blade from Kirmi doing a little bit of work, but you're going to need a little bit more anti-heal with the emoji, just spamming her healing, as well as the fact that Final K's been hitting some clutch second abilities as well. They're just getting so much regen, and you can't really find an execute when the health is getting that tricky, right? You don't want to go for it, and then they heal over the threshold, and then you're just sitting there without any real escape anymore, and you're just sad at that point. So I think smart for Aqua to hold on to that one. But again, while that was all happening, Oni Fury went down. There was a solid answer on the left side where you thought maybe Wowie's going to find a kill onto Pagon. Lives with about 1 HP. They get the double kill, and still the Jade Dragons are in the driver's seat, and the gold so heavily in their favor.
And I'm thinking about it right now, Charlie, and I can only recall one instance where Aqua's used his ultimate in the midst of a team fight, and he didn't even get the execute because Wowie stole it away with a snipe. And, well, Kirmi surrounded by 3 with the heart bomb after. The heal doesn't come back in time, so Pandacat gets a 3rd kill this game. And Fire Giant under the eye of the Jade Dragons, all 5 around to try and push this one out. Meanwhile, the Valkyries a little slow to trickle their way back in. Wowie up in the sky, has the snipes, but gonna use the first one on the ground at his feet. Fire Giant still holding on. They're waiting out the snipes from Wowie. They're gonna be way too early. The Jade Dragons get the Fire Giant, and they'll push their way up the right lane.
Yeah, I was waiting to see if maybe Benny Q would rotate in there. The Kraken had just come off cooldown, but decided to try and invade the red buff instead, trying to get a tier 2 tower possibly. Doesn't want to stick around too long, but you want to try and get this Bombus Hammer. That's got to be the eye of this Poseidon at the moment. That's going to be your biggest power spike of the game, and if you do get to that point before a Phoenix Siege, maybe you can get, I don't know, 2 Krakens off in a fight. That sounds pretty good to me. So instead of risking his life and risking dying at that Fire Giant, just decided to get some farm. So now the Jade Dragons, they're back in the driver's seat where they have been all game, and they're going to try and decide what they want to do with this. Left side tier 2, usually your first option when you get a Fire Giant is already gone. You've got the tier 2 in mid and 2 towers on the right side of the map. That's a lot of gold for them to pick up. Their gold lead is already pretty massive here as we see those power spikes. Pagon gets the Bombus Hammer, Final K gets the Bombus Hammer, and even Panagat has upgraded his cow with a Deathbringer upgrade, I'm sure pretty soon to follow. Even more damage coming the way of the Jade Dragons. The Valks, they've got their work cut out for them.
Now, I will say, speaking from experience, I might have to hold on to my thought as an invade comes up over towards the tier 2 tower, but I know how with full cooldown, how often Robin can get that full combo off on someone, you know, the auto attack cancels his abilities. Now he's got Bombus Hammer. It feels like Pagon just has an unstoppable and unbreakable chain of CC and abilities that he can throw out with weaving just one auto in between every single one.
Yeah, I imagine that he'll never get hit by anything but like Wowie's auto attacks, unless of course Kirmi finds a beautiful taunt in, and then he's got a force beads, that sort of thing. But no blink available, so anytime Pagon goes in, we'll have to be with that ult.
Group up, all 10 on the left side of the map. The Whirlpool out to slow down the minions. Phoenix not taking a whole lot of damage just yet. Final K will tank up the Phoenix. Gets a root onto just Benny Q. Fields of Love. Finds 2 in the back line. Gamma's going to be mezzed out by the snipes from Wowie. Are good to deal damage to Pandacat, but he's got a lot of healing with those hearts to keep himself back up.
Yeah, Aquarius had to use the ult there. Didn't want to get stunned by the coffin, and now there's still 3 ults on both sides. The Jade Dragons have not went through that right side of the map at all. They went to the tier 2 towers. They want this left side Phoenix. They're just trading Final K's Bombus Hammers, Brock, and now Pagon and Sam for Soccer are going to try and 2v2 in the mid lane.
Kirmi and Benny are here to try and slow this one out. Whirlpool will catch out Pagon, but will eat through a lot of that shield and health bar they'd built up. Aqua dashes away from the heal. Gamma half HP. Pandacat even lower, going to have to dash his way out as the slow does come out from the emblem. Again, all 10 players grouped up on the left side for both of these teams, but still, no further aggression onto the Phoenix just yet. Final K just keeping a subtle poke game going through. Coffin, though, is back up, and Aquarius doesn't have a way to get out of this one. He does get pulled in, but there's not enough burst damage. PBM throws out the River's Rebuke, and it's good enough to hold down, so Pagon can find the first kill of the fight. Aquarius goes out. Sam for Soccer goes to the backline, and Wowie has no escape path out. The jungler picks up one. Benny's stunned out, and so Sam can pick up a second one. Gamma down to a quarter health, and that Fields of Love should guarantee his death. The transform will be good, but not good enough. It's fine okay with one. Kirmi gets one, but it's Panda to get out the Dia side. Unfortunately for the Dragons, they still got to get the Phoenix before they can go to the Titan.
Yeah, that Phoenix had 1 HP. They put so much DPS into an immune Titan, and finally, they will fall down there. Beautiful engage. Fine, okay. Using that Coffin to pull an Aquarius. Aquarius uses the Fatal Strike, his only form of CC immunity, to try and immune it. Then, you sit around, throw some auto attacks at the Phoenix, and suddenly you've got a second Coffin up, and no way to immune that one. Aquarius goes down, you're up against a 5v4, and then Sam for Soccer just blinks to the backline. So many crits, just way too much DPS.
I mean, we're seeing the potency as to why this Bumba's Hammer Baron solo has been so strong throughout all week, all of the sets during Masters, even up until the first couple of sets of yesterday, and just why teams don't typically want to give it away because of how quickly he can reset all those cooldowns, how many coffins he can get. We saw what he did in game number 1 on 2 Phoenix Sieges. This time around, he never left that lane, just ability, autos, time and time again.
Yeah, everyone seemed to be playing lights out. Fine okay with his rotations and with the teleport as well. Always in the right place to make sure his team had that gold lead.
Well, Jade Dragons, they find themselves a 2-0 to keep their hopes alive in at least week number 2. That's all from us on the cast. We'll take it over to Des to close out the set.
That feels like a good old-fashioned Jade Dragons win there. You're 25 or so minutes into this game. You steamroll your opponents, and you get out of the studio with a 2-0 win. Now, in this current meta, 25-minute win is probably like a 20-minute win from the past.
Yeah.
So I think if the Dragons are playing this way, this is what you can expect from them in those really fast early game sets.
Did you even see them in the post-game games? Like, it was like just all business. There was no celebration, no like maybe a couple fist bumps, but then they were just all up gathering their keyboards already. Like they were like, okay, cool, we came in, we did the thing, let's go. And I mean, it kind of felt like that game, right? I mean, they came in, they did the thing, and they were ready to go. They get a lot of kills. Not as clean this time around. The Valks are able to pick up more than just the singular that they had in game number 1. But you are, unfortunately, if you're the Valkyries here, you're counterpicked in mid. You get a big set of plays coming from Fine OK. I mean, the damage numbers, the control, the ults. Again, everything that this pick was designed to do and what this god has in his kit, Fine OK got to do with flying colors. I mean, it was absolutely impressive to see what they had to do. And then you have Pagon on the Robin, like, I want to say maybe bullying Benny a little bit. Like, it's kind of sad that it's like, okay, cool, you don't even need the Aegis because you just know that Kraken's not going to do anything to you. And I think that's the unfortunate thing. Poseidon goes 1 in 5, doesn't really get to have as big an impact. Similar damage between the two mid laners, but realistically, you get a much bigger impact out of the damage from the Raven, right? It translates to more kills, translates to more objectives, things like that, than what you're getting out of that Poseidon. There were a couple of good moments where it felt like maybe the Valkyries could find something to grasp onto, but the Dragons, I think they read that one well in the draft, and then they executed it on the field.
Well, I think if you're the Valkyries or one of their fans, you're happy that you kind of stabilized the early game in game 1 and got there, and it's more of a slow burn. This one, there's a lot of tape to review, I think, for the Valks, and a lot to be proud of if you're the Jade Dragons, including their mid laner, Pagon, who's now with me for the post-game interview. Pagon, thanks for your time. Talk to me about yesterday. Let's rewind to a loss first and foremost, 2-1 to the Camelot Kings. What were some team takeaways? I don't know if you've had a chance to review it. What did the team take away that maybe went wrong yesterday that you wanted to work on today?
We thought yesterday we were a little too antsy on trying to make plays, which led to a lot of us getting picked over and over. So it kind of ruined the flow of the game. And today we're trying to kind of pull it back a little bit, play a little slower, cleaner,
Felt more stabilized today. Now talk to me. Gore sort of mentions it in the post game there. Robin into the Poseidon feels a bit counter picky. Did you feel like just counter-picking your brother here on this one? Did he feel like getting yourself a good matchup?
When Cherry's your coach, he's always in the back of your ear saying, Robin's OP, you should just pick it. I hear that every scrim, so just pulled it out.
Got it. So it's more Cherio and less like picking on your brother a little bit. How much of this in this set do you feel like is established meta for you guys versus still trying to feel things out? Obviously, we're pretty early into the phase. Do you think there's still some figuring out of the meta to be done?
Yeah, we're still trying to figure it out. We don't really know what we want to do. Like today, we didn't play as much hunters as yesterday. You know.
Yeah, right.
We're still trying to see what's good.
You had one hunter on your team in each game and instead of 3 or so. Look, it was a great set from you guys. Back to your winning ways. Thanks for your time, and best of luck in your future sets. All right, so the J Dragon's still doing some theory crafting, but this theory is one that apparently works. Every once in a while, you forget Cherio's back there, kind of whispering in their ear, because that's a Cherio pick, right? Robin is just
anytime a Robin appears, you know, you get to see like the Circuits, I think occasionally, but realistically, the Athenas when they show up, like that's the immediate reminder of, oh yeah, Cherio's probably in there, like, hey Sam, guess what you want to play right here, like
what's
whispering in the ears.
I think it's funny that, especially a team that's so flexible like the Dragons, you would assume that Cherio, one of the greatest junglers of all time, is kind of whispering in the ear of Sam. In reality, Pagon's so flexible that he'll play Assassins also.
Hey, you're willing to play Assassins? All right, I got some words to throw at you.
For you. Here's a look at the rest of our schedule for today. Yesterday, of course, the top 2 matchups that you see there, the J Dragons, or rather, this is today, and then moving into tomorrow, excuse me. So the J Dragons take down the Valhalla Valkyries in our first matchup of the day. We move on to Bolts versus Scarabs. And then a triple header of games tomorrow, starting with Leviathans versus Titans, ending with Scarabs versus the Oni Warriors. All right, Gore, so Bolts versus Scarabs, our second matchup of the day. What are you looking out for in this one?
I'm keeping my, similar to how this set went, I was watching the Valkyries a little more than I've watching the Dragons. I think we've seen the Dragons do really well already in Phase 1. Admittedly, I'm keeping eyes on the Dragons throughout the year just because, like, sometimes Phase 1's real good and then the rest of the year doesn't quite live up to it. But it was eyes on the Valkyries because I wanted to see how much they had improved from Phase 1, Week 1 to Week 4 to Masters to here. This is very similar. Where are the Scarabs right now, right? We know the Bolts are good. We know that they can get to the top of a tournament. They can get top 4 if they go to, you know, Phase 1. What was it, top 2? So this is going to be less of a question on how well can the Bolts perform and what are the Scarabs bringing into this phase.
Because it's bounce back time for the Scarabs. Remember, Scarabs made a very early exit from that Masters event. An SEC team sends them home. Have they regrouped? Are they going to show up here in Phase 2 of the SPL? All of those questions and more answered. Bolts versus Scarabs coming up next.
Only one nipple. I had to bring in a tailor for that. Where's my nipple tape? Is that bad? Oh, cool. Miz, you look good. I like the pink on you. Pink's my color.
Of that, dude, that's so hot. Holy fuck.
One across my pink right here. One thing.
Are you done with spamming Miz to play a game for once? Well, wake the fuck up, Samurai. Wait.
Welcome to the oh. Wait. Oh, here we are. Welcome to the OTK Smite Invitational. 8 teams, 40 of your favorite creators will fight it out for a $100,000 prize. Tune into the event on June 27th, live at twitch.tv/Miskiff.
be stuck in my head. Think I need to escape. Feels like I'm waiting. Do you feel the same? My mom used to say that no matter how famous, at the end of the day, you only wanna feel safe. But I'd rather walk into space to see if you're still awake. If it's ever gonna be right, if we ever had the time, hope you know that I try. If we'll ever make it feel right, still think we can work it out. Hope you know that I try. I'm running over the highways, running sideways. I'm falling, but I'm starting to love it. We might fall apart, but we always do. If it's ever gonna be right, if we ever had the time, hope you know that I try. If we'll ever make it feel right, still think we can work it out. Hope you know that I try.
You don't say. Cutie. High of cuteness. Jazz. Come on.
Are we live already? Well, I've been told that it's that time of the day again to ambush players with a little tiny fuzz time. So I'm gonna do it. Looks like we've got the Olympus Bolts in studio today. Seems like they're having a serious conversation. As you can see, Hindu Man on deck, as is previous League Ops leader, Coop. But I don't care. Ven, are you paying attention to what they're saying right now?
A little bit, yeah.
Well, it's too bad, bud, because I'm going to pull you away for a second. Let's come over here. So,
this way?
conspiratorially,
Okay.
if one player on the team
Right.
were to be like a secret celebrity, who would it be?
Haddix for sure.
You think so? Like what's he do?
I mean, streamer celebrity, honestly.
Okay, well that's not a
He's already
secret,
there.
man. That's not a secret.
Not there yet. Not there yet.
Okay, so he's not a
Almost.
streamer celebrity,
Almost.
but he could be.
Yeah.
Okay. Jake, if you had to enter into a committed relationship with only one member of the Bolts, which one would it be?
Like, what kind of relationship?
Committed.
Like, what are we doing? Like,
Everything.
like we're just together?
Whatever you think a relationship is, my guy.
Like, queuing Smite ranks?
Sure.
I mean, I guess I queue a lot with Haddix, so, you know.
Olympus Bolt shippers, make sure you've taken notice. It's Jake X Haddix. Haddix, to springboard off of that question, what would your couple's name be with Jake?
Ooh. What was it before? It was, I think it was Had 408 or something. I don't remember. Yeah.
So there was a relationship before. There was a falling out. Now we're rekindling that just now. Oh, that's good to hear. Lazra, do you ever feel like you're third wheeling when Haddix and Jake are together?
Every day I wake up, I just see them like hanging out in the living room and like they're queuing rank, and I'm like, I want to queue rank with you guys, but they're always together. I can't get in touch with them. They're just like always on Discord together. It's like all the time.
Wow.
Yeah, it's horrible.
It is tough. It is tough to be an Olympus Bolts unless you're either Haddix or Jank. Thank you very much for your time, boys. I appreciate it. Shippers, you know what to do.
Well, thank you so much, Mifflin, for the Tiny Mike interview with the Bolts, and thank you so much to Prime Gaming for being the sponsor of Season 9 of the SPL. Make sure that you are making the most out of your Prime membership by getting Prime Gaming. You get all kinds of free games alongside the stuff that you were already playing is going to get even more great content, so make sure that you are utilizing your Prime membership for Prime Gaming. And if you don't have a Prime membership, you should probably get on that now because you get 2 free day shipping on all the stuff that you are already buying, things like like food, whatever kind of cool things you want to get around your house, some furniture. You can buy just about anything on Amazon these days, so make sure that you get your Prime membership for the free 2-day shipping and link that over to your Twitch account to make sure that you can get the most out of that one, a free Prime membership, or a free Prime sub, I should say, to your favorite streamer and all the other great benefits. Thank you so much to Prime Gaming for being the top sponsor in Season 9 of the SPL. My name is J-Mac. I've got Charlie joining me on the desk. We get ready to jump into our second set of the day. We'll have the Olympus Bolts and the Solar Scarabs. A first look at these two teams after their unfortunate stumbles during Masters.
Can I just say, I'm very sad that no one's queuing ranked with Lasbra after that interview.
Yeah, somebody really needs to help Lasbra out.
Yeah.
He really just wants to queue ranked, and his teammates are not helping him.
Anyone will hop in the queues with that.
Maybe
Anyone
you?
lucky to queue with Lasbra.
Maybe you should queue with Lasbra.
I would love to, but you think I'm cool enough to queue with Lasbra? That's what I'm saying.
I think you're cool enough to queue with Lasbra, and that's why I've got you on the desk with me, so that way we can break down and talk about Lasbra and the rest of the bolts and the schedule that's available to you guys. Jade Dragons find a decisive 2-0 victory over the Valkyries for our first set of the day, and then, as I said, we got the bolts and the Scarabs. It's going to be coming up right now. After that, we'll have 3 SPL sets tomorrow, so make sure that you're tuning in 11 a.m. tomorrow to catch the remainder of our sets. We'll get our first look at the Tartarus Titans since their victory at Masters, as well as we get to revisit the Leviathans, the Kings, and a few of the other teams that have already played throughout this weekend. And talking about these two teams in particular, the Olympus Bolts and the Solar Scarabs, Scarabs getting knocked down in their first chance to kind of pop themselves in the Masters tournament. They fall out to the SCC team with the Eldritch Hounds, and it kind of shows a little bit of a rough patch with them. The Olympus Bolts, however, were able to make their way a little bit further in the tournament, making it to that top 4 spot with the Camelot Kings, the Dragons, and the Titans throughout. But the Olympus Bolts, maybe a little bit due to the sickness of Barracuda, not having everybody at 100% strength, wasn't able to kind of fully find their way. But the Olympus Bolts did show some very strong strides during Masters.
I'm not buying it. I think Barra is always sick, and when he's not sick, that's when he's playing worse. Either way, though, I think the Bolts had a great showing during Masters, and I think this meta actually suits them quite well. This sort of this play style that we've seen, this rise of Hunters. You know, I've seen Haddix play on stream. He doesn't mind playing the Hunters in solo lane every once in a while. So I think there's a reason that they did quite well in that tournament. Of course, they did fall just a little bit early to the Jade Dragons, but still they looked solid. And I think, you know, given the time that they were able to sit back and watch some of those games, I think the solid gameplay will be continuing. You know, that they've been working together as a squad, I'm sure, and now that, you know, they're all back in the house just training and getting better, grinding these queues as we saw Jake and Haddix at least queuing together. They've been looking pretty good.
Yeah, we've gotten to see, you know, with these teams after having their week and a half off or so once Masters was complete, or maybe for some teams a little bit more time, depending on when they were eliminated throughout there. They've had some time to kind of look at the meta, kind of dissect what's been going on, things that have been able to change out. You know, we've even been seeing, even with the bonus patch coming through and some of the small change-ups, not a whole lot of broad sweeping changes to the meta necessarily by a few of these teams, more so just kind of redefining and kind of fine-tuning what has already been shown to us.
Yeah, and that's what's interesting, right? I think yesterday we were sort of confused about what was going to be coming. The Camelot Kings were like, yeah, we think the meta's changed a fair bit, and then we asked, fine, okay, and he was like, I think it's pretty much the same. These teams got to sit back and watch that, and maybe we'll get to see what their best iteration of what the meta has turned into will be.
We do have standing by, at least for our pregame interview, one of the members of the Olympus Bolts. We got the mid laner, Venenu, standing by to talk to us a little bit. First off, good to have you in here for your first set now of phase number 2. You guys, you know, made it to the top 4 of Masters, didn't maybe quite have the performance you guys were expecting when you got to that point. Well, what's the team been working on in this downtime to try to get you guys prepared for phase 2?
Yeah, we've been playing a lot of ranked, and yeah, helping Barra get better because he's still sick. So. Yep.
So do you buy into what Charlie was saying, where if Barracuda is sick, he's playing better, or do you think a healthy Barracuda is better for the team?
I think Barra's always playing good. He's just a consistent player, so it doesn't matter if he's sick or not.
That's fair out there. Well, we have been seeing
definitely better when he's not sick, though.
No, I think he also prefers to not be sick to play some of these games, being able to be here to help out and whatnot. So we've been seeing a little bit of change-ups to the meta, not a whole lot. In your opinion, Ven, do you think that there has been a lot of change-ups even with this new bonus patch coming through?
I don't think it really changes up too much. I think it adds more flexibility, if anything. But, I mean, probably pretty similar. But we'll see. I mean, it's the beginning of the split, so it might be some spicy stuff coming out.
Yeah.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah, only week 1. Well, I'll let you get back with the team. That way you guys can get set up. Thanks so much for coming by for the interview. Good luck in your game.
Have a good one.
Look, I'm going to agree with him. I don't think that Barracuda ever wants to be sick to play one of these games, but I think he's good pointing out that it is a consistent player and a consistent team across the board, and that's something that we've been noticing a lot with the Olympus Bolts as this phase has been going on, even kind of towards the tail end of last phase. The inconsistencies have been kind of polished up here, and the Olympus Bolts have really been able to refine themselves in this first phase.
Yeah, and I think Van, smart to not reveal too much in that interview.
Right.
You know, he's going to say there are some spicy picks. Maybe the meta's looking good, but also, you know, this is our first game. We want to come out swinging and not reveal too much. So be a smart player there. Maybe if we take him after the game, he'll be able to give us a little bit more. But looking at the Scarabs, man, they have a lot to prove. As you mentioned, they did fall to the SCC team in the Masters tournament. Not something you really want to find. It was not even relatively close. I just think the team was a little bit in shambles there, and they got to pick themselves back up. And we know because we've seen them perform at such a high level before. There's one of those teams that can find a lead into just about anyone, no matter who it is right now in the league. You find themselves getting 3,000-4,000 lead in the early, but as the game goes on, that late game, about 20 minutes in, those team fights are usually where they fall short.
Yeah, the Solar Scarabs have been able to find a lot of success in the early game, especially in phase number 1. As you highlight, the first 15 to 20 minutes has kind of been that big point for the Solar Scarabs team, but they haven't been able to find too much success across the board. The only set win that they were able to find during the first phase was up against the Valkyries. The Valkyries, the only one they found was surprisingly up against the Leviathans, who we've already talked a lot about them, but the Solar Scarabs are a team that always kind of keeps you guessing. You never know what's going on through the minds of these players, through the minds of the coach and whatnot on this team. I mean, Scream is a player to play just about anything he wants in the jungle. It kind of gives me almost like Sino vibes in that essence, where you never know what he's going to bring out. I mean, one time we see a Terra jungle come out. Other times we've been seeing Morgan Le Fay pop in the jungle. The Scarabs roster always keeps you guessing.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think Scream and Inbound in particular, their picks are always interesting. You never know what they're going to be going to. You see something locked in, and you're not quite sure where it's going, and that helps them out in the picks and bans. And again, they are able to get ahead more often than not in most of these matches. It's just, can they hold on to it? What do they do with those leads? How does their objective play translate? Things like that. And this is a team that we love to watch, right? They always have something interesting cooking, and it's always a fun match, but I just want to see more of those late game team fights.
We've been seeing a lot of change-ups of the Scarabs, obviously coming out of even last year. We've seen change-ups to their roster. This time, Scary D coming over to the team for the solo lane has been able to add at least a unique dynamic there. And the man on screen right now, Stewart, is one that I kind of want to highlight a little bit. Has had a massive improvement since his jump up into the SPL. He was kind of the weak link of the team at that time, but now has become one of the more consistent players amongst the team and has become a complete powerhouse in that dual lane.
Yeah, I like that word you use. I think Stewart is the definition of consistency right now. Even if the team's behind, he's still probably even. If the team's ahead, he's definitely winning in that lane. And it's interesting because he hasn't really been playing those picks we're used to, those magical ADCs so much. I don't think the meta really suits it right now, where these crit hunters are so much better, and he's able to play those quite well as well.
Yeah, the Scarabs have been doing a lot of interesting things throughout the season. We'll get to talk to maybe one of the big minds behind the Solar Scarabs. We got the coach Slaney standing by for our pregame interview. First off, Slaney, thanks for coming in for the pregame interview. You guys had a little bit of a stumble during Masters, maybe an unfortunate fallout early on. What's some of the changes the team's been making since then to try and bump yourselves up and improve?
I mean, we were in a pretty unfortunate spot where we just had a lot of internal issues throughout the year. So it kind of led to us just not having the best practice. And I think, whenever you have such losses like we did, it was obviously like a huge loss, one of the biggest in the SPL. It's kind of like a wake-up call. So I think it was basically it was a wake-up call, and we sat down, we had like a really big team meeting, and I think we ironed out a lot of our issues, and we actually had some really good practice. We had the longest win streak we've had this year, just the day after we got back. So we're feeling better, but obviously it's still hard to tell because we haven't played real games yet. It's just practice, and winning scrims is never good apparently. So but
well, it's good to hear that you guys are at least being able to at least bounce back, whether it comes to scrims, whether it comes to the mental out there. You guys are going up against the Bolts. These guys have been a very consistent team across the board. What are some of the things that you've been working on to try and tackle against this team specifically?
I think we're just not at the point where we can super focus on how to take each teams individually. Obviously, we can adjust our drafts and do what's best, but I think right now we just need to keep focusing on ourselves and improving, rather than focusing too hard on the enemies and just focus on ourselves.
Yeah, well, Slaney, thanks for coming by for the pregame interview. Best of luck. Good to hear you guys are moving on, and good luck in your set.
Thank you.
I think it's important, and I think he brings up a good point. A bounce back from a tough loss can be hard for some teams. Some teams take a couple of weeks to do so. Some teams sometimes maybe not even be able to make a recovery, but it is good to hear that at least across the board the Scarabs are doing better mentally to try and bounce back from this, and even if it is just in scrims, able to find some success in there.
Yeah, and I think that mentality they're having is solid as well. You don't want to focus on, okay, we're up against the Bolt, let's try to do this, this, and this. When Slaney already mentioned, they already had so many internal problems they were trying to fix up and work on. So just worry on your own gameplay. Try and force them to play, the style that you're trying to play. The Bolts, or you want them to react to you. You want to be proactive, not reactive. So trying to make them, just here to your play style is going to be the best option here. So I think all great things come from the Scarabs. And one thing about taking a tough loss when you're in one of the lower seeded teams in the league, you're used to taking those tough losses and trying to learn from them. That's the best thing you can do in a league like this.
I can really only go up when you're kind of sitting at the lower end there. The Scarabs, though, Even despite, at least the good insight from the coach talking about how they feel they've been getting better, it does really come down to the play on field. And I imagine a lot of the Solar Scarabs fans and a lot of people at home are wondering, are we going to see the improvement of the Scarabs? I mean, we saw this team be able to take down the Dragons at Worlds all the way back in Season 8. We saw these guys really be able to make some strides in that latter half of last season, but whenever it came down to phase number 1, not quite able to regroup, whether that was the growing pains of having a new solo laner in there or just some inconsistencies across the board, maybe some mental struggles between the team itself.
Yeah, I was going to say, I really hope that the Scarabs aren't watching the player cams, because they would see how just chilled out Jake looks. He's zoned in, he had his arms crossed behind his head, but then I looked over at Scarad D, and he's looking the same way. Either, I can't tell if it's confidence or they're just like, getting zoned in for the match, but either way, if I'm looking over at my lane opposition and they're just sort of napping, getting ready for the game, I'm thinking they've got something, they've been whipping up something in scrims or in the practice field. They're ready to, play at their best level coming into this matchup.
This is how the Bolts always are. The duo lane, everybody's always chill over there. Picks and bans for game number 1 between the Bolts and the Scarabs. Ready to go right now. We've been seeing a little bit of change up as far as the first priority bans go when it comes down to these teams. Things like Nemesis, Mercury, kind of eyeing their way up from the Masters. Yamoji and Baron have also been ones that have kind of been finding their way into the top here. Probably the most surprising, but maybe not surprising against the team specifically, Olorun, the first ban for the Bolts.
Yeah, that is going to be an interesting one. I was going to say Nemesis probably wants to be taken away if you are the Scarabs. Giving that to Lasbra, never going to be a good option. I don't really see him as too much of a Mercury player, but I imagine he probably has it in the back pocket, ready to pull it out if need be. It's just so good in the meta right now. Would the Scarabs really take 2 bans against Lasbra? It could be a safe option just because of how strong Nemesis and Mercury are specifically.
It does seem the Bolts are putting a lot of priority on keeping Hunters away from the Solar Scarabs. The AMC, a bit of a flex between both Stewart and Baronic in that mid lane. We've even seen AMC go over to the solo lane a few times, but not going to at least see the light of day in this game. It'll be Olorun, AMC, and Jingwei banned away by the Bolts. Solar Scarabs will kind of go all over the board. Ula are going to be taking it away, as well as the Nemesis and the Yamoja. First option goes to the Bolts, and there's a lot on the table. Baron is still available. Mercury, I mean, there's so many picks that the Bolts have.
Yeah, and the Kleena notably is still available as well. Haddix loves to go to this pick to just get ahead in lane, get safe pressure, and just be able to output so much damage late game. There's a lot to think about because, as you mentioned, so many picks are available, and the Bolts are in that first pick slot. If you don't grab the one you want that's going to do the most, there's going to be 2 answers back, and it looks like they'll just go for the safe bet and take the Khepri. Now they can say, hey, there's no way the Solar Scarabs pick up Kleena and Mercury. I mean, they certainly could, but they're going to be very squishy in that regard if that is going to be the option. Notably, the Chernobog also still available if the Bolts want to use some of that global pressure on their side.
Now 2 options over to the Solar Scarabs. They do have a lot. I think it's also right to mention the Chernobog, the fact that god is still up. He has been a top priority pick for so many teams to the fact that he's been banned more often than he's even been able to be picked up in week number 1 of Phase 2. Solar Scarabs taking some time with this one, and they will lock in the Chernobog, so we'll get some of that global presence. Flexibility in 3 different roles now that we have to highlight between solo, mid, and carry. And then Mercury, maybe no surprise seeing him locked in quickly.
Yeah, now I have to imagine the Bolts are either going to take Kleena here or they're going to say we have no interest in playing anything other than Hunters in that lane. That's got to be the option, right? Either Haddix is saying, I want the Kleena, I'm going to hard carry, or I was always going to pick a Hunter and there was never a thought about this Kleena. Because given the meta right now, unless you're trying to pick like the King Arthurs, for example, I just can't see anything else being that much more prioritized. But getting Khepri right off the bat is always going to be a safe pick, I think. They were able to leave so much opens that the Chernobog and the Mercury, sure, were obvious picks to be let through, but there's still so much the Bolts can grab in place that's going to work very well.
Yeah, Baron, Kleena, you were talking about earlier, so many options the Olympus Bolts can grab, and he said they got the pick of the litter up against the Scarabs. And I'm curious as to some of the theory crafting that comes from the Scarabs. They're a team much like the Dragons, to where you don't fully know exactly what this team is going to go for. You don't know what god is going to go in every single role necessarily. Even with the Chernobog giving some of that flexibility to the Scarabs. The Olympus Bolts with their next 2 picks, they're going to grab Artemis, maybe a little bit surprising to see find her way into the top 3, but Poseidon maybe not so surprising.
Yeah, still going to be a flex pick. We've seen Ven pilot it. We've seen Lasbra pilot it. I think more often than not it's been going in the jungle, just given how the meta's been going. We'll have to see what they are going to be holding on to here. But a Nox pick, this is something that we saw a lot at the beginning of Season 9. One of the highest contesting picks in the league. A very solid matchup into Khepri specifically. Almost always, though, going in that support role. So inbound, going to have to make sure that he's been you know, pretty crisp with the shadow locks, that sort of thing. You will be getting a lot of pressure in that lane if you are able to hit consistent combos onto that Khepri. Now the Bolts have some time to try and ban some things away. E-set, also going to be annoying. Lots of CC for this team, probably something you don't want to deal with. They have a fair bit of beads burning already with the Mercury and the Nox. Adding one more target to that, probably not what you want. So the Bolts are going to ban that away as the Solar Scarabs just take shots at the solo laner. So it seems to me like the Bolts are putting more pressure on these warriors in the assassin lane, right? I mean, these warriors in the solo lane, rather, instead of these assassins. So it looks like Kleena might just make her way the whole way through and might not even be looked at.
Potentially so. Bologna King Arthur banned by the Scarab, so focus on making sure that Haddix is a little bit less comfortable in that solo lane, where the E-set so far the only ban by the Bolt. Still one more to go. If it's another mid lane selection, they could take another shot over at Venenu. Chiron, I know, has been a hunter. That's been one that he's liked to play over there, or at least that would have been for Venenu. But as far as the Solar Scares mid laner, the Giannis ban does make a lot of sense. This is one that Baronic has really liked to flex over to when a lot of the other more popular stuff has kind of been taken away.
Yeah, notably the Charybdis is still available if that is something that wanted to be played at the moment. They've got the Kakolin though, so just a traditional solo laner in that lane. And with the Chernobog, I assume that's just going to be going to Stuart. Now that we've seen how this draft has petered out, I don't think that Scary D is going to be piloting that when there is a Kakolin on the map. So we'll have to see what the Bolts want to answer back with. This is what I've been curious about this whole time is, are they holding on to this Poseidon for the jungle, still trying to flex it? Or is Ven going to pilot this and then we just get a traditional assassin, something like, I don't know, there's a few different options that you want to try and out-pressure the Mercury with. You don't want to let this Merc just get to late game and start critting your whole team for free. Anything that can really put the brakes on that is what you'd be looking for.
Wouldn't be surprised if maybe we saw an Osiris pop its way out here. It's something that both the Bolts and the Solar Scarabs do like play. It's something that Lasbra played a lot of during his previous time in the SPL. Serket still notably available, though not many players are flexing over towards that one. Really, it's kind of just PBM in the support role. We do see Lasbra, that was one of his more popular picks to go to. Even players like Hugo Fred still like that. Chiron, I kind of was, just hinting at it earlier, just kind of as a, hey, that got something that Venenu likes to play, but it'll be that and the Erlong Shen, the Olympus Bolts. So is this Erlong going to solo lane then?
There's a few different options here. I think, because I've seen Haddix's stream, and I've seen him play Erlong Shen solo a ton, and he actually, more often than not, just simply wins the lane, and as long as no ganks come through, you just dominate. As long as your auto attacks, you're building in that auto attack style build, you'll have a good time. But it also could be the Erlong Shen in the jungle, Chiron in the solo lane, and then Poseidon in mid. I don't think that's going to be the case. For my money, Lasbra is piloting this Poseidon. And of course, Chiron's going back to Ven. He's played it so much to so much success. And then Haddix is just going to go this Erlong Shen solo build and try to just be an auto attack menace while also just getting pressure up against Scary D on this Kakolin. Now the Solar Scarabs get to find their last pick here. Will this be Baronic's mid pick? I think so. Given what we've seen so far, doesn't scream to me Baronic, but that Chernobog always could just be thrown in the mid lane if you want to try to use that global pressure to your advantage. And it looks like Yu Huang actually going to be hovered here. This is going to be an interesting one. I've seen a lot of different ways to use Yu Huang's ultimate. If you can make the best use out of it, people don't really know how to play up against it because there's so many different ways you can be pushed. It is just going to be hovered here while they think about this.
Yeah, there's a lot of management on that god, making sure that you keep your Dow up, making sure that you can get the enhanced versions of all of your abilities out there. So it would be an interesting pick and maybe a fun first look at this god if the Solar Scarabs do lock in, but it's taking a little bit of time to decide if they really want to go with the Yu Huang lock-in, and it will be. Debut week for Yu Huang available for play for the Pro League. And in a debut matchup, Solar Scarabs mid lane are going to be taking the Yu Huang mid.
I will say, Yu Huang has a really sick matchup into Poseidon where you could just jump out of the Kraken. But there is some charge up on that third ability, and I learned this the hard way. I assumed I would just fly up into the air and be out of range of this big burst damage, but you could get pulled back down to the ground if you're not quick on it. There's a little bit of charge up time. So if these whirlpools are on point, Yu Huang is going to have to beads to go up into the sky, and then you will be getting much more value out of that Kraken. Looking at the Bolts roster, they have a lot of ways to pull beads as well. Khepri grab, Artemis traps, of course, just the Erlong Shen, turn 9 blessing. You have the root as well. There's a few different ways to just say, hey, you're not allowed to just be safe in this mid lane. But again, I'm very excited to see how this ultimate gets used. There's so many different applications for using both those dragons to force, relics or just massive damage or just to peel yourself out.
So this will be a fun one, not just for us, not just for the casters, but even those at home. Finally get to see what Yu Huang is capable of. He's had a couple of buffs since his release, able to get him a little bit easier Dow usage, make sure that his damage is just a little bit higher. That way he can kind of stand up to some of those other mages. But going kind of beyond the Huang, just kind of looking at the drafts here, you know, you got this Poseidon Chiron as this 2v2 combo. Is this where Lasbra, if he is the one piloting this Poseidon, assuming that it's going to be the Chiron mid, Poseidon jungle out there, is the mid lane up against Boronic where Lasbra should put his focus, or do you think maybe make his way over to the duo or the solo lane?
I wouldn't be surprised if Lasbra just sits back, doesn't try to force anything, because looking at the Solar Scarabs draft, very high execute. They have to hit a lot of abilities to make sure this works. If the Nox combos are missing, I mean, if they are hitting, if the Mercury ults are hitting, your fights are going quite well. But if you're not getting the value out of all of these abilities, if you're missing just a little bit, you have almost no lockdown, almost no setup, almost no CC. You're just raw damage. So it's going to be tough. If they're hitting everything, the Solar Scarab should be off to a great start. I just think Lasbra's regank opportunity is great. Just wait for the ult to come through and then go in after the fact. So I don't expect to see too much forced unless the Bolts just pull ahead.
So is this maybe a case where we're going to be pushing ourselves kind of towards that later game, that 25 minutes before we really start to see some of that action? Or is there one of these two rosters that you're looking at, Trelly, that maybe the Scarabs or maybe the Bolts want to try and get a little bit active earlier?
No, I think the Scarabs specifically need to get active early because late game, the Bolts just, it's much easier to use these characters, right? I mean, the Mercury ults are always going to be on point. I think Scream's not going to have any real trouble finding 1 and 2 man Sonic Booms. But again, the Nox combos have to be consistent or else you don't have any CC or peel. Scary D's work's going to be cut out for him. He's going to be the sole diver of the team until you're able to use this global presence of the Chernobog.
The Olympus Bolts and the Solar Scarabs, we got a brand new god in their first set of the day. Who's going to come out on top? Let's throw it over to the casters for game number 1.
Tons to look at here in game 1 between the Bolts and the Scarabs. I don't know what's going on over there. What do you call that, Miff? What is that?
Well, I don't know if it's Orange Justice.
What?
It's called the Orange Justice, bro. Leave me alone.
Right. No, you're right. Yeah. I know the backstory behind that. Yeah, whatever it was, we'll keep it to the OG kid in his bedroom, I think, who was doing that one, Miff.
Okay.
Bolts versus Scarabs. So I think lots of storylines to look forward to in this matchup here. The Bolts, again, a very solid phase 1. Not the finish to Masters that they would have wanted, but still showed up, made some plays happen. The Solar Scarabs, Miff, a brutal phase 1. And then an early exit.
Even brutaler.
At the hands, more brutal. At the hands
the most brutal. Brutalist.
The brutalist exit for the Solar Scarabs during Masters. They fall out to the Hounds, an SEC team. And so the Scarabs, if you're one of their fans or one of these players, you're hoping that they got some homework done over the last couple weeks and have a good showing here in their first game of the phase.
And they've brought essentially like a completely different style. I don't closely associate Nox with inbound. Obviously, Yu Huang is an untested element at the pro level of play. So I am curious to see how it plays out, because I know for a fact, from experience, when I lock in Yu Huang, when I'm queuing ranked, I get BM'd. Like, people are mean to me about it, because this god is very, very hard to execute on. And he's got some like niche mechanics. Cultivating Dao is not always the easiest thing to do. Applying his damage consistently is not always the easiest thing to do. But what Yu Huang does bring, Dave,
tell me,
the strongest part of his kit is that ultimate. I love when I see these instant shot Yu Huang ults where you're just displacing multiple members of the opposition instantly. It feels like that could really be something that shifts up how these team fights start to look for the Bolts.
So Boronic bringing something new to mid. Venenu sticking with something that's maybe a bit more standard. Chiron mid has been tried and true over the years, and now in this current meta with multiple hunters remains the same, of course. Inbound rooted in place, takes a hefty chunk of damage before sending some back towards Awesome Jake as well. So now you look at both the jungler Smith as far as making plays. Could be some pressure around mid, but Lasbra on the Poseidon, Scream on the Mercury. Feels like level 5 you're going to see Scream, Sonic Boom really setting up some ganks. Kraken facilitating, of course, but in a much different way.
Yeah, I'm expecting Scream to put a lot of his emphasis towards the duo lane, especially if he takes over to level 5 before Barracuda does. This Artemis is a sitting duck for Sonic Boom. That is a great target. You don't really need to path through the jungle. The second Scream takes over to 5, head back to base, probably finish up that Golden Blade, walk down the lane, and try and put some pressure out. Whereas we heard it from the desk earlier, some pretty interesting interactions between Lasbra and some members of the Solar Scarabs. If inbound is on point, he can remove a lot of that damage. And I'm wishing, or he's wishing rather, that he could right now. And Yu Huang has the ability to just fly out of it.
Barracuda is just wailing away at the health bars of Stewart and inbound here. You need to be careful if Jake hits this and there's an opening. Barracuda could walk in for first blood. Whoa. Inbound looks like he'll get out. The safety of the Nox pays off. But that was written on the wall. I mean, Barracuda just got so much free damage the wave prior that one rotation from Jake and then the damage from Barracuda was going to be enough. Shell off of inbound, and now it's an awkward laning phase with only one potion left in the back pocket.
Yeah, Jake's going to be able to resustain a fair amount if he so chooses. Still has 2 potions in his back pocket, but instead headed back to our base. I had expected Jake to try and stick around and look for that play just once more. Land the pull on a Stewart, you're probably burning the beads. Land the pull onto inbound, you're probably burning the support fully. So maybe a slight missed opportunity, but at least allows Barracuda to solo farm in that lane for a fair bit. We're starting to approach level 5 for both these junglers. Lasbra, the first to reach it. Scary D might be in some trouble here.
Could be. Pin out from Haddix. Lasbra just hovering by the side. Beads for everyone on the Bolt, so there won't be a Blink Kraken or a Blink Taunt or anything like that.
He wants that jump so bad.
No, he does. He wants Scary D to salmon leap up and over. Blue buff not there, and it looks like Scary D will stay safe this time. No ward coverage, just good game sense from Scary D. So level 5 for both of these junglers. Kraken there. Doom Orb looks like the start for Lasbra. Could open up for some ganks, just as Scream might send one right down Main Street. Sonic Boom catches out onto Barracuda, but Tusky returns some good damage. Stewart, though, drops the hammer, and it's first blood and then second blood to the Solar Scarabs duo lane.
That's the classic play, man. The second Mercury's take over to level 5, especially against these immobile hunters. That is the answer. But here's the return.
Kraken down on Scream.
Is he
for
out?
the time being, Scream is going to escape. Centaurus, though, over the wall. Venenu strikes back and will gallop out and away. The Olympus Bolts needed it. A 2-kill swing from the Scarabs, at least answered back with 1 for Ven. And should Ven get out alive, Bolts at least happy to pull one back.
The double unfortunate is for the Olympus Bolts is that Scream didn't get any of those kills. Sure, he participated and set up both, but none of the kills going to Scream means that his bounty is relatively low. If the Bolts are going to get 1 in return, you'd really love it to be Stewart to equalize that lane a fair bit, but not the case. Kraken not quite on the mark, so they have to dedicate both Centaurus and Kraken to Scream, who nearly makes it out. Had he not walked into a minion wave, that vision would not have been afforded to Ven, and he would have just been firing blind. Fortunately for Ven, wave was there, and the target lines up for him. The Olympus Bolts now on just reestablishing equilibrium duty, just trying to stabilize the ship, rectify a pretty poor laning phase for the duo. But in 9-5, duo lane, not exactly the emphasis anymore. Gold Fury so strong, it's more so about which one of these soul laners is able to establish pressure and scale well enough to look towards that Pyromancer.
Right.
I wouldn't be too surprised if we see the Bolt support, Awesome Jake, just rotate out and leave Barracuda on his own to farm up.
Let him farm up. Looks like could be Transcendence here for Barra on Artemis. I mean, we are starting to see that on more and more hunters. Of course, you're going to expect it on Ven with the Chiron. All that ability-based damage makes some sense. Stewart has gone Transcendence as well, and it looks like it's maybe what this Artemis is considering here in just a little bit of time. So Barracuda will need some time to go ahead and farm up that item, scale it upwards as Scary D is taunted through, dashes out of the whirlpool, Kraken up, Kraken down, and Sonic Boom in, and then dash out from Scream means a clean answer back and a tied-up set of kills for the Bolts.
Yeah, Scary D is going to be susceptible to that every single time. Sovereignty in the first slot on this Kakullan means that Lasbra is essentially doing true damage at this portion of the game, so rotate over, land the Kraken. You've got great boxing potential from this Erlong Shen, great survivability as well to bait out those scenarios. Scary D just not able to survive that burst, and it's going to be a good long while until he can. Likely going to be Glad Shield in this next slot. Lazar's going to have an easy target in this Kakullan for the next couple of minutes until some magic defense gets purchased.
Well, Solar Scarabs maintain their 1.5k gold lead, so that kill back doesn't necessarily shrink up the goal, but does bring the XP a little bit closer to even. Erlong Shen solo, something we had theory crafted with a couple of the changes that had come through recently. Had still seen it in the jungle a pretty decent bit, but with some of the changes absolutely makes it a viable solo laner. And honestly, Myth, this is maybe one of the first Warrior v Warrior matchups that we've gotten in the solo lane this phase, and we're going to see him brawl out now as a couple members of both teams rotate their way over towards right. Lasbra desperately needing that Kraken, but the taunt is fantastic from Haddix to get Scary D disengaged from the front of this fight. Awesome Jake left alone, and the one kill that happens is a dead Khepri on the backside.
Yu Huang isolates him with the roots. Awesome Jake forced to use Scarab's Blessing on himself, and anytime a Khepri is forced to do that in the early,
is not a great feeling for him. Van loses out on the giddy up, but will make his way out of there. The Solar Scarabs are really upping the pace of this game, playing around that early. Charlie had hypothesized that that's the portion of the game that Solar Scarabs need to play through. Don't allow the Olympus Bolts to group up as 5 and take this composition that's a little bit easier to execute on to the team fight phase. So far, the Scarabs are doing a great job of it.
They are.
I'd love to see them transition it into some objectives, though. Gold Fury, of course, very difficult. You've got about a minute and a half until Pyromancer spawns up. I'd like to see the Scarabs there on spawn.
All right, now this type of moment is exactly what the Scarabs need to prove to us and their fans that they've improved on, right? Because this is not a team that doesn't get early game leads. We have seen plenty of games where the Scarabs pull out to a couple thousand gold ahead. They're on easy street, they're feeling good, the momentum's on their side, and then something happens, some head-scratching play occurs, and the lead goes by the wayside, and the game kind of spirals out of control.
This might be it.
This could be it. Not necessarily a play the Scarabs are doing wrong, but are you going to show up? As the Bolts have pulled the Gold Fury, Stewart ults in, and the Bolts have dropped the Gold Fury. That would have evened up the gold, but the Scarabs, quick enough on the reply, able to slow down the Bolts and push them back. So what you're really hoping here, Myth, is over the next couple of minutes that the Scarabs don't make a fumble and are able to keep this momentum going.
No ultimate from Scream this time. Yeah, you want to see the Scarabs continually being the aggressors. I like that call from the Bolts. Barracuda spots the back from Stewart, says, all right, guys, let's try and sneak away with this Gold Fury. But once the Scarabs realize, okay, they're on gold, Stewart immediately goes into his ultimate, rejoins the fight, and that's enough that the Olympus Bolts, which would probably have been advantage, the Bolts that is, in confirmation on the objective. I think it's pretty low odds the Solar Scarabs steal it away. It is pretty high odds the Solar Scarabs take the team fight immediately afterwards. So the Bolts say, all right, we don't need to go for these risky plays just yet. Let's go ahead and reset, get back to neutral, and start farming up and try and close up some of this gold.
Well, Myth, I was wrong on a couple things. So it's not Transcendence for Barracuda. Dominance first item overall on the Artemis. So some early penetration built in, as you would get eventually with the Transcendence anyway. But realizing that the basic attacks maybe a bit more worthwhile on the Artemis, and then a Chronos pendant for Awesome Jake on the Khepri.
Wow.
So a bit unique as far as duo lane builds go.
He's going to have a lot of Scarabs blessings. That's the only reason I can imagine you're going for Chronos Pendant literally ever on Khepri, is that you want that cooldown available constantly. Not only is it the CDR infusion, but the passive going to help out a fair bit as well. You are sacrificing a whole lot of survivability, not just for yourself, but also your allies. No defense aura from a Thebes, Sovereignty, or Heart Ward in that first slot, but if your job is to just keep one guy alive, he's going to be doing it more often. Yep. Barracuda, on the other hand, 25% penetration on auto attacks. You're not hating that ever.
No, we're feeling just fine about it. Inbound, of course, going Thebes early, so Dominance will help out a bit against that. Fail not reach for Stewart. That's been a pretty popular second item, third item for a lot of the Hunter builds that we've seen. Ven also likely going into that item after the Transcendence. Whereas Lasbra, of course, sticking with the ability-based power, some movement speed, could be a soul gem, maybe should be a soul gem after the fact. Although we have seen, I think, Pythag's piece once or twice somewhere in that build slot. So we'll keep our eyes on Laz in the direction that he has gone. So the game has stabilized out a bit here, and the Bolts a moment ago threatened that Gold Fury Myth, and luckily the Scarabs were quick on the reply. But when you've got a Kraken, and the Fury was actually burning, that's something the Bolts maybe could consider early, sneaking away one of these early objectives.
It could be, and removing something from the Solar Scarabs to group up on, removing POIs from the map, so valuable to the team that is likely slated for the late game. Constant pressure from the Olympus Bolts. All right, we tried the Gold Fury, it didn't work. Maybe the Pyromancer will. Seems Screamed knows.
And Pyro low, but not confirmed. A Scream is ulted in. Ven has already sent some damage towards Scream, but again, the objective dropped. Scarabs blessing out from Jake, just as an insurance policy, and the Scarabs will rally around the Pyro, send the Bolts back, and grab it for themselves.
Yeah, the Solar Scarabs doing such a good job playing around this lead, making sure the Olympus Bolts aren't able to do anything on the map. It's this double global presence between Scream and Stewart that is so stifling for the Bolts. Barracuda simply can't match presence. There's nothing this Artemis can do to be where Chernobog is. He can't follow Stewart. Stewart is always going to be in these team fights. If the Olympus Bolts want to force engagements, I think it's much more likely that they should just fight on the left side of the map. Fight where Barracuda can get involved. Otherwise, it's always going to be a numbers advantage for the Solar Scarabs.
That's right. Haddix has maintained a stable level with Scary D, though the Erlong Shen has looked low once or twice. Berserker Shield into Sovereignty. And it is Pythag's piece for Lasbra after the Doom Orb. So a little sustain, a little utility for the rest of the team. Feels good for Laz, as well as the movement speed, of course, from the Doom Orb. Solar Scarabs have now pulled out the Gold Fury, trying to expand out on this early lead they've gotten here in game 1. It's burning quickly, and it'll get confirmed by the Scarabs, and just good zoning from Inbound has kept the Bolts at bay. And the slow, passive buildup for the Scarabs now reaches about 4,000 gold. And the Bolts have just been by the wayside.
I love that play from Inbound. Just immediately, oh, Lazarus, you want a Kraken? I'll hit you with my own ultimate. Even if Kraken connects, I'm not taking enough damage. And that's exactly how it goes down. I am curious, though. Inbound can only stop one person from rotating in. Shadowlock is always single target. So you got to think one member of the Olympus Bolts could have just walked past, kept it interesting. We were talking about it a little bit earlier. Kraken, probably the best confirmation tool on the map right now. Could have kept that Gold Fury at least a little bit more intriguing. But the Solar Scarabs with Zone from Bobby are able to keep both at bay and take both objectives. This generally has been the point of the game where the Solar Scarabs struggle. They've removed both neutral objectives from the map. How are you going to push your lead now? You can't go to Fire Giant. We're only 14 minutes in. Do you want to group up as 5, push a tier 1? Is it ganks? Where are you going to put this aggression? How are you going to play with this lead?
Scary D taunted through, but that's opened the door to Scream ulting in. Beads out as well, but Stewart is rotated in. Haddock surely falls. Then there's just way too much on the right side of the map. All 5 members of the Solar Scarabs make their way right. And a drop ship from the Scarabs just caught Haddock's a bit out of sorts there. Good damage out from Ven, though. Baronic will disengage. Scream sends his way back towards mid, but looks like everyone for the Bolts outside of Haddock's will be safe.
A little misclick from Stewart there will cost him his Aegis. Hopefully for Stewart, nobody from the Bolts noticed as they had Inbound on their eyes, who's forced to use his own ultimate for CC immunity. The Olympus Bolts just on extend the game duty. Just like earlier when the Solar Scarabs got that great start for themselves, it is still for the Olympus Bolts. Let's slow down this game. Let's get to the point where we can group up as 5. Let's wait till Barracuda is allowed to walk out. And Barracuda's build is starting to come together at that. Atalanta's in the second slot, a little bit of lifesteal, a little bit of crit as well. But Stewart has just been everywhere on the map, got a couple of kills for himself, hasn't been missing out too much farm in the lane, and he's established a very significant itemization lead, Failnaught and Atalanta's, over what Barracuda has got. So any auto attack trades that happen in the duo are going to favor this Chernobog, which is not a place Artemis wants to be. Generally, Tusky's the, hey, I've got it so I win button.
Right.
Not the case if you're whole item down.
No, hasn't been the case for Barracuda. Feeling a bit behind here. Do you know if Shadow Step works with Chernobog ult? Is that what just happened a second ago? Is that what just happened a second ago? I was like, how did Inbound get over here? I think Inbound Shadow stepped into Stewart, who then Chernobog ulted to the right side of the map. And then suddenly Inbound is over there as well. Caught me by surprise, and now the rotation potential maybe doubled for the Solar Scarabs, and it works out over on the right. Maybe continued presence throughout this game, opens up split push opportunities, things like that. Something to keep your eyes on as the game moves into the mid to late stages. Ven has been able to at least farm up pretty safely. Haven't seen Baronic build up many of the stacks, if any, on the Charon's coin. Transcendence fully there for Ven. And so you are looking at some of this late game scaling potential for the Olympus Bolts, and you get the mindset from Haddock that he's tired with the amount of damage he's taken already. With crit in the mind of Scream and a little bit of crit in the build here for Stewart. An early Spectral Armor will help Haddock stay alive.
And with the crit nerfs that came in the 9-5 bonus patch and the Spectral buffs we've seen, Haddock is going to be very tanky in some of these fights. Scream and Stewart together going to struggle to keep Haddock off of him. But Haddock has not got that standard initiation. It's not as if he's the old Erlong Shen who's got the knock up. Instead, it's just an HP shield in that turtle form. So it's all about pin and 9 turns blessing. Both tools that are relatively easy to deal with. He's not going to be the best at zoning.
Could be an odd-numbered fight here for the Solar Scarab. Scary D has taken half of his HP, but a 4-man knock-up on the ultimate sends the Bolts right back. It's an ult in from Stewart. And a 2 versus 2 on the backside of the fight as Haddock has been left alone with the rest of the Scarabs up front. Beads out from Scream, and the Aegis will save his life as well. This fight is all split, but the Whirlpool separating the Scarabs out from engaging back in. Scream and Scary D both so low. Scarab's blessing massive in this fight. Baronic still full HP, but can send some poke towards the Bolts. In a relatively even fight, though the Bolts maybe dealing a bit more damage.
Scream still hasn't reset, so it's going to be a long time before he can get involved again. Inbound trying his best to work his way in. but his best is not good enough. The Olympus Bolts will take the Pyromancer and reset themselves back to neutral. A heavy commitment from the Solar Scarabs trying to shut down that front line of the Olympus Bolts. Haddix just able to walk in with a 9 turns blessing. Scary D forced to retreat, desyncing the engagement. Scream goes in alone, realizes he can't stand there, and uses his Aegis to disengage as well as his beads. So Relic Roundup, it's going to be a little while till the Solar Scarabs can get active on the map, namely around their Soul Laner and their jungler, both relics expended at around the same time. And that's pretty unfortunate for the Solar Scarabs, considering the Olympus Bolts, despite being pretty behind, can probably start to look towards this Oni Fury.
The safety of Baronic, though, has kept his relics around.
The fire?
Yeah, Miff, good call, man. Yeah, the Oni Fury.
Dude,
right?
my bad, bro.
The Solar Scarabs are on the Oni Fury, but a couple members of the Bolts are on the FG. They
Slow.
have the damage. Is Scary D going to rotate through the FG pit, though? Can somebody from the Bolts separate him out from checking it? Lasbro's going to have the Kraken. Haddix is standing up just a little bit. Now it's a rotation in from the Scarabs. But the call is commit. Fire Giant is low. Kraken not down yet, and the Solar Scarabs steal away the FG.
Get out.
And they grab a couple kills. The Bolts throw a Hail Mary, but it's intercepted by the Scarabs, and the Scarabs rout the Bolts. 3 down and FG.
I mean, I gotta respect the play, right? You have to commit once the Fire Giant's that low. If the Olympus Bolts back up, the Solar Scarabs are just gonna pick it up and take it for themselves. So Lasbro says, look, give me Scarab's Blessing. I'm gonna try my best to get as much damage out as I can. Then go into Centaurus, I'll Kraken it, I'll confirm it. That's the entire strategy. Unfortunately for the Olympus Bolts, just slight mistiming, some good CC from the Solar Scarabs opens up the door for the Fire Giant takeaway. So Fury and Fire Giant to the Chaos team, a tier 2 tower to boot, and now the Solar Scarabs playing with a massive lead. At 19 minutes into the game, this is very quickly becoming 99%er. The Solar Scarabs, it would have to be a pretty major fumble for the Olympus Bolts to find their way back in.
Right, the Bolts are the team that make the call, they make the fumble though, nearly confirming the objective. But it'd be one thing if the Bolts got the objective and lost 3, the Scarabs might not be super devastated, but the fact that the Bolts not only lose the objective, but then lose 3 team members and towers on the back end, you're right, Miff. This one has just kind of spiraled. And I wonder if that's a desperation call from the Bolts, because you get the Pyro a moment before that, but the game was still, 5,000-6,000 gold for the Scarabs, just nudging out of control ever so slightly. Maybe it was a confidence call, TBD, but it didn't work out for the Bolts, that's for sure. And now you're hoping your defense can stand up.
I think the call probably works if Lasbro goes for a more standard build, right? Like Pythags is not a massive infusion of power. You don't really have much penetration either. You're going into Soul Reaver next. If Lasbro's going like a ring build, Fire Giant's dead. If Lasbro's going like standard like Rada Tahuti in second slot, Fire Giant's dead. But because he's gone for the sustained style, he's allowed to tank Fire Giant a little bit longer, but confirmation not quite as high as it could be. DPS not as high either. And the Olympus Bolts are not really in a position to rotate in and help out with that situation. The Solar Scarabs had plenty of time to work their way across the map and plenty of time to start this siege.
What a speedy game this could be. We are Phoenix sieging at 21 minutes with a full FG for the Solar Scarabs. Trebuchet will arrive. It will, remember, reach damage on the Phoenix without being in Phoenix range. So the Bolts are going to have to deal with it at some point, as the Phoenix is going to start to get whittled away by the Trebuchet. This is an awkward spot for the Bolts. I don't know how they step forward into this. There's the looming threat of a Sonic Boom, as you can hear the claps.
Good trap.
And Haddix gets jumped on here, and a Sonic Boom flies back, but what happened to the health bar of Ven? It's locked in place, and a Scarab's Blessing saves his life. Cracking down, delays the fight, but Barracuda threw his Aegis. Will get taken down as Baronic and Scream have both added kills. We are 22 minutes in. And the Olympus Bolts have lost 3 yet again. The left side Phoenix just now crumbles in onto the Titan. Go the Scarabs. It was a costly mistake from the Olympus Bolts, but this is not quick. There's still some health on the Titan. Ven has got good damage. Awesome Jake has found one. It's an abduct onto the other, but now that Ven is dead, the damage is gone. Stewart being wailed away on by the Titan. Can the Titan, in fact, get it done? It's Awesome Jake all alone. The Trebuchet is dealing some damage in here as well. It is a slow burn on the objective. Barracuda still 15 seconds away. Lasbra, 10 out. He will not have Kraken upon respawn, but the Titan doesn't have enough damage. He can't do it all on his own. This is ridiculous, and the Scarabs will take game 1.
Take a breath, bud. I saw the veins in your neck bulging as that fight went onward. The Titan did not have very many opportunities. The Solar Scarabs took away all the opportunities from the Olympus Bolts. That was a very fast-paced game. I thought that game was not allowed in Smite anymore, a relic of a bygone age. I thought games like that died with 9-5, but the Solar Scarab showed you can play it pretty quick if you try.
Yeah, I'm still like, that game was always going to end right, but just took 30 seconds longer than I'm used to it ending. To be fair, Barracuda was like 1 second away from respawning. Could have been interesting.
Some intrigue.
You know, a little bit of intrigue in there. And I want to like give it to you suddenly because then the game ends. And
I'm going to be talking about nonsense if you gave it to me.
Yeah, right. No chance. You made that call, right? No way. But the call that changes this game around is the Fire Giant pull from the Bolts, and it just doesn't work out. The Scarabs steal it away, get some kills, snowball this game out of control, and in 22 minutes, the Scarabs will take game one. Looking for a 2-0. Can they do it? Find out after this.
I win? What did it win?
You win the respect.
You're telling me an alien wore this?
Perfect. Okay,
that was a good cut.
Messaging him to mute.
The best graphics you really need, Ultra, of course, and I can probably watch a stream on the side.
Content's gonna look good.
Pretty good, pretty good.
She give me reverse, it be on her knees. Do it so good, I be cutting my feet. Best thing about her is all of the greed. She don't be stopping, she get what she needs. Top of my honey, better be cautious. Look at her funny. We're gonna brawl, do it 100. I'm bringing the chalk, and for my next number, I'm getting applause. I can get mine, he can get yours. Baby, gon' smile when I take care of the problem. I'll be just fine. How about y'all? Baby, gon' smile, and to me that is all. There ain't no wall that can be solved with a massage, babe. So what you calling for job, all day, yeah. Cuddle her close, know how it goes, keeping it suave. Tingle champagne all night. So generous, can't describe what I feel. Pinching myself, trying to prove that it's real. She's old and pretty, too pretty for fees. Keeping it private, we saying no cheese. Licking my tummy, she make it stop. Water is muddy, clearing it off. 101 honey, she earn on the clock. And making the yummy, she do it on top. I can get mine, you can get yours. Baby, gonna smile when I take care of the problem. I'll be just fine. How about y'all? Baby, gon' smile and tell me that it's all.
a surprising turn. The Olympus Bolts are not the ones to find a victory in Game 1 of this set against the Scarabs. It's the Solar Scarabs to find a nice little one. And here in the SPL, we can thank our good friends over at Alienware for powering our players over in the booth, powering our production, everybody else at home who decides that they want to pick up themselves some Alienware gear. Make sure you go to smitegame.com/Alienware. Use code AWSmite09. It's a whole new code that you guys got to remember. Sorry if we're making you remember a whole lot of other stuff. But make sure to go over to that link. Use that code to see all the cool promotional stuff that Alienware has to offer for you at home. You get to see what the players are powered by here in our studio. Those Aurora Ryzen 910 desktops that they're all using there. Our production's using them. We got them all over the studio out here and all over the homes of the pros and for even you at home. Thank you so much to Alienware for powering Season 9 of the SPL one more time here in this time around. I completely forgot where I was going to go with the remainder of that one, though. It's J-Mac and Trelly coming in for game number 2 now. Game 1 over. Solar Scarabs look very Solar Scarabsy. They got a nice early lead in the game. They're able to find some early pressure, even despite maybe not to the most pressure-heavy kind of composition. But this time around, they're able to pull this one out. They find themselves a pretty convincing win over the Bolts.
Yeah, I think the way you described it is pretty solid, right? It started off as most Scarabs games do, where they were finding some solid leads, finding some picks here and there. And usually that's not going to be an issue. Usually around the 20-minute mark, you'd see a Fire Giant fight. It goes the way of the Bolts, and that'd be it. But the Bolts got a little bit reckless and decided to try and sneak an FG while the Scarabs were on gold. It looked pretty solid, and then once Scarady sniffed it out and walked over, I assumed that would be the end of it, but Lasbra decides to commit. I think Haddix called it off, and Lasbra's like, I'm dead anyways. I might as well try to 50-50 this one, and after the fact, it was just, everyone was able to get cleaned up there.
Everybody on the Scarabs was able to tie things up as the end of the game came through. Scream, obviously, on a late-game hyper carry like a Mercury is going to be able to find big damage at the end. Baronic, well, we kind of talked a little bit about maybe some of the weaknesses of Yuwong. His early game, not very strong, not able to put out nearly as much damage. Once this late game comes through, if you're able to utilize those Dragon Ultimates, as we saw at the beginning of that highlight, and just the raw damage output that this mage can do once the late game comes around, Baronic and the rest of the Scarabs able to rally around and find game 1.
Yeah, unfortunate though, the 5-0 Stewart did end up dying for that Titan end call. It would have been a solid stat line at the end. Still looks good. 5-1 is certainly not bad, but it's been perfect. 5-0 on this Chernobog Blade phenomenally. Had such a lead in that duo lane and then was able to use that influence throughout the map with that global ultimate. Just great playstyle from all of them. And again, I don't think the Bolts were in a do-or-die situation. They just thought maybe they could sneak that Fire Giant. Once Scaredy walked in, that should have been the end call, but I think it was just a mix-up of comms. Ven came in, started ulting it as well, and then Last was like, I'm on this. I might as well just try and drop the Kraken. Great CC from Bobby. The silence goes down, Beads gets used, and then it was just a 50-50, which turned terrible, and then Scream says, hey, I want to pick up some free kills after we get this Fire Giant.
Yeah, because I mean, it was that fight right beforehand where the Scarabs not necessarily lost the fight, but they didn't get anything out of it. All of them were falling low in their health bars. The Bolts were able to kind of regroup themselves. It was around that 17 or so minute mark where that 6K lead the Scarabs had kind of dwindled just a little bit, but then afterwards that Fire Giant call goes south for the Olympus Bolts. And I think, as you said, a bit of maybe discombobulation within the comms of the team. One player really wanting to commit, a couple of others saying, no, I don't know if we should. And then one thing leads to another. The Scarabs take game number 1. Now we wonder if we're going to see the Season 8 Scarabs curse. You get a game, and then you end up going to a game 3. The Solar Scarabs have had some struggle with closing out sets. We'll see if they can do it here in game number 2. Picks and bans ready to go between the Olympus Bolts and the Scarabs. Bolts once more will be the team on the first pick. A lot of the priority for their bans last time around was dedicated over towards Stewart. This time around, the Bolts going to change it up right away, taking Mercury away from Scream.
Yeah, I still think the Bolts look so solid whenever Lasper is on a commanding jungle. Obviously, the Nemesis is something they would love to get, but that's usually not going to be the case. Mercury got through last time, but they weren't really focused on first picking that. I never really see the value out of this Poseidon pick, more often than not in the jungle, so we're going to see what the Bolts do to try and switch this one up. I do think, though, if that Fire Giant call doesn't go that way, they still had a decent avenue to try and fight back into the game. The Scarabs drafted a very high execute composition where you have to make sure everything's hitting, and they did execute on it, and they were hitting a ton, and that's why they had that lead. Still going into the late game, it's going to be an interesting bout here because the Bolts, they ended up picking on this Chernobog right away. They took that away from Stewart. Now, will they throw that to the solo lane and let Haddix pilot it, or just let Barra pilot that in the duo lane? We'll have to see as the draft peters out.
Could even go over to Ven in the mid lane. We've seen a lot of flexibility with that god in particular, though more often towards the duo or the solo lane. More often than not, Solar Scarabs will pick up a Cullen very early in the draft, and I wouldn't really say that Cucullin is top of the chart right now for the Warriors to grab in solo lane. I mean, yes, Scary D had a great performance on it that game, was top of the damage charts, if I'm not mistaken, for his team, pretty high on the damage mitigated as well. And the Khepri stolen away from the Bolts, this time going over to inbound, but I'm kind of scratching my head at a Cucullin first pick.
Yeah, I haven't seen Cucullin first pick since like United Benji days when he got the Cucullin
the days
skin.
Of the terror.
Yeah, because he was just, the solo lane player. He was just, owning everyone with this character. And Glad Shield did get a buff. We've mentioned that King Arthur, one of the premier users of the Glad Shield, Cucullin right there as well, has plenty of abilities to proc it, and Scary D is just trying to get as aggressive as he can in this lane. Up against the King Arthur, though, we're going to have a tried and true, just solo lane warrior, just smackdown, if you will, and that's what I like to see in the solo lane, so I'm happy to see the Cucullin and the King Arthur reprising their roles, but Nox not going to be going the way of inbound this time. The Bolt's going to take that one away, and it's going to Jake. There's almost never any other opportunity for anyone else. Whenever I see Nox, doesn't even matter what teams are there. You could just say, hey, these are two random teams, and I'm going to say, that's Jake. That's Jake's Nox. But inbound also likes it. Taking that away, going to be pretty solid.
And it's definitely one of Jake's premier picks, especially in this phase. If I'm not mistaken, he's only lost one of the 9 or 10 games that he's had on that god so far. So the villain of the league, as we've deemed him, for keeping the Nox alive. Maybe we can kind of coin that towards Rongyu, who brought the Nox in at the end of last season, but Jake has definitely been keeping this pick alive in that support role, has been doing very well with it. Poseidon going to be the last pick for the Solar Scarabs as we jump into the banning phase, and immediately the Solar Scarabs going to start targeting out some jungler. Dodgy, the first one taken out.
Yeah, I do like the Poseidon pick for the Scarabs, though, because King Arthur does not appreciate the Cripple. He has so many movement abilities, but none of them you can use when you're inside of a Whirlpool. None of them can be used once you're abducted. There's a lot of lockdown that the Scarabs have drafted for that King Arthur specifically. Gilgamesh is also going to be taken away here, so Lasper's not going to be able to play that Poseidon. He's not going to be able to play that Nemesis, as we mentioned, or the Mercury, so he's going to have to dive deep into the God pool here once Daji and Gilgamesh are also taken away. Few different things come to mind. We've seen a little bit of the Fenrir coming back into Resurgence with the Golden Blade. He uses it quite well, but only people like Layers are piloting that right now. But given the fact that they just won Masters, you'd think maybe trying to take some influence there. Artemis is just going to be taken away by the Scarabs. They don't want to give Barracuda that pick, even though didn't find too much success still late game. So much carry potential on this Artemis.
One final pick for the Scarabs, and we're not sure if this Poseidon is going to be going over into the jungle for Scream, or is this Poseidon is going to be going towards Baronic. So keeping a little bit of ambiguity towards the tail end of the draft for the Scarabs. Now back to the Olympus Bolts. This Chernobog with the King Arthur locked in. We can at least safely say King Arthur's going solo. So now let's see if this Chernobog is going to be going over to Barracuda, or if this one's going to be going into the mid lane for the side of Venenu. The Barabog, I think, is the appropriate name if that one goes. Isn't that the coin name?
I don't even know
I think it was Chernacuda or Barabog, and I think it was unanimous that it was Barabog.
I much prefer Chernacuda, if I'm honest. Barabog just sounds like a disease. I don't know. I don't even. Yeah, like I got a bad case of Barabog.
Got a bad case of the Barabog. Well, we'll see if the Bolts do pick that one over for their Hunter. 2 more picks up for the Olympus Bolts. Jungle, at least we know it's still up in the mine, potentially mid or ADC, wherever this Chernobog goes. And you were talking about some of the depths that Lazarus might have to go for his God Pool. Any picks that maybe stick out for him to grab here?
Yeah, I do like the Fenrir because, again, you have a great target in Khepri, trying to just pick up the Khepri and then saying, hey, there's no way you're going to get a Scarab's Blessing off, or forcing that Khepri into beads, and you have a great target on Poseidon as well. But you already have a Beads Burner. Actually, it's looking more and more good. The more that I see that there's a Nox, you have a Beads Burner there. You've got late game already on lockdown with this Chernobog. I'm talking myself into it. You know, if they can hear me, Fenrir looking kind of good here, but also doesn't have the best matchup into Artemis. Anytime the Brutalize goes down, you can just drop the trap and then say, bad doggy, sit, and you're just going to be stuck in the trap. Can't really get too much DPS off in that regard, but wouldn't it be interesting if Ven has just been practicing this Nox day in and day out for this moment, thinking, hey, we picked our support, but just kidding. We're actually going to pick the E-set here. Both of these mages can flex to both roles, but because it's Jake and because it's Nox, thinking that E-set's definitely going to mid, and Lasper's just going to talk about that Osiris we've been talking about since game 1.
Yeah, Laspera over with the Osiris, the E-set most likely slanted for Venenu in that mid lane. We haven't seen Nox mid in quite some time. It's been more often going over towards that support role. We have seen E-set jungle, but as we talk about with the Osiris here. So now it goes over to the Solar Scarabs. One more pick to see where this Poseidon specifically is going to land. Is this one going to Baronic in mid lane? Is this one going over to Scream in the jungle with this last pick that should give us a little bit more light on the Solar Scarabs draft? And with this Ola run being hovered, it's something that for sure Stuart loves to play, but with the Artemis, we've only seen Artemis mid go to that mid, or Artemis go to the mid lane, I should say, a couple of times, and both of those, from my memory serves, was onto Dardes.
Yeah, if I see the ult run, I would expect it to go to the duo lane, and Artemis does have decent clear. That puts Scream on this Poseidon, which we are used to seeing in the jungle right now, being able to farm very efficiently and quickly. You're not going to have a great matchup into the Osiris, though. Usually just winning out in the auto-attack trades early game and just saving that Lord of the Afterlife to jump over the Kraken is a matchup that you never really want to find here. So Oleron will be locked in. I'm interested to see if this will just be Baronic piloting the Oleron and saying, Stuart, you have fun with the Artemis. But because it's Oleron, because it's Stuart, man, I just want to see Artemis mid, you know? Just go ahead, Baronic, build the Cowl, the Transcendence, your clear will be fine. And just let Stuart get some lane pressure over there with this Oleron. Either way, though, I think this draft is going to go quite well. The later this game goes, you have a lot of just shutdown for the Bolts trying to get aggressive. Anytime Sanctified Field gets dropped or Tusky gets dropped, usually the Bolts have to stop and just recollect their thoughts and say, okay, let's not fight into that. Let's wait for this to, you know, peter out, and then maybe we can try to find an engage of our own.
Yeah, I mean, whenever we were getting to the end of Season 8, it definitely was the magical hunters that Stuart showed a lot of favoritism towards, between things like the Soul, the Freya, the Oleron. Those were all definitely heavy hitters for him. As we've been kind of moving into at least the Masters and then this phase of the SPL, the Oleron is more often going towards that mid lane. So we'll have to see if the Solar Scarabs give us a little bit of a mix-up through the Artemis mid, through the Oleron duo, or will be the flip out there. At least the Poseidon locking itself in towards the jungle makes a little bit more sense. So for the Solar Scarabs, the name of the game for them in game number 1 was making sure to find that early pressure, get that early lead. If you're the Scarabs, if you're the jungler, Scream on this Poseidon, where are you trying to establish some of that pressure against the Bolts?
I mean, it's got to be on the King Arthur. I think Haddix is 100% forced into beats here, because if you're getting CC'd into a Kraken, you're going to have such a hard time trying to survive in this lane. Usually you want to go into that sovereignty, and as Mifflin touched on last game, in the reverse matchup, that you're putting yourself susceptible to so much of this magical damage if you are going this hard physical defense in that lane. It's the benefit of going a magical jungler. You can usually find some free kills, and King Arthur doesn't have much movement unless that fully charged, upgraded ultimate is charged up. You're not going to be escaping these Kraken, so probably forced into a beads or just playing very far back in that lane is what I imagine to see from Haddix. But looking at the Bolts draft, they have so many beads burners with just one big Spirit Ball from Ven or just a silence into Jake's combo. Jake's combo into it doesn't really matter which way you use these CC, they just have so much of it. So they have a great target as well. Anytime Capri's going to try and frontline inbound's going to be eating a full brunt of the CC here, probably forced into beads himself as well. So I imagine the Bolts, the name of the game is going to get some beads down and then pick our targets well.
So the Olympus Bolts, is this a team that's trying to maybe focus a little bit more towards their early game, or are the Olympus Bolts with a composition like this maybe trying to scale themselves a little bit further towards the late game, Trelly?
Yeah, I don't think they hate the late game, but up against double ADC and Oleron, it's not going to be your best friend, right? Poseidon's only going to get better once that Bombus Hammer comes through, and Oleron just wants to drop the Sanctified Field and then just hard carry for his squad. Same thing as Artemis, right? Just drop Tusky and just start auto-attacking away. So I imagine the Bolt are going to try to get aggressive early. Even though the Scarabs found some early pressure last game, I imagine the Bolts have to get active early, get those beads down, and then force those picks.
We'll see if the Olympus Bolts can claw this one back and take us to a game 3, or are the Solar Scarabs going to sweep this one out? Let's throw it right into game number 2 to see what all breaks down.
Scarabs able to convincingly capitalize on a mistake from the Bolts in game 1 and pivot themselves into a great position to close things out. And now they move in, the Scarabs do, to game 2 with an opportunity to close out the set and start off their phase in 2-0 fashion. A big pivot, though, Mifflin, heading into game 2 for the Olympus Bolts as far as composition goes. Then, on the E set, awesome Jake on the Nox. So much lockdown between those two. Two mages that have been picked in support for lockdown purposes. Now I'll be teaming up here, hoping to take down the Scarabs.
And I'm looking at Ven's build. He's foregone a starter item, going straight into the book. Likely Book of Thoth in that first slot. It's going to scale pretty quickly and allow you to move in towards these objectives, which is always the name of the game for an E-set. I don't care what role you're playing. Support, jungle, or mid. Circle protection is always the, hey, when Gold Fury's up, we should be there. When Pyromancer's up, we should be there, because it's that strong of a confirmation and team fight tool when you're able to establish defensive positioning. But the curious matchup is Baronic on this Oleron has got similar strengths around objectives. As long as one of these two are there first, either Baronic or Ven, it's just such a strong ultimate to drop down and force your opposition to fight into.
Right.
Either you're shredding a Gold Fury with Sanctified Fields and the Olympus Bolts are like, well, I don't want to walk in there. Time's like dilated and stuff. Or maybe it's Ven there first, dropping Circle Protection, and all the Sea Bears have to stay at bay, you know? Like, it just makes it so difficult for either of these teams to fight in which puts a lot of emphasis on the early game, I think. I know the Dev said the Olympus Bolts likely will be the aggressors throughout the early, but I think both teams have got similar opportunities.
Well, the Bolts may be more active through Lasbro, who's got Mannequin Scepter. Since you want those auto attacks to really proc that extra damage early in this game, he's got Blink. And we know that an Osiris early likes to get active, especially when you have Mannequin Scepter and Blink. So maybe Baronic receives some pressure from Laz in the early moments here of this game. Stuart really impressed me, though, in game number 1. Receives that gank from Scream, turns into a double kill, and never let off the gas. Technically dies to the Titan, I believe, towards the end of game 1. But really put together a fantastic performance. And now another opportunity on a very, very strong pick in this Artemis to make some waves.
But has got pretty hard time surviving, right? Like, that's what happened to Barracuda last time was Artemis is an immobile hunter that could get locked down with relative ease. Lasbra, if he's able to rotate over, should be able to make something happen over there. And with a Mannequin Scepter in the first slot, you got to think he's looking to get active early.
Well, this is awkward. We are fighting on the opposite side of the lane right now as Inbound is going to get silenced and rooted into place. Shell gets used, but is there enough damage from Barra? A couple more autos is all the Bolts needed. But they will come up just short as Inbound stuck around to farm up. And now Stuart taking some damage as well. So this is just good old-fashioned bullying. Yeah, we're advocating for it here in the duo lane.
Okay, relax.
In the duo lane, Myth, in-game.
Yeah, don't bully anywhere.
Yeah, anywhere else, no. You're a bad person.
Yeah, don't bully anywhere.
Unless you're hanging out in duo lane and you can win the health
And you
trade.
see someone like eating glue, you got to let them know that that's gross, that they're gross. Maybe give them a wedgie. Yeah, I'm with you.
Right, really what I meant is that Jake and Barra were out trading Inbound and Stuart.
Oh,
I don't know about any of that.
I'm out of pocket. Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Just like your lunch money when I'm done bullying you out of pocket. My point is, Myth, is that Inbound and Stuart had to go back to base. Now say something about it.
Well, I mean, Stuart very nearly turns that fight around. Barracuda was fighting inside of the Solar Scarab's minion waves. Stuart was able to toss out that trap barely off the mark. Had that connected with Barracuda, probably would have dropped him down to similar HP that Inbound was at. So that fight was narrowly won.
No.
And it might just happen again.
Is it happening again? This time, though, Inbound doesn't have Shell. And so he'll have to walk away. Though Barracuda is low this time. Level 4. Barra would love to hit level 5 and kind of casually ult back to lane on his way back. And that'll allow him to avoid missing way too much. And so Inbound playing aggressively, to say the least, over in this lane. Doesn't have Scarab's Blessing yet, but hasn't cost him yet either. As Book of Thoth is completed for Ven. So some skilling to be done in the mid as far as stacking items go, of course, for Ven. But Baronic with that ring build will need some time to spool up as well. As the Sanctified Field goes down, Ven stunned, circle protection there as well, hoping to dodge out the Kraken. It's a massive heal, but Venenu has stayed alive, but not long enough. Scream rotates through and grabs first blood, but Baronic now in range of a stun, and stun connects. Lasbra answers back, 1-for-1 trade in mid.
There's your Shadow Step Chernobog ultimate combo yet again. Awesome Jake and Barracuda make an appearance in mid to turn around that fight. Then buys a whole lot of time there, baits the Solar Scarabs out of position, but he's forced to walk that way. You're not walking into a Sanctified Field. You don't want to walk towards Scream, so he walks towards the Solar Scarab side of the map, which is unfortunate for the rotation for the Olympus Bolts. It's Barracuda TPing into a Shadow that's further towards the Chaos side. Had Ven been allowed to walk just a little bit further towards his own line of scrimmage, he probably would have set up for at least one more kill, but a 1-for-1 trade is much better than the alternative. But with all that said, a double rotation of the duo lane, Jake and Barracuda getting active, allows Inbound and Stuart to get a little bit more farm on the left-hand side. And speaking of Stuart, he should likely be ahead in experience. The kill does not go to Barracuda. Inbound's been forced out of lane twice now. Stuart's been solo farming a little bit more so. Probably about a half-level lead for the Artemis.
Inbound is going to need some time to spool up. Still level 4. Doesn't have Scarab's Blessing. And so no big commitment from either of the two Bolts here in mid, but a very, very small window that the Bolts maybe could have capitalized on. But now level 5, Scarab's Blessing absolutely there. Barracuda looks like just lost pretty hefty trade to Stuart and has to head on back to base as well, whereas Stu is not. Though Barracuda with Transcendence now. Happy to head back. Looks like Awesome Jake Myth maybe considering this Chronos Pendant again. Could be an interesting start in back-to-back builds.
Not a massive fan of Chronos Pendant on the Nox. I think she really does need some defense because if you're going Chronos Pendant, you're just another mage. Like, that's a standard mage build. meaning that you don't have an initiator. This Nox would be incredibly squishy. But take a peek at the level disparity in these junglers. Scream's already ticked over to level 8. Lazra just now getting to level 7. You'd expect the inverse to be true. The Golden Blade jungler generally will be clearing the map a little bit quicker, has additional movement speed built into the itemization. Maybe not as much as Scream is getting thanks to that tidal meter, but as far as jungle clear is concerned, this Osiris should be outpacing pretty handily, but instead it's this Poseidon that's been getting active on the map, rotating around, controlling the farm, getting the majority of the neutral farm in mid as well. If you've been paying attention to those mid camps, Scream's been on top of them and continues to do so. I want to see Lazra leverage this early game advantage. He still should have the fight potential, just thanks to having Mannequin's Golden Blade.
Right.
Get active, get involved on the map. There are two immobile targets on the Solar Scarabs that are incredibly easy for an Osiris to close gap on. Baronic and Stewart, and even to a certain extent, if you're able to catch inbound in the jungle, this Khepri doesn't have the greatest answers.
Right, you're just, at that point, Scarab's Blessing just delays out maybe death at some point. Lazra, haven't seen him use the blink just yet, hasn't needed it, been able to walk in, Lord of the Afterlife in, and get some stuff done. What is going to happen here in mid, though? Kraken down, takes away half of Lazra's HP, and a Lord of the Afterlife disengages from the Sanctified Field. And so Baronic drapes that one over the left side of mid, but a couple ultimates answer back from the bolts, and everyone stays on the map.
Heavy commitment from the Solar Scarab. Surprised to see both Sanctified Field and Kraken used on this Osiris. Sure, it's jungle Osiris, who's not as tanky as you might expect, but still stacking up that passive means he's getting a good deal of mitigation just thanks to his kit. Having Lord of the Afterlife means even though you're in a cripple, even though your time's been dilated, CC immune ultimate's going to get you out of those situations every single time. Lazra doesn't even take a whole lot of damage.
Blue buff confirmed by the bolts, but at what cost? Lazra sends out the tethers, but an ultimate from Haddix will be the ultimate disengage as Gold Fury stands. This time, though, remember, the Kraken was a potential X factor for the bolts in Game 1 as far as pulling early objectives, and what they were hoping would have confirmed a Fire Giant at about 18 minutes into that game. Now that's there for the Solar Scarabs, and they've got some good damage shred as this game goes on as well. So that's something the bolts are going to have to be aware of, be a little bit more active on the map as far as ward coverage goes. But a nice slight gold lead, that being said, for the Olympus bolts. Only 600 or 700 or so, but when the Solar Scarabs had first blood, just some neutral farm going towards the bolts here makes the difference.
Well, the bolts still have an X factor around these objectives, and it's circle protection. So
right.
Ven could be getting active. I think it's similar opportunities like we were talking about earlier.
Right.
Both the Solar Scarabs and the bolts have got potential to just blow up an objective. Gold Fury, generally around that 13, 14-minute mark is when we start to see them nowadays in 9-5. Pyromancer is generally a great option the second it spawns, so 10 minutes in should be a POI for both of these teams. I think it's going to be dictated for the Solar Scarabs wherever Scream is standing. If he's nearby, an objective is on the cards. If he isn't, well, it isn't. Then the same could be said of Ven. If Ven's not around a Gold Fury or a Pyromancer, I wouldn't be too surprised if the bolts just walk past him.
Trebuchet out for the bolts, who had finished their obelisk just a moment ago, sends some damage towards the mid lane tier 1, down to about half HP, which normally wouldn't be much to write home about, but in a game with as little action as we've gotten, a tower taking half of its health and damage is about as headliney as it gets here so far, 9.5 minutes in. Though, could be a collapse in towards mid here, as inbound is rooted and then stunned and then takes some damage. Doesn't have the disengage for himself anymore, but no big commit from the Olympus bolts. Barracuda's actually pulled a slight lead over Stewart on the left side of the map as well, just the one level, and a different build for Stewart this game than what we saw last game. Barracuda sticking with Transcendence. Stewart on the flip side going towards the Icavale build, which of course has seen some popularity this week.
Icavale just means you want to box. That's the entirety of the statement of purchasing that item in the first slot. And I think it's a pretty decent answer to Chernobog. In Game 1, it was Stewart piloting the Chernobog, and he was just getting involved everywhere on the map. Now, if we see Barracuda try and do this similar play style of, hey, I'm just going to ult to whatever's happening anywhere else, if Stewart's nearby, he might be able to drop Barracuda down to about half HP pretty quickly. Now that some lifesteal's been finished up for Barra, Atalanta's gets a little bit more crit. Those trades are a little bit more interesting. Any crits from Barracuda should be able to just remove any boxing potential from Stewart, who's gone for more of a tank shred / lifesteal style build.
Scream takes the ultimate from Awesome Jake. Pyromancer's low. Rotation in from the bolts as well, and the bolts take the Pyro. But now it's Scarabs disengaging through the Sanctified Field, but the bolts want more. A surge forward from 4 out of 5 members. of the Olympus Bolts and make it all 5, though a Kraken separates the fight on the right side. Means no more damage to be done, though the tier 1 tower now potentially under siege. The Scarabs stick around, stand strong underneath the objective. Ven was just tanking up this tier 1. Remember, they hurt now. And it looks like the Bolts won't be able to finish that off, but they do grab the Pyro.
Taking away that objective is massive for the Olympus Bolts. Now they can fully dedicate their time to the Gold Fury side of the map, where Barracuda has been thriving. He's already got his lead. You can have Ven start to rotate over, utilize that circle protection. Doesn't seem like Ven wants to get involved anytime soon, though. It's Book of Thoth immediately into Warlock Staff. He is stacking.
Yeah.
And in the truest sense of the word, it's going to be a little while until he finds the full value of those items.
That's
Whereas
maybe the most like wizardy build there is, like a book into a staff, right?
Yeah. Are there any hats? I guess you can buy like a helmet, but there's no like standard pointy hat.
You're right, like a mage hat. No, I don't think so. Next item though, to make a full-on mage build. Nice stun from the Spirit Ball, but doesn't grab any sort of kill pressure necessarily. A lot of that though onto Scary D here on the right side of the map. And just a bit more damage should put the Cullen down, and a gank from Lasbra pays off. And a little bit of action strikes the right side. Haddock snags a kill.
Inbound finds out that Ven hits very hard with this build as well. Spirit Ball connects yet again. The Solar Scarabs feel like they just lost the thread a little bit, right? Like they haven't been grouped up nearly as hard. One misplay around the Pyromancer cost them pretty massively, and now the Olympus Bolts, who are already trying to leverage some of that early game pressure, according to the desk, have done so. 2,000 gold now in the lead, and not much to push that lead on towards. Once this tier 1 tower in mid goes down, that's going to open up a lot of the game, or Scream could go down too.
Scream taking a lot of damage. Aegis used, Aegis down, and so is Scream. Kraken, a death cry from the Poseidon, but Baronic has sent damage towards Lasbra and evened up the score. Inbound still has Scarabs. Blessing won't use it, dies with it in his back pocket, and the Bolts are rolling in mid. A 3-man knockup from Scary D keeps things interesting. Watch out for Stewart, who's connecting with all of his auto attacks, but so are the Olympus Bolts, and Haddock's on a killing spree. Sends one more down. Scary D, the last alive for the Scarabs. And looks like he'll remain alive unless Haddock has something else in mind, and he does. Ultimate from the King Arthur connects, and I'll take a near D aside for the Bolts as a couple respawns roll through.
The difference between these hunters is one's built crit. Stewart lands 2 auto attacks on a Barracuda, and it does, what, 300 damage? Barracuda landed 1 on Stewart, and it did 200, and then it did 200 again because he crit twice. Stu cannot line up in those 1v1s. But Stu will have the opportunity to shred down the front line of the Olympus Bolts, and he does exactly that once he gets there. But like a stray crit also killed Tusky, so Barracuda goes up massive for the Olympus Bolts. Tier 1 tower will fall, as do the entirety of the Solar Scarabs in trade for 2 of the Olympus Bolts. And take a peek at the cooldowns of these ultimates. Ven's ult's coming up very shortly, already grouped up around the Gold Fury. I think the writing's on the wall.
What's it say, Miff?
It says Gold Fury.
Yeah, I can't read. Gold Fury for the Olympus Bolts might be over the horizon. And indeed it is. It's a pull by the Olympus Bolts. This is the type of moment. The Scarabs now down a pretty hefty amount of gold in this game, 3,000 or so. You might need to make a play to avoid this one getting out of control. A couple more crits. Ring out from Barracuda, and that's put inbound low. This time the Scarab's Blessing gets used,
for 2 hours.
but no Resurrect will be reached. Lasbra around the backside has reached inbound. Kraken separates out the rest of this fight as Haddox has taken big damage from Scary D, who at least is able to pull back 1, but in the meantime, Stewart has died off as well. I will take 1 stun, says Lasbra, but a pushback from Scream keeps the Poseidon on the map.
Steps into a trap.
No,
he's okay. He's okay. He's just fine. Nearly falls down. The Olympus Bolts have lost their opportunity, I think, to look at the Gold Fury proper. Circle Protection used to finish off a kill onto inbound, so no longer confirmation over to the Bolts, and Lasbra, a little unhealthy, can't stick around. Same could be said of Baronic, though, as he lines up against Jake, but it's just Jake.
Baronic felt some threat, though. Used the Aegis. Maybe sensing that if someone else from the Bolts was close by, might have resulted in a kill. Then remember, Spirit Ball, Wing Gust will connect a lot of damage onto Baronic. But looks like Baronic will be just fine for the time being. Scream continues an interesting game of builds. Do more into Staff of Mirrodin on the Poseidon. And then Ven picks up a Polynomicon as his next item. So some unique magical items, Myth, now rounding out at the halfway point in a couple of these builds.
I'm so glad you waited till those items were finished to say what they were. If you had asked me like at tier 2 what they would have been, I'm calling like Book of the Dead and literally anything besides Mirrodin.
Yeah, right.
That's pretty wild. And nowadays, Mirrodin's an interesting item that it gives you uncapped CDR. It's no longer hey, I pressed my button, now I get to press 2 buttons in a row.
There's
it's
your
instead,
hat item. Uncapped. It's a cap.
Wow, that's super
cool.
We're
really stretching, Myth. All right, go ahead.
So yeah, uncapped CDR means that essentially you've got about 70% CDR just instilled into you the second you drop that ultimate, which is curious with Poseidon, because like, what are you spamming like Whirlpool immediately afterward? You're not getting a whole lot of value from the Trident. So I'm curious to see how that looks in the team fight proper. Whereas on the other end, Ven's build is pretty simple. That's like the OG E set back in like the ISIS days, right? Like it's just stun into auto attack, and that's 1,000 damage every single time.
Right. Well, stun into auto attack. Then inbound has lost most of his HP. Scarabs blessing up. And actually, it's a Gold Fury confirmed by the Solar Scarabs. Can they disengage?
Yikes.
In fact, they might do you one better. As Scary D rotates through and knocks down Ven. Haddock spinning to win off to the right side of this fight. Lasber reinitiates. Big silence out. On the Solar Scarabs, Lasber jumps through, looking for the tethers, grabs a stun, and is able to get a couple kills as Barracuda, but Baronic answers back. This fight is messy. A Scream will have to use the beads and separate out to the right. And meanwhile, Scary D looks like has disengage on the mind.
Man, what a great fight for Haddox in particular. Rotates into the center of the engagement and baits all of the Solar Scarabs into a narrow corridor, and he's still going, by the way. Connects the poke on a Scary D. Stun's good, but nobody nearby to finish it off. Lasbra fully dedicates himself to the initiation. That was an all-in play from the Osiris. Didn't quite have enough damage to finish it off himself. Luckily, Barracuda was right behind him, and 2 kills going over to your ADC. Now 4-0-6, by the way. Not a bad look for the Olympus Bolts duo lane, who have established a pretty hefty lead for themselves. The Solar Scarabs still in this match, could even potentially look towards a Hail Mary Fire Giant, reminiscent of what we saw from the Bolts in Game 1, but instead, they want to shut down Haddox while he's still here.
Haddox looks like he'll just have to let his blue buff drop down. That was a big Gold Fury secure from the Solar Scarabs, Myth. Was, remember, cresting 4,000 or 5,000 gold for the Olympus Bolts, but that gold lead cut down just a little bit, as Lasbra will take a slight pause here. And we will send our Maxonomic chairs back by the wayside. And Myth, this is a...
You don't have to tell them.
What?
We're always standing.
Oh, no. What do you... Yeah, no, I mean, we were standing on the Maxonomic chairs. They're just so sturdy that we can stand on them while we're casting. We just sent them back. Mine was a little out of whack, but it's okay. We're back here while Lasbra...
And that won't happen to you guys.
What?
The chairs won't be out of whack.
Oh, mine was out of whack because I didn't rotate it properly. It was bad for the camera shot. There's so many degrees of rotation.
But they look good from every angle.
Right, but not necessarily for broadcast purposes. So you got to have them facing forward.
Of course.
I don't even know where we are. The Olympus Bolts are taking a deep breath here, Myth. A decent gold lead had built up for them. But I do like the Scarabs that we're seeing at the start of Phase 2 here, where Game 1 not only doesn't slip away from them, but they put themselves in a position to capitalize on a mistake from the Bolts, and they close out Game 1. And now here in Game 2, though at a bit of a deficit, have not let this game get out of control.
And for those of you who don't know exactly where the deficit is, it's about 3,000, which I would argue this late in the game, it's mitigatable. You're not too concerned about 3,000 gold. It's more so about map state, who's getting to the objectives first, who's able to set up that defensive positioning. Is it going to be the guys with Sanctified Field, or is it going to be the guys who've got Circle Protection? Either way, I'm not jealous of the people that have to fight into that, which is why I thought maybe we would see the Solar Scarabs go ahead and pull out the Fire Giant, but opportunity not there just yet, as we are jumping back into the game. A return back to neutral. It's going to be a little while till both Pyromancer and Gold Fury are back up. Generally, we'll see a team group up and push like a Tier 1 mid-tower in scenarios like this. Well, the Olympus Bolts have already done that, so if they want to get aggressive, the Bolts that is, and leverage this lead, I'm curious to see where they put that pressure. Is it going to be in the side lane? If it is, which side lane are you going to? If you head over to the solo, you've got the opportunity, if you find a pick, to move in towards Fire Giant. If you go over to the duo lane, you have to concern yourselves with the Solar Scarabs just walking at Fire Giant themselves.
I wonder, at what point do we start to see Spectral Armors picked up here for the Solar Scarabs?
Shortly.
Barracuda is 406, has a couple crit items already. We'll get another one shortly here soon as well. Likely going to be a Deathbringer, which will just amplify how bad they've been hurting. And so if I'm Scary D, maybe even inbound at some point, mainly Scary D, I'm thinking that Spectral Armor might need to be over the horizon here shortly to keep Barracuda just at bay a little bit longer. You'd love to have it going into this next fight, but pretty hefty item to capitalize on, seemingly out of nowhere. But I like the way the Bolts are playing here, Myth, warding up, starting to set up for the next big objective.
This would be the first objective, I think, where we see Ven drop Circle Protection actually to confirm the objective. For the most part, Ven's been using that in the team fight proper, but as we get to the Fire Giant, those are not coin tosses you're willing to take ever. Fire Giant can completely change the face of the game regardless of gold and experience as it stands. Az could have picked on the Haddix, but no commitment here. Scream just tossing out a little bit of poke and sees one tick of the Whirlpool and says that's not enough damage and walks away.
Well, Scream grabs Chronos Pendant as well, so the CDR conversation, especially with the Mirrodin passive.
He's gonna be spamming.
I know, spamming something. I don't know what it is yet, but spamming something. I don't know how long the Kraken cooldown is, but you get Kraken back a little bit quicker or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, for sure.
Well,
That's
of course,
CDR
right,
does.
with blanket CDR, of course, but I don't know, man. You're breaking my brain. I told you I can't read, right? And,
You did. Doug thought briefly about hovering Chronos Pendant there, and he's like, oh, Dave can't read, so I won't.
Well, it's smart. Otherwise, you would have been the one going, although that's technically your job, I suppose. Olympus Bolts hover us into the 21-minute mark with about a 4,000 gold lead, and to pull the FG on the backside of this fight. Circle of Protection for Ven. Keep your eyes on that, as well as the Kraken for Scream. They get used in the fight. Awesome Jake might need some help here. Down to half HP. Kraken down. Batoa Sanctified Field. Scream and Baronic have used maybe two of the most important ultimates in the game and come up empty-handed.
Yeah, Jake resets, goes back to Fire Giant. The Olympus Bolts force the fight immediately. That's got to be the strat. There's some intrigue in that Scream's ultimate's already coming back up. All that CDR is starting to add up very quickly, a quarter of the way there.
Well, yeah,
but
that's
Baronic's
what CDR
ultimate,
does.
it's going to be a little while for Sanctified Field. So the Olympus Bolts have got a significant advantage. Every single ultimate still available. Only one relic expended, and it's Haddix's beads.
Right.
Haddix does not care about his beads.
Executioner added for Lasbra as well. Remember, there's a Trebuchet pushing down the left side of the map. That'll get some gold for the Solar Scarabs, but a Pyromancer now for the Bolts extends out their gold lead a little bit further. Fire Giant pulled yet again. Still no Kraken. Definitely still no Sanctified Field for Baronic, who will not have that for this fight in all likelihood. It has been sitting about a quarter of the way back for a hot minute. As Awesome Jake walks forward, sends his ultimate towards Baronic, now dealing less damage, has to back away from the front of the fight. Scary D gets a big knock-up, and the Kraken is great from Scream, right off cooldown. And the Scarabs have found their first pick, and it's on to Awesome Jake. Hoping to chase down Lasbra, though, are the rest of the Solar Scarabs. Scream zooms forward. Haddix and Ven both low. Fire Giant not confirmed. Could be here for the Scarabs.
Lasbra TKO'd, has to go back to base. Ven still at 50%, could stick around, but it's going to be dangerous.
Haddix teleports through. It's a misabduct by inbound. Big crits from Barracuda. 4-0-6. And has the Envenom Deathbringer finished off as well. Keep your eyes on the Chernobog on the back line of some of these fights. The one-man advantage, not enough for the Scarabs to consider pulling out the FG, and it looks like both teams just happy with a reset. So teleport held on to by Scary D, still a Trebuchet, yep, walking down the left side of this map. Something the Bolts could consider walking towards.
Whew, that thing owns.
They got Barracuda, who has this global pressure. Stewart and Veronica are going to combine for this Oni Fury. And it's not an immediate FG pull by the Bolts. This will be a free Oni for the Solar Scarabs.
But the second it goes down, the Olympus Bolts will know about it, and they've already grouped up around the Fire Giant. No global presence from Stewart or Baronic, who both go back to base. If the Olympus Bolts have a good idea of this, they might be able to just pull the objective or even force a fight onto inbound. But that opportunity seems to have been lost. Ben's going to join his team now. It's time to pull.
That left side of the map is really going to be under some pressure. Trebuchet plus Oni minions here shortly. The Olympus Bolts need to make quick work of this Fire Giant, which they are. Circle protection down. In go the Scarabs, but will not steal it away. Instead, Kraken used as an initiation on the front. Bolts get the FG, and they get a kill onto Haddix. Scary D taken low on the front of this fight. Scream hoping to chase down Lasbra, but the health bars just do not match the level of aggression. Up in the air goes Barracuda, and down he crashes back, right down to earth. So the Bolts get themselves the Fire Giant, but lose Haddix in the meantime. A trade that the Bolts are happy to take.
Yeah, Fire Giant for one is always going to be valuable. Maybe the Solar Scarabs, if they're lucky, will have that Oni minion wave take out that left tier 2 tower. A little bit more gold into their coffers. Could go a long way from here.
What's
a
a coffer?
tight-knit battle. Excuse me?
What's a coffer?
Man, you really blew up my spot, man. It's like a chest, I think?
That's society for the last, like, 3 years. Bunch of coffers.
What?
Like...
Oh my God! Shut up, dude! Oh my God!
Gore said coffer yesterday, and I genuinely didn't know what it was.
It's like a chest, I think.
Okay. Wow.
Production, you're here. Let us know.
All of our games always devolve into. We were talking about tuffets last time.
Yeah, etymology is like half our fun.
Yeah, I'll try to keep us on track. This has been entirely my fault. I'll take all of the Hindu man yelling after this one. Don't you worry.
Thank you. I can't deal with any more.
This one's been my fault for sure. But the Olympus Boltsmith, they do grab themselves Fire Giant. Haddock's now back in respawn, but the gold lead hasn't necessarily ballooned. Just 2,000. As the Solar Scarab still very much in this matchup. And remember, some of the scaling that we are hoping to see from them now starting to hit its stride as well. A couple rings, Typhon's Fang there for Baronic. Stewart getting further into his Tank Shred build as well. And the Kraken, with some of the build of Scream, should be dealing some good damage. But Scarabs choose not to put up a defense around this tier 2 tower.
Scream picks up a little bit more CDR now with Bumba's Hammer finished up. Spear of Desolation as well. Every item giving him some form of CDR except for that Doom Orb. So he is certainly at his cap and starting to look towards some penetration. So these Krakens that have been flowing freely will now start dealing a little bit more damage with Spear of Desolation finished up. And if he finishes off any of these kills, it might just get another Kraken immediately.
Inbound.
CDR he has.
Gets stunned. And there is a soft defense here from the Solar Scarabs underneath the tier 2 tower. Some good damage out from Baronic. Only slows down the bolts, but does not completely stop them. One tower left on the map, and it's a low health tier 2 on right. Minute and 20 seconds left with FG buff. Some gold to be spent by the bolts for sure. Wonder if we see, oh no, excuse me, there's a tier 1 on right as well. So I was wondering if we would maybe see a Phoenix push, but if the bolts are able to go back, spend some gold, push down these 2 towers, and set up for Fire Giant, could be a hefty swing in gold here for the bolts.
27 minutes in, gold's not that massive a lead, only at around 4,000. So a tier 1 plus tier 2 would bump us to around 6,000 to 7,000, assuming the Olympus Bolts can find some kills on the way. And they just might, because inbound is alone.
Uh-oh, Barracuda ults in. That is one dead Scarab. Doesn't even bother with the Scarab's blessing. Scary D, Salmon leaps away, gets a 4-man knockup, and yeah, looks great. Doesn't matter though, Barracuda's got a double kill. And there's still 30 seconds left on the FG. Bolts could have an easier time sieging up this Phoenix here on right.
Haddox has to go back to base because he's worried about the split push from Scream. Scream has already gone towards mid though. So if Haddox wants to, he can just TP back in and rejoin his squad. Right side Phoenix falls down with no real fight back from the Solar Scarabs. But where will the Olympus Bolts go from here? Is it a mid Phoenix or is it for the end? No TP from Haddox tells me it's the Fire Giant. The buff wears off now and
that
will
wasn't an
respawn
option.
In about a minute. What was that?
You said Phoenix or end.
Man, let me get in my flow.
All right, go ahead.
Let me be casting for a second.
I have shattered your flow at every.
No, it's gone now. You talk.
You just need to steamroll me in a team fight now to make up
just
for it.
Just take
right?
some one. All right, I got you.
But not even when I drop it. You just need to start. Just take it from me.
I'm gonna wait for the end call, and I'm gonna take your end call.
Miff, I give you that blessing. If that's if you find a good opening for it.
Oh, it's not even. It's gonna be ugly. You ruined this cast. I hope you know.
That is harsh. If I knew what words were, I'd be very offended by what I just heard. But I don't. The Solar Scarab's now in an awkward position, though. All right, so you've lost your right side, Phoenix. You're down now a much heftier margin of gold than you were just a few moments ago. 7,000 as opposed to the 2,000 that Fire Giant buff started off with. I wonder if this is the type of moment, though, Miff, where the Scarabs may be realizing that like, if we lose this next FG, which could be right at 30 minutes, if the objective gets delayed out, are they just gonna?
What? Excuse me? I don't even.
Baffled.
He's just got to have his abilities on instant cast, and my man had the fattest finger moment of his life. But that is.
And Stewart used his ult?
Did they think someone was TPing to it? Was somebody TPing to a ward that wore out?
Haddox's teleport is down. I totally missed that. If that's what happened.
Well, no, Haddix TP'd to a ward closer to the rest of the bolts, right? He didn't TP into the middle of the fire giant.
I am baffled.
Can we get an instant replay or something? Like, what happened,
Here's
bro?
what happened. Baronic said, guys, I have this really great ultimate. Have you guys, let me tell you about Olaron's 4, and then he presses 4 as he says it. You know how, like, if you're talking to someone while you're texting or writing?
And you're writing it down,
You write down what you're saying out loud. I think that's what just happened.
And Stuart got, like, collateraled.
Now, in reality, I don't know if the Bolts actually knew that that just happened. But if we fight right here and the Bolts win this fight, because there's no Sanctified Field and no Tusky, that is wildly unfortunate. The Scarabs are having to slow play this heavily. Only halfway back is the Sanctified Field. Tusky is back, so that fumble not all that impactful. I wonder, yeah, maybe the Bolts don't know. I mean, if you know that Sanctified Field is down, you're maybe forcing it. And they're going to be wondering where it is because inbound taken low. Baronic backpedaling back, 3/4 of the way back is that Sanctified Field. It looks like should be able to get that ultimate back, though. Do lose some positional pressure on the front line of this fight.
Man, the Solar Scarabs just can't figure out how they want to initiate these fights. It can't be inbound. Every time he steps up, he loses out on the majority of his HP
we're back.
instantly. The Olympus Bolts pull out the Fire Giant, enhanced now. The Solar Scarabs have to defend.
All right, everyone's got their ults, but the Scarabs have lost like half of their health bars. In the meantime, the Fire Giant is dropped. A Scream is initiated on. Inbound will throw a root over the wall, but won't connect. Woo. As a big backpedal out from the Solar Scarabs, and then a return to the Enhanced Fire Giant for the Olympus Bolts. Remember, this guy, pretty beefy and strong nowadays. It's not all that simple for the Bolts, but the Scarabs just no chance to get in range here. It'll be an Enhanced FG confirmed by the Bolts. And now eyes on the end and an eyes on a game 3.
Just no initiation from the Solar Scarabs again. The Olympus Bolts allowed to essentially just toss out their abilities on cooldown. Then's like Spirit Ball, Spirit Ball, Spirit Ball, and there's never an answer from the Solar Scarabs. Maybe inbound needs to find an abduct on a priority target, but that's going to be so difficult with Lazra standing in front of him. That's going to be so difficult with Jake playing as frontline as he has been, and he has not found those opportunities. And Scary D with a blink, or not with a lack of blink rather, can't be the initiator. Generally, Kakoan will act as a secondary starter for these fights, like a blink ultimate, 4-man knockup, something along those lines. That doesn't work. He's got teleport and beats. He's survivable for sure. He's going to be in all the team fights. He might even be in the team fight twice. Go back to base, teleport back in. But he's not starting them.
It doesn't seem to be. Though there was no fight, I don't know how impactful the couple of ultimates being down ended up being there for the Scarabs. Definitely lost some positional pressure, some fight pressure, but Bolts are pretty far ahead of that engagement anyway. Inbound, see ya. Ultimate not used, and the Scarab takes a crumble for the 5th time this game. So now I was going to say the task a little bit easier, but Khepri hadn't necessarily been a giant roadblock for the Bolts yet this game.
He's been a non-factor.
The Olympus Bolts now shred down the mid lane. Phoenix with Enhanced Fire Giant at their backs. You got to make a stand somewhere if you're the Scarabs. Where will it be? Maybe under the Titan, as we saw how long it can take to whittle down that objective last game. But it looks like methodical here from the Bolts.
It's only 15 seconds left in this great grayscale for inbound, so he might be back up for this base defense, but not for his Phoenix defense. All 3 birds gone now.
I mean, if the Bolts can force the pressure, inbound's not going to get a chance to fight here in this game. Haddock's tanky enough to stay on the map as the Titan takes some damage from the last crumbling of waves from the left side. Stewart stunned, but not taken down. The Kraken is big from Scream, but not big enough. As the Sanctified Field goes over from Baronic as well. Titan worked on, and the Bolts.
Olympus Bolts take the dub over the Solar Scarabs, pushing us to a Game 3 situation. Not once was this match in question. The Olympus Bolts, once they establish a lead, hold on to it.
What happened?
I told you I was going to take the end
call.
call.
You steamrolled me. Yeah, but that wasn't even an end call. You took it like as the
Well,
as
you never
the game
know
was
how
over.
those Titans are going to go down, man. Sometimes it takes a while.
Right. Yeah. You don't want to be doing all the work. You got to do it right when the game ends. Mifflin is right, though. The Bolts run over the Scarabs here in Game 2. This one a little bit longer, 10 or so minutes longer. But the result here for the Bolts, the gap was a little bit closer. Even after that first FG, it was about 2 or so thousand gold. The Scarabs very much in the game, but lost so much just passive gold on the map that the Bolts never had to look back. And an Enhanced Fire Giant, effectively for free, ends this game. Bolts win Game 2 and send us to a Game 3, which is coming up next.
like you're feeling wavy. Way too early to be hazy. Start a 10 job cause you crazy. Yeah, you back in the game and you don't feel ashamed. Always want me at your party. Like me next to a Bacardi. Cause you know I'm spinning faster than a Harley. Yeah, you still in the game but you don't feel ashamed. You just close your eyes when you wish to be free. You look up to the sky and call on me. Let me put color in your sky, take away the gray. Turn the roof to a floor on a Saturday. Up it tall in the night, you do what I say. I'm just a getaway, I'm just your getaway. I'll make you warm if it's chilly and I probably make you say things you wouldn't do normally. I'm like a 9 to 5 job, but you work for me. I'm your getaway, cause you can get away. Your illusions, I got no perception. What is real, what's your projection? I make you dizzy in your head, got no protection. You're lost in the game, can't remember your name. Calling on the horn and my ship will come to play. You can get no sleep, stay awake to numb the pain. Make you save your problems for another day. I'm your getaway, but you can get away. You just close your eyes when you wish to be free. You look up to the sky and call on me. Let me put color in your sky, take away the gray. Turn the roof to a floor on a Saturday. Up it tall in the night, you do what I say. I'm just a getaway, I'm just your getaway. I'll make you warm if it's chilly and I probably make you say things you wouldn't do normally. I'm like a 9 to 5 job, but you work for me. I'm your getaway, cause you can get away. Let me put color in your sky, take away the gray. Turn the roof to a floor on a Saturday. Up it tall in the night, you do what I say. I'm just a getaway, I'm just your getaway. I'll make you warm if it's chilly and I probably make you say things you wouldn't do normally. I'm like a 9 to 5 job, but you work for me. I'm your getaway, cause you can get away. All of my friends, they were litty as hell. Run it, let's go face with the latest bands. Whole kitty gang just doing a thing. Boom, boom, what the dogs can't have. All of my friends, they were litty as hell. Run it, let's go face with the latest bands. Whole kitty gang just doing a thing. Boom, boom, what the dogs can't have. Oh, meow, but a Kit Kat snack with a mouth. Swish, twist it out. I'm a bad, don't do that. Won't chase ya, no patience. I'm with Jesus, up in Matrix, in the spaceship. Do no basics. I ain't no cute kitty with a facelift. All of my friends, they were litty as hell. Run it, let's go face with the latest bands. Whole kitty gang just doing a thing. Boom, boom, what the dogs can't have. All of my friends, they were litty as hell. Run it, let's go face with the latest bands. Whole kitty gang just doing a thing. Boom, boom, what the dogs can't have. 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 Everything I say, you should print it on a t-shirt. Everything I do, you can read it on Twitter. Huh. What's a girl gotta do, huh? What's a girl gotta do? I'm dripping in fruit, check out my lemon soup. I'm a double but cute, I'm witty like soup. I'm visibly cool, but vanilla and fruits. I like it freaky smooth, you like me freaky. All of my friends, they were litty as hell. Run it, let's go face with the latest bands. Whole kitty gang just doing a thing. Boom, boom, what the dogs can't have. All of my friends, they were litty as hell. Run it, let's go face with the latest bands. Whole kitty gang just doing a thing.
Here are your free games with Prime in June.
Battleman and Beast for survival set in the Himalayas in the open-world action-adventure shooter Far Cry 4. Then, adventure to the high seas as Pirate Guybrush Threepwood in the point-and-click adventure Escape from Monkey Island. Join the WRC Championship to win the most challenging motor racing competition in the world. Build yourself a cat cafe of your dreams in the sim game Calico. Journey with the Astrologaster, who uses the stars to cure the sick in 1592 London. Then, follow Alice on a musical adventure in Across the Grooves. With Amazon Prime, you also get free shipping, videos, music, groceries, and more. Play your favorite games straight from the cloud on Amazon Luna. Go to gaming.amazon.com for all these free games and more. Go where the games take you.
He's coming back to this, but Charlie made a stupid joke. Maybe we'll talk about on that later. But if any of those games caught your eye, then I've got great news for you, because Prime Gaming is the title sponsor of Season 9. And if you have Prime Gaming, you can pick up any of those games that you saw for free. Or if there's any other cool stuff, some exclusive content and games you're already playing, then you can pick that up as well. If you don't have a Prime membership, well, what are you waiting for? You get free 2-day shipping on everything that you were already going to buy. I actually just used my Prime membership a few days ago to go ahead and buy myself a new set of yarn, because I'm having some fun knitting some scarves, and hey, I get all that stuff within 2 days. I don't even have to go and worry about seeing if it's in stock somewhere else. So make sure to use your Prime membership and then link that up to get yourself some Prime Gaming. Thank you so much once more to Prime Gaming for being the sponsor here in Season 9 of the SPL. The Bolts down but not out, able to claw back game number 2, take that one. And now, Charlie, we push up into a game number 3. And I think a lot of what Dave and Mifflin were kind of alluding to and highlighting a lot during that game was just the lack of initiation by the Scarabs to really get these fights started.
Yeah, it just seemed like their comp didn't have a really good go button, as Inbound was trying to frontline on this Kepri, couldn't really just abduct in because the carries were just shredding through him. Scary D, I think, had a great game on the Colin, but the Salmon leap into a large knockup is really all we really saw. Even with a knockup into a huge Kraken, it just wasn't enough to turn the tides of this fight. The Olympus Bolts on the back of Barracuda, who is just massive in his lane, just popped off. I think it was about 6-0 by the end of that one, doing top damage at the end as well. This Chernobog just way too powerful there.
This Chernobog putting in a lot of work, and that's why I've been seeing so much priority of this pick, grabbing that one in if your first pick or if your second pick. And maybe we see why the Bolts ended up grabbing that one first out for Barracuda. A 10 KDA, 28,000 damage to close this one out. Barracuda putting in a lot of work on this god throughout the game. Not to also mention that, Awesome Jake putting in some work on this Nox, a signature pick of his in Season 9, and one that he's got over a 90% win rate on going into this week.
That's too much. I mean, at this point, you gotta ban that away, right? It's just that those numbers don't lie. When you see a stat stick like 90%, you gotta say, hey, maybe we aren't the ones that are gonna be taking this, the win rate, making it even worse. Just ban it away. Don't have to deal with all the sustain, all the lockdown that this pick does provide. Obviously, the 0-1 is not what you want to look at on that stat line. That's the 12 assists, because that was how much Jake was able to set up on this pick. Full CDR, even more so with that Chronos Pendant start. Make sure that you're able to consistently hit those abilities and just always have some peel up for your team as well as setup. Much easier to set up the Bolts draft on the, obviously the Solar Scarabs didn't have too much. It was hard to find some initiation, whereas the Bolts just, a Spear Ball from Ven could have been the go button, or just anything from Jake's kit also could have been the go button.
And we saw there could have maybe been a fight back around that enhanced Fire Giant from the Solar Scarabs, but then it seemed that Lazaro was able to spook the members of the Solar Scarabs into baiting Tusky out from Stewart, and then also getting that Sanctified Field out of Baronic, and then from that point, there's no ultimates ready for the next team fights. The left side Phoenix falls down after the enhanced Fire Giants over for the Olympus Bolts, and then Inbound ends up dying over on the left side Phoenix on some kind of defense where we're not really sure exactly why he was standing there. And from that, the Olympus Bolts are able to close out, take game number 2, and now take us into game number 3 between these two teams. The Solar Scarabs have got to make a couple of change-ups potentially, at least in this game more than anything, finding some extra, more consistent initiation, maybe somebody to go alongside Scary D to try and get these fights started.
Yeah, we got to talk to Ven before, before this game started in the interview, and it was something along the lines of, even if Bear is sick, he's still going to be playing up to this standard, and that's what I'm saying. He was like, he didn't hard carry. It wasn't like it was just Bear doing things that game, but he was free casting that game. He looked insane, so even though he's homesick, he's still able to pull out these plays. I think banning away the Chernobog could definitely be a way to look at this draft, and or that Nox. Somehow trying to limit the success of the Bolts duo lane has to be looked at here.
Yeah, Dual lane definitely becoming a problem facing up against the Olympus Bolts. Picks and bans for game number 3 with the 1-1 score between Scarabs and Bolts. Starts out with a Nemesis ban for the Solar Scarabs and a Mercury out of the Olympus Bolts. They're not going to let Scream reprise that god one more time in the jungle, but in the same light, Solar Scarabs are not going to give that Osiris over to Lazra. Maybe just a little too potent on that jungle pick.
Yeah, a little bit too just annoying. I think the Tether, one of the most slept-on abilities in the game. Not just the slow, the fact that you're always doing less damage and Osiris is taking less damage. The mitigations come into play as well. Just an annoying backliner, and the fact that it's being played in the jungle means he gets to spread that influence throughout the entirety of the map. So I think banning away Nemesis and Osiris going to be a smart bet here for the Scarabs. And they still have a few more options to try and take away the Bolts, though, are going to ban away the Chernobog themselves. They are not in that first pick position, so they're going to have to take that away. They don't want to deal with that global presence.
So we are going to have to see a new Hunter come out into the battleground for the 2 ADC players of these teams. ESET going to be the next ban by the Solar Scarabs, and now that opens up the door for potentially a Nox first pick. If we're looking at these, it's something that Inbound found success on in game number 1, something that Jake found success in game number 2, and with a Jingwei ban by the Bolts, I wouldn't be surprised entirely if the Solar Scarabs wanted to take that pick away from Jake.
And it looks like they just want to grab the Uller here, something that's been taking a few bans as well. Very high ban rate, this Uller right now. So we'll have to see if it's going to go into the mid lane or the duo lane, or even the solo lane at this point. There's really nowhere that Uller can't be played at this moment just because his build path is so strong and he gets so much pressure. I think probably going to Stewart because I know that Baronic has a lot of hunters in the God pool, but the Uller, I mean, seems more like the Stewart pick, but holding on to that ambiguity, letting it be a little bit of a flex pick, probably the best option right now. So the Scarabs have their first pick. Now the Bolts get to answer back that Nox, notably still available, and J-Mac, I don't see a reason why they shouldn't pick it. I mean, I didn't see a reason why the Scarabs shouldn't pick it, and now that it's the Bolts' chance, this is their one moment to take it away, because then the Scarabs will have their opportunity to grab it in the second slot, and getting Uller and Nox, that's already a lot of combo potential and just complete CC in that duo lane.
Khepri also notably still available, Yemoja, so even if one of these two teams does go towards the Nox, still a couple of very potent Guardians to be able to grab them up. Even Fafnir, who's been able to rise up the ranks. The Olympus Bolts will not go towards the Nox, at least maybe not for Jake. Yemoja going to be the lock-in for the Olympus Bolts support player. And then a Daji in response, something to maybe answer to the lack of CC immunity, at least out of this Uller coming from the Scarabs.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one because the Solar Scarabs still have a lot of ways to deal with this Daji's Powwow. You know, just in the fact that they have so many different options available to lock in here. I mean, the Geb notably is something that doesn't really care too much about the Daji Powwow. We've seen, you know, yesterday, to take anything from the Leviathan set rather. When you see that Daji locked in, Oleron is actually pretty solid. You just drop the Sanctified Fields. The Powwow is going to be largely mitigated. You don't even have to beat that first pull because everything's going to be in slow motion. You don't have a great answer back. So Solar Scarabs have some time to think about this if they want to go towards that Oleron, if they want to try and get their support there as well. The Khepri, also going to be a pretty decent option, but given the fact that Yemoja was already grabbed and Inbound was having some trouble frontlining, being locked down as that Khepri, Yemoja's one, the rivers go up, Khepri gets stuck, and also could be getting pulled in by the Daji.
Potentially so. A couple of options for the Scarabs still as they're taking a little bit of their bank time to decide on what they want to go up against, something to deal with both the Daji and the Yemoja. The remainder of what the Bolts draft can still go through. Plenty of options on the table. Notably, Baron Samedi's still up if you want to go for a solo lane pick. That god's been seeing a lot of priority amongst them. But the Scarabs are going to go back to one of Inbound's tried and true gods, the Sylvanas, and Baronic going to go back on the Hu Huang that found them success in game 1.
That's an interesting one. I mean, it is going to give, if Inbound is on point with these pulls, he has have CC immunity in the Wrath of Terra, so should be pretty safe from the Daji pull for the start of this game, but still will be susceptible to the River's Rebuke. Still probably going to have to go into that Phantom Shell just to make sure that he is always safe trying to be the frontliner on this squad. Scary D, though, still does have that Kakolan pick available unless it gets banned away here by the Bolts, because Bologna was the answer for Haddix in that lane. Starting to stick to those auto attackers more. We saw the Erlang Shen. Game number 1 didn't work out too well, but the Bologna is going to be the option. And the Bolts are going to ban away Kali here, so notably that Kakolan is still available, but focusing more on Scream's God pool right now.
Yeah, Scream has, in the past, been one of the frontliners, or the front runners, I should say, for the Solar Scarabs to find success. Had top kill participation in the league for his team. There's a reason he was always known as I think it's like Mr. 80% or something like that was the stat line that came from there. And then an Artemis ban by the Solar Scarab. So maybe this Uller is, in fact, well, no, at the Yu Wong locked in, this Uller should be going over to Stewart. Though I can't dismiss the fact that we have seen Uller find his way over into the solo lane a few times. Not sure if that's a pick that Scary D wants to run into, especially when you're going up against the Bologna, not really the easiest matchup for you.
Yeah, it doesn't scream to me the solo lane Uller, at least for the Solar Scarabs. I definitely think this is going the way of Stewart, and since the Yu Huang got locked in, that pretty much confirmed it for me. The King Arthur will be banned away here, still leaving open that Kakolan, so I guess not too worried about that one. Kakolan does go into that rage transformation, won't be able to jump out of the river. It's going to be not having to worry about it too much, and as long as you're making sure you're on point with the Palau shots, waiting for that the CC immunity to pop through as well. I think there's a few different ways you can try and counter that one out. The Solar Scarabs will ban away the Poseidon here. With the dodge he already picked up, just assuming that maybe Ven wanted to pull that one out. Not going to be an option anymore. And now finally they will have their opportunity to try and figure out where the rest of this draft is headed.
The Morgan available, and that's something we've seen paired with Daji multiple times, something that Venenu also very comfortable on playing, so that could maybe be an option for the mid lane pick out of the Bolts. Solo lane drafted in, jungle and support, so still looking for Barracuda and Venenu's pick. They could just hold on to the Morgan, no need to pick it up immediately since Yu Huang is picked up for the Solar Scarabs, so unlikely that that would get drafted over to the Scarabs roster though, so that's at least where I'll put my money potentially towards for the Olympus Bolts though. They're the ones playing, and I'm just the one here speculating more than anything else, but with this one pick, will be Tiamat instead. And that one kind of feels like a curveball right now, Charlie. We haven't really seen Tiamat in a while.
Yeah, I think Tiamat's gone, but never forgotten, right? She doesn't have a great spot in the meta, but she's never going to have a terrible spot either. She just brings so much to the table, so safe, always has decent damage, just doesn't bring that much to the early game, but you're against Yu Huang, who arguably brings even less to the early game, so you're never really worried about getting out pressured in that regard. And you're just going to have some safe, comfortable damage. So I think Tiamat always a decent pick just to lean into if you want to have no bad matchups, but Shiva, not even hovered, just instantly locked in, a character that has fallen out of the meta so hard. Once everyone got more HP, and the Kleena as well, so, I mean, both of these picks are interchangeable, right? The Kleena could be in the solo, or the Shiva could be in the solo, but more often than not, we've seen the Shiva in the jungle, just because of how it used to be played last patch, but now that, I mean, since 9.5, we have not seen the Shiva at all, because everyone's tankier. Shiva doesn't have as much damage, more so just displacement and healing. It's going to be an interesting one to see how the Solar Scarabs are able to do this. They do have much clearer initiation, right? They're trying to see a pull from inbound into a knockup, an axe from Uller, anything like that, a blink in from Shiva. They have much easier initiation on this squad, but also late game their damage is certainly lacking, and Scotty is going to be the option for the Bolts. So, man, the Bear of Scotty, that sends shivers down my spine. It's just a 1v1 matchup you love to take, to be honest. As long as you're using Calder to try and block that Uller axe, you're 1v1, you're going to be getting some pretty solid trades in that lane.
And there aren't many players in the league who are still willing to bring out this Scotty, but Barracuda, one of the few, and definitely one of the bigger performers on this god. So, we get a full look at both of the teams through here. One of the things that was talked about for game number 2 and moving into game 3 was some of the lack of initiation that the Solar Scarabs had to fight into the Bolts. Now, one thing I'm looking at is maybe some of the lack of being able to get away from the CC that the Bolts have. River's Rebuke, Yu Huang's going to be able to go up into the sky to get away. Uller can kind of jump himself away. But most of the core of the Solar Scarabs feel like they could still fall susceptible to this River's Rebuke over anything else.
Yeah, I think Phantom Shell definitely going to be a solid pickup here, just making sure that Jake can't really control your positioning on the map. You always have to worry about the Palau as well, even if you have a fair bit of CC immunity in the draft. If your beads aren't on point, if you're not ready to use those CC immune ults right away, you could also be pulled back in depending on how crisp Lasbra is with the Palau cancels. So something you always have to be worried about here, but I think I like the draft that the Solar Scarabs have went for much more this game than they were last game. I just think it's much more cut and paste. Exactly what you need to do is find those pulls. There's a lot of weight on inbound shoulders though. If he's not on point with the pulls, if he can't set up for his team, they're pretty much just going to be sitting back and waiting for the Bolts to come to them.
Now, I know we talk a lot about late game, the TT, time to kill, all that kind of stuff has been pushing me, so we've been seeing a lot longer games of Smite, but is this a game, I mean, when you're looking at both of these drafts, is this one, Charlie, that you imagine probably will push itself towards that later stage? And if so, if that is the case, is there one team that kind of has an advantage once we push that late part?
Yeah, this matchup in particular is interesting because you don't see any like tried and true crit ADCs right now being picked. Uller and Scotty more so going to those ability-based builds. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the Scotty go for that Cal Transcendence and then maybe into more auto attack based builds. We've seen Panda Cat go something similar like that on this Scotty. So if that is the case, you got to give the late game to the Bolts. I think Tiamat so hard to try and lock down right now, even though she's not going to be the safest pick early late game as we're talking about now. She should have a lot of different ways to immune the damage and just get away. The Bolts, I mean the Scarabs rather, have a very all-in composition. They have to try and find a pick, use inbound setup, and then go from there.
Solar Scarabs had a very strong game number 1. The Olympus Bolts a very strong game number 2. And now it comes down to our third and final game in this set to determine who is going to be taking their victory, their first victory of this phase. Who's it going to be, the Olympus Bolts or the Solar Scarabs? We'll throw it over to Dave and Mifflin one final time.
I don't know what's going on with Miff over here, but we're excited to get into game number 3 between the Scarabs and the Bolts for the first time this phase. Remember, we're doubling things up this phase. These two teams will face off a couple of times throughout the phase, and this will set the tone for the rest of the phase for both of these squads. The Solar Scarabs have shown us some improvement for what we saw during Masters Miff. The Bolts have shown us a little bit of both of the Bolts that we expect to see at times kind of get run over in game 1, convincing in game 2, and now send us on to game 3 again. Some unique compositions for both of these teams. It feels like neither of the two teams is like stuck with their guns on one pick in particular.
I mean, the Olympus Bolts composition holistically, I would argue is pretty standard Smite. Sure, some flavor picks in there. Tiamat, not one we're used to seeing as much anymore. Mainly the Scotty, but we know that Barracuda really likes this pick for the 1v1, and in the late game team fights, the Permafrost is just very, very disruptive. But looking at the Solar Scarabs draft, namely the Soul Laner, I think seeing Shiva in solo is a major surprise for me personally, because the conversation around Shiva has constantly been, wow, his early game is really strong, 20% attack speed stim plus knock up on the same ability, double displacement, double damage displacement at that. Makes him really strong in the jungle. He has a lot of damage output. His ultimate's one of the best chase tools in the early game. But a lot of what I've just said is contingent on just that, the early game. When you put Shiva in the solo, he's not really a part of your team fight until that late portion of the match where he's no longer got that 100-0 potential. His healing isn't as high in the late game either because it just doesn't scale as well as some of these other dedicated healers. So I am very surprised to see Scary D piloting this pick.
Yeah.
But similarly, I'm very curious to see how it kind of like paces out, where he decides to put his pressure, whether or not he's going to be rotating to utilize it in the early game, or whether or not he's just got something cooking up for the late.
Of course, Queetna very strong. The alternative, right, for the Shiva would be in the jungle, where we've seen this pick a couple of times. Queetna for Scream. Queetna was the pick for a while, whether a solo or jungle, fallen by the wayside just a bit, but still in a pretty strong spot. And Scream likes the option here. Baronic goes back to the Yu Huang. And so there was a win in game 1 for the Yu Huang Myth. We saw some moments. I don't think it was necessarily because of Baronic on that pick.
He was in the game,
but
for
right,
sure.
But you know, there was some damage, some good burst damage out of that pick. Oh, and this is, I don't know if he was messing with us or not, but he did tweet, Baronic did after that game, and said, after the Sanctified Field went down around the FG, he said, I'm unbinding ult from spacebar after that game.
No, Baronic has it on spacebar, I'm pretty sure.
We need to get him on the UI content piece, because that's egregious. You're telling me you don't like casually just bop spacebar every once in a while?
That's my jump button in all normal humans. That's where they put their jump button.
Right, I can't believe it's on space. Anyway, there's your answer, everyone at home who was wondering. According to Baronic's tweet.
But it doesn't answer Stewart. He did it too. Yeah, do you think Stewart was just making fun of him?
Look what he just did. He stood in solidarity. He didn't want his mid laner to be alone. And
well, it definitely like cost him a fight.
But back on the Yu Huang is the point here, Miff. What'd you see in game 1? Did you see enough to draw a conclusion? You still need to see some more. What's your take through one game?
Well, in that game, Yu Huang was like a non-factor to getting the early game lead, which really snowballed the Solar Scarab. So it's hard to say what Yu Huang's going to look like from an even state. I will say the displacement from his ultimate is still incredibly valuable. He's got a very strong like levels 1 through 3 because when you cultivate the Dow, getting that root for yourself is very good. He's decent at establishing pressure thanks to the Chain Lightning auto attacks, but It might not come down to the Yu-Hong as Vlasbra gets his way, hovering nearby. I think he's been spotted, though.
Yeah, I can't.
Bobby's staring at him.
Right, staring at that wall. Oh, the writing's on the wall, right? So that's what Inbound's looking at. But looks like Vlasbra will be unsuccessful in his gank this time. Has Blink, wants to be active early on this Daji. So you look at what targets might Vlasbra look towards. No beads for Inbound. Could be an option. Though with the ultimate Inbound at level 5, a little bit more safe. Scream, though, makes his way over towards the left as well. We're going to get a 3 versus 3 on the left side of the map. Remember, Inbound not level 5 yet, and the early damage is there for the Olympus Bolts. Chains connect, should be first blood, and it is. Vlasbra snags the first kill of the game onto Inbound, but Barracuda is low, and Scream answers back. But Stewart at full HP misses the axe on a nice dodge from Vlasbra. A little bit more damage from Awesome Jake will even up the kills, but does not have the legs, and the Solar Scarabs come out big and win the 3v3.
Man, Scream's movement is just so good. He knows exactly where he needs to stand. He knows exactly what his limits are, and he's able to play that team fight just perfectly. Applies the double silence, finds all the damage that he needs to, plays inside the enemy wave so he doesn't miss his auto attacks. He's just proccing Golden Blade on the opposition. Just clean plays from the Solar Scarabs jungler. But it's the Olympus Bolts who get first blood, I believe. And at the end of the day,
you're right.
First blood, high bounty. It's the Olympus Bolts who come out ahead on gold off of a 2-for-1 trade.
Scream the double kill on the left side of the map. Stewart stays alive, grabs a couple of assists as well. So really the big winner feels like Scream after this fight is Stewart and Inbound. Slowly invading the purple buff, but Barracuda with enough damage from his ultimate. And then the Spear going to pick up the purple buff for himself. And Miff, no, we don't get to see Queen all that much here lately, but I do think worth looking back at what Scream was able to do on the left side, because you were a fan of how his movement worked here.
Just look at him. He places the ultimate so Barracuda can't backstep, forces the Scotty forward. Afterward, I mean, he's essentially got carte blanche in that nobody's looking at him. Triple silence. And then right here, the decision making to path this direction away from his team forces Stewart to jump forward, which you'd think would be a poor call, but it isn't.
Well, it's happening again in the meantime as Vlasbra again finds an opening kill onto Inbound. And again, Scream is on the left side of the map to answer back, but no good onto Stewart this time, who didn't have beads. So important that Stu was able to jump out of those. Would have been a pullback in by Vlasbra. This time, though, no answer back from Scream, though Vlasbra was low. And the Olympus Bolts were able to answer back, even up the kills, and another one for the Olympus Bolts jungler.
That was a rotation from Ven as well. Scream, good slow, good damage, but maybe not enough.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it, though it was close onto Barra, who's just shy of getting that ultimate back. And so even with Golden Blade, those abilities really shredding for Scream in the first couple of minutes of this game. I love these styles of games where both junglers are really hitting their pace and it just feels like action. You know, who's going to slip up first? Right now it's a slight lead for Scream, where Vlasbra has gone Transcendence, needs some time to stack up that item, immediately into Golden Blade for Scream. And so now Vlasbra's got to worry about keeping pace with some of that jungle farm. Really a game of chess, it feels like, out of the jungle in the first couple minutes.
And Vlasbra's not really got the opportunity to maintain pace. If Scream decides to just sit in the jungle and farm up, Daji's clear by rote is just worse than Kleena's, but especially with Kleena going towards this Golden Blade. Transcendence, as you said, going to take a little while to spool up, needs those stacks to get the full brunt of that item. So a little while till Vlasbra hits his spikes, whereas Scream hasn't gone for a traditional stacker, maybe will go towards the Transcendence in the second slot, but Golden Blade early on is going to synergize pretty decently with Transcendence if he does elect to go that path, just by nature of clearing the jungle a little bit quicker. You'll get those stacks up a little bit quicker as well.
Inbound, knocked up and to the side, but so is Jay. Got to be a kill here, and it is. Ultimate out from Baronic. Then Yu Huang on the board early. And that's a very simple collapse. The Solar Scarabs just send their pressure mid. And Awesome Jake on the Emoja, just no chance to disengage. And so now starting to spread the wealth a bit, Miff. His Scream goes over towards mid. And Baronic with the Doom Orb first. Able to finish off a good item, get some extra gold.
Scary D has just been getting bullied in this lane, hasn't he? Yep. He's been stuck inside his tower for the most part. He's been using his ultimate just to self-sustain in this laning phase as well. Just not really able to line up against Haddix on this Bellona. And I mean, you'd expect that. Yeah, any god with an auto attack speed stim doesn't really get the value as long as there's a disarm, and well, the Haddix got that every single time.
Lasbra avoids the damage, gets one chain onto inbound, and another one in. Double pull, Rivers Rebuke. Perfect from Awesome Jake, but where's the damage? You need more from Ven. It just hasn't connected onto inbound yet, and the last auto attack through from Awesome Jake. Capitalizes. Haddix up and over the wall, means a double for the Emoja, and the Bolt's starting to roll. A dive under the mid-tier 1 tower as Lasbra sets the stage.
Unfortunate. Scary D can't match the rotation. He is able to at least clear out a wave and tick over to level 10 before Haddix does, but completely was behind on HP, had to stick around, and the Olympus Bolts utilizing that numbers advantage, able to take that team fight. Double pull from Lasbra, immediately followed up by the Rivers Rebuke. Beautiful combo between the jungler and support of the Olympus Bolts. The Bolts got 2. But both going to Yemoja, probably not the most ideal situation. You're not super happy with Jake pulling as massive a lead as he has. Would have probably been better suited with any of those kills going over to Ben or even potentially Barracuda, who had made the rotation as well. But at the end of the day, a lead is a lead, and the Olympus Bolts have established it very early on.
Yeah, happy with the way that the jungle is played specifically here are the Olympus Bolts. Lasbra, remember, towards the end of Phase 1 and even a bit during Masters, really set a fantastic pace, and the Bolts looked so good. Then had some fantastic matches there as well, which led to me drafting both of them on my fantasy team, Lasbra and Ven. Do you have any players in this match on your team, man?
I got the whole Bolts duo lane.
Yeah, Jake and Barra?
Yeah, so I'm real happy about that double kill for Jake.
You're chilling. Double kill for Jake looks good over in duo so far. And of course, for me, Lasbra gathering some points
beads
as well. Yeah, beads used, but not necessarily on time, as a kill could reach the dual lane here, but inbound sensing some pressure will back away immediately. Lasbra way behind, but who's up front? It's Ven and Jake. Jake has Rivers Rebuke and a Riptide. And this one fizzles out, though the numbers may have told you the Bolt's considering a dive, but don't end up capitalizing.
Looked to me like Jake was looking for the double Rivers Rebuke. Stewart still had leap, so he's waiting that one out. And by the time he'd realized that, inbound was already too close to his own tower. Didn't really have the opportunity to look for that pull. Here's the strength of Kleena, is the ability to just eviscerate neutral objectives. Pyromancer left alone for even the barest of moments, and the Solar Scarabs will make use of that time. The Olympus Bolts nowhere in range to put up a defense, and in letting that objective fall down, has completely closed up this game yet again. But it just feels like the Olympus Bolts are playing with a little bit of something, isn't it? Like they've got the proactive element. They're the ones dictating the pace for the most part, choosing the fights on the map, rotating more aggressively. The Solar Scarabs, even though they've closed up a good deal here, just feels like they're on the back foot.
Right, I mean, a lot of the kill pressure and kills on the board, outside of the one in mid, that was a fight the Scarabs chose. That got the 3rd kill of the game. The other 2 were an answer from Scream to a gank from Lasbra, though again, that paid off, a 2-for-1 trade earlier on for the Solar Scarabs. A lot of it has been Laz, and Laz now again over towards right, just assisting his soul laner and picking up the blue buff. So Scary D had a slight XP lead just a moment ago, but things like that will help close that gap up. Solar Scarabs grabbed Pyro a moment ago, sent an auto attack towards Gold Fury. I would have been very surprised with a pull there. And the Scarabs agree and will end up backing themselves away. Some important items rolling up now for Stewart as well. Fully stacked on the Transcendence into the Jotun's Wrath. As on the flip side, Myth, Barracuda sticking with Transcendence, yes, but opting for a bow item after that. So not necessarily full ability based for the Scotty.
And it's so hard to figure out which bow these guys are going to go for, right? Could be the Icavale, likely not. Could be the Atalantis if he wants to go a little bit more so towards crit, find some lifesteal as well. Silver Branch, a very popular option for penetration early on, so we'll have to check back in with Barracuda as he gets a little bit more gold for himself. I'm keeping my eyes on the relic selections, though. Lasbra and Scream both ticking over to level 12, so Beads now available to this Daji. Scream could pick up Blink if he so chooses on his back to match and find some parity up against this jungle matchup, but it's not going to come down to it if this team fight is any dictator.
That's a good Rivers Rebuke, except Piranha can go up and over and Scream can go into the wall. The only person who can escape is the one who might die, and it's inbound. Low, but not out, but Baronic does end up dying, then being chased down by Scary D. The ultimate should be enough, and the Scarabs pull back 1, but it's a 2-kill swing for the Olympus Bolts, who will riptide themselves back to safety in mid. Then for Baronic and Inbound as of now. Still a chase to be had. But an axe from Stewart keeps things interesting.
Barracuda forced to use his bead. Stewart forced to use his leap, both defensively. The Solar Scarabs wanted to find something in answer, and even just taking away the beads from the Scotty may have opened up the door to find a rotation a little bit later on. We've already seen now Barracuda struggles once Scream is able to close gap on him, and will struggle even more so without that defensive relic. So it's a 2-for-1 trade favoring the Olympus Bolts yet again. Gold still going their way as well. But had Haddox been able to disengage a little bit cleaner, we could be talking about a Gold Fury pull right now. Not the case. Could be talking about a 2v1 as well.
Yeah, Haddox is strong here. That's a nice rotation into mid for Haddox. Bologna absolutely still has their place. Remember at the beginning of Season 9, a lot of Bologna, a lot of Amaterasu, the Berserker Shield style build, Shogun's Kusari was all the rage. And so there's still opportunities for that. And Haddox hoping to tap into some of it here in Game 3 and continue advancing the Bolts forward. Gold lead is built up just a bit. Had shrunk down, now closer to 1.5K or so in experience. Largely equal. Scotty still has some question marks for me here, Myth, where you know what Ullr is going to be able to do later in the game, a full rotation, decimates health bars. Barracuda obviously receives a bit of a Scotty buff, one of his favorite picks. But how's it going to look here at the SPL level with some scaling under it? We've seen a little bit of it so far this week, some of it out of the mid lane. As the primary hunter, though, Myth, we don't have a lot of data.
No matter what in the late game, you're just an auto attacker, right? So there's at least that benefit. I think Scotty, more so than the majority of hunters, is almost going to act as a secondary assassin for your team. Just that 1v1 potential, the instant gank with the teleporting dog from the ultimate, great CC lockdown. So any 1v1s that go Barracuda's way come late will likely favor him unless Scream is able to get some pretty crazy plays with this Soul Eater and resustain throughout the entirety of that damage output. The Olympus Bolts looking to put some pressure towards these Oracles, and he's found two with the ult.
Uh-oh, Inbound again in the River's Rebuke. We have seen this story a lot, but no kill to be had for the Olympus Bolts. Instead, Awesome Jake being jumped on by Scary D. A couple Riptides out. Actually put Inbound in a bit of a precarious spot. Ultimate out from Barracuda as well. Lasbra blinks forward. What does the Pal-Al get? An ultimate out of Inbound and a pull onto Stewart. But the ADC has been pulled into the front line of the Bolts, but nothing has happened. Haddox sends an ultimate towards the back line of the Solar Scarabs. The Scream is being chased on through. Will not make it into the wall. Wouldn't have mattered anyway, as Venenu had enough damage. Haddox continues to just tank up damage on the back of this fight. Gets taken low, but not taken out.
Yu Huang ultimate pulls Haddox back in, but not enough damage to finish off the kill. Scary D now acting on zone duty, and he's forcing the Bolts back.
Look at Barra. Barra is full HP, doesn't have his ultimate, but has the legs to maybe stay in this fight. I spoke it too soon. His health bar is evaporated, but so is Awesome Jake, says the double dash from Scary D. Evens up this fight. Jake dies as Scream had earlier, and it's not an immediate Gold Fury pull for the Scarabs. Happy with just the kill.
Man, this Yu Huang was an untested element, but he has been massive in the team fight. Veronic pulls back two, collides with the Dragon in the center, massive damage output, forces the Olympus Bolts back. That survivability and the third ability that we were talking about a little bit earlier, still certainly there.
Scary D gonna go down here. Lots of damage out of Lasbra and Haddox. Scary D largely on his own, but the Bolts didn't know that, and so the tower dive just simply was not on the menu for those two members of the Olympus Bolts, and they'll head their way on back. So a good fight from Lasbra to find some initiation, been forcing out the ultimate from Inbound. And that's been a thread we should follow throughout this game, where the River's Rebuke from Jake have just caught out Inbound consistently, and it's only made him pay a couple of times. Of the 4 deaths that Inbound has, the River's Rebuke have only been a couple of them, but it's such an awkward spot, it feels like, for Inbound to be in. You want to walk forward, but the walls from Jake have just been punishing.
They have been. He hasn't been allowed to utilize his healing in these team fights. It's been all-in engagements every single time. Generally, when you're playing things like the Sylvanas, you want to take a slower approach to the engagement. All right, let's look for some poke, back up, use the Wisp, resustain, go back in, rinse, repeat. And that efficacy is going to be mitigated because Awesome Jake is playing a healer as well, so the Olympus Bolts have got similar opportunities. But this all-in style seems to be favoring the Olympus Bolts, who've got great disengage tools. Every single time Barracuda gets dived on, it's ice on my feet, all of a sudden I'm moving quicker, and then drop the dog, root everybody right behind him. So I'd like to see the Scarabs try and slow down some of these fights a little bit more so. Play around that ranged initiation. How many times have we seen Inbound just go for the pool and then say, all right, I missed, back up, try again.
Right.
It's go for the pool, all right, I missed, well, I guess I got to get in there anyway, walk
Right.
up, Wrath of Terra, all that stuff. I think they could play a much more patient style from here.
Worth mentioning, Inbound has Shell, hasn't upgraded it to Phantom Shell yet. At some point, that's going to be impactful for the Solar Scarab support as we get back in to game number 3. And Inbound with the Lotus Crown, remember that was pretty popular as well. Any of these healing style characters, gods, would love the synergy with the Lotus Crown. And Sylvanas, not one we've seen all that often, but still has that option. Inbound does walk forward, looking for a root on Jake. Had it a second ago, but Barracuda instead jumped on by Scream, and his health bar eviscerated. Knock up from Inbound, but a jump out from Venenu keeps things interesting. Lasbra up into the powwow, sends a chain towards Stewart, who has to use both of his actives, and Haddix still on the chase. Scream has completed the dive on the back line, but Barracuda has survived. It's a 2-for-2 trade as we stand, but it's the Solar Scarabs hoping for the disengage.
Scream cannot rejoin the fight, and Haddix has just started. Baronic left alone, does not love his odds in this 1v1. It's going to take a little bit of peel from Inbound. Some healing, a pull will do just enough. Haddix, no ultimate, will not be able to close that gap again. The only one at risk now is this Sylvanas.
I wonder, should be a chase down here from the Bolts. Inbound, yeah, he's going to walk into the Riptide, and he's going to walk around the Riptide. Nice root down, but Haddix wants the kill, and Haddix will get it. And that lone kill on the Inbound at the end really tilts the scales back to the Olympus Bolts. Just the one extra kill as Inbound puts his life on the line, saves the life of Baronic in exchange for his own. But also, Myth, a heavily staggered out kill means that the Gold Fury will be pulled and confirmed by the Olympus Bolts.
Insult to injury, the Solar Scarabs do realize Gold Fury is pulled as the Bolts had brought minions with them. So they get to watch as the objective falls down, still Inbound in the grayscale. Thinking about that sick pull that he gets to save his ally, Inbound trading his life for Baronic is worth every single time. But you gotta think the Solar Scarabs would have liked a little bit more in that team fight. Scary D gets overzealous, dives into the tier 2 tower up against Barracuda. 9-5, towers hits real hard, so you can't really stand in there at this portion of the game for that long. Stewart in some trouble.
Stu doesn't have actives and has an ult on him. Will walk around the River's Rebuke, but a Riptide perfectly placed by Awesome
One
Jake.
more.
Then Stewart receives some healing, and in fact, Stewart survives, stays on the map, but it's required a rotation in from Inbound and Scream. This is what happened last time, where the Scarabs tried to save the life of one of their teammates. Ended up costing them their own in the meantime. Inbound pulled back into the front of the Bolts. Scary D rotates around the back. Barracuda being looked at, also doesn't have his actives, and Scary D will capitalize. Stewart deals the damage from a range.
Now Lasbra on the chase. All the Solar Scarabs low HP on the retreat. Lasbra falls first.
No, but it's Haddix again who has found the back. How about an Eagles rally onto 2? As the Bologna at full HP can still make some waves. Ven on the front of this fight might get taken down here shortly. Has some damage to be done, but a double kill from Haddix. Over the horizon, could be a triple. Could be a quad for Haddix if he's able to keep running forward, but the body blocks out from Scary D. A stun and a root in place. And it looks like this one will fizzle out a 4-kill swing for the Solar Scarabs.
Haddix spends so much time trying to confirm the kill on a Scream that allows the Solar Scarabs to disengage themselves very well. Great body blocks from Scary D, repositions and pulls Haddix away from Stewart and Inbound, who are able to slip away into the night. But the Olympus Bolts get caught out in that team fight. Lasbra not realizing how much damage the Solar Scarabs still had available to them. Great play from Stewart in particular. That hail of arrows was pinpoint to finish off Barracuda. The Scarabs are not going to make it easy for the Olympus Bolts, but the Bolts still do maintain a slight advantage insofar as game state. No neutral objectives, super feasible at this point. But whichever team groups up at the Fire Giant first will likely have a pretty nice advantage for themselves. Neither squad really the greatest at confirmation. As far as burn is concerned, you're probably favoring the Solar Scarabs, even in spite of the disadvantages that they're playing into right now. It's a dead even match, 22 minutes in.
It does feel that way. As damage rolled for Scream in that last fight, despite being run down by Haddix, who's at 5-0-2. The stacking build for Scream is fully caught up now. Fully stacked Transcendence, Soul Eater there as well. Into a Crusher after the fact. That synergizes nicely with the Golden Blade. So we've seen nice damage numbers so far out of the Kleedna. but trying to diversify the build path a bit.
Barracuda pulls out the Pyromancer completely alone. Should have been spotted there by Scary D. The FX will go through the fog of war, but held on to regardless. Scary D does not approach. Pyromancer picked up by the Olympus Bolts. The Solar Scarabs none the wiser. Should be a fizzle from here. The Olympus Bolts don't dedicate too much to that fight. They get the objective relatively for free, just vent, utilizing the Tornado. It's going to be a little while till that's back and available. The Solar Scarabs, they're not going to stick around. I thought maybe we'd see them try and pull the Fire Giant, test the Olympus Bolts, whether or not they stuck around.
Yep.
But not the case this time. The Bolts, they just get one for free.
About middle of the road for damage for both of the mid laners. A bit higher up though, 4,000 ahead. It's Baronic on the Yu Huang, Doomorb, Divine Ruin, Soul Reaver into tier 2 Ob Shard, so Percent Pen is going to start to stick on some of those tankier targets, whether it's Haddix or Awesome Jake, who again, I'd be remiss if I left out the fact that he had gone Chronos Pendant first item again, this time on the Emoja. And with the amount of Rivers Rebukes we've been seeing, it maybe makes some sense, as the Bolt support has just loved spamming those ultimates throughout these last few games. And it worked out earlier, but the last couple like actual 5v5s have looked all right for the Solar Scarabs as Haddix is chunked down. It's a great target to get low before the fight because Haddix has been the last one alive a couple of times. Awesome Jake pulled in. Maybe wishes that Chronos Pendant was something a bit tankier, and Baronic snags the kill into the Bolt support. Barracuda will live, but Scary D will remedy that.
Man, Baronic is just on a tear with this Yu Huang. I've never once seen this god played at this level. These ultimate placements have just been perfect. Spawning the further away dragon right on top of his opposition. There's not really much time to react when he's placing him as well as he has been. And now the Solar Scarabs with a significant advantage. The dual lane of the Olympus Bolt's dead for nearly 20 entire seconds. Tier 1 and Tier 2 will fall down. Lazarus spots out inbound, paths on his own, dies on his own.
Yeah, gotta be a kill there. As Hydra's proc deals the last bit of damage. Can Lasbra make a play happen here? Already got one kill on the inbound, a double pull. Confirms his disengagement, now Scream alone on the front. Aegis times out from Ven, and a little bit more damage needed. A Scream will use an Aegis of his own. Awesome Jake back from base and sustaining on up, but Lasbra never left. Dashes in towards Stewart. And Axe no good, and Lasbra forces out another Aegis, but the bleed is in. And Lasbra's on a warpath at 5, 3, and 6, and the Scarabs have lost 2.
Baronic puts out some good damage. May have baited Scream back in. Dashes forward. He's alone here. He can get into the wall. Able to remove himself from the playfield. Nearly finished off Lasbra with the ultimate. But that's it there. Scary as well. This has been guerrilla warfare, man.
I am tired. I am tired,
exhausted.
Man. What is going on? We're pushing down a mid tier 1, and then Lasbra sticks around and finds a pick, and the Scarabs maybe think someone's overextended, but then Lasbra can wrap back around. It's just been back and forth. Guerrilla warfare might be right. As inbound, still waiting on some upgrades there throughout his kit. Actually grabs Scorching Blink.
Curious.
To find quicker initiations, maybe in some of these fights. But watch out for the FG. The Olympus Bolts still with an advantage as Stewart is dead for 8 seconds. Pull the Fire Giant. 4 minutes away from it being enhanced, and it is a slow burn here for the Olympus Bolts. This not going down quickly as the rest of the Bolts pull off the Fire Giant. What an initiation from the Bolts as Scary D and Inbound are stunned down on the front of the fight.
Alive.
And Inbound will die. Scary D will as well. Lasbra on a killing spree, and suddenly the FG a lot easier.
Double stun into double slow into double pull. The Olympus Bolts line up on Inbound and Scary D both with ease. And that's just Haddix generating threat on the map. That's just Haddix attacking the Fire Giant. The Solar Scarabs see it through the fog of war, saying, okay, Fire Giant's pulled. We got to step up. We got to get in there. Somebody's got to check it. It might be low. And unfortunately, in checking it, Scary D and Inbound leave themselves open to aggression. The Olympus Bolts take Fire Giant on all 5 members. You can start to match the siege we just saw from the Scarabs.
Feels like that might be the moment where the Bolts really wrangle control of this game, because Miff, you look at the next few minutes of this Fire Giant buff and how impactful it could be. So it's going to be a back and reset from the Bolts. Still 4 towers worth of gold left on the map for the Olympus Bolts to take down. Now the Scarabs doing a good job of trying to equalize the map state just a bit while they still can. But really a grouping and a push here. This is very similar to game 1, right? The first Fire Giant started at about a 2,000 gold advantage for the Bolts and ended at like 7,000 or 8,000. very similar territory here in game 3.
It is, but the Solar Scarabs have got pretty decent presence on defense. The main issue we saw in the previous match was that Solar Scarabs had no way to initiate these fights. They've got their opportunities now. A blink ult from inbound. Scary D can blink pull into a knockup. They've got great displacement. Scream can set up these walls with his ultimate. So the ability to start a fight and find these opportunities and exploit missed positions from the Olympus Bolts is there for the Solar Scarabs, which I would argue was not in the previous game. They've also got a semi-standard mage. It's not the best at clearing waves. Yuhong not incredibly adept at keeping these waves out of his own base. Cultivated Dow means you have to kind of get a little bit closer to the wave, essentially point blank if you want to hit the entirety of it. The first ability's just dot damage. If you're not hitting the initial burst damage, isn't nearly as high, so maybe more so up to Stewart to clear out the waves himself. And if Uwel's having to use any part of his combo on anything that isn't a god, that's not an ideal situation. But the Solar Scarabs should be able to at least force the Olympus Bolts to slow play the siege.
But we lose somebody in the meantime, a potential collapse underneath the mid-tier 2. Haddix and Lasbra could jump onto Scream here if Scream overextends. Haddix is tanking up the tier 2 tower. Lasbra getting ready for that big auto attack, but Scream heads into the wall and heads back. Tier 2 on left crumbles, as well as the tier 1 in mid. Nice gold infusion back to the Bolts. Remember, it's about 2,000 or 3,000 now, up to about 6,000 is the gold lead. With a minute and a half left on the objective. Inbound forward, doesn't have Phantom Shell, stunned, jumped on and
Can't
dead.
do that.
As the Bolts will pick up a kill onto the Scarab support. Yuhong low, Yuhong dead. Haddix is unstoppable. At this point in the game, the Solar Scarabs one by one walk forward.
Major fumble.
And one by one, the Solar Scarabs will die. Stewart leapt at by the Bolts, and Stewart will get run down by Lasbra. Looks like maybe the Fountain provides some safety, and Aegis will as well. And the Bolts considering an end here in game number 3, but it's going to have to be Scream and Stewart making a big play happen.
Not much they can do. Stewart forced back to his own Fountain, and Scream just fighting for his life. I think that might be it.
I think that's got to be it here, Myth. 2 members of the Scarabs will watch their Titan fall. The Olympus Bolts by their time grab an FG and end this set in game 3.
Just a major fumble there from inbound. You said it yourself. You were tired about 5 minutes ago. Clearly inbound tired as well. Loses the threat of that team fight. Just saunters into the center of the Olympus Bolts. Get caught out on the wall, and then his team has to step forward. Losing inbound there might as well be the final nail in the coffin. Sure, you're not immediately losing the game, but you're losing all your birds if your support's getting picked for free. If he has a Phantom Shell, maybe he survives.
All right, so I'm not wrong, right? That was still non-Phantom Shell.
That was the non, I believe it was.
Right, I was
I believe it was. Am I wrong?
No.
Desk, you're here. Was that the Phantom Shell?
No, it was not. It was not. I'll say it with confidence. Because that's the purple dude.
He would have used it if it
was.
was.
It's the purple dude moving through the shell. And I'm like, we upgraded a Scorching Blink before upgrading.
Which was a weird blink choice as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just
I don't
curious.
I don't want to hang too much on that one. It was the moment
like
that it was the moment that ended the game.
It sure was.
Right, but a lot happened throughout there that allowed the Bolts to build up that advantage, grab the Fire Giant, knock down the towers, and the Olympus Bolts end this set in 3 games. Scarabs, though, push us to 3, so improvements from what we saw during Masters, and hopefully some growth to be done. Olympus Bolts, though, end the day on a 2-1 win over the Solar Scarabs. We will head back to the desk to break it down.
Yeah, thank you so much. And what a close battle this one was. You know, game number 1 wasn't particularly close. The Scarabs were able to find a pretty convincing win. Game number 2, a bit of the opposite. It was the Olympus Bolts able to find a pretty dominant win. This game, a lot more back and forth, a lot closer throughout the stages. But when it came down to those team fights, one of the things that at least I noticed, Charlie, was that Haddix was kind of the main factor for the Olympus Bolts. If Haddix was alive when the team fight was hitting that midway point, the Bolts were usually winning those fights.
I'm going to let you in on a secret. Haddix was alive the whole game. Ooh. He was 7-0. The Haddix never died. So if you're telling me whenever Haddix is alive, the team fight's not going well, I don't think the team fights ever went well. And you know, given, I will say, the Scarabs, this whole set did look very solid. I think they've answered back quite well. They've answered some questions we've all had, you know, since they did take that spill out against the SEC team. We were like, are they going to be able to bounce back? I think they did. I think they looked very solid, but the Bolts, man, once that first loss came through, they really answered back. I think picks and bans, for me, was the only reason where game 1 went the way it did. Once they answered back, was able to get Lasbra on some hard pressure characters, get active early, and Haddix was able to just W key away this whole time. Never really felt that much pressure on this Bologna. I never really thought Haddix was ever going to die with the Death's Embrace and how much healing he had. So the team just looked so solid towards the end of the game.
And again, stuff that we're seeing out of the Solar Scarabs is very akin to Solar Scarab's style of play, where they're grabbing picks that people don't see very often. We don't see Sylvanas much anymore. Obviously, until literally this week, we could have never seen the Hugh Wong, but it's the only team that's been able to show, or really the only team that's shown any interest in that pick. And then going around there, the Shiva that's also kind of fallen out of favor, fallen out of priority. Scary D still showing that there is some light to this god. Finished out 6-3 and 3 for himself, but at the end, when you're solo laner, we always talk about, if your carries are going undying, it's a pretty good game for you. When Haddix, for as much as he was doing in the backline, is going undying, for as much as he was doing in those team fights going undying, that is not a fun one to go up against, especially when he's putting out 78,000 mitigated.
That's what I'm looking at, yeah. When I was like, okay, because he was healing a lot. He had the Death's Embrace, he had the Scourge, and then I was like, I wonder how much damage he really mitigated there. 80,000, that's not okay. I don't like reading that at all.
No.
I don't envy anyone that was trying to kill that Bellona, and again, it was all set up through just so much pressure in the jungle. I love seeing Lasbra on these assassins, and the Poseidon wasn't doing it for me, but after they got off that and they were going to those high style pressure picks, looked so solid.
Speaking of Lasbra going to the assassins, and speaking of Lasbra in general, we do have him standing by for our post-game interview. Really?
What's up, man?
He's right here. I mean, you could see him very clearly.
No,
He
I
was
couldn't.
standing
I
here.
had no idea.
First off, Lasbra, thanks for coming in for the interview. Congrats on your win over the Scarabs. Talk about the kind of the reset from game number 1 going to game 2. Scarabs had a pretty commanding game 1 victory. You guys had to bounce back. What were some of the discussions with the team?
Yeah, I mean, global pressure is just very strong right now. We have Crit, we have Mercury, Schöneberg. It's kind of hard to play into, especially if we fall behind. And Mercury has like pretty good early gank, so it's okay. We just shake it off. We tested the Poseidon jungle. It doesn't work out for me. I don't know what's going on, but I guess that's off the shelf now. I'm not.
Well, there we go. We know that maybe, or at least, maybe not seeing so much Poseidon later on. Talk a little about the Yuwon, because it's obviously the first time that we get to see this god. What's it kind of like playing up against a god like that in that role?
He's pretty good pressure, but I think mages mid game are kind of weak, and then you need to get to late game having a full build where he becomes strong again. So I mean, he's like okay, easy to kill. His free can be a bit annoying, but if you can get onto him, he doesn't have a way of getting out. But if you like try to solo kill him and he has his free and a bit of peel from Sylvanas, it can be a bit hard, but we had a slight lead, so it's a bit easier to kill.
Yeah, and you guys look good in game number 3. Kept it close, but at the end, you guys are able to find the win. Lasbra, thanks for coming out for the interview. Congrats on your win. I'll let you get back with the team to celebrate.
Appreciate it.
Just some honest words out between Lasbra. It's whenever we get to see a new god come out to the game, we're always sitting here waiting in anticipation. Between the casters, like, when are we going to see it? Who's going to be the first one to bring that god out? So it's always fun, at least seeing the new god make its way through. I know Lermy's been happy. I've been seeing the tweets that she's been putting out on Twitter about that one. So let's take a look, though, at the schedule to see everything that you missed so far this week and what you can still expect in our final day to come. The Kings and the Leviathans find wins on Friday, yesterday at least. Today, the Dragons and the Bolts will find their wins. 2-0 for the Dragons, 2-1 for the Olympus Bolts. Tomorrow, Sunday, no SCC to start the day. It's going to be all SPL, 3 full sets, all starting at 11 a.m. Well, the first one starting at 11 a.m., and then the others coming
all of them.
immediately out. Yeah, we're going to play them all at one time. You're going to tune into 3 different streams. No, I'm messing up that. But it's going to kick off with the Atlantis Leviathans and Tartarus Titans. A rematch between these teams. The Leviathans have been able to find the advantage, the win over the Titans time and time again throughout last phase in season, even in towards the start of Season 9 out here. So I think this might be one of my most anticipated matchups of the weekend.
Yeah, if we didn't get to see the Leviathans 2-0 the Warriors yesterday, I probably wouldn't have been anticipated looking up to it. I'd be like, we haven't seen the Leviathans, we haven't seen them play up to that standard that we're used to in quite some time, and the Titans just won Masters and looked untouchable in that regard. But since we just saw the Levi's, they looked real solid. They look like they understand this meta quite well, and we're playing they're firing on all cylinders, so definitely going to be an exciting one. Smite Sunday, don't miss it.
Yeah, do not miss that first set. Do not miss the second or third. Don't miss any of tomorrow. That's all going to be kicking off at 11 a.m. right back here on twitch.tv/SmiteGame from myself, perhaps Trelly, Casters Production, everyone else behind the scene. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow.
what a night of Smite it has been so far. Thank you for joining us here after the SPL. I'm sure you all thought it was over, but that's not the end of things here tonight. No, sir. We've got more Smite games coming up to you right now. The SCC returns today. Here, brought to you by Spooky and none other than AJ. AJ, we've got the Gilded Gladiators against the Highland Ravens tonight, and frankly, look at these rosters. I am super excited. How about you?
I'm very, very excited. I mean, having been around some of these guys whilst they have been honing their skills and crafting their trade back down in the original Challenger circuit back in the day, I'm excited to see them continue on their journeys to try and become professionals in the SPL. And honestly, I see some of these players starting to break through and potentially being heralded as the next wave of those Smite talents that we'll see playing in the SPL in the next few seasons.
Absolutely. There's a few names to keep an eye out for. I mean, every time we've seen Rapio so far, he's put on quite the show. Kana on that team as well. So many just strong players. And coming from your own region, I'm excited to hear the analysis you have for them. But let's jump right into things. Let's go to those picks and bans. Let's see where everything starts. AJ, here in the SCC, things tend to be sometimes a little bit different from the SPL level of things. I mean, if anything, Pagon has shown us that himself. Is there anything weird you're expecting to see out of either of these two teams?
Well, define weird, because we saw Raven mid today, and I don't think anything's going to get more weirder than that. So are we putting it in retrospective today, or are we putting it just at weird in general?
Just in general. I mean, we've already crowned, like, Pagon is the king of the weird. So it's just, like, relative to everyone else.
All right, okay. So relative to everyone else, you might see a couple of flex picks here and there. But I don't think in Game 1 you're going to be seeing anything, mainly because these two teams, they want to feel each other out a little bit. Don't forget, this is a best of 3, so if they do lose the first game, hey-ho, it's fine. They can still win the next 2 and take the set overall in a 2-1 fashion. But the first game, going to be just feeling each other out a little bit more, trying to see if they've come up with any juicy strategies during the week that they haven't heard of just yet, and see if they can then find answers to it in game number 2.
Oh, we say that, but already over here in the Gladiators, I find the bans to be rather interesting. Ravens are going with those kind of traditional Kleena ban, Mercury ban, get them out of there. But over here with the Gladiators, we're seeing Toth banned away, Uller banned away. And you know, Uller is, of course, an ADC, so automatically pretty good right now. But we're not seeing those Jingwei bans, and Toth is one that I have not seen for a hot minute here. Do you think they just know something that we don't? Does it maybe just play weirdly into the draft that they want to go for? What's going on here?
I mean, Thoth is probably one of the better mid laners right now. His cooldown reduction on his 1 is quite strong. He's able to poke out from a fair distance, doesn't have to get involved in the fights too much, because he can keep himself so far away from them, which makes him difficult to deal with. His natural penetration that he gets from his passive really does help him out with the nerf to damage that we have seen. But I do like so far what Gilded Gladiators have done. They've taken away some of the more signature picks that you would say coming out from the Highland Ravens. Angry is known a little bit for his Thoth, known a little bit for his E-set, and his Kukulkan as well, likes to have these farm-centric gods. Coast, Pentakin himself, doesn't shy away from the challenge with an Ulla, does like his Rom as well, so Gilded Gladiators essentially having a 4th ban here by taking the Rom this early.
Now, that does leave the Jingwei open, which is something we've been seeing priced very, very highly and automatically gets picked up by the Ravens there. Doesn't have a whole ton of pressure in that lane, but in this meta, right, you don't need the wave pressure. You don't need to be winning the lane necessarily. As long as you can stay relatively even and just scale up to the late game, Jingwei is just going to be good. She has that higher crit chance. She's got just insane safety, good mobility. Going against the Rom, do you think that might play in favor for the Ravens here?
For me, I think it plays favor into Ravens' overall play style. I think in the lane, you give 2 ADCs at this level any 2 of the hunters in the game, and they'll play out as the match really should be played out. They shouldn't really struggle too much like you would see maybe SOC players do. But Highland Ravens, they like to play quite early, quite aggressive gameplay. Rapio has this tendency to either be a hyper farmer or a hyper ganker, and there's no in between for him between the two. So if he has the Jingwei on side to help with defense speed buffs, if he does get a little bit behind, I imagine that will give Rapio license to play a little bit more aggressive, try a little bit more of the 50-50s in the early game, because he has that safety net on him with the communication and the synergy that he has with those.
And we already see our solo lane matchup, Osiris and King Arthur. Well, granted, there's potential for Osiris to go into the jungle. It's not something we've seen a whole lot anymore, but we won't cross it off the board just yet. Osiris and King Arthur both looking a lot stronger now with those Gladiator Shield buffs coming out, and this Merlin pickup is one that's really interesting to me, because Merlin has really good AoE damage. He scales really well into the late game, but until then, sometimes it feels like he doesn't offer a whole lot in these team fights, especially with how much tankier everyone is right now. And with this Kumba now locked in as well, I mean, it's going to be even harder to kill him.
It is, but it's also taking it away from Angry. You know, I did mention a few gods that Angry has been known for. He has been one of the top Merlin players over in Europe throughout the consistency of its release. So you don't want to really give him that god if he's available, just because then you're just giving Angry the upper hand, giving him basically 2 aces at the beginning of a poker deal. You're just giving him the opportunity to win straight away. So I again do like what Gilded Gladiators are doing, targeting some of the mages here in the second planning phase. And so far, they're setting themselves up what I feel could be a objective burn composition. Rama with his increased attack speed, Merlin with the ability to shred some protections. I'll be worried if I'm Highland Ravens about this Gold Fury being burnt early.
Now, recently, when it comes to the objective burn comps, we've mostly seen players tending towards just like double or even triple ADC. Do you think that the Merlin pickup being like kind of an extra ban against Angry brings enough value to kind of forego going that extra ADC, just burn these objectives down quicker?
Let me put it to you like this. If you had the opportunity to pick Thor to take it away from Prime adapting, would you?
Absolutely. 100%. Every
yes,
time.
It makes sense. Then yes, it makes sense. I mean, yes, it's probably not going to perform to that sort of level, but you are essentially taking away one of the best gods for this player. And you're putting it on Sotos, who is, again, very comfortable with this pick. Most mid laners should be. So, in essence, it's just a win-win situation here. Pairing it up with the Ganesh as well is quite well. Just blends into that objective burn composition quite nicely as well. But the set here, we don't see too much set, but I do feel like it is overdue for a resurgence in the jungle with how tanky people are being able to be built, with the fact that we see warriors creeping into there as well. Zet builds into that Bruiser playstyle quite nicely, especially with the Glad Shield and Frostbound Hammer. So I do like what they're doing here, the Gilded Gladiators.
AMC also being the last pick for the Ravens indicates that we actually will be seeing this Osiris going into the jungle here. Gonna see one more hunter in that solo lane. I know you love that, AJ, but here's the good news, right? AMC, very low mobility.
Put it on right now.
All he has is the speed buff, right? All he's got is move speed. This is a perfect chance for Set to get active. Mass Kill can easily go on to Kana over there, try to find some pressure. We'll see how that plays out. We're going to jump right into the game here, AJ. We're going to get to see this solo lane ADC for ourselves.
Well, I sincerely hope. Well, I was going to say, I sincerely hope. Solo lane, but all solo laners have been doing so recently. Let's be fair.
Yeah, maybe cut. Give me that one more time there, AJ.
All right, my apologies. This is what happens when you're doing stuff at 11 p.m. on a Saturday night in Europe. The internet just might be a little bit different, but I was staying there for a second. Maybe there was a chance that it wasn't going to be the AMC solo that would put Tiamat over there and save face, but he's broken the sanctity of solo lane. Then again, most solo laners have been doing so these days.
Now, okay, if we're not going to put the AMC in solo, right, then I think I'd much rather see the Osiris there, put the AMC mid, and make Tiamat do the jungling, right? If you remember around the Tiamat release, everyone was talking about her consume, and oh my god, she's going to be such a good jungler. That never panned out, but if anyone wants to bring it back, I am more than happy to see Highland Ravens make that attempt.
You know what I remember as well? I remember when Kernanos was first released, and they said, oh, his AoE melee auto attack was going to make him a fantastic jungler. Never saw a jungle pick for Kernanos ever. Maybe just one after his release. But Totsi getting aggressive here as his worst turtle. You see this in ADC in the dual lane consistently. There's nothing for them to really gain. There's nothing for them to steal right now. So just poke them out a little bit to set up for a steal on the second wave.
Man, look at this over here. Kana is just being a jerk and trying to bully Listimics around here. This is why no one likes the hunters in the solo lane, because he's just trying to get to the wave, man. And Kana is just standing there throwing those range basics, saying, "No, you want to step up? You want to step up? Take the damage for it. Take the damage." It's just not a fun experience for anyone. Luckily, Listimics able to just kind of wait it out, and once that wave crashes, kind of does have to pay attention to it. So managed to get his wave in there, managed to farm up, and he's still looking pretty good, full health.
Yeah, the reason I hate it is because ADCs will most likely win the lane up until about level 5 or level 6, and then the warrior should start to come into his own. But then late game, it's just, yeah, they have a second ADC, but they don't have any other one to frontline, so the tank is then really put under a lot of pressure to be the frontline, the engage, the peel, the zone, the absolute everything.
The everything.
And the omnipresent support, which is just very difficult to do.
Now, we might see a little bit of action here. Toddy does get knocked up after the root. Silence trying to put some pressure on him, but he's just alone. Kumba may have stepped up a little too far here. Turtle turns around. Root does come through onto worst. Means nothing will pan out for kills over there, but over on the right side, Mass Kill getting active on this blue buff. Kana and Rapio both in the area. Listimics not here, but does get the nice sand clone right over the wall. Mass Kill gets out of that one nicely.
Yeah, I like that aggression there. Just take the blue buff, away from the ADC. I'm too used to ADCs having purple buffs, so this is really tripping my mind. But taking the blue buff away from the AMC means he can't just spam out abilities, can't poke out this King Arthur more effectively. He's sort of new to the ability for the Hunter solo to play as the Hunter solo wants to do, which is an annoying ranged carry.
Speaking of purple buff invades, though, Ravens do attempt one, but a good response from Gladiators means that Toddy will be securing his second purple buff for himself. Ravens have to walk out of that one with just a couple small minions, but their own purple buff is still up here. So overall, nothing really lost there for the Ravens. They just didn't get as much as they wanted to. They still got a little bit of XP and gold to their name off that invade, just not the full amount.
No, they didn't get the full amount, but as I said, an invade's an invade. Over into the jungle, though, both Trigger was hitting level 5. I'm expecting to see a gank from Mass Kill soon. Once you hit level 5 as Ascending and have access to that Kingslayer ultimate, gank potential goes from about a 4 to a 7. And you need to make use of that straight away when you can, especially if your gank target doesn't have ultimates to a lane. So you just go over there as soon as possible and maybe start to put some pressure over there. I'm not hinting at anything that could potentially happen in the next couple minutes. No, not something that should definitely happen.
Now, I know you're not hinting at anything, right? But we've got two options here, right? You've got the dual lane that has no ultimates. You also have this AMC with no blue buff, level 5, no mobility, Mass Kill right on in there under the tower, finds the first blood, but it gets returned. Kana, with the help of the tower, will take Mass Kill's life. Rapio makes the rotation over, but that is an early game Osiris and an early game King Arthur by not too much kill potential there.
I mean, yes, you get the kill on the AMC, but have a look at the levels. The AMC actually got a little bit ahead because of it. And then the jungler for Rapio is going to be able to get a little bit further ahead. Yes, you get the first blood gold, but I think the experience win there goes to Highland Ravens. Oh, I like the decision. You basically put AMC in his place. Thank you for doing that. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for doing that. But you do get the experience lead over to the Highland Ravens. And if it's one thing that I do know about Highland Ravens, that they play experience leads very well. The gold leads, not as much as they really should do. But whenever they have level advantages, they always know when they can press them.
Well, we'll see what they're able to do with that. Because take a look at that solo lane again. Kana has finished that Transcendence. He's getting a few stacks online now. But Listimics, for his part, he's not gotten a second item just yet. He still just has the Bluestone and the Chalice. So he's going to have a bit of a disadvantage here until he gets this reset off. That gives Kana opportunity. Maybe push this wave in. But Listimics actually chooses to stick around. He is staying. We could see some action over there on the right side relatively shortly if Listimics steps up at all.
Yeah, Maskill coming over, doesn't have access to the Kingslayer ultimate, but is coming off cooldown very shortly. So maybe Listimics was trying to bait Connor to come up a little bit further, and then for the gank. Maskill is coming over there, got a gank in here, and it's beautifully timed.
These do come out from Kana, but where are you going to go now, my friend? The slows come through. Mass Kill finds Kana once more, but Rapio is the Lord of the Afterlife, but it's straight into the danger zone. Spirit Tethers come out, and a great mez comes out from Silence, and might keep Rapio alive for now. He does get his way on out of that one. Excellent rotation come from the support.
And Rapio there, he jumps into the middle of the blender, as it were, as Listemics and Maskell, they deal with Connor, and all of a sudden he goes from 100 health to stunned to 10% health. Has to rely on Silence coming in to get that peel off. Gilded Gladiators putting pressure upon pressure on the CMC, and Connor falling for that bait. A perfect bait, I may say, by Listemics there. Just stays when he probably shouldn't have done, pushes up and almost taunts him to stop his back underneath the tower. And as a solo lane, you just can't help yourself at times from stopping your own opponent from backing. if you have the opportunity to do so, you do it.
Yeah, especially when you have that range advantage, they supposedly can't respond to it, right? But Blink is one hell of a drug there, and it comes through huge. And look at that back. He gets a Sovereignty and the tier 1 for Glad Shield immediately off of one back. Listemics has to feel really, really good about this right now. But taking a little bit of a zoom out, right? I can't help but feel that this game does favor the Ravens the longer it goes, just from how well they scale in this late game. But hang on, Rapio in some danger, has to burn the ultimate just to get away from Worst Turtle. Ooh, DeBrutu was used for zoning there. So far, Ravens are able to kind of limp their way out of that one.
Yeah, going back to what you're saying about the end game favoring the Highland Ravens, I kind of do have to agree. They've got an incredibly difficult to kill mage, what should be a difficult to kill jungler in the Osiris, although building damage means he's going to be a little bit easier to deal with. 2 ADCs that are able to push down the split push objectives and quite easily, and Kumbhakara probably the most obnoxious support in the game. The Gladiators, though, I feel like their objective burn potential, as well as their burst potential in fights, should be a little bit better for them.
Vapors now in some danger, dashes away, Batati up into the sky, looks for the Astral Barrage, lands all 3 shots, and the Sotos finishes that one up. Excellent rotation coming out from the mid laner. Meanwhile, Maskill is once again on this right side, kind of taking another spill.
Again, the Kingslayer ultimate coming out clutch there. Beads not available for another 20 seconds. They knew that, the Gilded Gladiators, and they went and punched the AMC yet again. Now 2 levels up is the King Arthur. Totti a little bit low here, pushing up, trying to maybe fight his way out of danger here against Angry, but slow is a bit too good, and just, well, some recompense there for the mid laner.
Yeah, it stays a little bit too long and a little bit too low of health there. That was a pretty easy rotation for Angry to just spot out, and boy howdy was he angry. He comes in and just kind of cleans that one up cleanly. Now he gets to go ahead and take the farm. Look at it, he's even taking the side camp over there. This is just extra farm for Angry. Normally, you know, when you make a rotation like that, you do it at the cost of some farm. Angry's just saying, well, my dual lane's not here, they're in mid, so this wave belongs to me.
Yeah, that's, again, one of the advantages of having Jingwei. Jingwei spawns, or goes back to base, and immediately just is then in a lane, able to start farming up. So Angry goes over to this dual lane, gets the kill, says to Coast, hang on, I'm just going to stay over here. You go to mid lane, clear that wave, and we'll then swap once we cleared the waves that are met. So we don't miss out on any farm. It's a good bit of communication there by the Highland Ravens to try and make sure they don't get further behind in this experience.
And as a result, Angry now has a slight XP lead over Sotos. We saw him tick over to 11 just a little bit before Sotos was able to there. It shouldn't matter too much just yet, but that's something that you mentioned earlier. The Ravens, when they get XP leads, they're very good at managing those. Now, they've lost it a little bit on that right side, but if they think they can find something on this mid lane, I'd expect to see maybe some attention shifted over and try to play through that a little bit more. Try to get Angry a little bit bigger there, see if they can facilitate what they've got going for them right now.
Well, if you're Gilded Gladiators, I think you're trying to do a little bit of the same thing. You got the Listemics with a level and a half lead in the solo lane. Your dual lane is falling a little bit behind because of the constant invades that are happening. So what do? Try and use your solo lane advantage as Connor's getting dove underneath his tier 2. He is not safe in the AMC, and I, for one, am applauding this.
Listen, if you put kill in your player name, you're going to be playing aggressively, and Maskill is 100% living up to that. Just constantly diving these towers. These towers do not matter to him. His only death is from the tier 1 tower that took him down on that first blood kill. And that did not slow him down in any way, shape, or form. With the Sovereignty online from Lastimics as well, he's going to be able to take a couple more tower shots than he otherwise may have. He's got the HP 5 going for him. Like, this dive is looking really, really strong for the Gladiators right now.
And Connor's sick of the dive. He's sick of being ganked. Look at him, he's building in some defense. Second item. You don't typically see this from ADCs, even if they're in the solo lane. Has to go into what I imagine. Emperor's... I can see it being a breastplate of valor here, eventually, for him.
I really want him to build Emperors just because of how much he's being dove. Do I think it'll happen? No. But would I love to see that, AJ? Yes. Yes, I would very much. Taking a quick look here, Angry finishes Divine Ruin, so that might slow Mass Kill down a little bit. Won't be getting quite as much healing coming out from that Kingslayer, because we all know how potent that healing can be. You get those marks triggering, and it's just insane.
Yeah, I'm expecting more anti-heal to come out for the Highland Ravens. They do have the true anti-heal with the Lord of the Afterlife from the Osiris. So failing that, you're going to see the up-down from Rapio if he gets attacked by Mass Kill with that Kingslayer ultimate active. Just to... Yes, he probably will sacrifice himself in that instance because he can't out-DPS a set, but he will allow his team to then get a clean up and trade kill, and to stop the set from snowballing into team fights. But I do expect to see a Brawlers coming out. I would like to see a little bit more as well, potentially from a Cursed Unk as a second relic here from my Silenced.
Now let's in a little bit of pressure here. Kana trying to take the fight, but over here on the left side, I'm sorry, Ravens looking for yet another invade. Weren't able to find it there. Purple buff does still go to the Gilded Gladiators. And that's a tough loss, I'd say, AJ, because right now the Ravens are currently winning through this left side. That's their big point. But Kana, in one more instance of danger here, Big Ol comes out from the Arthur, and Kana should just be no more after this one. He's got nothing to say. Back to that left side.
He may have defense now, but he still just gets killed so quickly there. Because he doesn't have the natural scaling protections like a warrior would do. And that's one of the things that you can punish as a ADC solo. The Stemmings, though, well, Highland Ravens, they've had enough of this.
So it's in some danger. Rapio is on him, trying to find some aggression, but he has to use the Lord of the Afterlife back to safety because the rest of the Gladiators have arrived. Root comes out onto Mass Kill. But this blue buff is forfeit at this point. Rapio, dangerously low. Worshipful does eat a stun for his troubles, but he gets to pick up the blue buff, and frankly, I think if you're the sport player, you consider that worth it.
Well, if I'm taking 90% of my health to pick up a blue buff, so long as it's on 100%, I'm fine with it. I'm saying that's a worth trade.
Now, back to this left side, Vapor still has a little bit of a lead over Toddy. But that's one thing we were talking about a little bit ago. They weren't able to find that invade onto the purple buff once again. And if that is the side that you're winning on, having a 3-person invade like that not work out in your favor, that's a bit of a tough pill to swallow. The lead is starting to shorten up a little bit. It's only one level in favor of Vapor's Coast. And the Ravens, all that time, are still losing on the right side. They've got to find some way to make this work out for them. They've got to find some kind of win here. Otherwise, they're going to see a situation like this where the Gladiators started the Go Fury, and the Ravens have no one here at all to do anything about it. Vapor's just trying, but he's just one lone Jingwei. Glad to secure that one easily.
Yeah, that's one of the benefits of having a solo laner beefed up and fed. You can rotate him in for Gold Fury attempts like that, and the ADC can do naught about it. Especially if you have a look at Coast's build right now. Yes, he's got a Kaival and an Assy. Assy gives some good pen, and a Kaival gives some good boxing potential. King Arthur doesn't want to box with basic attacks. He wants usability, so he doesn't care about the Kaival. And because he's got quite a hefty amount of physical protections already, the flat pen isn't too worrisome for him. Percentage pen is needed to take down this King Arthur at this point. So the Stemmix is going to be enjoying a nice power spike here as being a frontliner. He's going to feel almost invincible at this point. So use that. Use the fact that this King Arthur is so difficult to kill in this midpoint of the game, and rotate into these objectives, rotate into these mid-lane team fights, and start to try and push down this mid-tier 1.
AJ, I'm sorry. Did you say Kaival? Is that how we pronounce it? I've always said Ichival. What's going on here? AJ.
Hey, it's the item of 1,000 pronunciations.
All right. Well, you know what? Ichival, Ikaval, Ikaval, whatever you like to say. Well, we got what it is. Looking at this lead now, 2,000 about in favor of the Gladiators. You know, with all the pressure they've been putting on this right side, and the fact that they got that goal here on top of it, you'd expect to see maybe
they're going for him again.
a little bit more here. Hana has to retreat now. Mass kill looking for one more dive, and the tower won't stand for very long, but oh my goodness, the Stinger puts out so much damage on a Mass kill. Listimix not able to find his way back in, and Listimix drops the tower aggro, and Mass kill just drops down from Kana and the tier 1 tower. That, AJ, that felt a little bit troll from Listimix.
If Paladin Ravens win this game, I'm going to come back to this point specifically to say this was the turning point, because that was not a forced error whatsoever. That was just pure greed and bad decision-making all mixed into one there. Starts the Kingslayer ultimate very early, so Connor knows exactly what's happening, can run back to the safety of his tower, and then dives by himself into an AMC who's going to be able to burst you down very easily because you're an assassin with no physical protections. It baffles the mind there, that decision-making there by Gilded Gladiators. Given that they've played the game so well to this point, that's just thrown away a significant portion of their lead.
Yeah, you know, that feels like a, oh, I'm 3 levels up on this guy. Surely I can just one-shot him under his tower. Well, unfortunately, he has a sovereignty, and he is also an Amus and Cobb. That 2,000 gold lead dips back down to 1,300. That's a 700 gold swing just off of that one kill there, AJ. That's not insignificant. And like you said, if the Ravens are able to find a win, this is a big turning point for them. Toddy has to use the beads and the ultimate just for the safety and drops it right away. Doesn't even look for the damage and just goes ahead and collects his wave there.
Yeah, he notices that Silence was leaving the tower, has a very quick scout out as he's going up to see if anybody is rotating in. Okay, now that Listimix is taking the tower, this is a much better dive and a much better gank here from Masskill.
And Rapio also in the area, but Masskill takes a lot of damage, has to use the Aegis, but Kana gets a post-mortem death. Thank you to the bees. Rapio now looking for one more. Listimix drop down, and Worst Turtle is not here in time to contribute to this fight. However, Rapio and Silence might be not going to find anything on Turtle, but they will be able to secure themselves a blue buff invade. And slowly but surely, AJ, the Ravens are fighting back into
Even
this
game.
one. Gold lead is now gone.
Completely even game now. I said it was a much better dive there for Gilded Gladiators, and it was, because it was a lot more coordinated. They got the target in the AMC, but they didn't account for the rotation from Rapio. And Rapio at this point, you see his build, it's there to just decimate protections and reduce healing, which, if you're the set, you need both of them. If you don't have any of them, then you're just you're a free target. You're a free kill to this Osiris at this point. Vapourish Coast could be a free kill at this point. Forced to use the air strike to get it away from. It was a very good defense there and rotation from Isotos.
Very nicely done. Vapourish has to reset there, but like you've touched on several times, AJ, if you don't kill the Jingwei, Vapourish has that wonderful passive where he goes back to base and then he's just in the lane again. Look at those waves. They're going to be outside the tower. Vapourish is not going to lose anything except for the ultimate. He didn't expend any of his relics on that. He's still feeling totally fine at this point. He's still got his safety nets. He's still Jingwei with a long dash. He still has the Ichival. So these trades that might happen in this dueling still tend to favor him slightly.
I would tend to agree, especially given his builds. He should be looking for these, I wouldn't say all-in fights, but should be looking to trade out consistently. He's got the better boxing potential, so Totti will have to stay a little bit further back, but has to be wary of the fact that Totti can go up into the sky and do half of his health whilst in that Astral Barrage. So just has to make sure he stays above that 75% health threshold in order to avoid getting one-shot.
Now we see some grouping happening around the Fury, but hang on, Kana in the mid just gets evaporated. Where did he go? Soto's paired with that kill. Ravens still looking to position a little bit aggressively. Toddy still on the left side of the map here. Frisch does land in the back end of the jungle. Ravens looking to group up. They're looking for a fight here, AJ. They're not willing to commit to anything just yet without Kana.
No, I don't think they really can commit to much without Connor. They're looking into a 5 versus 4, and they're losing some of their good poke potential if they don't have Connor there. And look at everybody else, their poke is mediocre at best, but, well, I think they're going to get a kill here on Worst Turtle.
Worst Turtle dangerously low, but he does drop the Dharmic Pillars. Lots of damage come out, and it's all onto Vapor's Coast. Listimix trying to whirl away. Rapio working on the back end, isn't able to find anything of too much value just yet. But the Gladiators have been fully pushed back, and the Ravens may be able to look at this Fury now.
It may look like that was a bit of a drop fight there from the Highland Ravens, but I think it was a good defensive block there from them. I mean, and that mostly comes down to not the fact that they were able to almost kill Worst Turtle and force a subpar Dharmic Pillars, but the fact that Rapio single-handedly put Maskill in his place. He was looking for a wraparound gank there just on the mids behind the top of the Gold Fury, but only Fury being started up here by Highland Ravens, and I don't know if Guild Gladiators is going to be here in time.
Well, Gladiators are in the area. Fury has been dropped. Kana now rotating in. Worst Turtle taking the brunt of the poke damage here. Ravens now 5 strong on the Fury. Have decided to start back up, but in the air, Toddy looking for some poke damage, forcing the Ravens back, and that's all it takes, my friends. Gladiators once again have a Fury that is not going down.
So this Fury definitely is the next point of contention for both teams. Both of them want it very badly. It's just so therefore they can have a little bit more pressure on this Fire Giant. I would potentially look to release this catapult that's over on the trebuchet, sorry, on the left-hand side if I'm Highland Ravens. Just potentially look to try and get this tier 1 down, maybe put some pressure on the tier 2. And it will also force a lot more attention from the Gilded Gladiator side of things into the lane, potentially providing you time to sneak an Oni Fury.
Absolutely. And, I want to take another look at these builds here real quick, AJ, because I'm looking at the 2 ADCs here, and we're seeing such a difference in the builds. We've got Toddy with the Bloodforge as his very first item before his Gilded Arrow even. But whoa, the Gladiators just sneak away a huge Fire Giant. Rapio answers back, killing Maskill off. Lord of the Afterlife comes through. Toddy now in danger. Soto's trying to zone him off, but Kana's in the area as well. Rapio with the double kill, and the Ravens just keep on going forward. Nice Fire Giant, my friends, but how many can you keep it on? So far 3, and that might be the final answer.
What a play by Rapio there, just... Yes, it was a fantastic call by Gilded Gladiators to get that Fire Giant, but what cost is it actually going to get them tier 1 down, tier 2 down, 2 players down, and it's probably your 2 most important players as well. Maskill and Totsi GR are both falling down to just the pure manly presence of Rapio. He sees 2 people, he's probably not going to win. He probably dies by himself in that 2-verse as well, but he jumps in anyway because he knows the rotation is coming from his team, and they get the highly contested Oni Fury here as well. They're going to push down. That trebuchet has been launched as well from this left-hand side, and it's all coming to plan here for the Highland Ravens.
Man, that never feels good. You pick up the Fire Giant, and then the next thing you know, you're down in gold on the map, like across the board. Your objectives are falling down. This should have been the time for the Gladiators to surge forward and find themselves a good foothold in this game. Instead, Rapio, like you say, he single-handedly just turns that around. Kana comes in, and now the Ravens are in the driving seat of this match so far. Now, the aggression probably drops off here at this point, right?
Yeah.
Gladiators are back up. They've got all 5 alive. They still have 3 members with the Fire Giant, and one of them is Sotos. That is going to be something relevant to these fights. The Ravens play this phenomenally. If you're the Gladiators, can you even afford to look for these aggressive plays with your Fire Giant now? Or do you just have to balance things out?
I think what you need to do is you need to look for extended engagements. Use the fact that your tanks have Fire Giant to its fullest advantage. Just go and get a bit of poke off, come back. Go and get a bit of poke off, come back. But right now, they're just not grouped up. They're just very spread across this map. They're the ones that look like they don't have Fire Giant right now. The time the Ravens, they're grouped up. They're as 5. They're coordinated. And they're going to be pushing down this tier 2 on the right-hand side.
The Ravens are here in force. 4 members strong. Silence just playing around with Listimix in that mid lane, stalling him out so he can't group up with his team for the defense. That tier 2 goes down in no time. You know, a lot of times if you're facing a team with Fire Giant and they're trying to push your objective down, if that gold lead is like within that 5,000 mark, you know, you can still fight into that pretty well. But now you have the 5,000 gold lead yourselves, or 3,000 at this point, I'm sorry. Ravens just do not slow down. This is a team without breaks. They took quite the beating in the early game, right? We're not going to sugarcoat that. Kana was getting bullied back and forth across the map under his tier 2. And now the Ravens are just taking control of the match. This team's tenacity is unmatched.
Mid-tier 1 is a very, very contentious objective. If you get that, you'll put a lot of pressure on the map. But 26 minutes in, and it's still standing, means that something has gone wrong in the game for the Gilded Gladiators, and it's still going to stand. Typically, the teams that have it up this time don't typically win, as we're still against engaged upon here.
Silence looking for something, but Listimics turns around, finds Vapor's Coast with the big King Arthur ulti, but Vapors is not deterred at all. Dashes forward, puts the hurt onto Listimics, forces him back. Now Gladiators are on the back foot once again. Sure, Ravens may not have killed any of them, but they still have that tier 1 standing. And as you said, 26 minutes in with a tier 1 tower standing on your side, something's going very right for you and not so right for the Glads.
Very surprised here at Rapio's final item of the build. Like, I guess it makes sense given that you don't have the execution available for either of your hunters, which is really strange with how good Executioner is. I thought this was going to go into a kin size. Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe, but I was expecting it to be a kin size. I was expecting this to be this high-ticket damage item, but instead it's going to be a bit more of a facilitator. Every single target that Rapio is on, one of the hunters is going to be there as well to do extra physical damage to them. And I like that synergistic playstyle, because it means that you free up another item for your hunters to get.
And they are taking full advantage of that. Take a look at Vapors now. They're going into the Wind Demon, it does appear. Not going to have the Deathbringer online for his build, as he does opt for that Silver Branch Bow. Though, a lot of times we see these ADC players sell off this Ichival late game. Probably picks up the Deathbringer in that slot instead. But that just, it's going to be a little bit longer before Vapors gets there. Meantime, Ravens are stepped up around this Fire Giant. Brutu does come out just for some zoning purposes there. Fire Giant comes down, and Ravens are the ones with the full positioning here. Lads are trying to look for a way in, but it's been started up by Silenced. Vaporish is hitting it. Kana's right there with him. Not going down too quickly, but the Glads are going to have to make a decision here quickly. Silence going on in, gets silenced himself. Oh my, trying to find a lot of damage onto Silence, melting him down, but Maskill in the back takes quite a bit of damage himself. Toddy now in the air, looking for a couple more shots, trying to finish this one up. Silence going to be the first kill of this engagement, and the Ravens now on the back foot. Listimics finds a stun onto Rapio, pushing him a little bit further away. Ravens are still fairly healthy. Vapor's still alive, able to come back to this quickly with the Jingwei passive. So far, no Fire Giant for either team.
No Fire Giant, but a tremendous fight there from the Gilded Gladiators, all done with a silence. That fight does not go well for them if Westerlos playing literally any other support. But that AoE Ohm, just to stop Eye Silence from getting a 3-man blink mez off, means that the fight turns into their favor, because you saw just how long it took Westerlos to be able to get off any abilities. In that time, it went from 100% health to 10% health. And that's all it took for them to take this fight in their favor.
Now, Glads are still trying to keep this pressure up and starting to show the effects of not having that second tank for the Ravens. Every time the Glads step forward, they push into the Ravens. The Ravens have to bend back a little bit. They have to flex so that they don't just get fully engaged on. Kana, sure, he has the sovereignty, but that's only one defensive item. He's still got the hunter stats. The Glads are choosing to reset here. Sotos might be caught out by himself, is able to sneak away. The Ravens now are once again on the Fire Giant. Take a look at the Glads, though. They're coming in. Maskill looking for a huge flank around the back end. Sotos trying to find some abilities. Not going to find too much damage just yet, though. The Ravens are just feeling this one out.
And they want to try and get this objective, but they don't want to take too much damage for it. But Rapio's already taken heed to that. Meanwhile, tier 2 on the left-hand side has fallen down, but they're not going to care about that, the Gilded Gladiators. Neither are the Highland Ravens. Rapio forced back to base, so 5 versus 4 in favor of the blue team. If they recognize that back has happened, they can get this Pyromancer for free, and maybe even look for an advantageous fight.
Even so, they're taking an extended fight around this right side. That left Trebuchet is putting in some work. It's already got that tier 2 down, and so far, neither the Glads or the Ravens have won anything around this Fire Giant, but they don't need to because they're getting so much gold just from that Trebuchet being active over there. It eventually will fall to these minions. That's going to take some time. It finally does go down now. But that tier 2 tower is not coming back, and the Fire Giant is being melted once again. Rom in the air, and the Ravens secure the Fire Giant now, looking for a fight afterwards. A mass kill just gets dropped off the face of the earth. Kana takes that one kill up, and there's a little bit of revenge for the AMC there.
Yeah, mass kill goes in, mass kill goes out in a body bag. He was just eviscerated the second he lands down from that epic uppercut, and Fire Giant was burned so quickly there because of that girdle popped there by Items. They recognized an opportunity, a slight window, and they took full advantage. And now with the extra power afforded to them, the backdoor protection's being removed by that Fire Giant, the enhanced version. Right side goes down very easily. I expect the mid lane Phoenix to go down just as easily in a 5 versus 4. Maybe even the left side Phoenix as well. It could get a clean sweep of Phoenixes here.
Silence is looking very healthy. They got the EFG. Blink comes through, finds a Mez onto 2. It does come through, but in the back, hang on. Soto's looking for a lot of damage. He's able to put it out, but Rapio is the one who might be falling. Does get the Lord of the Afterlife off in time to save his life. Mid Phoenix still alive for now. Rapio is going to have to reset here, but there's a Primal Fury still on the map. Looks like the Ravens going to be opting to go for that one now.
Yeah, they had a chance there to take down the Phoenix. Look at how low it got with just barely being in the Phoenix area for about 2 seconds. But some good AoE defense there from Gilded Gladiators holds the line for them. Mainly a huge pull from Sotos into Worst Turtle's Dharmic Pillars. And the two threats there from Connor and Vaporish had to back out. Rapio almost falls down there as well. Angry forced to play further back because of it. Just 2 abilities comboing together is all that it took for Gilded Gladiators to get that defense off. Tyler Ravens back out, wounded, and I think frustrated. If you're the Ravens in that situation of 5 versus 4, you have a Phoenix down already, plenty of time to get the second Phoenix. You're going to feel hard done by the fact that you don't get that ticket.
Yeah, it never feels good to fail a siege with the EFG, but I think that's one thing we kind of haven't talked about too much is how strong the Gladiators defense is. You have a late game Merlin on this defense with you, that is a ton of AoE damage that the Ravens either have to wait out or they have to walk through if they want to get to these objectives. You combine that like we just saw with Worst Turtle's Dharmic Pillars, which, by the way, are back off of cooldown. Gladiators are not giving these objectives up easily at all. Ravens gonna have to try to do this one once again. Silence is tanking the objective for now. Worst Turtle in the area. Rapio forced out in the mid lane. Does give Ravens some time to regroup here. Thankfully, with that EFG, he should be able to sustain back up. Ravens still looking at this left side Phoenix, but Silence taking a lot of damage, and there's no backliners hitting it.
The Emperor's Armor from Worst Turtle is creating too much damage on the frontliners. It's making them just second question and second guess themselves on how much time is being taken to take down this Phoenix. It's at half health. They're going to push in once again. A couple basics back out.
Oh my goodness.
This is what they have to do. It's the slow burn. Death by 1,000 cuts on these Phoenixes. Both mid and left are on half health. And this could be the final push here as Worst Turtle is forced to back out.
Worst Turtle can only tank for so long. And Hofbar got way too low. He has to step out. Finally, the left side Phoenix is melted down. Now the Ravens get to group up as 5. Looking for this last Phoenix here. Goes down very quickly. They're not looking to pressure this any further. Like I said, Fire Giant will be coming back up relatively soon. Theirs will be fading away. And with a 3 Phoenix advantage, I mean, Fire Giant looks like a great place for the Ravens to go to clean this one up.
You got your enhanced Fire Giant, you take down all 3 Phoenixes, that's a win. And I think most teams would very gladly take that. I don't think Vaporish Ghost wanted to take that much damage. Fire Giant goes off now. For Gilded Gladiators, that is a relief. The fact that Fire Giant is no longer on the side of the Highland Ravens. They have an opportunity to fight back into them now a lot easier. Should be a little bit more of an even engagement, an even playing field. But for Highland Ravens, yes, you got all 3 Phoenixes, but you definitely had time with that Fire Giant to go in and end the game. And it all comes back to that mid-lane Phoenix siege where it just took them so long to be able to go back in and reset from that point that they just had to settle for only taking out the Phoenixes rather than ending the game.
Yeah. Now, with these 3 Phoenixes down, And the Fire Giant on map, well, 2 Phoenixes, I should say, as the right one has respawned. Fire Giant is enhanced. Your throne room is widely exposed. You got fire minions in every lane right now. Can the Gladiators... What do the Gladiators do at this point? They can't afford to just let the Ravens have the EFG. But they also can't afford to let 3 waves of fire minions just wail on their Titan. It's such a delicate balance now. It almost feels like they have to go for a steal attempt. But what do you steal it with?
I think... Dynamic Pillars? Ramo?
Well, we might see just a straight-up fight instead. Umudabrutu dropped onto Sotos, already half his health bar gone, and Rapio has to ult out, but it's straight into 3 more members. He gets dropped down by Maskill now. The 5v4 in favor of the Gladiators. Vaporous does have to ult back to his team there. Maskill's still looking for a little bit more. Ultimately, does decide to pull back. That's quite a win in itself. Now, Glad's reset, look to pressure these minions away from their Titan a little bit. Lastimic's one who has to take up that mantle. Still, Ravens are in the area for the Fire Giant. They know the situation that the Glads are in. They're going to start this one up.
I don't think they're going to be able to do this. So, yes, they're in a 4 versus 4 at best, 2 Hunters, but without Rapio, without the threat of just instant demise for somebody that looks at this Osiris, I believe they're just going to have to hang back a little bit, poke out some more to get the Pyromancer, but with no response there on the Pyromancer, they may feel a little bit more cheeky about going for this Fire Giant.
I think I agree with the Glads not stepping up.
They see Merlin on the map now, they should go for it.
And they are grouped up, has 4 over there. Rapio still down for the next 3 seconds, but you'll have the Pyromancer speed buff to come back. But no, they are not going for this Fire Giant at all. In fact, Angry jumps out defensively to avoid the knockup.
Yeah, that was very strange. I thought the second that they saw the Merlin on the map in the mid lane, they saw Stemmix on the left-hand side with the King Arthur, then they knew they were in a 3 versus 4 in their favor. So that would be plenty of time for them with their double ADCs and their girdles to just burn this Fire Giant. But instead, just elected to take it and play it a little bit safe.
Look here at Maskill on the back end of that Fire Giant pit. Rapio's trying to zone a couple members out, but Maskill has not been spotted out here. Fire Giant half health now as the Highland Ravens are trying to secure this one for themselves. In the air goes Rom, and the Glad steal it away. EFG on 5 members of the Gladiators. Rapio drops one down, but the Ravens are dangerously low. And Maskill with the double, Maskill with the triple kill, turns it around, hunting down some Ravens now. Silence pulls back in and up into the air with the big Arthur ult. Maskill looking for his quadra, but Rapio drops him down. Sotos finishes that one up, though. Rapio no longer alive. And now Glads have 3 members with the EFG. They're going to walk this one straight down the mid lane. They've got the end potential.
Island Ravens dropping it at the last possible second. And it comes back to haunt them. It does come back to haunt them at the very end. I mean, picking this AMC has shown that they just didn't have the frontline potential to be able to do this. Yes, they can burn objectives, but who cares if you burn objectives when the Titan's the one getting burnt here by the Merlin?
Silence does give one last mez in defense of his Titan, but it's not going to be enough. Toddy goes ahead and secures that kill. Titan goes down. The Gilded Gladiators take game number 1 of this best of 3. What a show. What a steal coming out there.
It was a very close and exciting game, that one. I mean, both teams going back and forth, no real clear winner for the first 30 minutes, and then all of a sudden you think the Highland Ravens, they've got in the bag. All 3 Phoenixes down on the side of the Gilded Gladiators, half health on the Titan, Fire Giant being started up. But the combined steal efforts of the Dharmic Pillars and the Astral Barrage, those 2 things are the ones that I pointed out that could potentially steal the Fire Giant. Lo and behold, I cast this curse this, I willed it into existence, so if you're Gilded Gladiators, you're welcome. If you're Highland Ravens, sorry, my bad.
Come on, AJ, we're supposed to not be playing favorites here. You can't keep doing this to them. But in the end, you know, one has to wonder, if the Highland Ravens had been a little bit faster on that left side Phoenix, not taking quite so long, hadn't used up so much of their EFG timer there, maybe that goes a little bit differently. Maybe they burn that down and they're able to look for the actual end call there. When all is said and done, you cannot argue with the results. Gilded Gladiators, we talked about how tenacious the Ravens were, but the Gladiators, I said unmatched earlier, they've just matched it.
Yeah, I think I think the Gilded Gladiators will feel a little bit underwhelmed by that game, and I think Highland Ravens will also feel a little bit underwhelmed by that game. Both teams definitely not happy with this one and how it panned out. Highland Ravens for obvious reasons, coming out on the loss, but Gilded Gladiators on the fact that they were behind for a majority of that game. They had some good start over on that right-hand side, transitioned that quite well in the mid-game, but then just fumbled the bag for the mid-game to give advantage to the Highland Ravens, especially with that Fire Giant that Rapio got a couple kills from. So, again, work to do for both teams in this second game. For Highland Ravens, I want to go back and watch that Fire Giant at some point because I don't believe that well, they have loads of wards placed, but I don't know if the ward coverage was there to spot out mass kill. And that one misstep of not having advantage of sight on the jungler is kind of what cost them in the end.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I don't believe they knew Maskill was there at all. The mini wave was pushed up in favor of the Gladiators. I did not see any warding on that back end of the Fire Giant. Maskill had his just free reign of that particular position. But I just love the way they took the fight after that. They secure themselves the EFG, and a lot of times, you'll think, okay, we got it. We've got 5 minutes pouring down. Pull back, reset. We got what we wanted. Not the Gladiators. They take it all the way. We're going to see if they can repeat this performance in Game 2, coming right up in just a moment. After 39 minutes in a very back and forth match, the Gilded Gladiators able to secure game number 1 for themselves. But this is the best of 3. It's not all said and done just yet. If they want to take this match, they've got to do it again. Spooky still here, and I'm still joined by none other than AJ himself to take us through this wild match so far. I mean, honestly, AJ, it looked like the Ravens had it on that second half, but one steal is all it takes late game, and Gladiators were able to wrap it up.
Yeah, just one bad objective play, and then all of a sudden, Gilded Gladiators come through and they take the win. But that's kind of what it is at this highest level of gameplay. The second you go past 35 minutes, and it's an even game, it's just whoever takes the first mistake, whoever blinks first loses. And unfortunately for Highland Ravens, they're the ones that fell short.
Now, throughout the game, we did see sparks of life from both teams there, right? Gladiators were constantly seeing some pressure over on that right side, whereas the Ravens did have some good pressure on the left. Well, let's hit into the picks and bans. Let's see if they change anything to kind of mitigate what happened. I think a big part of what was working for the Ravens was that Jingwei. We didn't see the Gladiators really target out high meta picks. It mostly seemed target bans towards the Ravens. Do you think that changes anything here, or do you think they just run that back given their success in game 1?
I think if you're Highland Ravens, you actually kind of run it back a little bit, because you were in control for most of the game. You had the perfect opportunity to go ahead and win that game, so why not just keep things as close to the same as possible? If you're Gilded Gladiators, I think you maybe do change a little bit of the composition, but it's hard to determine what exactly it is you would change, considering you did win, and each of the gods you pick were kind of central to you winning that game. Like, if you didn't have the Ganesh, you would not have come back to win the game because you would have had that silence. If you didn't have the Ram, you wouldn't have had the snipes. So, there needs to be some change, but what that change will be, is, I think it also has to be a gameplay change more than a god change.
Yeah, we did see Gladiators kind of struggle around the objectives a lot, I would say. Ravens, for their part, maybe a solo lane change. I mean, we saw Kana getting bullied quite frequently over on that AMC in the right side. I can't help but feel like maybe they're able to close things out a little bit more easily if they have that second front line, if they have a warrior there, or even a guardian to just act as that second front line to pressure away the Gladiators.
I mean, it kind of worked to Highlands Ravens' favor, because whilst Connor was getting bullied a little bit, it meant that they did have a lot of pressure over on the dual lane side, which should in turn mean that they could look for an early Gold Fury, could look for some form of help in the early game that way. But it didn't pan out for them, because Gilded Gladiators, they had good ward coverage, they had good rotations over towards that Gold Fury side to kind of try and cover that one objective burn. So if I'm Highland Ravens, I kind of do potentially want to run it back, but this time with a lot more focus on that Gold Fury in those first 10-15 minutes to try and mitigate the fact that the solo lane is getting bullied that hard.
Sure, well, no changes to the bans here from either team. Both of them bring back the same 3. Makes me wonder if maybe we'll just see another Rom first picked here from the Gladiators. It worked out for them last time, and sure, maybe he was at an XP deficit for some of it, but never mind, because Merlin is going to be locked in first, acting as that 4th ban that we mentioned earlier. Angry's not going to have a chance to go to one of those signature picks today, but Ravens still have plenty of options up for them. Do you think we just see the Jingwei come back right here?
I think he goes on the Ram here. I think he changes it up and goes to Ram. The King Arthur taken up by Highland Ravens, so they are going to change things up. They are going to get rid of the AMC and get that secondary front line. And there it is. The Ram is going to be picked up here by Vaporish Coast. He likes to play the Ram because you can play a little bit more aggressively with the Ram. Your attack speed definitely is a lot higher. Your boss potential in the early, mid, and late game is a lot better than it is with the Jingwei. So I think overall it's a much better fit for Vaporish Coast and his aggressive playstyle.
Since to me, we didn't see him get to do a whole lot of fighting in game number 1, but we definitely did see him trying to go for that. I mean, we constantly saw him positioning very aggressively on that Jingwei, looking for those purple buff invades. Putting him on something that is able to play more aggressively here seems like a good way to try to find yourself a little bit more success and try to leverage the lead that he had previously. Ganesh is going to be the run back. They are going to go ahead and pick up the Kakulin here as an answer to that King Arthur. I like the matchup, AJ. It really feels like these are the best 2 at using the Gladiator Shield after its buffs. So if Ravens pick up the King Arthur, it just feels natural to have Kikolan with his extra abilities be picked up for your side.
Yeah, I think this is the solo lane matchup that you're going to be seeing a lot more, especially with the Baron nerfs that are coming in one of the future patches. I mean, this is being played on at 9.5. But yeah, I totally agree. I think with the Glad Shield buffs, these two definitely do a lot more of the poke damage that you want to see from solo lane warriors. Do carry that threat from the solo lane into that mid game point where they start to rotate from that lane into these mid lane team fights. But they're gonna have to deal with the Baba Yaga as the Colin, and it's not so easy for him to get onto this mid lane mage, only because that home sweet home gives quite a fair bit of protections and stops the Kakalan from controlling the Baba Yaga the way he would do other mages.
Yeah, Home Sweet Home is such a potent ability these days. It was a little rough when she first came out, but now with the knockback on enemies around you, the giant shield she gets, the extra protections, and the fact that the fire she throws down moves so far, it can take up so much space. It is such an interesting ult to watch in teamfights because it controls so much space on its own. In the second wave of picks and bans here, this Ares stands out to me as a little bit unusual there, AJ.
I mean, if you have a look at what Highland Ravens have got, it's not particularly unusual. If you have a look at what Gilded Gladiators got, it is 100% needed. Merlin, no CC immunity and relies on his dash. Ganesh, no CC immunity, relies on his dash. Cullen does have CC immunity, but wants to use that to build up rage rather than use it for the CC immunity. So, don't want to have to be crippled for that. And then, with the ultimates, you don't want to get caught up into like 4 stacks of Baba Yaga ult. It is just instant death for anyone, even if you have 325 protections.
And no kidding there. Kepri, Kali, and Bakasura will round out the drafts here. Kali and Bakasura, we've been seeing a lot of. Those Golden Blade, quote-unquote, abusers. Not really allowed to see much play in these meta these days. And just looking at the bans from the Ravens, it is all junglers. Like, this is all banning away from mass kill. I mean, you could say the clean is a solo lane ban, I suppose. I wouldn't. It's just normally in the jungle, I feel, these days. But clearly, they're paying a lot of attention to mass kill here, but that does still leave the set open as they lock in this Fafnir. Maybe set doesn't look so good into that.
Yeah, I mean, you've got yourself, you'll have 5 assassin bans and you still don't ban out the set, so he's still got his 6th pick there available. And you saw how potent it was in that last game. But Fafnir, I kind of... I think with the Ganesh there, it's still an okay pick. The Jingwei obviously left till last, but still focusing on the assassins to still have the hunter available. This is a very nicely rounded out draft by Gladiators. They fixed a couple of the issues that they had before. They have the Cullen, which is a little bit more of a burst impact in the team fights from the solo lane rather than King Arthur, who has longevity in the team fights. And you have your ADC being a little bit safer on that Jingwei. So you're losing a little, you're trading out there. So you're gaining more aggression in the solo lane and you're sort of subsiding pressure in that dual lane for it.
And one thing that stands out to me, we see this Hunbot locked in last. You mentioned that Cullen has a little bit more burst than King Arthur. But in game 1, what really seemed to be working for them was that King Arthur would frequently go in, and he would just hit someone with the big ult, take him into the air, and that would just buy time for his team to come in and use that to kind of engage the fights. With Kikolan not having that same ability, do you think that has an impact on how these team fights play out? Let's hop into game and break this one down.
Well, I think overall it will still have the exact same impact, mainly because you're not just hitting one person with a big engaged team fighting ultimate, you're hitting 3, 4, 5 people if you get that Spear of Mortal Pain off in the right place. But it's all up to Listemics to be able to time that ability, and if he does decide to go into the Blink as his second relic, I'm having a look at them right now. Gilded Gladiators just beads. Loads of beads on the side of them. Because they don't want to get pulled in by the Dachi. Selected here by Rapio as the final pick.
Daji indeed. And I mean, honestly, I like seeing Rapio on this pick. Rapio, we've seen him on it before, and it pretty much always looks really, really good. And especially when you look at the team that Gladiators have drafted, who's getting out of that? Toddy and Listimics are the only ones with CC Mini on their ults. Every single one of these beads is absolutely required right now, because if they don't get the beads, they're not in for a good time. But take a look, though, at what the Ravens have on their side in addition to this Daji, right? They've got Silence on this Fafnir. They have Kana. He's got some CC himself. They still have tools to pull out some of these beads before Rapio goes in. And I always think that's a very, very delicate balance for the opposing team. Is, do I use my beads on this Fafnir stun before I'm comboed down and bursted? Or do I try to survive it and save my beads for when Rapio decides to jump in?
I agree. I think if you're playing the Daji or someone like a Humbat or an Ares, you want somebody else that can help you burn those beads very effectively. I don't think Fafnir is particularly the best support in the world at doing that. Yes, he can do so, but it's only really going to be on single targets. If I'm playing the Daji, I want somebody like a Sobek who's going to be able to annoy multiple people. I want somebody like a Kana who's able to annoy multiple people, rather than the Fafnir who's generally only going to be able to annoy one person at a time.
It's going to be an interesting thing to see how these two teams play around this. Like you said, they don't have any AoE CC to really pull these beads out of multiple targets. So that's going to be one thing that's working in favor of the Gladiators. I expect to see mostly just beads being pulled from one person at a time. But what that opens up is the repeat ganks, right? Rapio has the opportunity to go in on one of these lanes, try to pull beads out from probably like Sodos, pull his beads out. Okay, those are down. Wait for the ultimate to come back up, and then just make that same gank again while those beads are down and try to abuse them that way.
Yeah, but on the flip side, if you're Guild of Gladiators, you're calling out that, oh, my beads are down, can we make sure we're over here for the gank? That's obviously going to happen in about 90 seconds' time. And you ward up, you play defensively. So it's almost like this game is being geared and set up. We played around Rapio and played around this Daji for the first 10 or 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, a little bit of aggression here, happening in the duo lane as well. Ravens, like you mentioned, Vaporish on this ROM is able to be a little bit more aggressive. He's looking for these fights a little bit more. They've gotten themselves some pressure. Take a look over here. Mass Kill has shown up to the purple buff. He's just clearing that out for right now, trying to make sure they don't steal it away. Not looking for any ganks just yet. By Silence, has made the rotation over, not able to steal that purple away. Gladiators probably feel pretty happy about that one.
Honor and Listemics just playing around, just almost avoiding doing damage to each other, mainly because they know that it's almost pointless at this time. Solo laners very... It's very difficult for a solo laner to get a kill on the opposing solo laner in a 1 versus 1. Because the health bars have been increased, the damage they're doing has been decreased slightly, and overall it's almost become back to the good old days of the good old-fashioned slugfest, where you look at each other, you stat pad your damage ability, so you can then say in the very end game, guys, I'm top damage, what are you guys doing? When most of your damage has literally just been tickling the other solo laner for 15 minutes.
That's the spirit of the solo lane. If you don't get to do that, you're not even playing solo lane anymore. If I can't watch two warriors battle out for 15 minutes and not die, that's not solo. But Rapio might have some other opinions about this. Listimics about to transform, does get the shield off, but up into the air with the big ultimate coming out from Kana. Rapio finds that kill himself. Palau is expended, not quite needed, but better to use it and not need it than need it and not use it. Maybe?
I mean, I don't think he expected the Listemics to take that much damage as he jumped back down, but Masskill looking for a return gank onto Vaporish Coast here.
Up into the air, Vaporish Coast trying to buy some time. I do believe his roll was silenced out. He's got nowhere to go. Vaporish goes down. Masskill answers back on the other side of the map. Now 1-1, but it is the Ravens who come out a little bit ahead with that first blood bounty.
I like his choice there. Just, he's in the air, he knows he's dead. I'm just hit the minions. I know I'm not going to get any kill, no turnaround, potential, no cheeky 1-for-1 trade. Now let's just get these minions killed so I can get something before I perish.
Yeah, always better to be able to get whatever farm you can. If you're put in a position like that, there's really no winning at that point. It's just about mitigating the losses. And that's exactly what Vaporish does. He mitigates his loss by trying to get as much farm as possible using that ultimate. Would have been better if he could have just held the rolling assault for just a second longer and not had it silenced out, but you know, hindsight is 20/20. If you think it's just mass kill ganking you, and then suddenly you're getting silenced out by Worst Turtle as well, sometimes you just get unlucky that way.
Yeah, so sometimes you get the rub of the green, sometimes you don't. But so far, 1-for-1, no real. Sorry.
AJ, you gotta stop hitting me with these like UK euphemisms, because I'm not understanding. What? Say it again for me. Say it again.
Rub of the green.
What does that mean, AJ? What's the green?
Listen, you want to have the rub of the green. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I got you. That's a good thing.
Yeah, it's a good thing. It's a good thing to have the rub of the green.
It's a good thing. All right, we've established that. I'll know that for the future. I love being on cast with you, AJ, because I learned so many things about the world and places that I've never been to. Our other UK production says they don't know what AJ's talking about, though, so I don't know how much of this
I've not been backed
is just
up.
a lie.
This is the second time I've not been backed up, and I'm starting to just reconsider my life and whether it's just been an entire fabrication of these British idioms that I've been told.
Well, if there's only one thing we can take solace in, it's that this game in front of us is still real. So at least we can agree that this is still happening. And it looks like we're seeing a small invade attempt coming out from the Ravens. There's no blue buff for them to take here. Take a look. Gladiators are in the area. Worst Turtle stepping up. Has to dash away, though. Doesn't like what he saw up there. Ravens, gonna go ahead and pull back a little bit. Ballistimix is here now. The blue buff is up, and the Ravens not willing to give this one up without a little bit of a fight. Gladiators step back. Blue buff comes back towards the Ravens, but the Glads do secure that one. Rapio up in the air, looking for the Powwow pulls. He's come out from Worst Turtle, but take a look. Kana's getting melted down. His health bar's gone as Mass Kill picks up that one. Angry throws the fire from the home sweet home, and Silence left alone in the dragon form, but he's tanky enough to walk on out of this one. Gladiators more than happy with how this one has turned out. On the left side, though, Vapor is trying to turn things around himself, looking for the exchange there with Cody, but not able to secure that kill. I say that, but up into the air. Airstrike comes down, and he's sitting up there to buy the time. Shots are on the mark. Not enough damage.
Yeah, you got a feel for Vaporish Ghost there. He gets all 3 shots off, and I think what cost him the kill there is the fact that he hadn't hit anybody for a while, so his stacks of Archival dropped, meaning he had less power for those final 2 shots, and therefore did less damage with those final 2 shots.
That just feels bad when you break it down. I hope Vaporish doesn't break it down like that in his head, because if so, that's just like demoralizing. It's not mental breaking, but it feels bad, you know?
It's one of those, if only this happened, I would have got the kill, sort of things. You sort of curse yourself out, but then move on. But then if it happens again, then you know you're on full tilt mode.
Very much so, but for the time being, Glads, you have some good control of the map. There's no lead on this just yet, but the Gladiators are playing it pretty smart, I'd say, so far. They know they have a late game team comp, so they're not really pressuring anything too much in this early game. 500 to 700 gold, that is well within your margins if you're the Gladiators right now. That's you probably have margins about like up to 2,000 just trying to scale into the late game. Ravens right now, it feels like they aren't really pressuring anything. They're not taking the steps forward that we saw in the last game. And the Gladiators, they're not really applying the same pressure we saw in any lane right now.
No, if you're Highland Rivers, you're having a look at the gold disparity that you're in right now, and you're in a good position. Stotty gets pushed back just a fair bit again by Vaporish Ghost. Like I said, he likes to play the aggressor. He likes to play in your face, likes to box out a fair bit. But you're about 800 gold up, 700 gold up. That's only going to start increasing over time, very, very slowly, albeit, because you have the Fafnir on your team. But then you want to try and use that at some point. Like you did mention, you want to try and gain that advantage somewhere. And if I'm Gilded Gladiators, I'm fine with this. I'm fine with how the game's going so far. 2 kills to 1. We haven't been pushed in so much by Rapio's Darji. So I'm fine so far. I'm liking the way this game's going.
Now, if you were to look for an objective or some pressure, a way to push this game into your favor. If you're the Ravens, where do they go right now? Because it feels like they should be able to play around this Fury at this point. Vaporish has the pressure over there, but we really haven't seen any kind of formation over to that left side.
Yeah, I do think both teams kind of do need to start putting pressure onto these ADCs. We're getting a free ride for too long, ADCs. They're getting some buffs again in the next patch as well. They're trying to step them down, put them down a peg. Once again, their archivals. I think it's because the fact that there is archivals, though, which is what's stopping these two junglers from going over there. They're both physical assassins. Both of them want to use auto attacks, and if they're going up against the archivals, they're not going to be able to outtrade them at all, even with the fact that they have abilities. So they have to almost pay heedless and pay respect to them. And if they do a mass rotation over to that left-hand side and get nothing from it, that puts them in such a bad negative equity spot.
Yeah. And so, right now, both teams just trying to farm this one up, and it feels like they're trying to find their lead just through smaller map plays, such as looking for these back camp invades, these blue buff invades. None of them seem willing to commit anything just yet in force. And it's like you said, if they commit too much to one side and they don't find success there, it just puts the ball in the other team's favor. So we're just seeing this slow play sort of, but Vaporish is once again just looking for a little bit of pressure. It almost feels bad watching Vaporish constantly try to take these fights with Toddy, because you know that even if he's successful, she's coming right back as the Jing Wei. I just do send some members over here. The pull does land onto Silence, but Vaporish with the damage back out. Maskill getting lower and lower. Might be falling here as Rapio goes up into the powwow. Does find the kill. Where's Turtle now the next one to be the target? Melted down. Vaporish finally finds success on that kill. Now 4 members of the Ravens on this left side. 12 minutes in. Gold Fury could be a call. What's the purple buff first?
Now, Rapio a bit too low to really commit to that objective. Sotos and Tossi both full health, near about full mana, so you don't want to go aggressive there. But going aggressive onto Tossi is very pushing. He sees Tossi in his line of sight, anywhere near him, and he's rolling and playing aggressive. That is some unparalleled levels of fighting there from Vaporish Coast.
Oh, you know, he's had all of game 1 beforehand to kind of figure out how Toddy likes to play this lane, how he likes to take these trades. And frankly, I don't think that Vaporish is very happy with how his slash line ended at the end of game 1. It was only 0-2, right? That's still 0 kills on a very aggressive player. It feels like he's trying to make up for some of that and just constantly trying to find some advantage in this left side so he can go and do his own thing.
I kind of want to see the ADC start to potentially break rank and go from their lanes into the mid lane, because they are at the point now where they got their lifesteal online, they can be involved in these fights and no longer have to be sheltered and don't have to be over here just getting loads of farm. And like I mentioned before, the archivals are going to be so impactful in these team fights. Put them in the mid lane, start to rotate them out, start to rotate your soul laners out, turn it into an assault game even. Start to push down objectives quite early. Both the soul laners have their glad shields online. That is the power spike that you want to then get involved in team fights. The ADCs to have their lifesteal, another big power spike to get involved in team fights. So it's almost making sense for both of them to maybe start rotating over.
Even so, Vapor's still just looking for a little bit more pressure onto Toddy. Full clears that wave. It does give him some opportunity to start working his way around the map. Check it out. He's just looking for these camps right now. Finally, we are seeing some attention being paid towards this Fury. Silence goes into the dragon mode. Go ahead and drop that AoE steroid and Angry right into the home sweet home. Take Vlad's a little while to get to this, and they are not able to get there in time. Dharmic Pillar is not enough to seal that one away. Ravens take the first objective on the map, and take a look at the lead right now. That pushes up to 3,000 in their favor.
That was so close there from Westhill to be able to get the steal on that with the Dharmic Pillars. That's another one of those moments where you go, almost stole it. Oh, okay, Tossi. We're going to pretend like we didn't see that, Tossi.
You're a more merciful man than I am, AJ, because I'm calling that one unfortunate, and he is so lucky that none of the Ravens were in the area to see that happen. Now, you know, luckily he's still Jingwei, so he's still got multiple safety buttons. That he doesn't have to worry about this Aegis too much. And he probably won't be pressured too much before that comes off cooldown. We've already seen that the Ravens are just not really willing to put any pressure over to him just yet. Now, the story might change, though, with this Fury down. This lead is finally starting to build up a little bit in favor of the Ravens. But even so, right, in Game 1, this lead wasn't enough to secure the Ravens a victory. So you can't help but feel like maybe the Gladiators don't care about it all that much.
They're going to feel confident going into the late game still. I mean, if you're a team at this level, no matter your draft, unless you're facing a Kali Freya Fafnir, you're going to feel confident going into the late game. If I'm facing a composition, I know I want to just press F6 as soon as possible. But you have yourself Mass Kill. He did phenomenally in the late game with getting a triple kill, almost getting a quadra kill at the very last team fight. I'll reprise that set for this game. You've got a Jingwei on your team, and Jingwei pretty much always is favorable at any stage of the game. Whereas Turtle back on his Ganesh performed very, very well on it. So you do have reasons to be optimistic, but it's no longer that Highland Ravens team with just one frontliner. It's no longer that Highland Ravens team with a very squishy jungler that's very easy to kill. You know, both those weaknesses have been covered. Connor's gone into a more traditional solo laner in the King Arthur. Rapio, he goes up into the power hour, is untargetable for as long as he really wants to be in team fights. Vaporish Coast could potentially be ganked, but I think Maskill's given up on the opportunity.
It doesn't look like the Glads are willing to commit to that dive, and take a look at why. Vaporish Coast 2 levels up right now on Maskill, who's just a level behind his competition. But one thing that caught my eye here, AJ, is, well, once again, it's in the build section. Stimix opts for that Pestilence as that third item there. And I had to take a look over at the Highland Ravens, and there's really not all that much healing going on there. There's a Stone of Gaia on Kana, and maybe that's why he picks up the Pestilence, to try to mitigate the healing he gets when he goes in and finds that knockup. But I'm not really sure what value that's really getting on this.
It's also for the Asi, can we go on for a Vaporish Coast, but mostly it's the secondary part of Baba Yaga's house passive. Yes, it will give you some quite nice stacks, but if you don't have anything to stack and then go back to your house, you will then start to get healed from it. But if you're in the area of systemics, you reduce that heal just a little bit. That can be the difference between killing a retreating Baba Yaga and the Baba Yaga escaping.
Gladiators just trying to cover their bases here. Listemics, still not too much going on in that solo lane. As you said, I mean, this is very much classic solo lane Smite, where these two are just kind of beating each other and then walking away. We haven't seen a whole lot of rotations coming out from them either. They're not finding too much value in the lane. They're also not committing to anything outside of it. Toddy in some trouble here. Aegis comes back up, and he's able to survive that one, but it might not be for long. Silence not able to find the kill, but Rapio is able to secure that one with the blink in. Now Ravens have some pressure on this left side map, whereas Turtle is being targeted. He's just going to get a little bit of damage poked onto him. Not going to find too much more value there. Rapio might find a wraparound onto Mass Kill. Not looking like he's going to commit to that one just yet. And so Ravens, back to being quiet. Hang on. I'm not sure that's where you want to be there, Rapio. He steps right into 2 of them.
You're a Dargy, you're not full build just yet. You're not quite one-shotting people, so yeah, maybe not into that situation just yet. When he's level 20 full build and has the Bumba's Hammer online, maybe he's in that situation a lot more often.
Well, the current game state has Ravens leading by about 5,500, maybe pushing closer to 6,000 at this point. And it still feels to me, AJ, like they're playing it very carefully and very cautiously. With a lead like this, you'd almost expect them to be forcing a lot of issues, forcing fights around these Furies, maybe even stepping up to these tier 1s and trying to force them down a little bit more. Do you feel like the Ravens are playing a little bit too cautiously after the rather unfortunate defeat last game, as you decide to take this Oni Fury down, once again, uncontested?
I don't know if they're playing it too safe, but they're playing it methodically, is how I would put it. they're playing on the fact that they've got the Fafnir, so will naturally gain a gold lead. They're playing on the objective plays that the Fafnir and their composition will bring to them. And it's resulted in them having a 7,000 gold lead. Trebuchet pushing down mid lane with them right now. And a 7,000 gold lead in 20 minutes is a humongous deficit to play into. It will eventually crack and go past that 10,000 gold mark at about the minute 23, 24, which means you can then do fire jump, but Maskell's going to try and do something about it.
Oh! He's getting absolutely melted, though. The Dharmic Pillars do come down, but Rapio is not letting him walk out of that one. Chains do connect. Toddy in the area is able to put some damage down. Still, that is a 1 for 0 for side of the Ravens now. Tier 1 tower is the target. Worst Turtle being swarmed. Lastymix, though, finds a huge knockup. Silence goes on in with the stun in the dragon form. Lastymix still being melted down, but he's not down for the count just yet. He'll be able to reset here. Ravens drop lower and lower on the health bars. Vaporish almost takes a spill there. Still, Gladiators are not able to secure any of those kills. And all in all, fighting into that at a 7k deficit didn't go too terribly for the Gladiators.
Not hugely terribly, but they also did lose on pretty much every single respect. If way you look at it, they lost the tier 1 tower. They lost a member of the team fight. They didn't get a kill in that team fight at all. And they might even lose Totty if he decides to push up a little bit more. Rapio and Vaporish out here hunting for the Jing Wei. They're going to back off. They're going to decide to let him live at this time.
Right, well, maybe they just realized that, he still has Aegis. He still has ult. Maybe not worth it to commit anything onto Toddy right now because the rest of the Gladiators are still up on the map. If they see both Rapio and Vapors decide to all in on someone in the left side, someone who can buy a lot of time, the Glads might just decide to go for another objective on the right side. Maybe go for that Pyromancer, dare I say, even try to sneak away a Fire Giant. That would be incredibly risky, but they have the Sentry Wards up on it. They know exactly what the Ravens have going on there for vision, and it's not a lot on the Fire Giant itself.
No, so they're gonna just do Pyromancer. Almost one of the favorite phrases that I've heard over the years is, you throw a stone in the bank and see how long it takes the guards to react. You do that with the Pyromancer to see if you can then do Fire Giant. And so far, there's no security showing up to stop you from taking that objective, so you could just pull the Fire Giant at the same time. But they have to back for their Sentry Wards first. They only have the one on Vaporish Coast, and he's over on that rep off the left-hand side. But a fight taking place, a couple people can be pulled here.
Worst Turtle gets pulled back in. Lastymix able to avoid it, but Worst Turtle has nowhere to go. Blocked in by the Raves, and Angry puts him down. Now Lastymix ult has been expended. Transformation expended. Means Ravens are going to go ahead and start up this Fire Giant. Take a look where the Gladiators are. They're not in position to defend this. They're not even going to try to defend it. Toddy's going to try to trade out that tier 1 tower, but that's all they're going to get for one death and the Fire Giant.
Tier 1 tower. Maybe even a tier 2. But you look at the gold lead, it's just about crept over that 10k mark, and Connor's having none of it. He knows Toddy didn't even get anything else from it. He's only been crit for 163 as well. I think he could just stand there and tank him.
Masskill is in the area as well, though, going to help out a little bit. But in the meantime, take a look at the right side. 4 members of the Ravens are just marching down, and there's only going to be 3 defenders against 4 with Fire Giant. This thing stands no chance at all. Already almost down. Apia is going to go ahead and get on in there, but silence out. Not going to matter. In the air, it's Vaporish Coast. Not able to find that last shot on the Sotos. But that honestly doesn't even matter at this point. Ravens are able to secure that right side Phoenix. They're going to be able to clean up this tier 2. This one is looking very, very dangerous for Glads.
It was so close there from Vaporish Coast to get the kill there onto Sotos, but he lives, mainly thanks to the Aegis. And some very good juke shoes there. Left-hand side has a tier 2. Mid lane has a tier 2. Gold Fury going to be spawning very shortly. It's going to be that Primal Fury to help them do extra damage to jungle and jungle bosses. Though the world's our oyster for Highland Ravens about what they're going to be looking to push down next. They have 2.5 minutes left to Fire Giant, so we expect at the end of it that all 3 of those objectives that I mentioned will be taken down by them, extending their lead a little bit further to about the 16,000 gold mark. The Gelder Gladiators, they have to wait another 10 minutes before they have an opportunity to even get back into this game.
12,000 is the gold lead at 25 minutes into the game here, AJ. I mean, you take a look at the slash lines of the scoreboard, there's 8 kills in the game, and the Ravens have 6 of them. This lead was not built off of fights. This was purely farming and objective-based team play, right? Constantly, the Ravens are at these Furies, and there's just no one from the Gladiators responding to it at all. There's no one even in the area. It feels like they're just being caught completely unaware on multiple Furies. And that's what's leading to this. At this point, you have to wonder, what's the difference between a 12K lead and a 15K lead?
Not really much. Once you pass that, like I said, once you pass that 10K mark, it's very, very. You have to rely on mistakes from the winning team to be able to come back into it. This could be the mistake here if they get a good engagement, but that Dalbec Pillars was way off the mark from where it needed to be, and your main engage tool is gone.
Stimix forced back, and Kana now found Sotos, forcing the beads out there. Rapio up into the Pala, looking to pull one more in, and Sotos has nowhere to go. The bees are already down, my friend, and Rapio picks that one up. Worst Turtle next to Paul as Vaporish tears through this fight, make it a double kill for the Hunter. Toddy answers back with one, but now he's looking for a triple, but no, the dash is good coming out from Toddy. That now leaves the Titan fully exposed, 1 tier 2 alive, but I don't think that one's going to make too much of a difference. As Angry puts the Toddy back into the dirt. Go back to the gray screen, my friend, because the Titan will be joining you very shortly there. Highland Ravens take game number 2 and push us to game number 3.
Yeah, you got to make sure to kill the stomachs first, and Vaporish goes down with a little bit of a taunt, a little bit of a spam left, but it's very well deserved. Highland Ravens in a commanding game number 2, force it to a game number 3, and this one they could be a lot happier with this game.
Most definitely, that was a very decisive victory from the Ravens. It didn't.
Oh yeah.
It didn't look like they did a whole lot, right? It was a very slow-paced game. It was very methodical, but the Ravens were constantly building a lead, like every single minute of that game. You don't get a 7,000 gold lead at 20 minutes from just sitting on your thumbs and watching the minion waves crash. They were proactive. And Gladiators just did not have any answers for them at all. They can't let them have that amount of map control.
I also think they were a lot more incisive as well. I pointed out a potential fire giant that they could have got in game number 1, and they elected not to. And that was when they spotted Merlin in the mid lane, King Arthur on the left-hand side, and they elected not to try and burn the fire giant. This time, they kept the kill onto Worst Turtle, and then immediately just sat back, right, we're going for this fire giant. We got Vaporish Ghost coming in. We have everybody around here. We just killed their support, which is probably their best deal potential. We're going for the Fire Giant. And that bit of incisiveness, that bit of definitive leadership, meant that Highland Ravens were able to take the game away from Golden Gladiators before they had a chance to even blink.
Yeah, all in all, Gladiators are going to have to step it up in game number 3 here if they want to take this win back. Take a look at the Bills, right? Because I think this is always very interesting. There's like a 14K gold difference by the end of the game. And the Ravens aren't even at like full build at this point, right? That's how massive that lead was. Normally, if you see a lead like that, you know, you're hoping that you're getting closer to full builds all across the board. You're hoping you can mitigate it a little bit. No chance of that in this one. This lead was in full effect through every single fight. And I'm not even sure if the Ravens had like backed and spent all of their gold that they had. Because you look at those builds and I mean, there's still room for them to go upwards.
I'm just having a look at the damage done, and you do expect the Soul Laners to be top of their respective piles with the fact that they were slapboxing, but Vaporish Coast 25k damage. He was just popping heads left, right, and center at that very last fight. In the second mass kill went in to try and get a kill into Angry, boom, crit down to smithereens by Vaporish Coast. Totty comes out of Fountain without his Aegis, boom, instantly killed. Vaporish Coast doing the majority of the damage there as well. And he looked a lot more comfortable, a lot more at home on this aggressive ROM pick, rather than the defensive reactive Ching Wei that he was forced to play in the previous game.
Man, look at his gold per minute there, 634 gold per minute. That is massive. Like, how do you even fight into that if you're Toddy? You've got a GPM of 514. This man is making 120 more gold per minute than you are. You can't compete against that. You cannot fight into that. And we saw that in full effect every single time. Vaporish Coast rolling in, trying to find a fight, and Toddy every single time had to burn something to get away, had to go back under his tower, had to burn Aegis, has to burn ulti, and it just kept piling up and piling up and piling up. And it just ultimately leads to the big win for the Ravens.
A huge win for the Ravens. They force it into a game number 3. And, well, I'm just excited to see how this next one goes, because Island Ravens, they got the momentum. Gilded Gladiators definitely have some work to do in that picks and bans phase to try and make it an even game number 3.
Well, we'll get to game number 3 here in just a moment. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back to bring you all the action. right, it all comes down to this final match here in the SCC tonight. The Gilded Gladiators against the Highland Ravens. They were both able to take one game each. Now, if they want to secure their victory, they've got to find themselves the second. Still Spooky here, still joined by AJ. AJ, we saw a lot of things that needed to be kind of cleaned up and addressed there in game number 2. What are your thoughts going here into game number 3?
Well, I'm thinking if I'm the Highland Ravens, I'm just keeping the momentum going straight away. I'm picking something that can do the work early game in the jungle for Rapio and just pick up where we left off from game number 2. Just, you were on top, you were having a lot of fun, you were decimating fights left, right, and center. Why not just put them back onto the back foot straight away in game number 3?
Absolutely, couldn't agree any more there, AJ. Look for the aggression. It was working for them very well in that duo lane. If they can find Vaporish back on that ROM, I think that would pay really well for them. Question is, do the Gilded Gladiators allow that ROM back for them, or do they have to ban that away, maybe let that Uller that we've been seeing banned come back through? Let's hop into the picks and bans here real quick, AJ. Let's talk about this right there as it happens.
I mean, there's a reason they've been banning this Uller over banning out the Ram or the Jingwei, and it's because that Vaporish Coast has a ungodly Uller, and Uller is probably one of the strongest hunters right now. With the nerf to Gilded Arrow, with ADCs almost struggling right now, you're seeing a lot of ability-based hunters starting to creep back a little bit. So Uller is definitely the premier one of those. You can build Bumba's Hammer on him to help out with sort of jungle clear a little bit more, and you then just have abilities upon abilities upon abilities, and it's almost impossible to fight into him at that point.
And well, both teams taking their time here, and I can't say I blame the Gladiators for being a little bit hesitant on their first bans. The first ones came through, and they worked very well for them. They found themselves a victory, so they run those same bans back. This time, it's a very, very decisive defeat. Mind you, that game 1 victory was very hard fought. It was not a clean sweep by any means. But Lads do stick with this tough ban. They're going to go ahead and take that off the board. They don't want to see Angry have any comfort picks in his hands. Ravens, though, they are already deciding to switch things up a little bit with this Kali.
Yeah, I think the Kali was banned out in the second banning phase. I mean, Maskill does like to go back to it occasionally, so I don't mind the ban it straight away. I think for Gilded Gladiators, the decision and the conversation they were having before this first ban eventually got locked in was, do we stick with the same bans, do we change them up? Do we want to ban out this slot again, or do we want to maybe ban out something that was quite potent for them on the Highland Ravens? But I think overall what it came down to was just a difference of draft. I don't think it was just one specific pick that they needed to take away, and that's probably the consensus that they came to as well in their decision making. So they're going to go back and just do the same 3 bans again, but just switch it up in their picks.
Let's talk about this early game a little bit here, AJ. Like you said, the Ravens are coming with the momentum. They were feeling themselves by the end, and I really feel like they were pretty happy with everything all the way through. Gladiators felt like they were a much more late game oriented team, and that seemed to work to their disadvantage. Nemesis being picked up, so that's one pick that could help them out here a little bit. But do you think they need to be more proactive here in the early game?
Yeah, they definitely need to be proactive in the early game. They can't let Highland Ravens get off to the same momentum and just continue when they went off from game number 3. The Nemesis has been banned consistently. It's always been Cleaner, Nemesis Mercury. So the fact that they're letting it through now, no surprise to see Gilded Gladiator snap pick this one up. But it may have been just a little bit of a bait there by the Highland Ravens saying, look, we've banned this one so often. Do you want to take this one right now? Maybe first pick it? Yep, we will do. Okay, you've activated my trap card. We pick up Ram and we pick up, King Arthur again. So, joke's on you. They could very well do so. Highland Ravens again, really thinking about this decision though. Do they want to take up the Ram? Do they want to take up the King Arthur again? Or do they want to switch it up?
I wouldn't even mind seeing them maybe pick up this Ganesh for themselves, take it away from the Gladiators, because it has been seeing some success over there, and it also plays very, very well into the Nemesis. If she tries using that shield, Ganesh just has 2 very easy ways to get rid of it just on the spot, which really puts her in an awkward position. Ram is going to be that first lock-in here. It's going to take a little bit of time, and it is the King Arthur they decide to run right back. I mean, if it's not broken, don't fix it.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it right now. It's the final game of the best of 3. You win this, you win. You lose this, you've lost the set, even though you've won the previous game. So you're going to want to take your time, make sure you make the correct decisions. And so far, the correct decision for the Gilded Gladiators has definitely got to be this Ares, taking it away from the Highland Ravens so they can't use it against a Nemesis, and also managing to cripple that King Arthur in these team fights, thereby shutting down his entire kit near enough. It's a great pickup here by the Gilded Gladiators, and you take away one of the safer picks that Angry can pick into this. It's beautiful drafting so far by them here. I am much more confident right now in their game number 3 draft than I was in their game number 2.
I also really like the amount of aggression that this Ares pick can pull out in the early game, like we were talking about. Ares does a lot of damage, AJ. Like, regardless of the time period in the game, he's always doing more damage than you feel he reasonably should be. So I really like them deciding to pick that up and try to put that up against Vaporish in this early game, try to mitigate some of that aggression that he does have. Tiamat is the answer to the Baba Yaga, and once again, I really like this one. Has CC immunity in the ultimate, in the ground form ultimate, mind you. She will have to change stances if she wants access to that, but it gives her a way to get away from this Ares.
Oh, we got ourselves an Amaterasu band, so looking at solo laners right now with the Highland Ravens, and looking at the draft from the Gilded Gladiators, I know that they still need an ADC, most likely going to be picking that Chingwei up if it gets through, so yeah, have a look at what solo laners he can ban. Getting rid of the silence as well as another beads burner from Amaterasu. I think that's the key reason that they're banning it, is the fact that that dazzling offensive is so potent getting rid of beads. Shark could be a potential ban that we do see. We don't see him banned out too often, mainly because, again, he has that beads burning ultimate with that Stormcall.
Now, do you think there's any potential where they send maybe this Nemesis into the solo lane, like we've seen a couple times, and then maybe pick up like a Daji for that second beads burner?
No, but I like where your head's at. I like that idea. It won't happen, but I love the idea.
All right, we're very against the Nemesis in the solo. I hope they do it now, AJ. Now I hope they do it, just to see it happen.
I hope.
But
I hope
it won't happen. They ban the Daji away.
They're the ones that banning it.
Scratch that. Well, that feels a little bit bad there. But Tyr is banned away here, and that's an interesting one. He is good at pulling out single target beads. It's not really what I think of when I think of the beads burners. Walking this Kumbhakarna, that's starting to make a little bit more sense. That gives you a nice answer to the Nemesis, and it's got CC immunity for the Ares ult as well, and gives you a way to take some beads off yourself.
I think it's a good pick here by the Highland Ravens. Like you pointed out, does do well against the Nemesis, can set up onto the Baba Yaga quite well. It depends what Gilded Gladiators pick here. The Hachiman instead of the Jingwei, so changing it up. Don't like the fact that it's a very defensive matchup there for Totti. Wants something that can almost match the aggression coming out of the ROM. I like it. It can also pair up well with the Ares the second the chains come out, and then the Bastet is the final pick. Not been seeing a lot of play recently, ever since the changes to the time to kill have happened and received quite a few nerfs since her relaunch. Bastet solo can still work, but against the King Arthur and against the composition that Highland Ravens have got, it's not my favorite pick.
I guess my major concern with this Bastet now is seeing her pounce in and immediately getting hit by a Kumba Mez. And now she's just stuck there. She can't jump back. Because at that point, you don't even hit the Bastet, right? You just wait for her to run out of time to bounce back. And then you go ahead and blow her up. Defender locked in is going to be another interesting one here. Has a good potential on this Hachiman, able to chase him down even through that ultimate. So I like where they're going here. There's just so much aggression coming out from the Ravens. And it's exactly what you mentioned you wanted to see from them. If anything screams, I want to win in the early game, Fenrir does that.
Oh yeah, it's got the CC immunity as well. I don't like its matchup into the Nemesis simply because the Brutalize is going to get absorbed by that Reflect by the Nemesis and actually heal the Nemesis back up. But the Fenrir isn't going to be looking for the Nemesis. It's going to be looking for the Baba Yaga and looking for the Bastet. Expect a lot of aggression on this solo side from the Highland Ravens.
Well, let's see how these two teams decide to play it on now. Let's see how much aggression the Ravens can bring in this early game. Let's head right into the game and see what they've got in store for us here today. I would almost expect to see Rapio spend a lot more time over on this duo lane this game. Vaporish was able to establish quite a bit of pressure. He was able to find not a big lead because Jingwei was constantly able to just use that pass to come back. But Toddy on these Hachiman doesn't really have a good way to get away from the Brutalize. It even follows him through the mounted archery. Do you think we'll see Rapio on this side, or do you think his attention is going to be paid somewhere else?
I mean, I think Rapio, like I mentioned in the Pix match, is going to be purely over on the solo lane side of things, because it is, well, it's a lot easier for him to gank over onto this Bastet. I think he'll also want to try and put some pressure onto Mass Kill early on. Can he put the pressure over onto the dual lane? Maybe once he hits level 5, he'll then start to pay dual lane a visit. Put Worst Turtle a bit further behind than he would like to be done on the Ares. But a very different start here. I think it might be a very early matchup level, or could even be a Spirit's Robe coming out from Worst Turtle.
Yeah, so he's definitely looking to be a little bit safer here. I'm not entirely sure what the game plan is there. Maybe he's just trying to mitigate the effectiveness of this Kumba, because Kumba does have the ability to just cancel out Worst Turtle's flames, and that feels really bad. That's a large source of his damage. So if you have maybe like Magi's Blessing online to absorb that first initial CC, but at that point, he can just root you and then use the Mez. I'm not sure exactly what it'll be.
Worst Turtle going aggressive now onto Vaporishkos, but as you see, the change to the chains and the change to the damage that's been done, meaning Vaporishkos just stand there and basically tanks it, and Ares comes off worse in that instance.
Yeah, it doesn't feel too good for Worst Turtle there. I don't think that's really an experience an Ares player is used to having, is connecting multiple chains and then losing out on the exchange. But at the same time, that is in a minion wave. He's taking a little bit of damage from them while Toddy is still clearing everything, or while Vaporish is clearing the waves out. But Silence already down into the passive, and Worst Turtle is the one who gets credit for that kill. Not sure what exactly happened there, but it looks like Silence just stepped up a little bit too far.
This is one of the odd rules of dual lane. If you're trying to kill somebody in the dual lane, the tank is actually the easier one to kill. Mainly because the ADC is going to have some form of sustain, whilst the support is relying on potions, relying on the watchers to be able to sustain himself up. So if you're able to push him and push him down before minions start to get killed, you're able to do a lot more effective poke on him and maybe even get the kill like just happened.
Luckily, it won't put the Ravens too far behind. However, it will give some pressure to the Glads. They are. Go ahead and look for this side camp over here. Silence now maybe in a bad spot. Does get dashed on aggressively, but no stun there. Does lose about half his life bar. Ravens not enjoying this trade too much here. Definitely favoring the Gladiators. AJ, we talked about how the Gladiators were maybe a little bit too passive in that second game we just watched. They are making up for it here in game number 2. They're trying to bring the pressure to the Ravens in this duel lane.
And I think the change from the Jingwei to the Hachiman has really helped that. As I mentioned, Jingwei is a very reactive ADC. You play off what your opponent does. If your opponent is quite aggressive, you play a bit back. If your opponent's playing very passively, you can play aggressive. But you're not the one that really decides that most of the time. And Vaporish Ghost, he's not the one to play defensive. He's not the one to play the sit-back game. He will fight you. So naturally, if you're picking the Jingwei against him, you're playing that defensive ADC. You don't really do that with Hachiman. Hachiman, you sit up there, you fight him a little bit more, you poke. He's one of those more brawler ADCs. So Vaporish Ghost is going to find it a little bit more difficult to play his aggressive playstyle into this.
And one thing that's also very interesting to me in this duel lane is kind of the dynamics between Worst Turtle on this Ares and Rapio on the Fenrir if he ever decides to look for one of these ganks. Cripples are not one of Rapio's favorite things on this Fenrir. I think it cancels out half his kit that he's just not able to use if he gets hit by one of those chains. Do you think that this duel lane is pretty much going to be on an island even past the level 5 point that we mentioned for Rapio?
Oh, the whole point of Rapio coming over to the duel lane at level 5 was the fact that Worst Turtle and Totti weren't going to be level 5 and wasn't going to have the Spirit's Robe, like I call it, was going to be activated. But unfortunately, First Blood has allowed them to bypass the potential for Rapio's gank, so a bit of a difference in where he wants to be now. Going to be in the mid lane for the majority of this early game portion of this match, mainly to try and help Angry get through the awkward stage of Tiamat, which is the first few levels.
Worst Turtle, though, has made a rotation over to this right side of the map. Kana, he might be in some danger here. Does get hit by the Huntress of Bost. He is now finding a way out. He does have the beads available. He does expend them. No escape. Well, there is an escape for Kana today. Apio, for his part, pulls his own set of beads away from Lastimics. All in all, both solo laners, no beads. Lastimics is down 1-0.
Well, both solo laners have to use their beads there. Both teams utilize an ult or two. Overall, a pretty even trade as Highland Ravens. They were behind about 800 gold when that first blood happened, but they're starting to claw it back now. Just much better map farming and map presence has allowed them to claw it back down to about 300 gold lead. And if I'm the Gilded Gladiators, that's got to be worrying. Because if that continues the same trend, the same vein that happened last game, then by about the 20-minute mark, Highland Ravens will naturally just have a 2,000, 3,000 gold lead. If they get an objective or two here and there, that could be the same 7,000 gold lead we saw last game.
Yeah, like you said, it's the same trend from game number 2. If the Gladiators want to mitigate this and they want to have control of this game, I feel like they have to be more proactive. And they're making attempts on that, right? We just saw a big rotation to that right side. But the rotation isn't good enough if they can't find any value off of it. In that end, it only ends up hurting them because that's farm they're not finding, that's waves they're not clearing, that's XP they are not gaining. And that's where Ravens are going to start building this up. They have incredible map pressure. They are constantly hitting these camps, hitting these waves, making sure they're on top of everything. Gladiators, they've got to start looking for some of these in-base. They've got to be on top of these buffs. They have to make sure they're stripping something away from the Ravens to mitigate what they do.
They can't find anything to strip away from the Ravens. I mean, they're not really playing to the point where they can invade any of the buffs. And it's down to the fact that the Ravens are playing quite well on the defensive side of things as well. They're always on time for buff spawns. Speaking of which, the blue buff is going to be the one that could be targeted here by Wurzel and Maskill. They're looking to try and put some pressure out over onto this right-hand side. But with the raw presence here of the Highland Ravens, it's not going to be a successful invade. It's just going to be positional advantage, which could lead to an invade in the next spawn.
Silence now chained down by Worst Turtle, but the second chain doesn't quite connect. There's really not going to be any kill potential here. Maskill, it's a little bit of poke, but he's able to walk out of this one without feeling too bad about it. It's just straight over to these side harpies. Even these are a point of contention. Look, the Ravens are matching this rotation, trying to find these harpies before them. And you know, this is what I hate about Kumbhakarna, is he just follows me through my jungle. Right? He just follows you around and just yawns at you and says, "Oh, I'm sorry, are you trying to take a camp right now? Well, what if we just slowed that down for a little bit?" Like, there's nothing of value here. He's just being annoying.
Yeah, you wanted to move? How about we said no for the next 17 years?
Good dash comes out from Toddy, and now the aggression comes back. Mounted Archery does come out, and Silence is the target. No Mez here for him today. Toddy picks up a second kill here for the Gilded Gladiators. First one to his name. Rapio makes the rotation in, but there shouldn't be too much of a fight coming back from the Ravens.
Oh, they put the ward down and they've seen that the purple buff has just spawned. So they know when the timer is on this. They figured it out. They can look for an invader on the next spawn, but they can't do it for this one. Again, second kill in the column, 0 for the Highland Ravens, but Highland Ravens are the ones that find themselves in the gold lead. They've killed Ice Silence twice, but Ice Silence doesn't mind that. He doesn't mind dying a couple of times. He doesn't mind being behind. We saw him behind in a previous game, level 8 to level 6, and he was completely perfectly fine with it. He was in his element. And then late on in the game, he's then suddenly 2-3 levels up on his opponent because the rest of his team helped him claw that lead back by objective gameplay.
Yeah, Kumbhakarna is one of those gods that kind of just does what he does, regardless of whether he's 2 levels up or 2 levels down. He walks at you, he's gonna mez you, and he's gonna look for the epic uppercut. Vaporish is going to continue doing his thing and look for the solo kill onto Toddy. Aegis comes through, but that's not enough to save you from the actual barrage. Vaporish Coast puts one back. First one for the Ravens.
He must be thinking, finally, game number 3, and I get my solo kill. He says a few words in between there that I'm not going to say on stream, but he's definitely finally releasing that stress, that almost pent-up anger that he has for Rom, getting out with slithers of health consistently in the previous 2 games.
Yeah, you know, no matter how strong your mental is, if you're constantly seeing your opponent slip away with a 1/5 of an HP after your solo engagement, it's going to get on your nerves as the game goes on. Vaporish finally able to put that one down, put the nail in the coffin, get some closure on it for once. And if he's able to continue doing this, this is exactly what the Ravens want. This is what they need. They get control over this left side of the map, and that's going to open up these Gold Furies once again. We saw them constantly have pressure on the Furies in the last game, and that's what led to that big snowball of a lead. We're seeing signs of that right now, but until these objectives start getting looked at, I don't think we have to worry too much about it exploding the way it did.
Made from mass kill, like I said, they got the ward on it for the last spawn, so they know it's up this time, but jumping in is Rapio, and that is a good steal there from mass kill, but I think he might pay the price for it.
Oh, man. Indeed he does. Rapio able to find the solo kill there, but hello, who's this? This is Worst Turtle in the middle of 3. Uses the ultimate, finds the no escape, but the bees come through, and Rapio goes over towards Sotos. Cody answers back for the kill onto Silence, and Rapio is stunned out in the middle of 3. From the air, Vapors is dropping the damage, and Sotos is dangerously low. Angry finishes that one off. Nicely done. Jumps in, finds Consume. That's a wrap for this fight.
2 for 2 overall if you count the kill on mass kill. And I think overall, if you're Highland Ravens, you're happy with that. You get the jungle mid for your jungle support. Yes, your support's died again, but I don't think he minds dying again because he's not falling too far behind, especially given that he's got an assist on the column now, so he's finally able to stop just having a goose egg in both the kills and assists, finally involved in a successful kill in the fight. Mid lane could be where the next set of actions do take place, though, as looking very aggressive. Like, we're still quite low here.
Turtle under some pressure here, but Maskill is here to turn things around, trying to find Angry on this fight. He's still able to limp away there. Brown Stance Tiamat is so hard to kill, and we see the results of it right there. He finds that Ground Stance ult, gets the stacks and mitigations online. He just walks straight away from Maskill, who might be taking a spill there, but he's able to also walk away from Rapio. Both teams find their exits from the team fight without casualties.
Good discipline there from Maskill not to use that second dash straight away. If he does, then Rapio, well, he also gets the kill. But waiting until the Brutalize goes away and then dashing to create that little bit of distance means Rapio has to then either jump at the tower to get the kill and then potentially get traded out for it, or he just lets the kill go. So great heads-up play there by Maskill.
Discipline, I think, is the word used there. And that's something we see a lot of up at this level of the game. These teams have great discipline when it comes to using their abilities, knowing when to hold on and when to all-in commit to things. You know, we see some slip-ups here and there, but overall, teams know what they're doing. As Silence, now under duress, Sotos drops the home sweet home, and fire rains down, and now it's just used to zone off Angry as Maskill finishes up the kill onto Silence. That one's clean and easy, but over the wall comes Rapio. Look for Maskill, finds him with the Ragnarok. There's no follow-up damage. The beads are good to get Maskill out of danger. So Highland Ravens, they walk away, one member short, but hey, at least you got your red buff.
A bit of poke there's Rapio. Do they have beads available? No, he does not. So a great pull, a great ambush there by Worst Turtle. Gets a kill for himself. Puts number 6 on the board for the Gilded Gladiators.
Did you see how quickly Angry jumped into that ground stance trying to get to the CC immune ultimate? Wasn't able to get there quite in time, so he did have to burn those beads. But that's why he lives there in the first place. He's able to get into that ground stance, pulled in, and finds the mitigations to walk back out. Unfortunately, Rapio doesn't get to do the same thing. Worst Turtle is not able to do that same thing either. Up into the air from the uppercut. Now might be the target's Vapor's Coast is in the area. With Sonos here as well, they shouldn't be able to find too much value here. Ravens have to back off.
Mid-tier 1 going to fall down here to Gilded Gladiator side of their demise. Again, 6-3 read the kills for Gilded Gladiators. Highland Ravens, 1,000 gold in the lead at this point. Yes, it's 14 minutes into the game. It's not like it's 5 minutes into the game where 1,000 gold is going to mean a lot more. But the experience difference is also in their favor to the tune of 1,000. It's baffling to see when Gilded Gladiators are obviously an experienced veteran team with veteran players who've been around. In fact, even touching briefly into SPL was once upon a time. So you can't say that they don't have the experience to know when they need to up their farm.
Well, Force Turtle in a little bit of danger there, but he's able to walk out. Look at this rotation coming out from the Ravens. You know, in Game 2, they were a lot slower. They focused purely on getting that farm up. We're seeing a lot of rotations this time, though, coming out from them. Maybe that's a reason why the farm lead isn't as big as it used to be in Game 2. But at the same time, you know, this is also kind of one of these adjustments that you have to make because the Gladiators themselves are making this adjustment to be more aggressive and try to force some of these issues. And while it's not always working out for them, they are still at a slight deficit. They are finding success through these kills, and the Ravens have to respond to that in kind.
I agree. I think right now, if I'm the Ravens or if I'm the Gilded Gladiators even, this dual lane is where I see volatility. This is where I see the lead either just blowing up out of proportion or being mitigated to the point where it's then an even game again. Because Vaporish Ghost has Totti's number right now, despite the fact that Totti should be a little bit further ahead in the build with his 3 kills too. We're still that's probably the best thing you can do as a support.
That's just so rude. Like, he's just trying to reset, man. You didn't have to do that to him, but I guess he is the worst turtle, and that's where the name comes from there. But as you were saying, AJ, go on.
Okay. Yeah, I want to see one of these ADCs get a much further lead than they're currently doing, because right now they're both even, they're both quite highly matched, but they're going very separate build paths. And you need someone to go over there to like almost break that deadlock and then start to free one of these ADCs to start making an impact in these team fights. Because right now, with both of them being stuck over there, it's difficult for them to have the impact that they want to have on these objectives. But it could be changing with this rotation over here onto the right-hand side.
We are seeing quite a bit of formation here around the Pyromancer. Gladiators stepping up aggressively, looking to push the Ravens back. They do just that. But they also don't go for the Pyromancer after the fact. They've gotten some space around it. They pull back to this mid lane. They go for the farm, and they're not looking for any of these objectives. Even the small one like the Pyromancer. And I feel like that's maybe not a mistake, but it feels like a missed opportunity there, right? If you step forward and you push the Ravens back, well, why not take that better positioning and maybe try to force something around this Pyro?
Maybe because if you're tanking the Pyromancer, you're then unable to get your engage off the way you want it to. And if you're building into the Emperor's armor, you're also looking for tower dives, or you're looking for defensive stands on your own towers to make as best use of that item as possible. You're not going to be doing that in the jungle.
Well, they still have plenty of time to make their plays here. Still, a little bit of a lead for the Ravens. Gladiators haven't been able to close that one up, but they're also not letting it expand too much. It's been sticking around that 1,000 gold mark for a little bit of time now, and the XP itself is also not really going anywhere. It's still even in most of these roles. There's about 2,000 in favor of the Ravens right now, but you can see that ADCs are still the same level. There is a little bit of a deficit in that mid lane. Angry is 2 levels up at this point, but they are not really taking it to any lane either. They're not taking it to any of these objectives. You feel like the Ravens might need to start looking at forcing some of these objectives themselves?
Well, we'll need to force the rotation over to Hellfate Porsche because he is in a world of trouble right now. The Divine Judgment has been used, and look who's around him. It's 4 members of the Gilded Gladiators.
Oh my. What do you do at that point but try to put some damage into your direct lane opponent? Now the Gladiators with that pick are able to go towards this Fury, pick up the Oracles for themselves. But even with this pick, they're not willing to look at the Fury itself. Instead, some pressure onto Kana, forcing him away, and it's straight back to this mid lane, AJ. I know these Furies are tankier now, and they take a little bit more time to burn, but it feels like if you take Vapor's Coast off the map, and you still have 4 of your ultimates available, it seems like a pretty good time to start looking at this Fury.
I think so as well, but when they made their rotation over towards the objective, who did they see lurking ominously behind the corner, taking a peek, asking, what are you guys doing over here? It was Connor on the King Arthur. They don't want to fight into Connor right now. They're going to wait for him to rotate back over towards the solo lane and then reset and go for the Gold Fury, which is exactly what's happened. But Connor's too wise to that. He's still over here.
And Fury dangerously low, and the Glads do manage to secure that one. Up into big ult goes Mass Kill. Kana looking for some, but he gets pulled in by the Huntress of Boss. Rapio, meanwhile, looping around the back, looking for one. Mass Kill goes down as the first casualty of this one. Now, Silence does fall as well, but Rapio is looking for a second, looking for Toddy. The Ragnarok ends a little bit early, not able to find the pickup there, and straight in goes Listimics with the Bastet. Vapor's Coast is the target being burned down, but it's not enough damage. Rapio comes right back, puts Worst Turtle back into the dirt, and from the skies, Vapor's Coast rains some damage down, and Highland Ravens walk out of this one feeling very good. They might have lost the Fury, but they take 2 down and send 2 more back to base.
Yeah, like you said, Gold Fury lost 2 kills gained. They could have been going back to base. Is angry. Vapor's Coast not backing off to base just yet. Everyone making their way over to the right-hand side of the map. Could potentially have been a call there to look at Fire Giant, but I think with the respawn timers on Worst Turtle and Mass Kill, they were looking for just one more person to fall down for Guild Gladiators before they look at this objective over here on the right-hand side. So just a complete reset there. They finally decided to unleash the Trebuchet on the left-hand lane just to try and get a little bit more pressure over here and finally take down this tier 1 tower.
And this is a good position for the Ravens to be in. They've extended their lead a little bit up to about 2,000 now, maybe about 1,500, which doesn't feel good if you're the Gladiators, right? You're the ones that got the Gold Fury. You're supposed to have the lead after that one. Ravens are not having any of that. With this Trebuchet over here on the left side, maybe we'll see some attention being paid towards either this tier 1 tower or some pressure being put onto the right side instead, using that Trebuchet to maybe distract someone while they pull attention over to this right side and try to find an advantage there.
Right-hand side is definitely where you want to have an advantage at this stage of the game. 22 minutes. Fire Giant definitely going to be the one that's on everyone's minds to help you push down some more towers, probably get the tier 2 clean sweeps with that first one, put yourself in a position to control the rest of the mid game as you start to transition towards that late game point. It's all about this ward coverage, transitioning from this left-hand side over to this right-hand side. You can see there's a lot of sentry wards up right now for the Gilded Gladiators over here on the left, like 3 total, with another ward, a normal one being placed on the purple buff. They're playing very defensive and very vision-heavy focus over here on this left-hand side, but they need to be doing it on the right-hand side instead.
And still grouped up aggressively on this left-hand side. Ravens looking to get some pressure over here. They do seal away that purple buff. Maskill drops the ultimate onto Vapors, but is straight up into the sky. Looking for those shots onto Maskill, but no, he switches targets onto Toddy. Ghost goes down on the other side of the map, and pulled in is Vapors. No ultimate available for him now. Trying to back step away, but he's blocked by minions. He's got nowhere to go, but his team is still trying to keep him alive. Since Kana now comes in with a double kill. Sure, you might have found the ADC, but where will you go now? Kana's got you in the air, Turtle, and you're one more down. Triple kill for the solo laner.
Huge play by the King Arthur, but also massive props there to Ison and Survey Portugal for handling that fight. It was a losing battle. They knew they were going to die there. They knew they were going to drop, but they stand their ground so well. And Portugal almost comes out alive from it with just the insane amount of lifesteal he had thanks to the passive proccing. Almost gets some turnaround kills there onto Mass Kill, onto Totti GR, just unable to do so. And the body blocks from Isalus to allow him to sustain for as long as he did was just beautiful team play to watch.
Yeah, they lasted about probably 10 seconds longer than I thought they would when I saw the positioning that Glads had on them. But like you said, it was such a masterwork of team play that allowed Vapors and Silence to buy some time for Khan to make that rotation in, and that now leads to the tier 1 tower going down, leads to the Ravens having just more map control. Take a look. Their lead extends to about 3,500 at this point. They just keep building on this originally, 1,000 gold lead? And sure, they're still down in the kills department, but it doesn't slow them down in any way. They just do not care. Kana's being bullied, and Rapio's just like, yeah, you got it, man. I've got the Pyromancer.
Pyromancer going to be falling down. Highland Ravens going to be taking advantage of that. Back into base is Connor to heal back up to full and rotate back up towards his fire giant. 5,000. Or just shy of 5,000 is the gold lead right now for Highland Ravens. Want to push that a little bit more before they look for this objective. And you can see exactly how they're going to be planning on getting it. They push Ghost and Rapio over on this left-hand side. They know the Gold Fury spawning up in just a second. There's Oni Fury. They're on it straight away. And there's going to be no response here for the Gilded Gladiator. It's going to fall down before anyone can take this.
The damage is just being put onto that. Gladiators had no chance to respond to that. At all. Even if they wanted to get up there, the Ravens were in the mid lane. They couldn't just walk past them. And it was burned down so incredibly fast. Like, at that point, it almost feels like you just have to start looking at a different objective. But with the Pyromancer being taken down literally seconds before, you can't really start up the Fire Giant because that just leads the Ravens to make a full rotation onto you.
So, with the Oni waves being in the map now, starting to push down and terrorize your mid lane and your left-hand lane, what do? Do you go ahead and defend them and decide to reduce your defensive capabilities on the Fire Giant? Or do you let those Oni waves start to push down and maybe take some towers, giving your opponents a gold lead? It's a lose-lose situation here for the Gilded Gladiators, and it could get even worse as worse total engagement. It is gone in an instant.
Oh my goodness. Frenzy has popped for the side of the Gladiators, but they're not the ones bringing all the damage here. No, sir. Vaporish Coast flies him on the horse from the sky. Toddy goes down, 3 dead Gladiators now, and the Ravens are still a full flock here as they take one more down. Should be a clean tier 2 tower, and Mass Kill now going to be locked down. He does find the dash just to get a little bit more distance. I don't think that's going to be enough, though. Rapio finds a way in, and he puts one more down. Deicide. Ravens clean that one up nice and easy.
That was a perfect team fight there from the Highland Ravens, and it all started because Maskill had to defend that Oni wave in mid lane. He goes there, he defends it. West Turtle caught completely unawares, completely out of position, rooted, booted back to base on the grey screen. Gilded Gladiators just one by one start to fall there. Rapio on a tear in the backline in this game. We're just talking about that final shot from Vaporish Coast. Beautiful marksmanship there with the Ram's Astral Strike.
I mean, that's what you want to see when you pick this Ram, right? If you're going to pick it, you want the confidence to know you're going to land your shots and they're going to be exactly what you need. Vaporish Coast has been on the mark with it over the past 2 games. I think that was one of the better ROM shots I've seen, just like in my Smite experience. Just seeing him land it onto Toddy in that ultimate from such a distance away with the increased move speed. That was just beautiful to watch. Now, Ravens secure themselves the Fire Giant, first one of the game, and now they're pushing a 10k gold lead, a little bit more than 10k at this point. We've seen them in this position before, and they've looked very good. We've seen them in this position before as well, and it's looked a little bit rougher. But I think after Game 2, the Ravens have really found their footing, and they're not going to slip up with this lead at all. You can see them pushing down these 2 lanes, getting pressure across the map. There's nothing left in the right lane to take. However, this mid-tier 2 is going to take a little bit longer. You're going to wait for these minions to step up so they can really get it down without the extra protections.
God's just going to let himself heal up with that Stone of Gaia as well. So all tier 2s are down, all Phoenixes are exposed. Poking this one on the left a little bit as Vaporish goes. He wants to put down Wurzel to try and get rid of this Emperor's armor completely. So this Phoenix is free. And, well, the Phoenix has been taken down. That is indeed mission accomplished there for Highland Ravens. Now on to mission number 2. Can you take down the mid lane Phoenix?
It's not the healthiest already. Rapio and Kana have done some work to it. It's a little over half health now. But with all 5 Ravens here, it's going to be a tough defense. Science goes in, but Worst Turtle is looking to try to stop them from engaging too much more. Rapio goes into the Ragnarok. No escape comes through, but up into the sky goes Vapor's Coast. Not on the mark with the last shot, but that's okay. Gladiators are still surging forward. Ravens getting low here. Big blink in from Lastemics. He's looking for Rapio, but he's getting out-traded. Has to jump back at this point. Silence finds a big epic uppercut onto Sotos. Drops back down into the Aegis. Now, Gladiators are pushing further back into the Ravens, but Mass Kill drops down. And the Ravens are now able to surge forward once again, looking for a little bit more aggression. Lastemics trying to jump away, trying to find some amount of safety. He jumps right back behind him. That's Vapor's Coast waiting for you, though, my friend. That's the double kill for the Hunter. And now the Ravens push forward. Phoenix is no more. Titan under duress. Angry finds one more. It's a near deicide. 35 seconds until the next help comes. Soto has nothing to say about this one. The Titan should fall, and the Ravens are in a good position to take this one home.
Oh, but they want to kill Sotos first. You can see the bloodlust in their eyes. They finally finish him off, and they get it in 30 minutes and 2 seconds for change. 18 to 9 read the kills, and Gilded Gladiators, they had everything that they needed to do in that game. They had a nice kill lead. They had a nice early game start to that game. But they just could never, ever find a way to gain the gold lead. It was just constantly being slipped away from them through poor farming.
Yeah, something has to change there for the Gladiators. And, well, I think you just hit the nail on the head. It's the farming that has to change. They have to make sure they're getting their camps on cooldown. You know, it's not enough to just make sure they're not getting invaded. You have to make sure you're getting them as they come up so you can maximize the efficiency of your gold, of your XP. Otherwise, when you run into a team like the Ravens, they're going to be doing that, and they're going to build up the lead that we saw throughout the game. And really, it felt like the Gladiators had a pretty solid defense there towards the end on that mid lane Phoenix. But when they pushed the Ravens back out of that Phoenix, when they pushed them off and they had that defense, it felt like they overcommitted. They went a little too far. They tried to chase, and the Ravens, with their Fire Giant, with their enhanced healing, their enhanced power, they'll just turn that around and take the fight and clean sweep it.
I'm really surprised that Highland Ravens managed to have so much control during the entirety of that game. I mean, Gilded Gladiators, you have a look at their draft, you have a look at their composition, it's great for taking out a single target, just immediately eviscerating somebody. They did that to Ice Silence a few times, they caught Rapio unawares once in that mid lane. Congratulations, their composition worked out to the way that it wanted it to. But when it came to those late game team fights, it was very difficult to pick off one person, because Highland Ravens, one of their strengths when they are playing well and they are winning is that they play together almost better than any other team in the SCC. Now, one of their weaknesses and one of their drawbacks is that when they are behind, they play as individuals more than any team in the SCC. So there's this volatile mix of togetherness and separateness in the Highland Ravens, and today for them, it was just all about playing as a unit.
And we see the results of that here. Highland Ravens take it 2-1, able to secure themselves the victory here tonight. But, you know, we did still see some really good stuff from the Gladiators, because they did take game number 1. It was an incredible show, but overall, you have to get 2 if you want to win it, and unfortunately, Ravens are the ones that do that today. We've got plenty more Smite coming up here, though, tonight, so don't go anywhere. We're going to cut to a short break here in just a moment. Make sure you stay glued to your seats, because we'll be right back in, well, maybe like a minute or two. I don't know, AJ, do you feel like taking a break? I feel like taking a break. Do you feel like taking a break?
I feel like sleeping, but I know that we have another beautiful SOC match. We've done our SCC work for today, and we have the finals of the last week's SOC action coming up. You're not going to want to miss that because we do have some returning names in that final. I mean, well, I just can't wait to get that one scene, see just how good the SOC players can be now that they've seen some of the SCC action.
Well, unfortunately, AJ, you will have to wait. It's not actually up to us whether we get to take a break. It's up to the production, and they say we are going to break before we do the SOC. So we'll be right back. Get your snacks, get your drinks, and meet us back here. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. More Smite action awaits you here tonight. We've seen the SCC, we've seen the SPL, but now we come to the pinnacle of Smite action. The SOC here tonight. Gonna be Thunderhead against Afterlife. And you still get to be joined by me, Spooky, and that guy, AJ over there.
Yeah, pinnacle of Smite action if you're looking at the pyramid upside down. So we are looking at the third tier of Smite action. SOC feeds into the SCC, and then SCC feeds into the SPL. So you're seeing some players here who are starting on their journey to try and become into the professional players of tomorrow, or some players who are maybe on their way out of the game, looking at just rekindling some of the fire before they step away from the competitive side of things. But all the players that we're seeing here today on Thunderhead and on Afterlife, which is a matchup we're seeing here in the best of 3, they're players that are aiming to just climb and climb and climb.
And we've got some very good teams to be watching, very good players, I should say, to be watching. And it all starts in those picks and bans. So let's get into those. So we break down these teams a little bit here. You can see your rosters down there at the bottom. And one player I'm always kind of excited to watch is ACD in the ADC role, obviously. And also Marcus in the mid role. They're just fun players to watch, just because they're very talented. And we say this is the third tier of Smite, but make no mistake, these are all very skilled and talented players. Certainly better than I am. I'm excited to see what they do here as we lead into the bans. AMC will lead us off in, well, AJ, that's pretty much to be expected. Here at this level, we don't see the targeted bans as frequently, right? We tend to see more of the meta bans come out.
Yeah, I mean, the SOC, up until the finals, which this is, it's best of 1. The finals are a best of 3. So when you do go into a matchup, you're most likely going up against a opponent you're unfamiliar with because it is open tournament play. So you don't really have the information to go ahead and go, oh, I know this player. He likes to play Freya jungle. Let's get rid of it because he's really good at it. So you ban out Freya. You don't have that information, so you just have to go, right, what's strong right now? Oh, Cleaner is being played by pretty much everybody in band. Okay, we're going to have to ban that. Let's ban this and that. And you start to eventually get a network of what an idea is about what you should be banning against unknown teams, or might even get some information. You could watch one of their previous matches to find out what to ban. But so far, standards on one side, a bit more targeted on the other side of Afterlife.
Yeah, this Khepri ban is one that's interesting because we've been seeing the Khepri ban pretty much all night so far, and we haven't ever really touched on it a whole lot. Obviously, this Gara's Blessing is just a very powerful ultimate. But what is it specifically that you think makes Khepri so prominent in these ban phases right now?
You pretty much just said it already. It is the Scarab's Blessing. He also doesn't suffer from diminishing returns yet. Don't forget, diminishing returns are going to be potentially changed coming up in the latest patch of Smite when Lancelot does get released. But for now, you're fine with that pull, that abduct being non-DR'd, that root, that solar flare being non-DR'd as well. So you gain a very nice predictable CC chain with him. That Rising Dawn gives himself some good mitigations, some good damage reduction for anybody it hits, so you're able to help your ADC trade out a little bit better. But speaking of ADCs, already locked in 2 of them are the Ulla and the Ram.
And this is actually a matchup I've been kind of interested to see here tonight. We've seen Uller rise in prominence. Ram, also obviously a very prominent ADC, and both of them like to play somewhat aggressively here. So on one hand, you've got Uller, who has a ton of burst, and is able to just drop someone like that, 100 to 0. Over here, you've got Ram, who obviously is able to do a lot of damage very quickly, but it's a little bit more extended. It's more traditional ADC. I'm going to land a lot of basic attacks. Who do you favor in that matchup if you take out these 2 supports that we now see locked in?
Nemesis.
Can I just put a caveat on there? I favor Ulla if, this is the caveat, he hits the axe. If Ulla hits the axe, he wins. If he doesn't, he loses. That is the law of the land with any single Ulla lane and Ulla player that you see, is if he's good at hitting the axes, he will win the fight.
So now, Nesh and Geb locked in with this Nemesis, who we've also been seeing a lot of lately. She's been very, very popular since the 9.5 patch came through, made everyone a little bit tankier, and Raw is locked in response to it. Now, don't get me wrong, AJ. I love Raw. I really enjoy Raw. But if I look at a Ganesh, Uller, and Nemesis, I'm generally looking for something a little bit more mobile myself.
Well, you say you're looking for a little bit more mobile. I'm looking for something with a little bit of slow immunity, and Ra definitely does have that on his Blinding Light. So it can just counter out the slows that come out from the Nemesis, can counter out the slow that comes out from the Big Pillars from Ganesh. If I'm looking at the side of Thunderhead, I am seeing the fact that they've got Ganesh and Nemesis as part of their core 3. The CC on that is laughable, to put it lightly. You're looking at pretty much the Ganesh to be doing the CC, and he has to hit his dash, which is very predictable and very easy to maneuver out of the way of if you're seeing it from a distance, for anything to really go ahead. So the Ra, whilst unsafe in most scenarios, is actually quite safe here, I would say, in this matchup.
I love this Daji band that comes out from Thunderhead as well. You take a look at what they have so far. Uller, Ganesh, Nemesis, no CC immunity there. Daji is the last thing I want to see locked in on the other side. You already know there's going to be nothing like an Ares, but Chalk is locked in, AJ. Yeah, now, listen, you spoke about Chalk earlier today, so this is your fault.
I apologize. I also apologize for what I'm about to utter into existence. Chalk Jungle.
Why is that your immediate thought, AJ? There's no jungler over there. This could be the solo laner. What do you mean?
I'm just getting words. I'm getting words of abuse here from production about wanting to take me outside of the back and give me the old yellow treatments at this point for even mentioning Chalk Jungle. But let's just talk about what's happening over on the other side with Thunderhead. Kabrakan being locked up in here for the solo lane. Heimdall being chosen as well, so probably going to be mid lane Uller ADC Heimdall. Do I like this draft? I kind of do. It's great for objective burn. It's good for locking down areas in team fights to allow your ADCs to maneuver around it quite well. But their initiation potential is down solely on the Kabrakan, and I'm not sure I like that.
AJ, you just dropped the Chalk Jungle bomb and then said, oh, hey, look at this thing over here. It's a Kabrakan. How could you do this to me? Osiris is the last pick for Afterlife. Very fitting for the name, I suppose. He is the Lord of the Afterlife. And infuriatingly, this does not clear up the question of whether it's Chalk or Osiris going jungle. I would like to think it's Osiris in the jungle, just because I feel like he's better there than Chalk is. I think Chalk has more sustain, if he's not quite as much of a bully as Osiris is in that solo lane. But you're going up against a Kabrakan, and personally, I feel like Chalk does a little bit better into that than Osiris, who has to walk up to the wave and possibly into those tremors. So that's what I would like to see.
Yeah, but think about this. You then have Chalk with his rain dance, just going across the two ADCs at the very beginning of the game. I mean, both of them will work out in the jungle, is all I'm saying here.
Just put me in the game. Just put me in the game, and we'll figure out for ourselves what is happening with the Chalk and the Osiris.
Yeah,
there you go. There you go, AJ. Lorenzo's on the Chalk. I'm so glad I don't have to deal with that.
It was a thought. It wasn't. It was about a 2% chance it was going to be the Chalk jungle, but you know we have seen weirder things come out of the jungle. Mostly thanks to Sino over in the NASCC scene, bringing out stuff like ESET jungle. But Chalk is going to be over in the solo lane here, be able to afford himself to get himself a little bit more of a tankier side of things, to be able to go ahead and eat the basic attack damage from these ADCs. Marcus reprising his dominant Uller mid from when we saw it last time.
Yeah, so disappointingly, I won't get to see the Uller against the Rom. I'm not gonna lie, I was really hoping for that one. I should have known that this was going to be on Marcus. That was just a silly thing from me there. But Marcus now on the Uller against Aim Blue on the Raw. Normally, I tend to favor Uller in the early game, but Aim Blue on this Raw can sit so far back and just spam his Celestial Beam, and it has so much damage and scaling that it'll pretty much just clears the wave on its own, and then he gets his solar flare, or not solar flare, that's Capri, but his ring of light that can heal the minions too. I don't know. I feel like he's actually pretty safe against this Uller in this lane.
He is quite safe. You're right. I think this is one of the times when Ra is actually feeling okay and comfortable in lane. He's, again, just going to have to avoid getting hit by that axe. If he gets hit by the axe, then he gets hit by Nemesis Ult, gets hit by Bladed Arrow and Hail of Arrows, and all of a sudden, oh hey, presto, he's dead. But if he avoids the axe for the most part, just sit back, defend, play defensively, because he doesn't want to fight Dealer early. Dealer will absolutely destroy him in the early game fights and early game trades, so he has to succeed pressure, and that could lead to some trouble here for Afterlife in the side lanes.
One thing that Afterlife really has done well in their draft is kind of set up for their backline, right? Glacial on this Geb has a huge ultimate in the Cataclysm, which sets up so very well for the Searing Pain from Ra. And it also sets up Samaro as well for his own ultimate. They have really good setup from that. They've got setup from Lorenzo and the Storm Call, knock someone up, Searing Pain straight through. They have so many ways to just confirm this damage. The objectives in the team fights, I think, are going to be very, very dangerous for Thunderhead to play around. Especially these objectives where Thunderhead doesn't have really anything in the way of secure outside of maybe trying to steal with the Dharmic Pillars.
What I want to see from Thunderhead, though, is I want to see where Wengu's going to go with this build. Because right now he's going into a Bancroft's Talon. I imagine he's going to finish that up into a Bancroft's Talon, but he hasn't got a starter item. And his starter item, I would like to see him just build into a Bumba's Hammer later on. Just go full damage, go Assassin Kabrakan almost from the solo lane. He's not going to go like full Assassin Kabrakan, but just a little bit of damage there, some Bruiser items, and a Bumba's Hammer to finish it off.
Now listen. If we're going to see the damage Kabrakan, I want to see full damage Kabrakan. I want to see this man walking in and hitting someone with the Polynomicon and just one-shotting them off of that. That's what I want to see, AJ. Don't put it into my head and then take it away. Afterlife, for their part, are finding some pressure over here in the duo lane. I think that's kind of to be expected with these two. Samaro's just able to clear the wave very, very quickly. And while ACD on this Heimdall doesn't clear slowly by any means, he does still have those AoE basics. Samaro's able to hit the whole wave with his basics rather than just the front three.
Yeah, he's able to clear a little bit faster, provided he has enough supply of the arrows. Earlier on, you expect ACD to have the clear pressure. But once he hits about level 7, I would say, on the realm and has force levels into his Astral Arrow, that's when he should be able to outclear the Heimdall once it's in a 1v1 setting. Once it's a 2v2, the Geb's helping out is going to make sure that he gets the clear first.
Absolutely. So far, both these teams are playing it, I wouldn't say cautiously, because we do see quite a bit of aggression in this duo lane. So far, we haven't seen any action from the junglers just yet. Now that both have ticked over to 5 just now, I expect that to change very quickly. The question is, where do they look to go first? On one hand, you've got Wengu on this Kabrakan, who can walk away from you very, very quickly. On the other hand, you've got ACD, who can just take a portal and go wherever he wants at that point. Lorenzo and Samaro, I feel, might have a little less safety. But at the same time, Ray Shadow on this Nemesis might take a little bit of time to get online.
Right now, both jugglers are in a spot where they don't have an option to gank anybody. They just have to sit and farm with their mid laners. Because both of them see their mid laners as the weak point for the opposition jungler to gank. So you have to stay with your weak point to be able to defend this. But Geb's coming around the back here, might be looking for a gank onto Marcus. That axe is going to stop any form of nonsense from happening.
Ray Shadow does drop the ultimate onto Dark, eats the Searing Pain, but it's not enough to take him down just yet. Will force him back to the base, should give Afterlife a little bit of pressure on this map. Maybe open up an Invader too. But Ray Shadow is actually not going to go ahead and reset. He's going to go ahead and secure his speed buff. As we all know, junglers do love their speed buffs.
I do notice Wengu has already finished the Bancroft's Talon, and he has built into tier 1 of the Bumba's Hammer, so I am very delighted to say that the build is going exactly to plan, exactly as it should do. But so far, neither team being able to force the deadlock to be broken in any way, shape, or form. Both teams just happy to sit back and farm a little bit. 5 minutes in, no kills. The gold lead is in no one's favor. The experience lead is in no one's favor. It's a very even, very tense game here in the finals.
And as it should be. I mean, you've made it all this way to the finals. You've gotten through the best of ones. Now you're in the best of 3. This is the one that really matters more than the others, right? You can't really afford to have mistakes. Well, on one hand, you can't. On the other hand, you can, right? You can afford a slip up or two because you have those extra games to look at. But in the finals, do you really want to be making those mistakes? 90% of the time, no, you don't. You want to play as clean as possible, which means sometimes playing a little bit safer towards the start of games. Like you said, that's why we see Ray Shadow and Dark not really getting very active on the maps right now. They know that those mid laners are an opportunity, and they have to be around to make sure they don't create opportunities for the enemy team. On the other hand, that leads to things like Greater Scorpions going down, and maybe some smaller invades coming off if one of these lanes does find some pressure over the other.
I would like to see maybe the first one happen between between now and the 10-minute mark. I think that'll be quite good for either team to be able to get at that point. Because it is, like I said, it's going to be difficult for either of them to be able to get any form of kill whatsoever. Baku definitely has got a mark on his back here. Going to be stunned here, and the sniper's going to be good.
Searing Pain comes through, but the Jarmic Pillars are still keeping him alive. Lord of the Afterlife comes through, and Galadriel finally picks up that first blood kill. It took him a while. They're able to finally put that one to rest there. I was going to say, if it takes more than 10 minutes to find the first blood, we're going to have words with the EU meta at this point.
Oh,
but thankfully,
the rotations.
Afterlife getting very active over here, looking for Wengu next. He might be the solo laner, but he's got no protections online. Slows come through. Ray Shadow is the shifted target, but no, Wengu is still being chased on. Team Blue finally puts that one to rest here as Marcus rotates in, finds Dark, and puts him right on down. Finally returns a kill back. 1-2 now. Thunderhead not going down quietly.
Oh, it's just the EU way that we see things. We have a lull, we have a lull, we have a lull, then all of a sudden, here's a burst of kills. Then there's a nice lull of some action again, go back to farming, go back to just doing what we want to do best. And then it's 3 kills again. And it just repeats in a cycle over and over again until eventually the Titan is one of those 3 kills. But Legil, he won. Looking a little bit cheeky over there at the speed buff for the Nemesis. Doesn't drop a ward there, so doesn't have confirmation on the map that has been dropped. We'll have put a timer in the chat, no doubt, about when the speed buff is up, so that they can try and track this Nemesis movement without the need for wards.
And that will be a big boon to them, because if you can track the jungler's movements without needing to place wards down, that just opens up the map so much for you. If you can keep track of where Ray Shadow is going to be and when, that just lets you put your wards down in sometimes more offensive positions, so you can look for invades on a different spot of the map. If you know that Ray Shadow is going to be on his speed buff, that means you're probably clear to go look for a purple buff invade. Far away, not going to be able to rotate there very quickly, and he's probably going to already burn those abilities getting to the speed buff.
Mid lane being cleared out here by both teams, so Pyromancer's going to be up in about a minute and a half. With how much Ray Shadow's been spending his time over here, Wengu building up into this Bumba's Dagger, and the fact they have Marcus in the mid lane on the Ulla, I imagine that could be an objective they look for quite early, but looking at the next objective, it's going to be this blue buff, with a great engage, though, by that Gem Cataclysm.
A huge stun hits 2 members, and Lorenzo cleans up Ray Shadow with the Storm Call. Wengu's now the target. Lord of the Afterlife comes through, but a good 3-man stun, but is mitigated by the Spirit Tether stun themselves. Tries to use the Tectonic Shift, but is not enough, and Lorenzo finds himself a double kill, and that is why we put him in the solo lane.
Shark getting himself a double kill. I mean, he would have had them hooked earlier on if he got himself in the jungle instead of the solo lane, but you know, swings around, lads. He gets the kills either way. It's just Shark. He is Lord Shark. He will get all the kills in every single game. Even if the ADC dies in his own solo lane, he gets the kill. But blue buff was successfully defended. It was a great fight there for Afterlife. Put themselves up 1-4 on the scoreboard. And will set them up nicely for this potential from Thunderhead as they look for the next objective that spawns on the map, which would be that Pyromancer. teams avoid doing Gold Furies these days until about the 15-minute mark, unless they get a good fight on this left-hand side, meaning the Pyromancer is usually the first objective that they go for.
Yeah, at this point, probably not going to see too much Fury action because these two ADCs are just so safe. They're not really willing to step up and find themselves in a bad position right now. ACD on this Heimdall is going to be incredibly difficult to put into the dirt at any point. Sure, he did just use his Bifrost, but that's going to be coming up soon enough for him to not really be in too much danger anywhere. Dark tries to go for that Greater Scorpion, is able to secure that himself, and once again, Ray Shadow is just trying to bully him around, trying to pressure him in this jungle. He's a level down right now, and it doesn't really seem to be working too well for him.
That's not working out quite as well as he would like right now. Solo laners still slapping each other about, mid laners doing what they can do just to poke each other out a little bit, but clear out the wave. Dark trying to set up a gank here. Mark's a little bit too far back, and Baku definitely not being able to be in position to be able to kill before he gets back to the tower line. So Afterlife have to settle for just clearing the wave. They have to settle for only a 2,000 gold lead here at the 11-minute mark. For sure, they want to try and expand that some more, but Pyromancer can't be done by Dark himself. He needs the rest of the team around him, but with some backs going on, it's not an option to take the objective right now.
Yeah, that's really the big question, is when can they afford to go through this? Because they're not able to find too much pressure on many of these lanes right now, and mostly it's just clearing wave back and forth. Okay, we got that. Let's go see if our camps are up. Okay, those are down. Waves are meeting again. Let's go back to that. Afterlife has the lead right now. Like you said, it's only 2,000. It's not enough for them to really pressure anything just yet. They're not able to really find too much onto Marcus because they have to pull out his jump first, right? They have to pull out the jump, and then Dark has to have the opportunity to go onto him. And really, Dark is the only one that's pulling out that jump himself. So it feels like they're kind of like in this deadlock where they don't have the opportunity to even create the window to go for one of these objectives.
They can't. They have to rely on an overstep or an oversight from Thunderhead, which is exactly what happened on that blue buff fight over the right-hand side. They stepped into the zone of Gladriel. He got a nice 3-man Cataclysm without having to have Blink. That just put the fight in a very bad spot for them. Mid-camps go the way of Afterlife. Looks like Oracle's going to do the exact same thing. Oh no, one stolen there from Baku, so it's a 1-for-1, so no more coverage each.
Oh my goodness. Even if you only get one, if you're Thunderhead, you are pretty happy with that. Because Afterlife is trying to get the vision on that Fury so that they can make sure no one's trying to steal anything. They can look for anyone placing wards down and just generally get that better position on the Fury. Being able to split that away from them makes anything they do around there so much riskier for Afterlife. Sure, they've got a slight lead, but that lead is not growing right now. In fact, it looks to like be shrinking a little bit as these minutes tick by. And you're more than happy with that if you're Thunderhead. Yeah, it's going down to 1,700, now back up to 19. So, pretty stagnant where it is. And you're totally happy with that if you're just looking for them to make a mistake.
Yeah, and if I'm Thunderhead, I'm completely fine with it being at this 2,000 goal mark. In fact, if it goes down to 4,000, I'm still okay. Anything past that, I'm a little bit more worried. Mainly because later this game goes, the better the composition gets for Thunderhead. Late game across the board here for their characters that they have selected. I mean, Nemesis, probably one of the best late game assassins. Ulla definitely hits power spikes the later on the game goes as he hits higher and higher damage numbers. Heimdall, probably one of the best late game hunters in terms of boxing up because of how hard he hits. And then also the Ganesh there to help burn the objectives. 2 hunters there to make sure the objectives don't even see the light of day the second that they get looked at. It's a very strong late game composition from Thunderhead. So if they can get to that point, they'll be fine.
Now, Zimmerau has to go right up into the ultimate blink in from Dark, looking for ACD, but he's got the Bifrost to get him out of danger. That does leave Baku by himself, though, and Samaro picks up that kill. Ray Shadow now in the area. For something a little cheeky here, but they're not going to be able to find that purple buff invade just yet. So I'm going to go ahead and look for this red buff, but there's still so many members of Afterlife here in the area, not able to successfully confirm that steal. Lord of the Afterlife comes through. Beads expended already for Ray Shadows. The Spirit Tethers come out. Looks like the stun will connect, and then look for a little bit more. But A big shield comes through. He's not able to secure the kill. Marcus with the up down tries to find Dark, but he's not able to get that last bit of damage. Aim Blue looks for some, but the Aegis comes through. So Marcus should still be able to walk away. Still finds axe after axe, and frankly, AJ, that alone is impressive. How many axes he landed in that exchange.
This is one of Marcus's most signature picks here this tournament, so I'm just enjoying watching him putting on a clinic right now on how to play it and how to put these axes on the mark every single time. I was very surprised Aim Blue didn't attempt a cheeky blind snipe there. You know, just one of those ones where there's no stun, there's no form of CC that happens, you're just in the mind of your opponent and trying to outplay them. Almost like you're taking a penalty in a penalty shootout, thinking, which way is he going to go? Am I going to go right way this time? Yes, I've hit him.
It always feels good to land those, but sometimes the payout isn't quite worth it, and I guess Aim Blue decided, I'm going to go ahead and save the ultimate for now. Fury is up on the map. We're now pushing 16 minutes, and their gold lead is extending a little bit closer to 3,000. We're getting to the point where maybe they start looking to force some of these fights. Maybe try to find a pick around this left side so they can force something on this Fury. And if you want to look for that, you want to have that ultimate available to you. If they don't do that, though, if they don't go for these plays on the left side or even the right side to try to set up for another objective or an invade there, yeah, I mean, just throw out the ultimate at that point, right? If you're not saving it for something specific, why not go for it?
Oh, Gold Fury definitely in the realms of possibility. Now Pyromancer was taken quite a bit earlier, and after the first Pyromancer, it goes one, maybe two Gold Furies, and then the Fire Giants started to be taken. That's in a very typical game. So ward coverage definitely going to be very important over here on this left-hand side, especially if you're on the side of Afterlife. We talked about exactly how potent this Thunderhead draft is at burning objectives, so you've got to make sure that if you're fighting it, you get your wards out nice and early, nice and spread to catch rotation paths to find any signal that the Gold Fury call has been made from the team with the two hunters.
Take a look at this rotations from Afterlife. They're constantly moving in and out of this mid lane, and they're drifting closer and closer towards this left side. They look like they want to go for this, but they're not committing anything just yet. They have a slight lead in that mid roll. Aim Blue's about a level, maybe half a level up on Marcus right now. You can already see the poke damage that comes through from Marcus. He's not really too concerned about that. As this lead starts to build up more, though, at some point Afterlife will have to look to make use of it. If they don't, that just gives Thunderhead more and more time to claw their way back in. At 3,000, it's not a long ways to go, right? They're not down bad right now. They've still got plenty of fight in them. It just feels like Afterlife is playing it a little bit methodically, but it feels like they have opportunities that they're just not quite looking to create just yet.
Yeah, there's playing methodically and then there's playing slow. Methodical means that you go for objectives, you go for invades, but you back off when you know that it's not going to work out. Playing slow means that you're just not doing any of that. You're just slowly and slowly grinding out leads because you take a mid camp here and there, you take a back harpy here and there if you can, you get a kill here and there because you can. You're not looking for any form of aggressive, risky play because everything is just almost guaranteed.
Galadriel looking for a little bit of aggression himself, but once again, Marcus just up and over, no worries about the gap at all. It almost looked like he was trying to force him to pre-bead something there, but unfortunately it doesn't really work if Marcus just has the leap available. Holds onto it, goes right on over. And this is like one of the problems it feels like Afterlife is having with making something happen in these lanes. Every time they look at Marcus, it's usually just one person making that engagement, and he's able to just leap away from them. And then there's no follow-up afterwards. There's just nothing to punish him for using that leap so early on the fight. If Dark is there, maybe they're able to Lord of the Afterlife over and punish him for jumping so early. However, they are able to force him back a little ways. This does open up a Pyromancer for them. Thunderhead is in the area. Lorenzo is playing the zone duty, but Wengu is in, looking for some aggression. Afterlife secure the Pyro, but what is the cost? What is the fight afterwards? Searing Pain comes through. Doesn't find a whole lot of value just yet, and Afterlife feels like they're completely routed. Looking for Ray Shadow, trying to get aggressive. Blink comes through. Marcus, now under half health, might be the target. Afterlife, not able to stick onto a single target. They're not able to pull anyone down. he'll get to walk away with the Pyromancer.
Hey, Pyromancer down, but most importantly, everybody lives. I think that was a little bit touch and go there for a second, but I believe Lorenzo hit 3, maybe even all 4 people over there with the Storm Call. So just that massive AoE stun forced out the beads definitely from Ray Shadows, who's looking to try and kill Aim Blue, but a good amount of peel and good amount of teamwork and coordination from Afterlife meant that the kill was not coming, has to back out, and that zone created by that Shack Silence meant everybody else had to retreat too.
Excellent team fight coming out from Afterlife. It really looked like they were in a bad spot there when Wengu was able to get into the back layer, like you said, but all's well that ends well. Sure, they may not have been able to secure a kill themselves, but if you get the objective and walk out as 5, that's still win. That's still gold in your pocket. That's still XP that Thunderhead is not able to make up there. Now, Afterlife position aggressively once more on this left side. They keep doing this half rotation that makes it look like they're going for the Fury, and then they pull back a little ways. This time, however, Afterlife is wanting to commit to this Fury. Aim Blue has the Searing Pain back available. Diamond Pillars come through, and Afterlife once again secure that one with the raw ulti. Aku now has to walk away using the dash, but Ray Shadow is behind Afterlife. ACD out with the Bifrost. That means Ray Shadow has no way into this fight. However, he hasn't completed his back just yet. Does find the double dash, but he's taking a lot of damage, and here comes Galadriel. Knockup does connect, but Baku and ACD are here to stop the aggression, push Afterlife back. So, Afterlife, once more, an objective to their name. No kills, but they're still happy.
They needed one more person to be rotating over to this dual lane for it to really be a force there for a kill for Ray Shadow, but they get the ultimate, and sometimes that's even better than just getting the kill. Because you feel safe for an extended period of time now if you're against the Nemesis.
Yeah, definitely feels good to have that down. Probably a little bit better for Lorenzo Dark and Galadriel than Aim Blue and Samaro. But, Samaro and Aim Blue are the squishies that are going to suffer from the damage. The other 3 are the ones who are going to suffer from having their protection stripped away. Feels good all around. Now, both major objectives are down for the count. 22 minutes in now, about 5,000 is the gold lead for Afterlife. Starting to feel like we're getting into Fire Giant territory here, and with the ults that are coming through from Aim Blue, the secure has been very much on point. Thunderhead, they need to change something around these objective fights. Do you think they just need to start targeting Aim Blue and taking him out of the fights quickly? Or is there something else going wrong here that's a bigger issue?
For Thunderhead, I'm not sure what needs to happen, because the whole negative point about their composition is the fact that their initiation is Wengu's the solo laner. Or, alternatively, to get a CC chain started off, you have to hope Marcus hits an axe, which you're not really going to do too often with everybody around and in position to follow up for. Or if you do hit somebody, you're going to hit the Geb, who's too tanky for you to take down with your combo, especially when Nemesis isn't around. So, there's just no threat here to anybody on Afterlife whilst Geb is sort of around. And with the beats being available, there's no way they can really fight into it. But there's a small skirmish going on the right-hand side. Looks like it was just over a couple of mid-caps, maybe his positional advantage on the blue side as well. But getting out with absolutely no damage done is Lorenzo and Dark.
And so, trying to look for that invade. Weren't able to find anything, but hang on. Ray Shadow goes right on into Aim Blue. The Geb shield is good to get him out of danger. The beads are expended as well. Not a whole lot of follow-up from there. Aim Blue and Galadriel just get to sit in the Solar Blessing and heal right back up. Meanwhile, Samaro and Dark take down that red buff. Thunderhead looking to try to get aggressive here. Dark is the target. Lord of the Afterlife comes through and chasing down Marcus. The bees come out to avoid the stun. But how much longer can you run, my friend? In the air, Samaro not able to find the shots. The Aegis has been expended, but that is enough for Afterlife to call that a win. Pyromancer coming right back up. They should head straight over there after this tier 1.
Definitely. The tier 1 goes down and grouping up as you called me, going over to this right-hand side. Pyromancer spawning very soon and should be definitely on the minds, especially with Samara making his rotation. But it could be a full Fire Giant call here. Yeah, it is indeed going to be a full Fire Giant pull. Don't know if they're going to be able to do this, especially with Wengu coming around with his Kraken ultimate.
Take a look at the back. Ray Shadow looking for the flank. Afterlife does secure it with the raw ultimate, but now they're in a tough spot here. Dark puts the first one down. Wengu no longer in this fight. Ray Shadow not finding any success on this flank. He's trying to dash back to safety, and Samaro's having none of it. Double kill for the Hunter. 1 for 2. Make that a triple, baby. He takes down Baku, and that is a huge swing for Afterlife. And hey, now that we got that, there's a Pyromancer standing here.
ADCs are so broken, dude. He's just stood there. You see, okay, he gets a triple kill. Brilliant. I mean, most of that's basically down to the rest of his team helping him out, but he is just shredding for so much damage right now as well. He gets build life steals, he's back up to full health because he's attacking minions. As pointed out by production as well, there are no spectrals on the side of Thunderhead, so Samaro having the time of his life right now.
Yeah, and he's able to clean up. He gets that double kill, I'm pretty sure, with just one shot of the Astral Arrows. He just has them lined up there, and it's like, oh, hey, free value. I love having my critting basics pass through targets and hit multiple people. That's lovely. Thank you so much for stacking up for me. Now, we do see that first Spectral come out there, and no surprise. That is the first fight that Samaro has been in, it feels like. The first one he's had a real big impact in, at the very least. In the previous ones, we've mostly seen him just kind of ulting from further away. But now they've felt the impact that this ADC has. Now they've realized, oh, hey, there's crit over here. We probably need some of that ourselves or to mitigate that. Interestingly, Ray Shadow also going for the crit path here. Shadow Steel and Wind Demon online for the Nemesis.
I'm just thinking, yeah, you know what happened to my health bar? What if that didn't happen again?
Then the world would be a better place because ADCs would have been removed from the game. Alas, that's not the world we live in just yet here. But hopefully this Spectral will give Wengu a little bit more time to live. Primal Fury goes down with Lorenzo just playing zone duty all the way up by the red buff. Afterlife is grouping very well now. What was a rather slow play from Afterlife, once they got this Fire Giant, it's been full aggression here.
And all it took was just getting Marcus back to base, getting that mid-tier 1 tower, and then pushing over to the right-hand side. Now comes the Dami Pillars, because Wengu looks like he's trying to engage to stop the back from Gladriel, but it's just not enough damage coming out.
So it does get taken quite low here. Ray Shadow looking for the flank, but wasn't able to find anything just yet. But this is the problem, right? Thunderhead, congratulations. You've defended your Phoenix, you pushed them away. They have a Raw. They have Fire Giant. Their healing is so good, they're going to be coming right back. Here they are. Ray Shadow still looking for that flank, but the Storm Call comes through, connects onto 2. Ray Shadow in the back, but Aim Blue finds one with the snipe. Cataclysm is used. Ray Shadow has still not engaged on this fight. He's full health, but he cannot find a way in. He has to take the long way back as Marcus is run down by Dark. Now the Titan might be under some duress here as Afterlife is still 5 strong with the Fire Giant. ACD trying to put some damage out, but how much can you do, my friends? It doesn't look to be enough. Dark falls, but so does ACD, and the Titan goes down with him. Afterlife take game number 1.
28 minutes on the dot, 13 kills to 2, and Afterlife from minute 1 pretty much had that game in their back pockets. I mean, there was just nothing there from Thunderhead that made me think, oh, they're going to come back into this game. There wasn't really one play or one invade that they did that could spark a comeback. And that for me is a problem with their draft. They had a subpar draft, one that had to get ahead, and it didn't.
Yeah, I mean, Afterlife pretty much just constantly had the game in almost a chokehold. They were just constantly building up this lead step by step. It wasn't an explosive lead by any means. Well, until they go ahead and have a fight around the Fire Giant, get the FG and a triple kill for Samaro. That was what really broke this game wide open for them, I feel like. But Thunderhead just had no response. And Ray Shadow, on that last kind of siege there, I mean, I think the problem was summed up there perfectly. He had a flank, and he still could not go in. He still couldn't find any value from that flank. Then Afterlife pushes all the way in. They go all the way into the Phoenix. Ray Shadow's completely behind them. No one's looking at him. He still cannot find a way into it because his team's just dropping down too quickly. If he goes in, there's no value he can bring to it.
Well, I'll give them props for doing something, right? They had Shadow Steel Shuriken, they had a Brawler's Beat Stick, so they were building up their anti-heal to deal with the Ra, to deal with the Shark. but it just comes a little bit too little too late. And Thunderhead definitely back to the drawing board with their draft. I want to see something from their next draft where it changes the core three. Because right now that core three did not work. It did not gel well together. Because they were too reliant on Marcus being the one to initiate and hit the CC, or Baku to hit a blink dash to be able to burst somebody down with a couple of ultimates. Instead, I want to see like a bit of an easier engage from them. I want to see more confirmable engage from them. I want to see something that's not the Ganesh. Take something like the Geb, take something like the Kepri if that doesn't get banned. Just, something that's able to engage a lot easier than this Ganesh was able to.
Not the Ganesh. AJ, I think that's one of the first times I've ever heard you say about the EU teams, I don't want to see Ganesh anymore. He's just such a mainstay in this meta.
I wouldn't mind seeing the Ganesh if it's paired with something that's engaging in the jungle. So something like a Humbat, something like a Thor, something that can, take the mantle of I need to be the one to engage this fight or be the one to be the trendsetter for this mid 3v3. You don't get that with Nemesis, you don't get that with the Ganesh, you don't get that with the Olaf for the most part. So if neither of those three can take the onus on themselves and say, right, we're fighting, we're killing these two people in this fight, who will? One of them needs to be one of them needs to be that trendsetter initiator.
Well, we will see how these teams adapt and change their picks and bans around, but we'll get to that in just a moment here. We're going to cut to a short break and bring back to you with game number 2. Everyone, with game number 2, the SOC finals here. Afterlife still facing off against Thunderhead after taking the first game in their favor, putting them up 1 point here. But they have to clean up the second one as well if they want to take this one to a championship. Still spooky. It's still that guy over there, still AJ. AJ, it looked like Afterlife pretty much just had control of that game. Like you said, from minute 1, they just never were in a bad spot. What does Thunderhead need to do differently to mitigate that, aside from just their picks, but their gameplay itself?
Just don't be so afraid, I think, would be the best thing to really to describe it, because they looked like they failed on their first invade on the blue buff and got scared from that point on. They didn't really try and play aggressive at any other point. They didn't really try and, force any ganks, try and force any other invades, try any form of kills from there on in. So just don't be afraid to make that point where you could potentially make a mistake, because if you don't risk it, then you're not ever going to get rewarded.
And we did see ACD make some aggressive plays over on that left side, but most of them were by himself and just against Samaro, trying to look for those purple buff invades. I almost feel like if maybe there's a little bit more jungle pressure put to that side, ACD could probably find some more success there, try to put Samaro down a little bit, because what basically happened was we just saw Samaro and ACD free farm until the late game team fights happened, where Samaro absolutely popped off. Whether he'll get that chance again, well, that remains to be seen. Let's go to the picks and bans, see if he even gets to run back that ROM this time.
Well, it's going to be a little bit of a difference here as Thunderhead. They, as a loser, will have a choice of first or second pick, and they've chosen to take second pick this time to see if they can maybe change things up. Who knows? A fresh new look and a fresh new base could be a fresh new chance for success for them.
Yeah, well, Afterlife, not going to change things up too much here. Kali, still their first ban. They still don't want to deal with anything related to basic attack junglers. I can't say I'm too surprised. No one really wants to deal with the Kali, the Bakasura these days. It's just too annoying. The real question is, do they feel like they need to ban anything away from Thunderhead that was doing well against them? Personally, I feel like there wasn't really anything that was necessarily pressuring them. In fact, I almost feel like if Afterlife wants Thunderhead to run back the same draft, they're pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I think so too, but you know they'll make the necessary adjustments. You'll know that a team this experienced as Thunderhead will go, right, if we've given the opportunity to redraft the exact same thing, we will probably change this and that to get things very differently. ROM being taken away here by Afterlife could be a note here that the first pick will be a ADC of some kind. Nemesis is still on the table as well if they want to take that up early. Ola definitely has been one of those high priority picks that has been seen.
Yeah, definitely an interesting ban, and I think you've got it right there, and Jingwei is what's picked up for Afterlife, and with that second best ADC now off the board, ROM's not going to be the response from Thunderhead. Like you said, it does still leave the Uller open, but I think if we do see the Ullers going straight back to Marcus, I love this one. The Chernabog, I think, is a very good response. Now, I grant you, for reasons of the meta, we've seen him in mid and solo, sometimes more than the ADC role, but I would expect this to be over in the duo lane this time around. There's no fine okay in this match. So this does give them some aggression on the side of Thunderhead, along with Kakolin, and the power of those rotations coming from that global ultimate, which I think is a really big factor in improving their gameplay here.
Yeah, I like the fact that they have picked up this Chernabog. I do agree with you. I think it's going to go for the ADC. That's a very early shock, by the way. But I just think, why do you really need to pick the Chernabog now? You could probably get yourself something that's higher priority, something that's higher contested. Let's save the Chernabog for a bit later. Same thing with the Chuck. Do you really need to pick Chuck this early? Is it going to get banned? I mean, maybe it would have done from Thunderhead, given that the Chuck was quite instrumental into that fight that went so horribly wrong for them at the blue buff.
I mean, if Lorenzo has a game like that he just did, and then he wants it as second pick for game 2, I think I'm giving it to him every single time here. But this Kleena, as you've just expressed some excitement about, is a very interesting one. I'm actually surprised she's gone this far into the draft, and she's able to be third picked by Thunderhead, not banned away, not picked up by Afterlife, even though she has plenty of flex potential, and she's such a meta god right now. She's so prominent. You don't normally see her go this far.
No, absolutely. You'd see her picked up in the Jingwei position or in the Chernobyl and Collins position. If it gets past any of them, then obviously both teams feel like it's not as impactful now that the meta has shifted away from some of these higher burst assassins in the solo lane role. And some of the nerfs that she's received as well has like sort of pegged her back just a little bit. So maybe both of these teams feel like maybe she's no longer the top pick, top pan god of all time right now in Smite, and just is back in that mediocrity of about A+ tier, S-, where you want to pick them, but you want to wait a little bit further into the draft before doing so.
Mediocrity is not a term I normally associate with A or S- tier, but we'll go ahead and accept your UK idioms today, AJ. We've given you enough trouble about that today. No, we're gonna say it is. We're gonna say it is for you. Kumbhakarna and Ganesh banned away here. Can't say I'm too surprised by the Kumba ban. We've been seeing him a lot more. It tells me that Afterlife might be looking for a second ADC over in that mid lane, but Jing Tian might be a deterrent to that. You know, if I do see, you know, the other team starting to look towards some ADC in multiple roles, Jing Tian is a good way to deter that because his first ability does reduce the amount of base attack damage that someone's able to put out. But regardless, Aim Blue is going to be on the toast this time around.
Sylvanas to round things out. That's a fair bit of healing from the composition between the Chuck, Sylvanas, and the life still coming out from the Qingwei. So I would imagine anti-heal again going to be on the top of the minds for Thunderhead here, but I love the Sylvanas pick. It is a really, really strong support these days because of the changes to his passive that he received a while back. And he gets cooldown reduction almost consistently for using his abilities. And then when it gets to level 20, it steps up a notch by going down to 1 second for each seed that he picks.
Yeah, really great passive change has really brought him back into the meta. This Poseidon, I think, is... We don't see Poseidon a whole lot, but I look at Afterlife's draft, and I think... I don't hate it, personally. Able to drop the Whirlpool, stop the Toad from dashing around, able to stop the Jingwei from using their dash, he'll force out the ultimate if they want to get away there. I can see the value on it, and if they have this Xing Tian, they're able to throw literally any target back towards a Kraken. That person is probably just dead.
Yeah, but you have a look at who Afterlife have got. The most likely targets is going to be Kraken in the mid game are going to be Shark and Osiris, both of which do not care about a Kraken, and because they're going to be a bit tanky, or they're just going to leap out of it.
Well, we will see how this one plays out. We'll see if this Poseidon is able to find the value they're looking for. Let's go to the game and see exactly how they manage this aggression coming out. Now, Thunderhead, they weren't able to do a whole lot in the early game last game. I feel like they are making adjustments towards that. Marcus on this Poseidon should be able to get a little bit more active in the early game, especially once he hits level 5. That's, you know, obviously where Poseidon is just his strongest. So they have some more tools available to them. The question is, do you feel like they have the engagement that they need this time around?
I think they do. I mean, you have a look at their composition. Xing Tian definitely provides a lot better of an engagement tool than the Ganesh did. Has the hook slam for the knockup to try and burn some beads himself, and again use that Whirlwind of Rage and Steel to pull in the Sylvanas, who has had to go for the beads early on, and again it's going to go into the Spirit's Robe like we saw an Ares do earlier on, just to avoid being the fall guy, the target consistently, just dying. Getting that extra damage mitigation on top will really help out.
Yeah, that will go hopefully a long ways, right? It remains to be seen how much value it will gain, but from what we've seen so far, it seems to be working out fairly well for the support players. Taking a look over at this duo lane, though, seeing who he's up against, I can't help but feel like he's still going to be the target in this lane. Are they going to put most of their attention towards Cimero on this Jingwei? Probably not, but ACD gets pulled back in, has to immediately use those beads very early on. That is going to be very dangerous in this duo lane.
It is, but it's not going to be the most dangerous thing in the world, because you're not facing up against a jungler that's going to say, oh, speeds are down, I'm on my way straight away. Osiris doesn't care if you have beads, he will just run you down. So it's more of a positional situation for Dark when he looks for ganks rather than relic situation. So that can be the saving grace here for ACD.
Still fairly quiet, but both junglers, once again, kind of hovering around their mid lane, not wanting to let anyone have access to that. Dark is under some pressure here. Blue looks for the root, not able to quite find that one. So it's just going to be the clear that they're looking for here. Right now, Thunderhead does have the pressure in this mid lane, something that they tried to find several times in the first game, but were never able to really lock down.
Oh
Marcus
my.
now beads come out a little bit too early there. That's the first blood. Aim Blue picks that one up. Now Ray Shadow is in the middle of two, does find the silence, slips into that wall, and he's walking away.
Afterlife picking up where they left off and taking down Marcus. Great start here for first blood here for Afterlife. They get the beads too, which is even worse if you're a fan of Thunderhead or a fan of Marcus as an individual. Something that we should note as well is the fact that he hasn't gone for a typical mid laner starter item. He has gone in for that Eye of the Jungle. This is more of a late game pickup here for side of Thunderhead. Yes, he can still do his red buff by himself now because of the fact he's got this item. But late game, when he transforms that into a protector of the jungle, he should be able to maybe even solo Fire Giant with the correct build.
Hang on now. What build are you expecting? Are you expecting like full rings out of Marcus onto Poseidon right now?
I've done it. It's very fun.
I will agree. It is very fun. But is that where you want to be in your game 2 of the SOC finals after you just dropped game 1?
No, it's not something I would normally do in a game of this caliber. If you have lifesteal and you have good, protections because of the protector of the jungle, and you have some good sense of power as well, some good cooldown reduction, you can still do so. You want to be able to do the enhanced one, obviously. We could do the regular Fire Giant. But it is going to be a traditional build here from him.
Now Ray Shadow looking for a traditional gank as well. Glacial is the target. He's going to go down very, very quickly there. Smarro is able to find the dash to safety on that one. And well, we mentioned that Glacial might be the target there, and he immediately gets focused down by all three members. Good rotation coming out from Ray Shadow. This is exactly what they were lacking in their first game. They're showing already more presence across the map. Renzo, man, come on, you don't have to do that to him. But they're finding this early pressure, and that's exactly what they need in order to prevent Afterlife from start building up this early lead.
Oh, it's going to try and stop him again. So this is how you solo lane. That honestly is how you solo lane. But yeah, that was a perfect demonstration of the trials and tribulations of Sylvanas. You're there, you're trying to support, and all of a sudden you're the one that just gets instantly blown up.
Yeah, unfortunately, does not have any mobility, not able to really find any way out of that. And that's maybe one of those points where you think, man, I kind of miss Sylvanas so passive. He's not going to be rooting anyone for hitting him anymore. So that's just has to walk his way on out of it, and sometimes that's just not going to cut it. ACD, though, now with an assist to his name, should be able to get a little bit of gold online, but take a look. Smarro has backed first. He's got the Dev Gloves online already, which means he's going to have more stacks than ACD just on account of starting them earlier. Do you think this will impact the rotations from ACD in any way?
No, it won't protect him in any way. He is going to be reactive with his rotations, I would say, on his ultimate. So he won't be the one calling for ganks. He'll be the one that's being told, hey, this person's a bit low, you can rotate and probably kill him. Or alternatively, okay, we're at speed buff, but Samaro's here, you need to come right now. So it will be that sort of reactive play rather than this aggressive Chernobog rotations that we sometimes see.
Well, now about 5.5 minutes in, ACD has still not reset to buy any items here. He's still working with just the Gilded Arrow, just the tier 1. He's trying to go back now, but has to finish up that mini wave. Finally does get that back off. Should put a little bit more to his name. They're able to finish up those Death Gloves, get those stacks going. May miss some minions here, though, as Glacial makes the rotation over, helps push that wave in, secures that Chalice. And that's one thing that, we don't pay a whole lot of attention to, is when these teams are grabbing their Chalices. Because It's a very subtle thing. It doesn't look like it has a big impact until you get that trebuchet pushing down the lane, until you have all of the enemy team on one side of the map and you force the trebuchet down on the other, and you're seeing it happen there. Those are the leads that build up over time, maybe aren't always given enough credit.
Yeah, just the ability to macro farm and manage your min-maxing of the farming is it's something which isn't really looked into and isn't really trained on that much in scrims until you are really in the SPL, where the finest of margins can make that sort of difference. So to see it being almost actively theorized here, it's a good look for the rest of the leagues.
Now, I want to take a look at these mid builds real quick here. Marcus obviously goes with that Doom Orb, trying to zoom around and get as fast as possible so he can make these rotations with the Kraken. AimBlue, however, has opted for the Divine Ruin as his first item. Getting the anti-heal and flat pen online early, helpful. I take a look over at Thunderhead, and Ray Shadow obviously does have the lifesteal from the clean passive every time he exits the wall. And ACD will be building lifesteal himself on this Chernobog. That's about the extent of the healing I see. Do you think that the Jing Chen warrants anti-heal as well?
No, I don't think it does, but what will most likely happen is that cleaners will sometimes build into a Soul Eater, and you'll definitely need to have anti-heal against a cleaner if she does build as an item. Otherwise, she is going to out-sustain you too much, even if you do dump your entire kit into her.
And with that Toth passive as well, that flat pen probably going to feel pretty good as this game goes on and he stacks up more and more flat pen just on account of being Toth and being able to hit people. Do you think the flat pen just is more valuable on Toth these days than most other mages? Because normally we see them go for that percent pen in those early items there rather than the flat pen we used to see.
I think Thoth is one of the only real survivors of pure flat pen builds that we see these days, because he gains some free penetration, flat penetration, mind, in his passive to the tune of 15. That extra 15 probably takes it up on top of the edge, where it would be as full mitigations or as full reductions of protection as he can get.
Big Wrath of Terror comes through there to stop the aggression from Thunderhead. Marcus looked like he was going to take a little spill there, but a great rotation from Ray Shadow is enough to deter Dark from going any farther. This is already almost feels like a different Thunderhead than what we saw in game number 1. They're being so much more active. They're rotating into these fights and actively pushing Afterlife away from what they're trying to do. They've cleaned up quite a lot here so far, and sure, it's still an even game state, but that itself is better than what we saw in game number 1, where it was Afterlife just building up these small leads over and over and over again until Thunderhead couldn't fight back into them. I love the adjustments that Thunderhead's making so far.
Yeah, but they got to follow those adjustments up in this early game with a good mid game. Otherwise, the changes of them are almost mute. So I want to see them look for the first objective and probably even take it, if not at the very least contest it. There'll be the Gold Fury over here on this left-hand side, provided the Pyromancer is left alone for the first 5 minutes. But the Purple Buff and Samaru himself are under a little bit of trouble here, as Ray Shadow's made his rotation over.
Glacial is here. Baku doing some zone work there. Ray Shadow dropped the ultimate, but Baku gets pulled right back in. Just going to be pulled into a root. Glacial's out of mana here. He's not able to do a whole lot more. Take a look at the rotation coming in from high up. Dark and AimBlue are here. Final Judgment comes through, crashing into Marcus, and Dark finishes that one up. Baku used the Whirlwind of Rage to steal already, now trying to find a way back to his team. Damage still coming through onto him. Lord of the Afterlife for the chase. Tons of damage come through, and Galadriel is the one who finally picks that one up. Good attempt at heal from ACD, but ultimately not enough.
2 kills for nothing there for Afterlife, as they finally put a little bit of distance between themselves and Thunderhead on the kill board. About 800 gold in the lead. Lorenzo looking for a potential steal over on the back harpies on the right-hand side, but nothing to do. The transformed form of Cullen plus the rotation from Ray Shadow means it's impossible for him to look for anything to steal. Speaking of steal, it could be a very stolen objective here. Ray Shadow is doing the Scorpion, doesn't know this is going on.
Oh my goodness, it's being stolen out right from under them. Dark Knight does come up here to help out with his Pyro. Afterlife get it completely uncontested. And look at Galadriel's health bar. If Ray Shadow had noticed it, he could have easily just dropped Galadriel off the map and walked away pretty happy. They wouldn't be able to do a whole lot more from there. And honestly, Thunderhead couldn't even take the Pyromancer for themselves, but no wards up there. Didn't quite catch those sound cues coming through. Afterlife sneak away with it, and now they're starting to build up that lead that they had in the previous game.
Oh, Afterlife 3-1 to the good 12 minutes into the game. Objective play needs to be starting here from them if they want to build this 1,000 gold lead into something a little bit more substantial and a little bit more weighty to it. I definitely recommend the Gold Fury be looked at over here on the left-hand side. They can burn it quite quickly. They do have the ability for Samara to do extra damage by shooting through the Thoth lift walls. The only issue is that I see is the fact that they have to rely on the Final Judgment to be the secure. And if that fails, their secure potential after that is extremely poor.
And they're up against Marcus with the Kraken, which comes through now. Looking for Galadriel, but the beads are good to keep him out of danger. Dark now in the back end forces out the beads from Marcus. No Judgment off the mark, but Dark does have the Lure of the Afterlife to get himself out of danger. Now coming through the skies is ACD. Use the ultimate to get into that fight. Now Afterlife pulled back completely. Samaro is here, but he's been spotted out by a ward. The pings come through. So much damage coming out from this ADC. 5 levels up on Baku.
Can't do fire anymore.
Baku's only level 8?
Yeah, he's been put a little bit further behind than you would expect for support, but yeah, I think that whole just rotation there to try and catch Samaro out has meant that they can't do that Gold Fury. Even with the rotation coming out from Wengu, he's forced to go back with his tail between his legs to a solo lane partner. Say, sorry, we shouldn't have fought outside of solo lane, let's go back and slap each other some more.
The way of the solo laners is they stay in the lane, they fight. That's my understanding of the lane. It's probably why I'm not good at the lane as well. But all in all, Afterlife still probably feel pretty good about that one. They were able to pull the beats away from Marcus, so now this next Gold Fury that they should be looking towards probably feels a little bit better. Sure, they don't have a significant lead over them, but if Thunderhead does decide to step up, Afterlife have a good window where they can try to punish the positioning from that. Now, granted, Marcus does have the Aegis online, so he's still got some safety to him. Aegis only lasts so long, though, and if you get CC'd, you're still not going to be moving anywhere.
Well, for Afterlife, though, I'm thinking they're waiting until Galadriel is going to be level 12. Right now, he was forced to get the beads to be safe in this early game and make sure he wasn't targeted every single time when a Rage of Steel came up with cooldown. But now that he's past that stage of the game where he is no longer really an effective target, he then now can get himself a blink and start to engage properly. But that's only when it happens at level 12, when he gets access to his second relic.
Now, do you think he goes straight for the blink, or do you think he goes for something like the belt to help burn these objectives down a little bit faster? We see some fighting happening over here. Glacial still being melted down. Ray Shadow trying to use the ultimate for him. Baku chasing him down. Ray Shadow finally does get credit with that kill. Dark has the ultimate out there. Shadow earns his beads as well to avoid the CC, but Baku finally drops Dark under that tier 1 tower. And this one, after some fights not going their way, Thunderhead has taken a clean one.
Also support there, and they now back down to 3-3 for kills, and it could be even worse now as Goldfree has been started up. They know it's going down thanks to the Oracle Vision, but I don't know if they're going to get there in time. In fact, Thunderhead wants to secure the very first major objective of the game outside of the Pyromancer, and they're finally the ones in the lead. ACD taking a huge chunk of damage there from Samaro as a greetings back to the lane.
2 crits. AJ, that's what that was. That was 2 crits that hit ACD from Samaro there, and I just don't like crits. Can we start like building no crit? Can we just make that a rule? Either way, even after that Gold Fury, Thunderhead doesn't have a significant lead. It's still only about 1,000. So what they've basically done after the fight is they've taken the lead that Afterlife had and they just flipped it over to themselves. It's not significant for either team, but it's still better than nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I would much rather be 1,000 gold ahead than 1,000 gold behind. I know most people, in fact, I think everyone would much rather have that scenario. Although, if I tell it to my ranked teammates, they probably still F6. Even if I say we're 1,000 gold ahead, we are winning this game. They still go, no, we're losing, F6, it's over.
No mid, F6. That's how it goes most of the time here. But Lorenzo doing some heavy zone duty over on the front end. Mark is in so much danger, getting pressured out, but still able to survive as Ray Shadow works his way over into the walls, and ACD joins in through the skies. A living nightmare has come for this fight, and Galadriel is the next to fall. Pyromancer still standing, and Afterlife is soon to meet the Afterlife, having to limp away from this fight. Lorenzo still in the area, though, not willing to give this Pyromancer up for complete free here. Just looking for something, tries to throw the axe, but not enough. Thunderhead to secure that Pyromancer. Lorenzo has to walk away.
That's another major objective to Thunderhead. That's another big fight for them as well. Afterlife, it's... that fight looked a lot worse than it should have done, given the leads that Thunderhead find themselves in. That fight was horrendous for them. They almost killed Marcus, yes. They almost got like a technical kill on him, where he was forced back to base, forced out of the fight, and forced to come back as if he had respawned. But for the rest of it, I mean, Dark unable to get that kill, Lorenzo unable to get that kill, forced away, and then killed by Ray Shadow was Dark. Galadriel once again hung up to dry as this Sylvanas starting to fall back into level pegging with Baku when he was about 2 levels ahead at one point. It's definitely not going according to plan here for Afterlife, and this can be the hallmark of showing that they are a great team. What do they do in the face of adversity? Do they roll over, or do they turn up and fight?
Yeah, and I feel like the major component to that fight was Ray Shadow, right? Lorenzo was zoning off 3 people. Sure, he found a big ulti, but Ray Shadow just wrapped around that Pyromancer wall, slipped inside of it, and then just waited for Afterlife to step forward with Lorenzo. And as soon as they did that, so much damage through the wall. 2 ultimates coming through, the Banshee Screech coming through, and there was just nothing Dark could do at that point. He was already taken low by his dive onto Marcus. Sure, they forced the relics out of and the ulti, but those will be coming back up soon. Overall, they have to keep track of Ray Shadow if they want to turn this around. They cannot allow him to slip into those walls and find those big flanks on them. They have to have tracking on him. They've got to have vision so they know where he's trying to go. And then they have to have an answer for him, right? It's not enough to just know where he is, but oh my goodness, what a knock-up from Samaro there, but it might not be enough. The crits come through. Airstrike out defensively, but he's got nowhere to go. The Aegis is used, trying to bob and weave. Into his mini wave he goes, finds the knock-up on himself. He's still getting blasted down, but Dark has joined the fight. He's survived for long enough. Now ACD gets stunned down. The whole of the team shows up here. Galadriel finally puts ACD down in the dirt, but Dark is the one to follow. A huge Kraken comes through, hits 2, aim blue, no longer in this fight. Galadriel has to run away. Ankh still ticking on him. That heal is not going to do you too much good, my friend. Straight to the tower. That is going to be enough to get Galadriel out of danger here, but he has to keep moving away before these 3 come back.
Another 2 kills go the way of Thunderhead. In fact, they could be looking for a little bit more here. Samaro could be getting killed here once again. Galadriel has to run away and basically sacrifice his NC with a great bit of dash there from that air gust. He does get away.
Very, very good dash, but they really shouldn't have put themselves in that position, right? I mean, they knew that Thunderhead was there. They saw them just fighting in that area. You can't really afford to step up that far so soon after a fight happens like that. Even under the tier 1 tower, you know, there's a chance that you might get dove there. Yeah, you have to respect that they might still be in that area. You got to have eyes out. You got to be dropping those wards down. And once again, it comes down to not letting Ray Shadow do whatever he wants. You have to keep track of where this jungler is so you don't put yourselves in those positions.
I was about to say, seem to be avoiding fighting wherever Dark is right now, and I think that's a good thing. Mainly because, well, they're also fighting Aim Blue, which means that Ray Shadow is getting full effectiveness from his lifesteal because there's no one anti-healing him outside of those 2.
Aim Blue goes right on down. Galadriel the next target. Thunderhead is just constantly swarming the members of Afterlife, 4 members to 1. And there's just nothing they can do. They have to get grouped up if they want to survive these onslaughts. But with 2 down, Thunderhead have a clear path, and it's straight to the Oni Fury. But they might not go straight there. Take a look at Ray's Shadow lurking in the walls. ready to look for a little bit more damage. He does find it onto Dark and Samaro. Lorenzo's still in the area looking for a way into this fight. Oni Fury being melted down quickly, and Thunderhead secures that one easily. Whirlwind of Rage of Steel pulls Lorenzo. Now Samaro trying to fight off Wengu on the back end of things. Does manage to survive for now, but Thunderhead once again comes storming forward. Kraken erases Lorenzo. In the air, Samaro has to drop down with the airstrike. And that's just one more fight to Thunderhead's name.
And they're going to continue this onslaught, this rampage of victory after victory after victory by going towards his Fire Giant and aiming another one in the W column. Fire Giant down to about half health. The One Dark is here to try and make sure that he can try and get a steal. Just doing a little bit of distraction, a little bit of run through, but he's just sightseeing at that point. There's nothing he can do to steal.
His health bars are a little bit low, though. Aim Blue has to use the bees, avoiding Baku's knockup. He's not in position to do anything on this fight. Glacial finds a double knockup with the Wrath of Terra. There's still no way for Afterlife into the fight. They're so disjointed right now. You have to wonder why they're still in the fight looking for anything. Samaro gets dropped down by Wengu, and it's just a free fight for Thunderhead as they run through Afterlife. Dark, dangerously low, being run down by Wengu, and there's little to no hope of him surviving this one, though. He does have a good bit of distance there. He may still manage it. But ACD comes down from the skies. He puts that one down for a double kill. With the Trebuchet walking in, this tower is no more.
That was such a poorly timed retreating path there from Dark, because the ultimate from ACD puts him exactly where he wants to be, on that tower line, which means that he can get that tower, can now get this Phoenix for near enough free as well, but they might want Lorenzo first, and I think they're going to get him.
Lorenzo tries to go in with the axe. He gets immediately thrown back by the Whirlwind of Rage and Steel. He's trying to survive, and he might actually survive a lot longer than expected, but Wengu's not going to let him get away with that one. Stormcall down, nowhere for him to go, and that is the left side Phoenix taken off the board. AJ, are we sure this is the same Thunderhead?
I'm not sure, because they've seemed to have listened to absolutely everything that we've asked them to change and to do, which is not really common for an SOC team to give us that much respect. When it comes to saying, we should make this and this was that. Okay, Marcus. You don't have any sustain. If you had sustain, that would be a little bit more of a call you could make, but
if you had the
rings,
wait
for everybody else to really do that. Yeah, if you had the rings, see?
Well, maybe he was listening, because he heard you say that with the right build, he could do it. He just didn't realize what the right build was, I suppose, and tried to go for something a little bit cheeky there. All in all, doesn't lose too much, and they still do end up with the Pyromancer to their name. Thunderhead, now over a 10k lead at this point. The game is theirs to lose, and you have to wonder, what can Afterlife do? It feels like we're at this point where they pretty much just have to wait for Thunderhead to make a mistake. Problem is, Thunderhead hasn't really been making those mistakes this game. They've been playing very, very well, and much more confidently than they were in Game 1.
Yeah, they do have to wait till Thunderhead make mistakes. They're past that 10,000 gold mark. That is the hallmark of, we're winning this game. It's in our control. We're going to throw it over to you if we're going to throw it all. So Afterlife have to hunker down for the next 10 minutes or so, just waiting, hoping that they can start to catch up. I mean, it does help that Wengu's already full build, so the gold lead started to shrink even more and more. It may say 20, 30, 50,000 gold by the time 35 minutes rocks up, but if you're the same level, all have 6 items, you can be just about as good as 200 gold ahead.
Very true, but now with Thunderhead grouping up around this right side, take a look, there's still Firemans pouring down that left end there. Thunderhead is in a very good position to start taking this siege. Notice Marcus and Ray Shadow are in that mid lane, just looking to try to pressure this mid Phoenix, while Thunderhead, the 3, go on in. Blink is good. Whirlwind of Rage and Steel does find Samaro, but the beads come through in time. Lorenzo looking for the Storm Call, but the Ankh is popped, and now that healing will do you no good, my friend. Wengu is just running through him, but a good Final Judgment doesn't do enough damage to put anyone down. It doesn't connect onto ACD, and that mid lane Phoenix has already been burned down. Now, Ray Shadow and Marcus join the fight with the Kraken still ready to go. Ray Shadow finds Lorenzo, and this Phoenix stands no chance of surviving against the Thunderhead. Like a storm, they roll in, and like a storm, they roll out.
3 Phoenixes down in the blink of an eye. The fire minions pouring into the Titan room, doing a lot of damage here to the Titan. It's down to about 2/3 health. And Thunderhead, what do they do? Well, they're just settling the calm right now before they enter back into the fray and take this to a game number 3 in this set. That's if it all goes according to script. We have seen scripts go, well, awry before, some last-minute edits made. Afterlife are just begging to the main writers right now that there is a final plot twist to happen.
Now, one thing going in, well, frankly, both teams' favor is that this next Fire Giant is not enhanced, right? This is just still the regular Fire Giant that Thunderhead is going to be looking at. That makes your defense slightly easier if you're Afterlife, not by much, but slightly. But it also means that if Afterlife somehow does find the steal off of this, it may not be one of those game-winning steals that we've previously seen, but with how quickly this is being burned, there's just no chance. Fire Giant easily goes the way of Thunderhead, and we're in the 99% at this point, AJ. I couldn't agree more. This is looking like Thunderhead's game to lose. Afterlife was pushing that entire time, and they still weren't even able to scrape that tier 1 tower on the left side off the board. Thunderhead, 5-strong Fire Giant, walking on in.
So this would be what I would classify as a perfect victory here by Thunderhead, or as close to a perfect victory as you can get. They still dropped 4 deaths, which isn't exactly perfect, but outside of that, the objective play has been. See, all their towers are still standing. They might lose the level 1 on left. Oh, they do. It was so close to nearly being perfect.
But now, Thunderhead don't mind too much. ACD finds the first one. It's Galadriel that falls up into the sky, and back down he comes, looking for more aggression. Wengu, in the meantime, is just pulling around this backline. Dark and Samaro both forced back from just the solo laner, and he continues on the rampage, trying to find Lorenzo, not able to put him back in the dirt. Now Afterlife have to fight for their lives for this Titan, but it's just not enough, and Thunderhead are able to take game number 2, put it to their name, put some respect on that name. We're going to see a game number 3.
Both teams, when they have won, have looked completely dominant. They've just had struggles in ending the game as quickly as they really could potentially have done. But 28 minutes there on the clock there for the boys on Thunderhead means they take it to a game number 3 here for us. And if it's anything to go by this set, it's whoever's got the lead at the 5-minute mark, they're the one that's going to win.
Interestingly, both games now have been about that 28-minute mark. And I'm honestly surprised by Thunderhead's ability to come back into this game after that first loss and just look so aggressive and confident and, frankly, dominant throughout every single fight. Previously, Afterlife was the team running these fights, and it just did not show through at all in this second game here. Thunderhead had it from the go mark.
Yeah, Thunderhead, they started off, well, they didn't start off too well. They got first blooded by Dark in mid lane on Marcus. But ever since that point, they had one slip up again afterwards where they did drop a couple kills. But then it was just all Thunderhead. And it was mostly down to Ray Shadow and Baku just combining extremely well to create space and also find pickoffs, find stragglers who thought they could get away from the edges of the fight. And Marcus surviving for as long as he did in some of those engagements as well. It was helped out by the Wingblade, definitely, but sometimes you got to build a defensive item just to make sure you're able to survive and help your team out as long as possible.
Yeah, he was definitely slipping through some circumstances where he looked dead to rights. I mean, especially around that Pyromancer, I think, is one of the big turning points of that game where Dark was trying to find that kill onto Marcus. Lorenzo was doing all that zone work. And then Marcus just slips away, crackens Lorenzo. Doesn't really mind too much. And then, in the meantime, Ray Shadow just finds a big kill onto Dark, able to do so much damage. It just completely turns the whole fight around in favor of Thunderhead. And from that moment, there was just no releasing the gas for them. They were just constantly looking for aggression. And even when they were making their way to those objectives, we saw Ray Shadow would slip into one of those walls and just poke around, see if, oh, hey, I wonder if there's any squishy members of Afterlife lurking around. Oh, are there? Well, let me just drop this ultimate and let's just delete them.
And they also got some good objective burn there. You saw that last Fire Giant, they just took it down almost in an instant, thanks to the fact that the tearing the veil from the cleaner helped burn it down very quickly. Thunderhead, they probably were a little bit fortunate the fact that the cleaner got all the way down to third pick. It's not going to happen again. Both of these teams have been reminded of just how exactly powerful this goddess can be. So I imagine it's either going to be first ban or it's going to be first picked.
Yeah, Instant Fire Giant is the way to go. Instant Fire Giant on rice is the way we like to say that one. But this comes down to whether these teams can make a repeat performance of their wins, right? In game 1, Afterlife looked great. Game 2, well, Thunderhead looked even better. We're going to go to a game 3, but we're going to get to that in just a moment. So you all have time to get your snacks, get your bathroom breaks, get your drinks, because this one is sure to be a banger. Afterlife presented the challenge to Thunderhead. Can you take it to a game number 3? Thunderhead, they answered back strong. We are here in the final match of the best of 3. Thunderhead and Afterlife both taking a game off the other. It's still Spooky bringing you the action. I'm still joined by AJ, though I'm very sure he wishes that he could be sleeping.
Well, 3 a.m. is still the best time to be casting and watching Smite, isn't it? It'll be a little bit worse if I was over in Eastern Europe, where it will probably be closer to about 5 a.m. But, well, we're here now, and this is exactly what we need to do, is we just need to watch this next game, and, well, we hope it's a quick one, but hope it's an entertaining one, at the very least.
Well, so far, both teams have shown they are very capable of putting on an entertaining game. Let's not dilly-dally around. Let's get right to it and see just what these teams have in store for us in game number 3. Picks and banned, what's on our mind here tonight. Frankly, we've seen some different picks from them all night so far. I honestly couldn't tell you what I expect to see, although I wouldn't mind seeing Smarl maybe that. Not on the Stingray. Kleena, very, very much expected. Ray Shadow was just way too valuable on that pick there in game number 2. I really feel like Samaro just benefits from something a little bit more aggressive than that Jingwei.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think what we've seen so far today, both in the SCC and SOC, is that we don't play Jingwei really as well as the SPL players really would do, or at least some of the higher tier SCC EU players would, mainly because they don't play as aggressive. They play as the reactive pick, like I did mention. But something interesting to note so far about the picks and bans, that Afterlife, who did have the choice of first or second pick, elected to go back to the first pick, which they lost on. So I obviously think that they had a mistake in their draft that they could very easily correct by being first pick, and it probably was that Kleena.
And they are not going to make that mistake again, but they are going to ban away that Chernobog. They decided that ACD on that Cherno with his global presence was just too much, and frankly, I don't blame them at all. ACD was constantly ulting around the map, contributing in places that Samaro just couldn't reach because he doesn't have that kind of rotational power. The Colin going to be the first pick for Afterlife. I'm not sure if it's the one I expected to see, but I mean, it did good work in Wengu's hands. Go ahead and give it to Lorenzo.
Yeah, but by doing so, you're giving up the Ram, who's probably the most valuable ADC in the game right now. It's setting himself up to picking Jingwei again, which I don't think really, as we pointed out a few times now, has been the top pick that it's really demonstrated to have been in the SPL. I like the dual lane so far from Thunderhead. Ram Geb really stands out to me as a strong one. Good boxing potential, good defensive potential. But the Athena pick, that's not something we've seen too often. It's just been sort of relegated almost to obscurity here in the support role. Gonna be paired up with the Jingwei.
I don't like the Jingwei here, you know? And it's not just because I think that Samara would benefit from something more aggressive, but also because they've picked the Geb. Thunderhead wants Afterlife to pick this Jingwei. Her big thing is that she just has better crits than most other hunters. Now, Geb passive kicks in, she's not going to be getting that benefit. And with this Athena, they're not going to be able to make a whole lot of use of early aggression that taunt does allow for. With Baron now locked in, things are looking a little bit rough for that solo lane as well. Sure, you know, Kukulin is a lane bully, but Baron can sit back. He can use his ranged abilities, heal up, and not really mind the Kukulin too much.
Yeah, because don't forget, this is going to be a pre-nerf that has been announced for the Baron. He's very, very strong. Like you mentioned, plays very further back, and because you most likely will be building into a Warlock staff, the second he starts to have that online, it's going to start stacking. He's going to have penetration online, so the Soul Laner will be very vulnerable to that damage that he's going to be able to sustainably do to you as a mage. We're still into the second round of bans now. Ra has been taken off the table. I want to give Aim Blue that pick again to Thunderhead Nemesis. Probably a strong ban here, given the prevalence of tanks on the Kukulin and Athena. I think with the Baron on that side as well, you don't want Baron Nemesis just instantly killing your backline, or even your frontliners.
Yeah, all these pretty much make sense. They're pretty much what you would expect to see. Hunbots, maybe not one that you typically see coming out, but you take a look at what they have, and Thunderhead has been running these team fights. They've been looking for the fights, and you don't want them to have, you know, any way to kind of mitigate what Thunderhead's been doing. Take away the Hunbots, don't give them a big AoE ult. I love that choice. The Raw also makes a lot of sense. That's what Afterlife won on. Just get it out of their hands. Don't let them have that big secure ultimate, which is how Afterlife really got their lead in the first place. This Persephone, though, is what I'm super excited about, AJ. We don't see Persephone enough anymore. Ever since her passive got nerfed, I'm going to say nerfed because it was complete nerf. It's kind of useless. She's kind of fallen off the board a little bit, but she still offers a lot to the team fight. The Grasp of Death is an incredibly powerful ultimate. And while it might not hit any of your objectives, it can quickly turn a team fight in your favor.
And it doesn't have to hit the objective to really help you secure the objective. You just need to keep the ones that can secure it away out of secure range. And that's kind of what a Persephone will be able to do. Fenrir be able to help isolate that as well. I'd say looking at these two drafts, I am more excited to see the Afterlife draft, but I feel like the Thunderhead draft is going to take it. I think that they're going to have pressure across the board in pretty much every single lane. And then the Fenrir should be able to help expedite that pressure into some kills, into some early objectives.
Yeah, I would love to disagree with you, AJ, but I think you've pretty much hit the nail on the head at that point. Fenrir has just so much early game potential, and that's where Thunderhead was shining in the last game, which they won. They just decided, okay, let's not play scared. Let's go ahead and step forward and see what Afterlife can counterpunch with. Turned out, the answer wasn't a whole lot. Thunderhead was able to take that early aggression and just start slowly building it into a lead. And frankly, it wasn't even that slow. The game ended at 28 minutes. A lot of these 9.5 games, they tend to kind of drag on to 30, 34, even 38 minutes. Thunderhead being able to clean it up in 28, that's a good look for them.
It was very good luck, and if they're looking to try and get this set over and done with, they want to try and get it done quickly, because whilst they do have a good draft that goes into the late game, they don't want to be fighting a Susanoo team at Jingwei when it hits the late game stages.
Well, we'll see how they are able to play into that. We'll go right into the game here. Let's get things rolling, because, you know, Afterlife was also able to win their first game in 28 minutes as well. So both these teams are kind of like racing each other for time here. But with the late game team comp that Afterlife has, you got to think that the longer this one goes on, the more comfortable that they are. Do you expect to see them playing this a little bit slower, a little bit more methodically? Or do you think that the aggression coming out from Thunderhead will punish that kind of mindset?
I think if you're Thunderhead, you kind of have to get off to a quick start here. You look at the composition from Afterlife and you're thinking, okay, as a Fenrir, who can I gank? Can I gank the Kakulin? Maybe I can gank the Kakulin, depends on how the Baron's doing. Can I gank the Tiamat? Probably not. Can I gank the Jingwei? Probably not. Can I fight the Susanoo? Probably not. So your only real option is going over to the solo lane, and that is on a maybe. Oh, but I love this decision here from Afterlife. This is something which we haven't seen a lot of, but ever since it's become so it's like mini camps, it's been so easy for people to go over and do these invades on your first spawn of buffs now. So I want to see this more often from teams, and I like that we're seeing a demonstration of it here.
Yeah, Invader's Curse, what's that? I never cared about Invader's Curse once in my life. And straight back to their own purple buff is where they go, and they clean up so quickly. Look at this, Samaro going to the lane by himself, because they're all level 1. They're not going to be in too much danger just yet. Dina, meanwhile, goes to go ahead and clear her green camp by herself. Going to get her a little bit of XP there. Bada bing, bada boom. Because Samaro's on this Jingwei, and it's such a safe pick, she's able to stay so far back. There's not a whole lot lost on this. In fact, Samaro ends up hitting level 2 first before Baku and ACD because he gets that solo farm.
Yeah, they don't have the purple buff as well, so they're going to have to wait until almost the end of this second wave before they hit level 2. I think with Baku stepping a little bit further back, ACD has hit level 2 before the support would do. The steal, though, is going to be good back from Gladriel. The reach passive to make sure he gets the camp that was being threatened to be stolen away there by the opposition dual lane.
And I'm not gonna lie, that has to be a frustrating moment if you're Thunderhead. You've lost your purple buff, now you're trying to answer back with this Naga camp and try to steal something back, and they just steal it back from you, like right under your noses. That's not an easy pill to swallow. Unfortunately, they kind of have to swallow. They don't have much of a choice. But doesn't change anything about how good it feels. Now a little bit of fighting over this Harpy camp over here as well. ACD making very good use of the astral arrows, firing through the wall at Samara where he can't answer back. Take a look though. Dark is in the area, maybe just waiting for this purple buff to spawn, but he's in position for a gank here. And it's gonna be the purple buff that he's focused on, just making sure that Baku and ACD lose out on as much farm as possible. Ladriel has a nice taunt to force them away from that purple buff, so he can't even answer back. That's rough, man.
That is honestly one of the most feels bad moments you'll probably have in the duel lane. Your purple buff's getting invaded, and there's nothing you can do about it except just stand there and watch as the support and ADC laugh in your face at your inability to even go contest it. So I have a question. When do you think first blood's going to happen in this game?
Hard to say. I honestly think it comes down to where Ray Shadow goes. If he's able to find an opportunity, it could happen in the next minute or two. Problem is, he's not having a whole lot of those opportunities, right? His dual lane is falling behind. Wengu is playing back by his tower, so he's not going to be able to do a whole lot to Lorenzo on Colin. But at the same time, Dark probably not going to have too much success on his ganks either. I would say around the 5-minute mark, we might see a first blood.
Okay, fair enough. I think be a little bit further than that 5-minute mark, but I do agree with some of the, pretty much everything that you did say, in the fact that it's going to be difficult for either jungler to really get the impact that they want in this very early portion of the game. They're going to have to wait until they get a couple of items online before they're able to start to push in and dig deep and get the first ones that they've so desired.
I think if Dark hits level 5, which he has, and can make a rotation over here to the duo lane, where Thunderhead has fallen a little bit behind, I think that could be a big first blood opportunity. But however, we see him in the mid lane exchanging some blows with Marcus there. He's getting a little bit low, and it's going to be at the minute 4 mark that we see the first blood come down. It's going to be answered back, though, right away. Ray Shadow picks that one up. So it turns out we are both wrong, AJ. We might not be done just yet, because Ray Shadow is looking for a little bit more on Dark. Let's drop Typhoon, looking for a little bit more. Defender of Olympus is used there just for a little bit of extra safety onto Dark. So that will just be the 1-for-1 trade.
I loved as well what Dark did there with basically playing mind games with the Ray Shadow, puts his teleport out, starts to wind up his dash away, so it's about 3 different options to try and avoid taking as much damage from Brutalize as possible. And then Athena also went on top, Defender of Olympus, to provide some mitigations and provide also the threat, the imminent martyrdom coming out from the Athena. So it's a good deterrent.
Defender of Olympus actually does a lot of damage if you get hit by. I mean, that thing can honestly chunk you down and not help you if the Athena ever decides to build like a single damage item, because I've seen that happen and it's not a pretty sight there. So I do not blame Ray Shadow at all for deciding to step away from that one and not risk getting caught in by Defender of Olympus into taunt, into Dark Susano damage. But now with those kills on the board, it is still Afterlife that has a slight lead on account of the first blood bounty goes their way. So far, Thunderhead hasn't had a whole lot answering back in this duo lane, but I'd really like to see something happen over here.
It'll happen over on the solo lane. Maybe will happen something will happen over on the solo lane, but I doubt it will do. Lorenzo's going to go back to base and finish up an item which will help him take protection and take shelter here from Wengu. On the left-hand side, again, you're going to see the ADCs just farm up until midpoint of the game before they're even really touched. You might see another invade from Afterlife on the purple buff, because they should know the timer on it, and they kind of have set the precedent that they don't want ACD to have too many of those buffs.
It's going to be a little bit difficult to maybe get to this next one. If you take a look at the map right now, Afterlife is currently mostly on this right side of the map. Purple buff will be coming up relatively soon here, so they do still have some time to get over to it, but any rotation they make towards it now should be spotted out quite easily by Thunderhead. I think at this point, they pretty much have to let ACD have this purple buff, and maybe just try to get the timer on that one so they can prepare for the next one afterwards. Because right now, he was able to secure his last one. He's carrying that one around right now. And Samaro just reset as well, so this should give ACD plenty of room to secure his purple buff. Big ult comes out there.
Yeah, they wanted to invade that one, and they used the Defender Olympus just to try and get over there as soon as possible. But unfortunately, it was just a little too late. Only just come off cooldown before he was able to use it. Blue buff as well, gone before they even got there. But they have more of an accurate timer on it now, so they can arrive about 15-20 seconds before that, and then look for a successful invade this time.
And they do have the timer, like you said, and that's the most important first step on getting these invades. You have to have the timer ready so that you know when to be there. So, sure, maybe they didn't get a successful invade that time, but just knowing when it's up allows them to prepare for it and start looking for future invades here. And now Lorenzo even going so far as to drop a ward on it, gonna make sure if Thunderhead is there early, Afterlife will know about it and maybe be able to make another play on the other side of the map, maybe towards this red buff or something.
Probably got Oracle Vision, a bit of a contested progress. Oh, but it could be bad news there. Glacial has been engaged upon.
And Prey Shadow does follow it up, but there's not a whole lot of damage coming through just yet. Hold that thought. Typhoon comes through. Baku is the target. Knockup is not good coming out from Aim Blue off the mark. The Samaro dives in aggressively, looking for some more damage. Except the plants run through the small corridor there, and Dark is able to pick up the kill onto Baku. Finally finds their target. After a little bit of a chase, they're able to successfully get that kill.
Ray Shadow's not going to give up on this just yet. It's going to actually catch a dash there on Aim Blue.
Oh, good taunt comes through, but it might not be enough. Aim Blue does use the beast, and Dark puts Ray Shadow down before he's able to find the last bit of damage. No mana, but Dark the jungler is here to save the day.
Marcus has to be careful here because guess who's still around? It's still Dark. Healing up a little bit. Persephone is. Oh my god. Defender Olympus comes out as well. He's looking for this. This is going to be a very easy kill. Does unfortunately die for it, so Marcus gets the return in posthumous fashion. But again,
but it doesn't count as a revenge kill.
Or Afterlife. Yes, it does actually. Counts as revenge.
Galadriel got the kill. It was the Defender of Olympus that killed off Marcus, so it doesn't count as revenge. So at least they've got that going for them on the side of Afterlife.
I thought it was Dark that got over. No, you're right. Galadriel did get the kill. What I did like is that it was a posthumous kill. That's one of my favorite times to get a kill is when I'm already dead, because then I didn't have to work as hard for it.
Used to be a lot easier to do that with Persephone too, but unfortunately has to work a little bit extra harder for those posthumous kills to come through these days. Now, Fire Giant on the map, but more importantly, the Fury is on the map here. Looking at the game state right now, neither team has been able to secure themselves really a significant lead so far. Afterlife leads by close to 1,000, probably closer to 800 to 900 gold right now. And Lorenzo might be the next target here. Takes a big chunk of damage as Ray Shadow comes through. Knock up off the mark, doesn't quite connect onto him, but the taunt from Galadriel comes in huge. Very little mana available, but the transformation does come through, gives a shield to Lorenzo now. Ray Shadow goes up into the Ragnarok, tries to pull Galadriel back, but thankfully he has the beads available. No kills there. But they do pull off the relics from Galadriel, and that alone, something of a win.
10.5 minutes into this game, and so far it's just been the Dark Show as he has been running around the map, basically controlling the game, controlling where the action has been. 3-1 and 1 reason Slashline so involved in all bar one of the kills in the entire game. The other one it's not involved in was a death that happened onto Aim Blue afterwards, or before his death. So, if you're Afterlife, you've got this little bit of a lead. You're just playing around Dark right now. You are making sure that wherever he goes, you are following and you are trying your best to keep him alive. But if you're Thunderhead, you're worried about this Pyromancer.
Dark is not able to stick around on this one. Typhoon is down. And Afterlife wisely make the call to drop this Pyromancer. Thunderhead in the area looking for a couple members of Afterlife that might be lagging behind. Dark still has not been able to reset just yet. Blue low on mana, and Galadriel is now being engaged on life of the party. Comes through, pulled in. Ray Shadow finds the kill. Those plants are one nasty garden coming out for Marcus there. Picks them up a kill. Pyromancer's still on the board.
And this is the ace in the hole that Thunderhead have. The Baron solo. We don't see it too much, mainly because it gets panned out a fair bit. And those times where it is picked, it doesn't get the chance to shine like it usually does. But if this is going to be another one of those games that goes for another 30, 35 minutes total game time, the Baron will have a chance to shine and showcase why it is such a highly contested and highly valued pick. You saw a little bit of a glimpse of it there by getting the kill or assisting in the kill on Gladriel, but as the game goes further on, it becomes a lot more potent, especially with the cooldowns being built.
Yeah, no, and it's not just the displacement either, right? Because he has such good healing for the team as well. Those consigned spirits are a big factor you have to consider in these fights. Anti-heal has to be online for Afterlife. Thankfully, they already have one Divine Ruin online for it. You know, one item doesn't cut it. You know, you have to have more than just one anti-heal item. You have to get your Pestilence or Contagions online. You have to get your Beat Sticks online. You have to maybe even sometimes have an Ankh, depending on how severe the healing is in these fights. Frankly, Wengu is going to be throwing out quite a lot of it. I don't know how many of you guys have seen, like, the chunk healing coming out from Consigned Spirits when he hits, like, 2 or 3 people. But it's a pretty big heal, and that alone can shift fights in favor of Thunderhead. And the thing is, when you fight around the objectives like that, that's exactly the kind of Consigned Spirits you're going to be looking for, the exact kind that you're going to be landing on multiple members because they're all so grouped up in one area.
Imagine this is going to be a Brawl's Beats coming out from Dark right now. It has to be to, as you said, keep up and try and reduce the healing coming out from Wengu, trying to reduce the healing coming out from Marcus, and Lifesteal coming out from ACD. I can't really see it being anything else, given that he's going to be building most likely into a Bumbus Hammer for cooldown reset, has the Transcendence, and has the Hydras online right now. That will match 40%, so you're not going to be able to really be building into a Jotuns, unless you really want to overcap CDR for some reason. So it leaves you with getting Brawlers or getting... I can't think of the other item now, it's just blanking my mind.
Crusher.
That's the one.
Crusher, yeah.
I don't seem getting a Crusher right now, considering Crusher has been nerfed a little bit, so I fully expect to see Brawlers.
Well, we'll wait and see here. I expect you're right. I suppose he could look for the Titan's Bane, but it might be a little bit early for that. I'd be very happy if it was just the Beat Stick. I think that's probably exactly what they need at this point in the game. Because what they really need is a way to get to these objectives. They need to find a way to find these picks so they can open these objectives up for themselves. Right now, there isn't really a gold lead that exists. It's about 100 to 300 in favor of either team at any given point here, depending on whose wave is closer to who. That's really the determining factor in that goal right now. It's not enough for you to feel comfortable going to any of these objectives just yet, but you also can't just kind of sit around forever. Well, actually, Afterlife can kind of just sit around and scale up if they so choose. But Thunderhead is on a little bit more of a timer. Fenrir does tend to fall off a little bit. Persephone, she's good throughout the game. She scales well, but Tiamat will outscale her as the game goes on. Same thing when you look at Ram and Jingwei. Sure, you know, Ram is a great late game hunter. Jingwei is the late game hunter.
I'd say I much prefer a Ram in the late game than I would do a Jingwei, but I agree mostly with the points here. Yeah, well, that's because I'm a Ram fan myself. And I don't know. I do a lot better with Ram than I do with any other ADC.
Well, I can get behind that reason. I'm not good at ADC in general, so I will take your word for it. You're the ADC expert now. All right, that's what we're going.
Oh my God, I've become
Speaking
what I
of
feared
ADCs,
most.
Both have Dev Gloves stacked up now. Both have the Wind Demon online. It's like ACD is just a little bit behind on his gold, trying to get that Silver Branch. Baku is being aggressed on, but Blue has to jump away because there's a full squad of Thunderhead trying to rotate around behind him. Overall, Baku, not really the best target if you're looking to find a pick so you can break these objectives open. It takes a little bit too long for him to kill. Marcus, however, is a much better target. The Geb Shield comes through, though, saves him from most of the damage there. He gets a reset quite comfortably.
Well, 16 minutes into the game, 4-3 reads the kills. Thunderhead's opening up a very slight lead. Once again, Pyromancer being looked at here. 2 tier 1s are still standing in the mid lane. That goes a Defender of Olympus as well as a rotation from Lorenzo. Almost a full grouping there. So stands the ADC there for Afterlife. And again, nothing really being done there. Good ward coverage, I would say, coming out from Afterlife on this right-hand side. Got a nice line there all the way to the blue buff. It's not really helping them find these objectives. It's not helping them push back into a position where they've got the gold lead themselves.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit surprised that Afterlife chose to drop the Pyromancer there as Galadriel is starting the Defender of Olympus onto Dark. That felt to me like a fairly good spot for them to be in, where it would have been a little bit risky for Thunderhead to try to step forward. And once Galadriel drops down, Dark could switch over to zone duty and let the Athena tank the Pyromancer while they burn it down. Unfortunately, not the way it goes. And have you noticed that like AimBlue is like always out of mana? Like I've just noticed like his mana bar is like always like a quarter full.
Well, he needs to try to get a bit more than quarter full if he wants to be helpful in these fights, and maybe his next item is going to help him do that just a little bit by giving him some more of that mana pool available. But engaging there, and there is the Grasp of Death coming out from the Persephone, keeping Galadriel at bay, but beads are going to get him out of trouble.
Good Typhoon. Very good Typhoon to mitigate the rest of the aggression there as well. Thunderhead, they're looking for the fights, but it's a weird dance right now where it feels like both of these teams are looking for the fight, but they're not able to fully engage. However, the Defender of Olympus comes through for Dark here. Up into the air goes ACD, but he may not be able to survive the landing. Good rolling assault does pull him a little bit away, but with 3 members waiting, there's just nothing he can do there. Samaro credited with that kill. 1 more kill in the name of Afterlife. Gold lead still favors Thunderhead.
And they're going to go straight for an objective here. The Gold Fury might be pulled, but a good rotation here from Thunderhead. They've actually snapped them. There's a pencil movement here from Ray Shadow.
Galadriel has nowhere to go, no teammates next to him. He's trying to run to AimBlue, but how long can he survive? Pulled back in to the life of the party, and it's not very long that he gets to live through that party at all. Thunderhead easily answer back with a 1-for-1 trade. Now Ray Shadow looking for a little bit more. Does find the stun onto Dark. He may not survive this one. Double kill for the jungler. Now AimBlue looking to try to punish this one. Earth and Shield comes through, but not enough. Samaro puts him right back down, punishing the over-aggression coming out. The Grasp of Death connects onto Lorenzo. Burned down by Samaro. Thunderhead just looking to disengage. Are able to walk away from this one. 2-for-1 trade.
ACD is back up, healthy, and ready to fight. But no objectives being looked at by either team. Both of them licking their wounds and just trying to wait for the next point where they can regroup and look for a fight that gives them a little bit more in the plus column rather than the minus.
Yeah, it's a tough fight that they've had so far. Neither team is really overcommitting to anything, it feels like. They just keep finding these really good flanks. And Ray Shadow is constantly looping under the rest of Afterlife, and it feels like maybe Afterlife just needs more defensive wards to catch that rotation coming out, so they aren't caught by surprise there. The retreat from Afterlife was also very strange, I felt like, because Galadriel and Dark separated, and maybe that was an intentional thing to try to pull attention to just one of them so that the other could get through. But what ended up happening was that neither of them were able to regroup with the team. AimBlue wasn't able to keep Galadriel alive, but that also meant that Dark wasn't pulled into the life of the party, so maybe it was calculated and I'm just kind of dumb.
There's a lot of ways that this entire thing could have been interpreted, and one thing that's not up for interpretation is Wengu's next item, Lono's Mask. Has already built the Protector's Mask going into the full Lonos. I personally think this might be a mistake here. Don't forget, Lonos does reduce the healing that you do as well. It reduces the damage that you do.
Galadriel, though,
you can find any form of teammates around him.
Beads do come out from Galadriel there, and you know it's not as bad as it could be. He pulls out the Ragnarok. Gold Fury started up there, and Thunderhead does secure the objective. Samaro now in a good spot. Here's a big flank comes through from both Dark and Lorenzo. Mark is immediately dropped off of this fight, and now the aggression is all from Afterlife. Ray Shadow is the target from the skies. ACT is trying to rain the damage down, but he's not able to find too much success. Now locked down, he's got nowhere to go. Samaro on a killing spree. Sure, you got yourselves a Fury, but at what cost, my friends? At what cost?
Yeah, they're gonna back off to base now. The rest of he tries to stop both backs, he only stops one. The rest of them, they've all back to base, and it only takes 4 of them to back to base to know exactly where their next step's gonna be. It's gonna be over on the big fire giant over on this right-hand side. 22 minutes into the game, and Afterlife are the ones that looks like they're gonna take the first big steps to taking a lead, a commanding lead in the game.
Blue has not been able to reset though, so he's still under half HP. Baku is the only one here that's able to really step forward into this. However, I say that Wengu is also here, and Afterlife do secure themselves the Fire Giant. Wengu trying to find a way out, but bounced around back into the Fire Giant pit. My friend, you have nowhere to go. The Consigned Spirits is not going to be enough for you. Aim Blue takes one more to his name. 1-1-5. Mid laner feeling good.
Well, 10 kills to 5, 22.5 minutes into the game. Fire Giant on all 5 members of your team. Yeah, this is looking like the perfect scenario. So what do? You start looking to push down some objectives. The first 2 towers have fallen, but they've fallen against Afterlife rather than with them. Expect that to be changed in this Fire Giant. You're going to see the 3 tier 1 towers fall. Potential going to be a tier 1 and a tier 2 in one lane, as well as the rest of the tier 1s. Could be 2 tier 2s, but I don't see all 3 tier 2s being taken out so far.
Yeah, at this point in the game, the gold is still even. It's only barely in favor of Afterlife after taking that Fire Giant. But, like you said, with these tier 1s now up for contention, things are going to start changing pretty quickly on these graphs. Thunderhead still has potential to defend these tier 2s, I'd say. And it's on account of this gold lead really not having manifesting at all so far in the game. Thunderhead, they might not have Fire Giant, but with a tier 2 tower helping them out on the defense, they could still have a pretty good fight.
Yeah, they can definitely defend on the tier 2s. There's no doubt. They just have to be organized and in position to defend it once the aggression does start. If they're not in position to defend it, for example, if we see Marcus over in mid lane right now, and they're trying to call for a defense, it's not really going to happen. So they have to rely on stalling before Marcus can get there.
Take a look though, Ray Shadow's looking for a flank here. Marcus has joined up on the defense. Afterlife not full committing anything just yet. Baku stepping in front of Samaro, not letting him hit this tower without forcing the tower aggro onto him. And now the go button has gone. Galadriel being melted down. Lorenzo caught in the grasp of death, but on the back end, Dark has a huge typhoon that utterly destroys the defense coming out from Thunderhead. Wengu is able to punish that one, but Lorenzo is still on the fight, pushing Wengu further and further back. This tier 2 is sure to fall now, allowing Afterlife to make a sweep. Take a look, Galadriel has reset and come back through the Defender of Olympus. The Phoenix is the next target here. Only 3 members of Thunderhead are able to get to this defense. This Phoenix is getting lower and lower, dropped down. What was expected to be just tier 1s and some tier 2s turns into a full Phoenix push. Wengu? Still in danger? Still in danger is Wengu being blasted down, and Afterlife is looking for more and more. They're not able to find this one. Wengu should be out of here. Afterlife finally have to call this one off.
Yeah, they wanted to try and go ahead and potentially end there, but I think with the tier 2 towers up, the tier 1 in mid still, and then 2 Phoenixes subsequently because of that, it's way too tanky, way too healthy this time, does way too much damage. So just back off for now. Reset a little bit. You got your Fire Giant up for another 46, 45 seconds. Set up for the next Fire Giant, and then push down another Phoenix.
Yeah, I'd really like them to get this tier 1 and mid off the board before they lose this fire, and exactly what they're going to do here. 3 members strong. All they really need is Samaro to hit this. Like, Lorenzo and Galadriel are just here for the looks to take the tower aggro. Samaro just melts that thing on his own right now. Late game ADCs are in full effect. Now this gives them the opportunity to reset, prepare for the next Fire Giant, get that better position, and more importantly, get the wards down for it. Well, Primal Fury actually coming up here. And so this might be the next target for Afterlife before they drift over to that Thunderhead, the Fire Giant. Goodness me. And Lorenzo, we're going to start this one up, and sure enough, Afterlife going to melt this one down. This does, though, AJ, give Thunderhead opportunity to get to the Fire Giant first and get some wards down.
That was very quick on that side of things. And yeah, Fire Giant spawning up in the next 40 seconds. Pyromancer probably spawning up a little bit before that. I'm Thunderhead. I'm taking this opportunity now to ward up, and that's exactly what Ray Shadow's doing. Because you're not going to get another opportunity to do so again. This is Afterlife's game 2 lose, but you still have opportunities to win it of your own accord, because it's not the 10,000 gold just yet. But no, just all it takes is a couple people plodding away, just trying to force you out, and then he's all of a sudden lost positional advantage.
Link does come through from Dark there, so that's going to be on cooldown for the next about 2 minutes there. Not going to be available for this Fire Giant, but you know, if you're on the Fire Giant, chances are you're not finding too many chances to blink anyhow, just for the damage it's going to be doing. Afterlife starts this one right on up. Thunderhead looking to get aggressive into it. Baku is the one leading the charge, and they do have to pull back as Baku makes his way in. Dark on the side, looking for a flank, but Raishao is doing the same exact thing on the back end of this fight. Fired out by Aim Blue, not going to get in there too easily at all. Thunderhead still looking for a fight here, not willing to give Afterlife anything at all for free. Baku rolls in, looking at Lorenzo. Knockup comes through, and Shadow still looking for the flank, not able to find it. AJ, neither team willing to commit anything just yet. Hawk comes through, but there's no follow-up.
Yeah, because the second that any team almost pulls the trigger and commits, then all of a sudden the fight breaks out, and Baku is already gone.
Baku has a good Cataclysm that puts some in danger, but they're not able to find any kills off of it. Dropped down is Raised Shadow by Aim Blue, and now Afterlife surges forward. Samaro drops one more. 3 members down from Thunderhead. This Thunderhead is not looking so thunderous today. Mangu trying to find a way out. He has Aim Blue's attention on him, but meanwhile, it's ACD fighting for his life on 4 members. He's not able to do that one, and it doesn't look like Wengu's going to be able to get there either. Dangerously low now as Aim Blue's just trying to find the last bit of damage. Knock him off the mark. A lot of damage off the mark, and Wengu might actually work his way out of this. No, the Primordial Onslaught is also short, but in the meantime, Afterlife has walked into the base. He doesn't need to land the abilities. He just needs to keep Wengu from backing. The Ladril's down, but so is the Titan, and Afterlife take this one to the Game 3 victory by just rushing the Titan. Who needs a Fire Giant?
You don't need Fire Giants technically to end the game, but they do really help out a little bit. But hey, if you get a fight like that where you just absolutely decimate the back line and absolutely eradicate the front line, then you don't even need Fire Giant, don't even need only minions, you don't need minions of any kind of description. You can just walk in there and take the Titan yourself. Congratulations, very huge congratulations to Afterlife for the ones that be able to take down this week and win the finals 2-1. Congratulations to Thunderhead, obviously second place, not exactly where they wanted to be. No team wants to come in and finish second, but they put on a great performance, especially that game number 2 of theirs, and I think they will definitely be back again for more.
Yeah, despite taking a loss here, I don't think either team can be too upset with how they played this one tonight. Both teams really did put on a show here. You got to feel a little bit bad for Galadriel, constantly being pulled out and targeted by Thunderhead. And then after an entire game where he's just being targeted by Thunderhead, he falls to the Titan and the last push for his 3rd death. That just feels bad, man.
I mean, sure, but he's saying worth as he's busy at home, popping the champagne bottles, jumping up and down, celebrating. That's what you do when you win the SOC week.
Absolutely. And, Thunderhead, they looked like they had a good engagement on that last Fire Giant. Ray Shadow was able to find a wraparound. Baku did find a good Blink Cataclysm. It hit 2 members there, and Ray Shadow was immediately able to jump in. But Baku just got immediately erased and wasn't able to contribute anything else to the fight. It pulled out some beads, and then because Baku died so quickly, when Ray Shadow jumped in, he suddenly found himself all alone. He's thinking, well, where did my support go? What's going on here? I thought this was a 2v2 over here, and it just kind of cascaded from there.
Yeah, and I think what was when Baku died as well, Wengu was forced to go into the life of the party, and was then just it was a sitting duck. He tried to pull somebody away to give the space to the Ray Shadow. That's how their fights were won. They split up the team fight almost into like thirds, but they couldn't split it up even into halves. It was still just kept whole by Afterlife. And the one fight where it was just kept with a full 5 versus 5, that's the fight that Afterlife managed to win hands over fist.
Well, once again, congratulations to Afterlife, and a smaller congratulations as well to Thunderhead for making it this far. That's going to do it for us here today on the EU side of things. It's been Spooky and AJ, but make sure you are back tomorrow for more SPL, more SCC, and more SOC, because the action just does not stop rolling on the weekends. Thank you all. Have a great night.
Aloha! Hey, what's up, folks? This is Cliff, aka Davian505, and welcome to the rest of Saturday night stream here on the Smite Game channel. Sorry about the little bit of delay. I actually had internet issues right as the open circuit ended, but hopefully everything is running as expected. I didn't restart my computer or anything like that. I did have to reconnect some services on my side and restart some of my apps, but everything seems like it's running in just fine. So I hope you guys are all having a much more wonderful, less chaotic weekend than I am right now. But we are here up and running. What's up, Kazi? Parsifal! Call Lump, how are you guys? Hope you guys are doing well. Like I said, hope you guys are having an awesome week. And you know, hope you guys have a good Sunday. Anonymous is here. What's up, Anonymous? How are you today? Like I said, we're getting into some games, have some fun, play a touch of Smite night because it is Saturday night, so it is definitely some Smite night. So you guys got me for about a little bit less than an hour until I'm on here till about 10 p.m. Mountain, which is midnight Eastern, and then I'll be streaming on my own personal channel right after this, twitch.tv/Davian505. Whew, what a day, man. Went to our favorite Asian market, had to buy some oyster sauce and some other necessities for some of the dishes we like making, and then had some good old Italian food for dinner, for lunch and dinner, because it was a little filling and we had some leftovers. So I had a steak and tomato cream pasta. She had the green chili chicken Alfredo, and then my daughter had the pepperoni pizza. So some good stuff, some good old food, fulfilling food, good stuff. This place called Saggio's. That sounds bomb. Yeah. And I also had the calamari, man. I personally, when it comes to fried calamari appetizers, it's not fried calamari unless you see the tentacles. Like, forget, you know, Olive Garden, right? I don't know. For me, Olive Garden calamari, Olive Garden fried calamari is the absolute worst. I think it's overbreaded, and they only give you the ring, so you can't tell if it's actually real calamari and stuff like that, or if it's just, you know, like basically ground up calamari or whatever like that. But when you go to a place and they have calamari, tastes fresh, it tastes good, of course, and it has the tentacles, then that feels to me is more authentic than any, you know, than any Olive Garden can ever produce and stuff like that. So definitely had some of that, and it was great. It was awesome. Came with a very I would say like a southwestern style ranch dip, and I definitely enjoyed it. Exactly, Monolith, exactly. I mean, nowadays, right, I mean, it's like, it's the same thing, right? When you think about it, right? Is it actually real egg, or is it just, you know, the mixer? I forgot what they call it, but then I mean, you can tell, right? Like, I mean, when you get the egg yolks and the whites, and that, for me, I know that's a real egg. But then if you don't see the little white streaks in your scrambled eggs sometimes, then it's either the one they didn't mix it well, or it's just fake egg. I love kimchi squid. They have a dish on Anonymous. I forgot what's it called, but it's a pretty awesome dish. It comes with squid, and they basically use a kimchi base as it. And I'm not playing that, and I enjoy that one. The egg wash stuff, yeah, man. I don't like fake egg myself. Oh my God, we gotta start off with a Zeus. Okay, why not? It's just like that. Anyways, first game of the night. We're getting some games, have some fun, do some Smite night. If you do want to join in and play, I do play with all my viewers, followers, subscribers, as well as mods and subs, but I think we might be full because we're gonna have Erico here, one of my mods, join me. Right now in the party, we got myself, we got Rythology, Frank Knight 1, and Kitao. First game of the night, let's go. Anyone know what to do if the drops aren't going in my account? Completely try relinking your account. That's the best thing to do. OP gauge.
So many souls, so much power. All shall belong to me in the end.
That's what I would do. Try and disconnect from your Twitch as well, man. Do it both sides. They gotta have a Zeus. All right, who said we got? Who said? Who brought the high elo Zeus in here? He's gonna shock you. Top elo? We'll find out tonight when we have the picks and bans. Wait, do they have picks and bans for Smite Night, or is it just straight up fight? Okay. Definitely right, Haji. Even Parsifal thinks so. Is that Erico? Can we quit at 5? Can we quit at 10 then? Hey! Wait, what? Why did you not get beads? I couldn't. Spicy calamari? It was a calamari with chipotle ranch. See, I knew it had some kind of Southwest twist to it. It was really, really good. Yeesh. Said, I think this might be a quick 10-minute game. What up, Kai? How's it? You were in the Discord? We're still waiting for Erico? Oh, okay.
Hey, back up now.
I should have gone with attack speed. Nice warm-up game. I mean, you got it right. I mean, there's a lot of things going on, and yeah. Need 3 for Smite Night. Add me, Kim Samba. Well, hopefully you get some people in here. Hot Shrek.
Your middle tower is under attack. Be careful. You're just jealous you can't have who said I was too jiggly. That was amazing. I'm the hotness.
Should keep him away. Uh-oh. Orbin back if we need it. It's only because of the Zeus, man. It's only because of the Zeus. I think everybody else is not as problematic. Gonna get caught out.
Killing spree.
I don't have. Finally, Erico's here.
An ally has been slain.
You better be ready, Erico. Eesh. Tried to get in there.
There was nothing you could have done there. Do my curves scare you? Your middle tower is under attack. You see? Now this
Yeah. What's up, Tux? How are you, man? Kill. Some gods, man, some gods I definitely think are definitely more weighted in other modes than, or more valued in other modes than Conquest, and I believe Zeus is SS tier when it comes to Assault, along with Alpach. All right, let's get Erico in here. All right, let's get Erico in here. Let's get Erico in the party. What's up, Deet? Is there a queue to join? I love Assault. Captain, if I wasn't all my mods are right now with me, Captain, but if we had room, I'd definitely have you in here. On my own personal channel, I do have a queue system. Unfortunately, Smite Game, the Smite Game channel doesn't allow us to do that here. Maybe that's something I can suggest. And I mean, people have always been asking if they could join and stuff like that. A nice queue system would work, but I don't know how we would have control of this. The community streamers would have control because we don't have like full control on a lot of different things. So I mean, I can ask and see. But like I said, I normally do play with all my viewers, followers, subscribers, as well as mods and subs on my own personal channel, and extend the same courtesy here on the Smite Game channel. Maybe there'll be room when I get on over to my side, Captain. And we play a lot of Smite. I definitely, I mean not Smite, Assault. I love Assault. Assault is my mode to go-to mode.
Got a new spot to tag. Nice.
I'm gonna regret this.
Grasshopper. Mercury.
Ohana means family.
Captain, mahalo for the follow. Welcome to the Honda, man. I appreciate it. Kai, what you up to, my man? Golden Blade into Rage. All right. Look, they got a Merc too. Look, I am a level 2 Merc against him. I'm going Golden Blade, starting off with Seer. Is it Seer or should I get the other one? Okay. No, he has a border.
I am the Dojo Grandmaster, or something like that. More awesomeness.
All right, let me run around for a little bit so I can get my speed. So I'm gonna go yellow to red, mid to clear, then the 2 whites, then back for mid, and then should be going to oracles. Yeah, somebody's got to be pimp. Makes sense here. You have a lot of skins. You play in Nintendo DS? No, man, I'm on Xbox, man. And I've been playing Smites for a bit, man. Missing mid right now. Nice. Mid camp if you want it. I'm gonna put this ward here.
Ancient kung fu swords use wards.
I guess we got clear.
Not the best, is he?
Go ahead and drop your red right now. Looks like everybody's doing okay. Could be probably better, but
Maybe they should have stayed home.
Your right tower is under attack.
Nice. That's a start.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I ward. So did my father and his father before him.
I don't know where their jungle's at. Uh-oh.
Already? We just started.
The goal of York has arrived.
Buffs down.
More awesomeness.
Your middle tower is under attack.
What did he go? He went to Golden Blade too.
Enemy missing middle. Can't stop this machine.
Okay, I'll head over after these buffs.
Oh man, got two of them.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay.
Your right tower is under attack.
Zhang's right here. I hear Mercury somewhere.
We are just getting started.
Nah, he knew somehow. How in the world did he finish?
Enemy missing lift. Your middle tower is under attack.
Thing barely even fought back.
I don't know where Merc is.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Get back up. We have more streets to tag. Ancient kung fu. Enemy missing middles.
I think they might be babysitting the.
Maybe they should have stayed home.
Should have called. Too late. Watch out left, watch out left. Alt down from, what's his name?
Maybe you should have brought more friends. I could do this all night.
What's up, Gabby? Yeah, what's wrong with Merc?
The fire giant has arrived.
Watch out, Merc.
Your team has
Already? We just started. They're going to need more than that. Tagged and bagged.
enemy missing middle.
They are definitely warding up though.
I ward. So did my father before him. Not the best, is it?
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy team has destroyed the pyramids. Your right tower is under attack.
Red's down.
More awesomeness.
I'm gonna help right. 2 mid right now. There's 3 right now.
Your middle tower is under attack. So wonderful.
I missed that. I hear Merc.
Enemy missing blip.
Already? They just started. They're starting to look like a work of art.
Trying, Stickman. They're probably on gold.
Your right tower is under attack.
You're not protecting your mid.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ancient use wards.
Not protecting your mid.
Ran out of paint. Get back up. We have more streets to tag.
Eesh.
Can't a little carried
Gotta
away
try to
there.
learn some. Skier.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Can't stop this machine.
Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your right tower.
And as mentioned earlier, there's no way this is a level 1 Merc. What's up, Inhuman Kitty Crack? Not sure where they are right now.
Maybe they should have stayed.
He ulted. No call.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
Smurf Merc, that is it.
Enemy missing left. Destroyed the pyramid. The forest's guides.
Damn, 12-1. You went for the buff, so I might as well just clear the wave. Merc mid. Level 19 Merc. Watch out right, watch out right.
Can't stop this machine. Get back up. We have more streets to take.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Now they're going for gold. Yeah. Cool, SKR, but you know what? The thing is, I'm learning. I mean, anybody who knows me in SKR knows that I don't know how to play Merc, and knows I'm trying to learn how to play Merc, and knows I'm trying to still learn how to play jungle, man. Like I said, I'm trying to learn. Why can't I learn? All right, and let's do that all over again. What's up, Fosters? All right, just gonna play an ad. We'll be right back. Probably got less than about maybe 15 minutes. So hopefully, I don't know. That's right. Invade. What's up, Invade? How are you, man? If anything, right, I should be learning how to play Merc from Mr. Invade over there. I know he knows a few things or two about Merc. Like, if there was a stream team, right, and you know it was like me and the community streamers, I'd pick Invade 100% to be either my ADC or to be my Merc, because I know he knows how to play. Do anyone know when we actually start getting the Mizkif rewards for watching? I believe it's during the Invitational. I don't think it's anytime soon. I think the Invitational is on the 27th. Jungle is a hard role, but no one wants to give people time to learn it. I mean, I think so, Conscious. I've been playing this game for since season 3.5, and you know, I've been staying away from jungle as much as I can because that's one of the reasons why I don't like playing jungles, because people just don't have the patience for a new jungler to learn things. And the other thing is that everybody expects you to be everywhere on the map for some reason. So. What's up, Terror Real? How are you? And of course, it doesn't make for a fun night. So did that game not come? Did that game not be part of the Smite Night experience? Yeah, I have the quest started. I have 0 of 3.
Panic like you're feeling wavy. Way too early to be hazy. Start a 10 job cause you're crazy. Yeah, you back in the game and you don't feel ashamed. Always want me at your party. Like me next to a Bacardi. Cause you know I'm spinning faster than a Harley. Yeah, you're still in the game but you don't feel ashamed. You just close your eyes when you wish to be free. You look up to the sky and call on me. Let me put color in your sky, take away the gray. Turn the roof to a floor on a Saturday. Up your doll in the night, you do what I say. I'm just a getaway, I'm just your getaway. I'll make you warm if it's chilly and I probably make you say things you wouldn't do normally. I'm like a 9 to 5 job, but you work for me. I'm your getaway, cause you can get away. perception. What is real, what's your projection? I make you dizzy and you ain't got no protection. You're lost in the game, can't remember your name. Calling on the horn and my ship will come to play. You can get no sleep, stay awake to numb the pain. Make you save your problems for another day. I'm your getaway, but you can get away. You just close your eyes when you wish to be free. You look up to the sky and call on me. Let me put color in your sky, take away the gray. Turn the roof to a floor on a Saturday. Up it all in the night, you do what I say. I'm just a getaway, I'm just your getaway. I'll make you warm if it's chilly, and I probably make you say things you wouldn't do normally. I'm like a 9 to 5 job, that you work for me. I'm your getaway, 'cause you can get away. Let me put color in your sky, take away the gray. Turn the roof to a floor on a Saturday. Up it all in the night, you do what I say. I'm just a getaway, I'm just your getaway. I'll make you warm if it's chilly, and I probably make you say things you wouldn't do normally. I'm like a 9 to 5 job, that you work for me. I'm your getaway, 'cause you can get away. All of my friends, they were litty as hell. Run it, let's start phase with the latest bands. Whole kitty gang just doing a thing. Ba-boom, ba-boom, what the dogs can't have. Pillow talk, glitter walls, simple minds want it all. Take it off, 5 o'clock. What come the rocks? What come the rocks? Dirty socks, kitchen sink, bring it on. Drink a drink it off, take it off, take it off, take it off. Rhythm and blues, sipping on gin and juice. Drinking, 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 drinking. Straight out of her comfort zone, yeah. Daddy, mama got it going on. Hatches, explicit content, yeah. Doing what we wanna all night long. Video from Red Bud and kids are gone. Lights are on now. Party in the box. Party in the box. Night is young, we are not feeling something. Feeling us too, just like rhythm and blues. Drinking, 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 feeling us too, just like rhythm and blues. Straight out of her comfort zone, yeah. Daddy, mama got it going on. Hatches, explicit content, yeah. Doing what we wanna all night long. What come the rocks? What come the rocks? What come the rocks? What come the rocks? Party in the box, just like rhythm and blues. What come the rocks? What come the rocks? What come the rocks? Just like rhythm and blues. Rhythm and rhythm and rhythm and rhythm. Straight out of her comfort zone, yeah. Daddy, mama got it going on. Hatches, explicit content, yeah. Doing what we wanna all night long. Straight out of her comfort zone, yeah. Daddy, mama got it going on. Hatches, explicit content, yeah. Doing what we wanna all night long. It's been some damn heavy years, a flood of endless tears, been laying on the ground for too long. Search for love everywhere, and sometimes I didn't care, just wanted someone around. Oh no, I got up on my knees, tried to make a change. Suddenly I began to feel alive. Slowly open my heart, trust somebody again. This time I don't feel lonely. I don't need you, so you better treat me good or I will leave you. 'Cause I want you, but not to the cost of everything. No, I won't haunt you. damn deep. I don't need to go there. I don't wanna go there, no, no. No, no. No, no. I don't wanna go there, no, no. I don't need you, so you better treat me good or I will leave you. I want you, but not to the cost of everything. No, I won't hunt you, 'cause I got self-esteem now, because I care for me now. I picked up all the million pieces of my broken heart. No, I don't need you, so you better treat me good or I will leave you. I wanna be with you, so you better treat me good or I will leave you. I wanna be with you, so you better treat me good or I will leave you. I wanna be with you, 'cause I'm falling, 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 falling. I wanna be with you, 'cause I'm falling, falling, falling. Just please give me a call. Bye. I've been stuck in my head, think I need to escape. Feels like I'm waiting, do you feel the same? My mom used to say that no matter your age, at the end of the day, you only wanna feel safe. But I'd rather walk into a space to see if you're still awake. If it's ever gonna be right, if we ever had the time, hope you know that I try. If we'll ever make it feel right, still think we can work it out. Hope you know that I try. I'm running over the highways, running sideways. I'm falling, but I'm starting to love it. We might fall apart, but we always do. If it's ever gonna be right, if we ever had the time, hope you know that I try. If we'll ever make it feel right, still think we can work it out. Hope you know that I try.
It's a beautiful Saturday morning here in Alpharetta, and we are going to be kicking things off with the Smite Challenges circuit today. My name is Gormizer. Mifflin's on the desk with me, and we're going over to Europe here in the SCC, watching the Wargs take on the Mambo. A lot of fun, and I think an interesting dynamic to be had, because we got to see these teams a few weeks ago playing on this new patch. And now it's just going to be fun to see how they've adapted to it. A couple of weeks of practice. We've seen a few sets so far this week. Nothing but 2-0s so far. And you had looked at me prior to this and said, yeah, this one's probably going to go 3. So really, whether that was like a feeling in the air for you or just something that you could maybe say about either Europe or just the way games are going. Lengthy right now. Yesterday in the SPL, we had some really good games. So I feel like everything's up in the air here in the 9-5 bonus. With some of the Hunter nerfs, Mifflin, but not enough.
Just call it the Hunter nerf patch, but you're right to say it wasn't enough. I was surprised watching from home yesterday, seeing how much Hunter
There's
emphasis
just all
there
over
was.
the place.
Yeah, they're just locked in. They're loving that role regardless. But I brought up the fact that I thought this might go 3 because the Wargs and Mambo were so close during the Masters event. We knew that Mambo may have been playing on ping, right? So it's not exactly the most even of playing fields. Not that the playing field has been evened yet again. I'm expecting some highly competitive matches.
Yeah, you can see here, we're watching the Mambo and the Wargs. That's where you're at right now on this schedule. And the other 2 sets, you might have noticed because of patch notes on Thursday. Wow, geez, days, hard to do. 2 sets weren't shown because we had patch notes. We wanted to watch that. We wanted to see what was going to be coming in 9-6, Lancelot, all the cool news that came with that. And so a couple of these sets, instead of being on Thursday, are going to be broadcast after SPL. There's one going to be after SPL today. That's the Gladiators and the Ravens. Then one after SPL tomorrow, the Scorpions and the Ferrymen. So if you watch this today, and then you watch set 1 of SPL, Dragons Valks, and you watch set 2 SPL, Bolts Scarabs, and then you're just like, man, that wasn't enough Smite for me. Good news for you. This is the one day potentially this year that you are going to be able to get even more. Another set afterward. And a lot of fun, because when you look at it, this team, specifically Hex Mambo Mifflin, this is a team that I almost always have high expectations for. Sometimes they come in swinging and exactly what you would expect from a team with all these names. And I think a lot of it comes around, the resurgence of them, specifically from solo lane. They picked up Deathwalker, and then you add in Johnny Zeros, you have Trix Tank, Ekrom, like every single player on this team's a heavy hitter. And it feels like whatever it was they did, that solo lane swap, helped uplift this team, and maybe morale, maybe comms, whatever it was, it worked.
Yeah, Deathwalker has been a great advent for this squad, has really upped the rotation game, I think is what it was. He's been getting involved a little bit earlier than what we'll see from some of these other solo laners. Not recently, though, as in 9-5, it seems like these solo laners are very adept and willing to wait till level 20 to leave that lane, especially on some of Deathwalker's signature picks, like the Hades. We've been seeing a whole lot of Bumba's Hammer Hades, and it is incredibly hard to deal with, but does take a little while to hit the ground running. I thought that we would see Hex Mambo fall off a little bit, though, in 9-5, considering one of their greatest win conditions, the things that have really been lining up for them the most throughout the last couple of years, is this aggressive style of play from Trix Tank in particular. He loves to play things like the Sobek, like the Bacchus, get involved very early on. I believe it was Aggro last year who said this is one of the most degenerative support players we've ever seen because of the lack of respect that he shows his opposition. And in 9-5, it's just so much harder to leverage that early game aggression because of how survivable everybody was.
Yeah.
But in these situations, Trix Tank has very clearly adapted, and he's shifted up his style a little bit, has become a more so, not resigned, but refined, I think is probably the better way to put it,
Yeah.
in that he's not getting overly aggressive. I would almost say it's a similar parallel journey that we've seen from like Awesome Jake throughout the last couple of years, where he comes into the league and he's just over-aggressive and has slowly kind of reined it in.
It's going to be interesting to see how they take this matchup. Last time these two met was at Masters. They actually was a 2-0 for the Mambo, which is maybe news for the Wargs on the other side, something that they have to be able to bounce back from. A lot of play from this team throughout a lot of this, but I mean, even now, you can go back and look at where this matchup was, and it's specifically, again, tons of players that you know are really good. You've got Angry, you've got Sarpei, you've got Spuddy Okana, and of course Preds over there. And they've made a lot of impactful plays, even against this team, as you can see there with a good first blood. But it is that consistency of traveling into the late game, being able to find those wins and making sure they stay ahead. Things like that have been a little troublesome for them. They were knocked out by the Mambo. The Mambo then immediately went on to get knocked out by the Wardens. So a lot of fun stuff, I think, that happened at Masters. But that keeps the conversation going here. The Wargs at this point may be looking for a little bit of revenge of getting knocked out of the tournament.
Yeah, it's certainly a revenge kill situation, I'm thinking, for this team. And a team that I thought made great strides throughout the duration of the Masters event, actually adapting some of those NA stylings. We saw that they were both regions, rather, were kind of adapting to each other's style and taking bits and pieces that work here and there.
Oh.
And I'd argue that the Wargs really have done a great job of doing that so far. Namely, Spudio has been a standout for me. I know that he was like the last guy on the screen, but this dude has been very, very consistent in that ADC role, and it's an ADC meta.
Well, I've learned that I need to do my reading a little bit more, because the team that did get 2-0'd by the Hex Mambo aren't the same team anymore. Angry, who I usually hang my hat on with when it comes to this roster, is not playing with them anymore. Sap7 from the Highland Ravens has been picked up in the mid lane here. So that one, I mean, that's one of 3 changes that are listed here, but that one's maybe the biggest. I think Sap is a good player, but Angry was like my pick for if you had to grab like there's maybe 2 or 3 names on the list of who do you go to next for mid laners. One of them got picked up or actually I guess 2 of them, because BennyQ as well as Pagon got scooped in here. Angry was on that list for me as someone who had been very prominent. We'll see, I guess, how this affects the Wards. Usually not too well at the very beginning of a phase. We'll have to watch, though, because that means that this is a set that if they win it, that's, first off, insane for them. But 2, it means they're off for a really, really good phase 2. But if they lose, phase 2's nuts long, so it's really not going to be maybe as stressful for them if it's not as good as they would like.
And just top to bottom, to break it down one more time in case you couldn't get it. Kana out for Kha'Zix, Angry out for Sap7, and Preds is now replaced by Ollie. And I am told these are all permanent changes. This is going to be the new squad going forward. So all that analysis we just did on the desk, all the thought processes, the mental gymnastics as we try to figure out how this matchup is going to look, is worthless. Because we don't know what this team is anymore. You replace one guy, that changes your team a pretty significant amount. You change 2 people, it's a completely different squad. 3 people out, this is... It might as well not even have the same name.
And that's actually, the fun thing, because like that used to be the rule, right? And I think it might
used
still
to be 3-man core.
Yeah, you had to keep 3 in order to be registered as like the same team. If it was your spot, if you had to have 3. But that was usually like year-to-year stuff, conversation like that. So losing literally 3 people means you are a different team in the eyes of rules. And so we'll have to see how this goes. Yamoja Ram gets locked in, something that we saw in some of those highlights, although admittedly I think I saw Mambo playing them, not the Wargs. We'll see how that works out. We do get the Heimdall pickup, which I will say almost and has been in the past a must ban against the Mambo, because the rest of the team could feed their brains out, but for some reason you get to 23 minutes and E-Chrome on Heimdall just hits harder. Something that was a forced ban, but you had mentioned this as well, the Hades that has been really big for Deathwalker over there. It's like so far this draft is just Hex Mambo. It's not really like, cool, can we play the meta? Cool, can we play what's awesome? Let's just play us, and I kind of like it.
That's been their MO since like day one. The Hex Mambo has not once concerned themselves with what their opposition are doing or what anybody else in the meta is doing, what the SPL's up to. Instead, it's always been, hey, these are the picks that we like to play a lot. Let's try and build some compositions around that can work out, and they've done a great job adapting their style to work up against what everybody else is doing in these leagues. So expect a whole lot of this throughout the year from Hex Mambo. A lot of the Heimdalls, a lot of the Hades, regardless of the meta. I think that's generally what we're going to be looking towards, and that's continued now. Post-second phase of bans. Disco locked in. This is one of the only squads doing it.
Like, outside of the ROM, a lot of what we've seen on the Wargs was stuff that was, well, even the ROM to an extent. Like, Cyclone Spin likes to play it every now and then. He's maybe not like the top-tier hunter people are going to, considering, you know, you still got your Ullers, your Chernobyls right now are very popular. Agni may be the second or maybe even the least likely to be picked up in some of the more meta quote-unquote matches.
Pick rate.
But at this point, you know, with the Bear... Thanks, man. The Baron with the Kali and with the Yamoja, it feels like they are pretty much, well, at least part of them playing the tier list. Now, Fafnir to lock it in on the other side, maybe the most in pick that the Mambo have, but still something that works really well for Trix. This is going to be a treat because it is kind of like playing what we've seen be more successful in 9-5 versus what we've seen be successful for the Hex Mambo.
Yeah, this Fafnir lock-in is curious to me. You don't have a standard auto-attacker composition, so Coerce isn't going to get the full value that you would see. Generally, you want like a double hunter or auto-attack assassin. You don't really have that, so it's all about that initiation. You're still boosting burn around objectives, but not to the same extent that I think we're all used to seeing from a Fafnir.
Well, the good news is we'll find out whether or not it is going to work out well. Like you said, missing some of the synergy, but we're here in game number 1, Wargs versus Mambo. Now, you're going to see a lot of names, and I think a lot of recognizable ones over on the left. Although I will say Ollie is a name that I recognize, but will admit cannot bring in, my brain does not immediately have any information to provide about them. So someone that has been in the scene and has played competitively, but you get Sap, you get Kha'Zix, a couple of players that have on their own made very large splashes. And I guess there's always the question, I mean, with new teams, you get to talk about, man, what are your comms like together? How well do you guys get along? Presumably well, because you just dropped 3 members. And, trying to get back into a state where, like, you feel at your best competitively. And unfortunately, I'm going to say this, week 1, usually 2 weeks after having a huge change-up, is not typically when you're going to be at your peak just yet.
No, it's going to take a little while for this team to figure out exactly how they're going to play. I'm expecting even different styling, like this composition likely won't even play the same style of Smite that we're used to. Maybe they're not looking for that late game emphasis. Maybe it's more so towards the mid game. I would never say that the Niflheim Wargs are an objective-oriented team, but this is no longer the Niflheim Wargs that we're used to seeing, so they very well could be. But you bring up Ollie, and I figure might as well use the notes given to us by production. Last seen on Aerials Arise, it's an EU PS4 team. That was back in around 2019. Since then, Ollie's been playing in the SOC, kind of honing his style there and trying to iterate and find an opportunity to step up, and has done so now an entire league from SOC to SEC in Ollie's story.
I like that. We're going to get on this. We're making a brand new documentary. Well, only if they win a ton, right? Like that'd be if they come in.
If Ollie makes it to Worlds,
and they're
I'll make a doc.
Yeah, right. Someone's gonna clip this, and then if they make it to Worlds, you're going to have that tweeted at you. I want you to know. I'm just excited to watch how this ends up going because, again, a lot of the players on both of these squads I've had very impressive moments with. It's easy to say for Hex Mambo. Dominant last year. And, of course, even ignoring just that, Johnny, has a pentakill against the Kings in the SPL. Has a long, good career in the SCC. And then prior to that was, like, on Burrito, I think, in the SPL for a little bit as well. So, like, a lot of play there. Deathwalker has been to World Championships. Trixtank, guess what? He's been on the top of the world as well.
Deathwalker?
Now he's in a little bit of trouble going for the blue buff invade. Johnny's here to save him. They don't have ults yet, though. So they're going to get chased down. Kali getting a first blood kill would be important here. Sarpei wants a little more, but I don't know if they have the damage to do so. Not with how the Howers are in this 9-5 patch. They're going to have to pull it back, but that was a lot of aggression from Hex Mambo.
It was. Deathwalker just calling the bluff. Sarpei was not willing to engage. I thought maybe we'd see the Kali try and put some damage in while Deathwalker was standing inside the minion wave, but he holds on to all of his abilities, Sarpei that is, until Deathwalker dedicates the leap to the blue buff. But had he applied damage a little bit sooner, could have potentially made it a little bit easier to defend the blue. You're not really sustaining that much as Hades at level 3. Could have found a couple more opportunities. The sooner you get your cooldowns on cooldown, the sooner you can use them again. But a very lackadaisical approach to that gank from Sarpei, and Deathwalker just playing with the utmost confidence. I mean, that was a level 3 Hades proxying wave, solo invading blue. Eventually, the Hunbot shows up, but Johnny didn't really do a whole lot for Peel. Gotta feel like that could have gone a lot better for the Wargs.
And you gotta feel like Deathwalker, like that's a mental that I feel like shakes you, right? If you see the other guy not caring.
I can't believe he did that.
Like the way he just played it. Just showcases, and like, to the point where it's just confidence that radiates out from Deathwalker. We've seen this Hades pick before. It skips the starter, as you can see here, and has gone immediately into a Bancroft's Talon. It is focusing just on getting that power, that lifesteal, that survivability in lane.
And Bancroft's passive synergizes very well with Pillars of Agony. Generally, you make a massive target of yourself, and as you get lower HP, Bancroft's gets a little bit more value. So it's just a decent pickup. It also synergizes well with the sustain in-lane style, which is exactly what Hades has. Devour Souls obviously affording you a heal up to 3 minions, and Bancroft's having magical lifesteal means you're healing even more.
You know, it's interesting to see him in the exact same spot. Pillar of Agony is always a good topic of conversation. Deathwalker now in a little bit more trouble. Sarpé, do you have the damage this time? And the ult is going to be there. There's the Fear No Evil though, and the peel good from Johnny. Gets Deathwalker under the tower line. Sarpé and Kha'Zix still playing a little more aggressive though. Blue buff invade is what they have in mind. Deathwalker has not backed off with the Bancrofts and Hades. He should be able to heal a pretty good amount off of this. Oh my god, full health bar. Still has the Pillar of Agony, but now is stuck between, well, a rock and a hard place. The tier 1 tower for the Wargs and the Wargs themselves. The dash, still coming off cooldown, goes over the wall. Jump from Sarpé, the chase is on. There's gonna be the fear, a little bit of healing, but Sarpé, you have to be able to get this one. Deathwalker's so close to dead, and Sarpé is able to get the first blood and walk out with their life.
So Deathwalker gets to play with the utmost confidence for 5 uninterrupted minutes, and then 30 seconds into the 5-minute mark, finally gets punished for that aggressive positioning. Takes a while, though. With all that sustained, Deathwalker nearly kept it interesting, but Sarpé able to finish off that kill. Look, Deathwalker's allowed to make plays like that because of the amount of pressure he's already established in lane. Even in giving over first blood to the Niflheim Wargs, gold is still equalized. He's still got level parity up against Kha'Zix in lane. Kha'Zix has been not really getting his own farm from blue buffs. Back camps getting taken by Deathwalker pretty consistently as well. So even in falling down, you're dead even. And you've got the faster build as well. Bancroft's Talon as opposed to Warlock Staff in the first slot. Kha'Zix not even stacking it up just yet. So I think Deathwalker takes the calculated risk of saying, hey, even if I die, it's not a massive deal. If I don't die, I'm just pushing my lead further and further.
When we talk about it a lot, well, I say we. I feel like it was a me and aggro thing. We like to bring it up maybe too often, but like the prots that you get in Pillar of Agony,
it's a lot.
You mentioned the Bancroft's Talon going in with that, so it's like not only are you extra tanky, but also you're gonna get extra lifesteal if you drop too low. And yeah, it goes up. So yeah, your prots at base, just protections, is 60, while giving a debuff to everybody else. But it goes up to 160, Myth. That's so much. That's so much. I mean, you get a free item while you're ulting, essentially.
That's like a free
that's
3
that's
items.
2 items. Yeah, 3.
It's protections. It's not physical prots. It's not magic prots. It's
just
both.
protections.
160 each. I think you're averaging like 50 from most items. Yeah, you got 3 items right there from Hades.
That's
but
nuts.
You're also stationary.
Because it's 3 fizz, 3 magical.
You're also stationary, though, so there's some downsides to it. Probably won't get to see those downsides just here. Surprised that Sarpé has been willing to make these rotations so consistently. That's partially why Kha'Zix isn't ahead at all. He's been splitting so much farm.
Yeah, it's impressive to see where they have been. And again, a little bit ahead. That kill maybe helping out.
Oh,
There's going to be an apple onto Sap, though. It's going to burst. Sap's barely alive right now. Luckily for them, that tier 2 exists. That was so close to being a kill for the Mambo Sap. Able to get out of there. Trix Tank, Johnny, Zeros going for the red buff invade. Successfully steal it away. Sarpé's getting low. Trix Tank drops the ward. It feels like Trix doesn't want these kills. They keep slipping through their fingers. And he doesn't want them to get away. They're just playing aggressive. Not yet stealing from the Obelisk. Going for the purple buff invade. Scooped up by Echrome pretty easily. Now Pillar of Agony over on the other side. Going to be met with the life of the party. 2 CSC immune. All just players going against each other. And that one felt the most warrior-esque of any matchup we've seen here without warriors. It's just 2 guys smacking each other around.
Both with a whole lot of sustain in lane as well. And finally, we're starting to see some of that lead for Kha'Zix. About a half level over Deathwalker. So as long as Kha'Zix is able to keep this fight at range, he should have an advantage. Deathwalker, on the other hand, obviously wants to get into point blank. Devour Souls, not a very large range ability. The Fear, similarly, pretty short range as well. So Kha'Zix is going to be playing at max at every opportunity, just trying to match up some of that sustain that Deathwalker gets. Again, Baron Samdi does not heal off wave, he heals off gods. Deathwalker heals off wave with Hades. So it's a lot easier to execute on that sustain style.
And just keeping yourselves, I want to just say comfortable, I guess, if you're a solo laner. Like Kha'Zix at this point kind of knowing, cool, I'm not going to die. I'm starting to stack up this Warlock Staff. I'm going to have a decent amount of health. I'm not as stressed out about what this Hades can do if I'm full health. And, of course, Deathwalker saying, I'd full heal off a wave. I don't care. He's fine. And so I turn our attention instead to the jungler. Sarpei gets first blood on a Kali, usually something I think that is way more outspoken. Golden Blade finish, looking like it's going to be the Chin size next. Already a very good start for this. Versus the Hunbats, we've seen one Fear No Evil so far, and it was just for Peel.
It was a really good one.
Yeah, but so far it hasn't been this eye-opening Hunbats level of play.
Well, that's probably reflective of his build as well. Johnny going for a much slower style of build. Transcendence in the first slot, still trying to stack that up. Doesn't quite have, you know, like a Jotun's Wrath, that CDR that you're used to seeing that would allow him to use Fear No Evil essentially every minute or so. So give him a couple of moments to finish up this second item, and then I'll think we'll see a little bit more from Johnny. Hex Mambo are a squad that are very, very willing to take this to late-game team fights, and Hun Bots is a late-game team fight monster. Well, an ult bot, but still a monster in his own regard. Give him some time. Johnny will get there.
It is always fun to watch how these, again, will shake out thoroughly throughout all of this. But the Wargs, not really ahead. In fact, negative ahead. They're behind, as it turns out, with gold, which is impressive. I mean, First Blood's not worth a crazy amount. You can see where that happened just by the jump in the chart, about 600 gold that pulled it away, but Mambo are just farming a little bit better. And part of it's farming a little bit better, part of it's also stripping away jungle buffs. The red buffs, purple buffs, blue buffs have all
of them
been invaded. Pretty much everything, yeah, except speed.
And that's impossible to invade.
And, well, only because they aren't ahead enough, right? Like, there's a certain point where you're ahead enough to start invading that speed buff, but it's been vastly dangerous, and also there's tier 2s up. Don't do it. But Pyromancers, Gold Furies, they're on the table. Like, at this point, you know, it feels like the Wargs don't have as much control on the map as they could, even though they've been maybe the ones more actively looking for the fights. Actively starting the fights. I don't think they're looking for them, but they're starting them in an engaging
as far as Soul Lane is concerned, the Wargs are getting active, all right? Sarpei is getting active in the Soul Lane. Hex Mambo, as a whole, I would argue, have been all over the enemy jungle for the most part. So that's likely why we're not seeing the pace from the Niflheim Wargs that you would expect, considering just looking at the top of the screen, 1-0, you would expect them to be winning. Hex Mambo, on the other hand, and this is both teams actually, don't really have the best compositions for looking towards these objectives. Generally, we'll see Pyromancer pulled the very moment that it spawns, but looking at what Hex Mambo is bringing, they don't really have consistent auto attackers. Their burn potential isn't incredibly high, and they don't particularly have the greatest confirmation either, so it's all about finding a pick, finding a fight, then rotating in. Same can be said of the Wargs.
Well, there's some good damage being dished out by both mid laners. Not a whole ton, though. Trix even drops a horrific down there to slow off any chase on the Zero, specifically the Kali, as the rotation came in, that and the Yemoja. And just making sure that the pace stays more or less the same. I like where Ekrum's head is at, though. With purple respawning, you want to get this farm. You're going to try to get aggressive.
Sarpei.
Remember, these are a little tankier in terms of how the jungle buff is. Maybe a little tankier in terms of how all the gods are. But Sarpei has just been getting hit. A good stun from Trix could open up a conversation. Fear No Evil, a little too late. The jump good from Sarpei. The blink from Johnny gets them in a disengage. Walls up from Ollie, and the snipes coming down from Spudio. It's not enough damage to turn any fight around onto Hex Mambo.
Yeah, both these teams just waiting for something to open up the door. Sarpei whiffs the stun because Johnny blinks it out. Sarpei sticks to him knowing that the leap is down, but not quite enough damage. Ollie rotates in, but River's Rebuke was just not very good there, very easily evaded by Hex Mambo. And at the end of the day, the only thing that really goes down is Ekrum takes away the purple buff and then immediately disengages himself. Trix Tank could have been in some trouble there, but no CC means no chance for the Wargs to find any sort of impactful damage.
So, I'm going to ask you,
please.
You know, we watched about Devo's Gauntlets 2 weeks ago. It was very big. Again, got hit with the nerf alongside the Gilded Arrow, which was actually kind of surprising because Spudio has still gone for the arrow start. Which admittedly, you know, free money's free money. It's just less free money than you got before. From 7 gold to 3, I believe, per proc.
Yes, sir.
That it's going to be getting. Gone for the Bloodforge into the Wind Demon. Like, very much what we were watching and seeing at Masters. The other side, Ekrum is playing a lot with what we saw a little bit more yesterday. The Ikeval, the Aussie. And it feels like that kind of build favors a Heimdall more than like a lifesteal crit build does with his auto attack chain, right? I guess half
somewhat.
and half.
It's more so,
hard.
if you're building Ikeval, that means you want to box. That is all that tells me. Is you want to 1v1 your opposition. And Echrom's got a lead. He's one of the hardest hitting hunters in the game thanks to that auto attack chain. Spudio's gone for a relatively slow build. Doesn't really have the sustain to match up early game until that Bloodforge is finished. And Bloodforge is expensive, by the way, 2,700, I believe. And then it goes into the Wind Demon as well, so it doesn't really get any fight opportunity with that item tree until you get to the 3rd tier. So Echrom was able to leverage this Ikavale early on to control these neutral camps in the dual lane, which are so important as they respawn so quickly, and that's where that lead has been established. 2 entire levels over to the Heimdall. And now we're starting to see that adaptation into the crit tree where you can start, again, looking towards objectives. That's one of the best assets crit brings, is the ability to just shred Gold Furies and Pyros.
And when you have a ROM, all of a sudden, not just steal, but secure potential exists there. Good bombs coming from Sap. Although, again, and this is something that it just feels like every time I look at the damage being done by the Wargs, it's almost been consistently this way. They hit a lot there, and nobody on Mambo looked worse for wear, despite it. So it may be something that needs to be looked at for them, is the fact that it's just too tanky, too much to maybe handle on the other side. Especially now with buffs getting invaded pretty much on left and right pretty consistently. Kha'Zix's, a level lead earlier has slowly disappeared. The gold lead that you theoretically could have attained from a First Blood that never truly existed has been stripped away and then some. Looking at, what, 1,300, almost 2,000 gold if they can continue pushing this route. You've got a level lead for both players in the duo lane. Almost 2 levels there for Echrom, though. It feels like the Mambo are finding everything they want. And the way this is how they've been playing all year, right? They are going to play slow. They're going to play 16 minutes, 0 kills. They're going to play 25 minutes, 0 kills. They're just going to farm better than you, and by the time you actually try to take a fight, they're going to be much further ahead, a few thousand gold. They're going to have extra items. And then you're going to get into an FG fight, Mifflin, and it's all going to crumble underneath you because you didn't expect them to hit as hard as they do.
But I'd argue Hex Mambo generally has a larger lead by this portion of the game. Generally, their farm is so much better than their opposition that we're talking 3, 4, 5,000 gold as we start to approach that 20-minute mark. As time goes on, gold means less. So that's the double-edged sword of this style. Sure, we'll out-farm you by the time we get to the late-game team fight, but if by the first time we decided to leverage our lead was that late-game team fight, that gold lead doesn't mean nearly as much. And 1,000 gold, 20, 25 minutes into the game, that's nothing. That's like a tier 1 item, or maybe a couple awards for everybody, or a singular upgrade towards one of your relics. This is not a massive gap, but you got to evaluate team fight compositions. Which one of these squads is going to feel better in the 5-on-5? I'd argue it's not so simple. Hex Mambo sure have got decent CC control, Deathwalker with Pillars of Agony, the Fear No Evil from Hanbots, Johnny out of the jungle, both very great just space control tools around these team fights, could catch out some of these CC immune lacking gods on the side of the Wargs. But when you gotta evaluate late game scaling, Deathwalker's healing is on waves. We talked about that earlier. That's a PvE healer. That doesn't really work in jungle team fights. Kha'Zix, on the other hand, is gonna be able to heal his entire team just about every single time.
True.
And Sarpei scales very well.
Trying to get that, in combat healing from a Hades, if they're stacked up enough for you to do that, then they're playing wrong at that point. Simultaneously, your team's playing wrong because you have to hug him to get the heal. Luckily for them, if you're a PvE healer, and right now your team's just playing PvE, they still have 0 kills on the board, but a Gold Fury gets added to their account. So now they're starting to try and push that gold a little bit more. And notably, I look down the lists. Most of it is in specifically the duo lane, and it's almost all on Echrom. And when you look at net worth, yeah, he's up near the top with how well they've been farming. Not even 400 gold, but it seems like maybe it's the golden hand that's separating them. And cost of items, I keep forgetting that. You had mentioned it earlier already. Bloodforge, such a heavy early investment that, yeah, you're technically behind a tier 2 at this point, but it's not really that much gold because of how hard you had to go in the item build. And now Spudio's got a crit item online, the Silver Branch. You've got good attack speed. It feels like this is going to slowly start being a more quote-unquote even game in the duo lane, except for the 3-level difference.
3-level difference.
That's pretty big.
Doesn't feel great, but those late game levels, Hunters have an inflection point around level 16 where itemization is more important, which we can see now. Echrom in some trouble.
Yeah, the shots are good. Echrom gets out of there. Not very far. Aussie passive, it can put in a lot of hard work. but I don't think it's going to put in enough work there. 2-0 now lead for the Wargs. And that's a hefty kill to be able to pick up. You're 3 levels down on your lane opponent who's been out farming you the entire time. That feels good to pick up.
But you need to do something with it. You're still behind. You got the kill. You're 2-0, but you're still down 2,000 gold. Every kill the Niflheim Wargs have gotten has put them further behind because the Hex Mambo are just farming somewhere else on the map, or they're taking a Greater Scorpion, or they're spawning up a Trebuchet, or something along those lines. I would have loved to see the Wargs, who still have 20 seconds, by the way, where there's going to be no Hunter on the map, where Echrom's going to spend time in the Grayscale, to have grouped up, either ran down the Pyromancer or ran down the Fire Giant itself. We're 20 some odd minutes in the game.